Chapter 1. The Great Sea Route, Admiral Sakazuki. Upon the vast ocean, a warship gracefully docked at the harbor. Adorned with a marine cap and clad in a deep crimson suit, Admiral Sakazuki descended from the vessel, his hands tucked into his pockets as he strode forward. Trailing behind him was a small boy with fiery red hair, struggling beneath the weight of an oversized marine cap. Sakazuki turned to cast a glance at him before continuing on his way. Noticing Sakazuki's gaze upon him, Lucas hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up. He was a time traveler, having assumed the identity of Lucas, a 9-year-old street urchin from the North Sea. A month prior, while foraging for food in the forest, he had bitten into a fruit, only to have his expression shift dramatically. That sensation was one he would never forget. It was then he realized he had consumed a devil fruit. This particular fruit had never appeared in any anime. Lucas discovered that ever since, his strength, speed, and even resilience could temporarily multiply several times over. Just as he was preparing to seek out a swordsmanship dojo to embark on the path of becoming a formidable swordsman, pirates descended upon the town. The streets echoed with anguished cries as the pirates rampaged through the village. Lucas found himself in a fierce struggle with a pirate when he was suddenly rescued by none other than Sakazuki, who happened to be passing through on his way home. Sakazuki? Lucas was taken aback as he witnessed Sakazuki eradicate the pirates and hoist him onto the warship. "Would you like to join me in becoming a Marine?" Sakazuki inquired. Lucas could utter no words, but he nodded fervently. Absolutely. As long as he wasn't eradicated alongside the pirates, he was willing to embrace any role offered. On board the warship, Lucas sat with his head bowed, sipping on warm porridge, too intimidated to meet the fierce gaze of Sakazuki. Despite having vocally criticized Demon Dog and Akina daily before his journey, facing the real person was a different matter altogether. To claim he was unafraid would be sheer hypocrisy. He was terrified. Though the amplification fruit wielded immense power, he understood he was still but a mere featherweight against Sakazuki's might. Over the course of a month, Sakazuki sternly served him meals, while Lucas trembled as he accepted them. Sakazuki would inquire about the nature of his devil fruit, and Lucas would reply, quaking in fear. When asked about his family, Lucas would likewise answer with noticeable trepidation. "Sakazuki, do I have devil written across my face?" Upon learning of the amplification fruit's effects that it could enhance his own abilities or those of anything he touched, including speed, strength, hearing, vision, and resilience, Sakazuki decided to take Lucas under his wing after hearing the boy's tragic tale. Yet he also discerned that the lad was utterly terrified of him. Determined, Sakazuki practiced smiling at himself in the mirror. Lucas remarked, "You need not force a smile, your usual expression is quite fine." Following Sakazuki, Lucas arrived at the threshold of a room, his curiosity prompting him to glance about. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Sakazuki opened the door and stepped inside. "Oh, it's General Sakazuki." "Welcome back." Sengoku looked up, snatching a rice cracker from Carp's hand and crunching it eagerly. General Crane, seated nearby, approached and ruffled Lucas' hair. "Sakazuki, you've been back in the North Sea for a month, and yet you return with a child?" "I found him on the way," Sakazuki replied, his gaze fixed on Lucas. "This little fellow is quite adorable." "Sakazuki, did you really have a son in just a month since you returned to your hometown?" Carp laughed heartily. "I already said I found him on the road," Sakazuki retorted, maintaining his composure while feeling that Carp was being rather excessive. "Isn't it unsanitary for that old man to alternate between picking his nose and munching on rice crackers?" Lucas inquired, directing his question at Carp. "Ha ha ha." Sengoku chuckled, shaking with laughter as he patted Carp's head. "I like this little rascal. What's his name?" Sengoku turned to Sakazuki. Sakazuki proudly patted Lucas' shoulder and shrugged at Carp. Understanding the innocence of childhood, "My name is Lucas," Lucas declared, full of vitality, embodying the hope of sunshine. "What a splendid name," General Crane remarked, giving Lucas a gentle pat on the head. Sakazuki silently regarded Lucas while the name brimmed with hope. The child had been a wanderer, scavenging through trash in the town and foraging for wild fruits in the forest. To stave off hunger, his hometown had been ravaged by pirates, and Sakazuki clenched his fists in anger at the despicable era of pirates. Sakazuki shared with them Lucas' devil fruit abilities, and Sengoku and the others looked at Lucas, recognizing the potential strength he possessed. With proper cultivation, this boy could undoubtedly grow to become a formidable naval officer. "Sakazuki, why not entrust him to me? I can adopt him and train him to become the finest Marine." Carp, still picking his nose, gazed at Lucas with interest. The ability to amplify strength could undoubtedly mold this boy into an iron fist even stronger than his own. Absolutely not. Both Sakazuki and General Crane exclaimed in unison. General Crane walked over, tugging at Carp's ear. You old fool, you've abandoned your own grandson at home, and you think you can raise Lucas? He must not be entrusted to you. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat and whistled, pretending he hadn't witnessed the exchange. Sakazuki regarded Carp, resolute in his decision to keep Lucas by his side rather than entrust him to Carp, whose methods of education were notoriously questionable within Marineford. After all, Carp had once sent Monkey D. Dragon packing with a mere kick and subsequently neglected his grandson. Moreover, Sakazuki sensed that Carp's interest in Lucas was perhaps more about venting frustration over Lucas' earlier remark than genuine concern for the boys. Upbringing. Sakazuki, how about you entrust Lucas to me? I will take care of him and nurture him, said Admiral Tsuru, gazing intently at Sakazuki. Lucas, standing behind Sakazuki, nodded vigorously in agreement with Admiral Tsuru's words. I believe it would be best if I were to nurture him myself, Sakazuki replied, shaking his head. Admiral Tsuru's ship was filled with female soldiers, and he feared that under their influence, Lucas might stray from the path of a disciplined soldier. Under Sakazuki's guidance, he would grow into a resolute warrior, but on Admiral Tsuru's ship, Lucas might end up indulging in romantic pursuits as he matured. Sakazuki found it unbearable to contemplate. Ultimately, Sakazuki took Lucas back to his residence. Alas, poor Lucas, sighed Admiral Tsuru. Are you afraid of me? Sakazuki inquired, seated on the sofa at home, pouring a glass of water for Lucas. Not all. Lucas shook his head in response. After a month of companionship, Lucas began to realize that his previous understanding of Sakazuki had been somewhat misguided. Sakazuki was, in fact, a highly competent soldier. His actions against the O'Hara refugees were intended to prevent the leakage of sensitive information. This was a matter of perspective from a soldier's standpoint. His actions were justifiable. During the Marineford War, Sakazuki's decision to thwart deserters was equally sound, as, in his past life, deserters were often brought to military tribunals. However, it had been said that Sakazuki's unwavering sense of justice was so extreme that if he were the protagonist, the story would not last a year. Lucas also understood that as long as he grew under Sakazuki's mentorship, his path would certainly differ from that of a certain general who merely survived without ambition. The following morning, while Lucas was enjoying a deep slumber, Sakazuki yanked him from his bed and dragged him into the yard. Lucas, in the days to come, I shall keep you by my side for your training. You must become the finest Navy officer, Sakazuki declared, patting him on the head. Understood, Lucas nodded. After all, this was the future admiral, the magma fruit user Sakazuki. Setting aside his somewhat extreme sense of justice, being close to him was indeed promising. Complete 100 squats and 50 push-ups after that. I will take you for a run in the square, Sakazuki stated, attempting to lower the standards. All right, I'll do my best. Lucas quickly agreed, though he was only 9 years old, and such physical exertion felt somewhat daunting. Sakazuki sat at the entrance, observing Lucas as he completed his squats, panting heavily on the ground, a wry smile forming on his face. At Lucas' age, Sakazuki had already developed a strong physique, wearing a cap emblazoned with the word justice, and wielding a dagger in combat. After resting for a while, Lucas resumed his push-ups, stealing glances at Sakazuki. Sakazuki smiled at him with satisfaction. Sakazuki's strained smile was somewhat intimidating. Lucas recalled the previous night, watching Sakazuki sit bare-chested in the room, his left arm covered in a myriad of tattoos. That smile is truly terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Lucas quickened his pace as he performed push-ups. Clap. After completing 50 push-ups, Lucas collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he was utterly exhausted. Even though he had crossed over into this new world, and his physique was considerably sturdier than that of his peers in his previous life, the sheer volume of exercise was undeniably overwhelming. Sakazuki approached and lifted him up, saying, "Come on, let's run 10 laps around the square." All right. But in the ensuing days at Marineford, under the rigorous tutelage of Sakazuki, Lucas embarked on years of grueling training. Whenever Sakazuki had the time, he would sit in the square, observing Lucas as he trained. Simultaneously, he would supervise Lucas in developing his devil fruit abilities. Periodically, he would assess Lucas' capabilities. Can you amplify it 5 times now? Very good indeed. How about 6 times? Keep pushing yourself. Admiral Kazuru would often reprimand Sakazuki, admonishing him for training a child so harshly, to which Sakazuki would reply, "Yes, yes, I will improve." Yet, upon returning home, he would promptly forget. In the year of the Sea Circle calendar, 1511, Lucas was 17. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, inside Sakazuki's residence, Lucas donned a white Marine cap atop his head. As of today, he was officially a Marine. Just yesterday, he had clandestinely conferred with Uncle Kazuru, and they agreed that once he became a Marine, he would join Kazuru's ship. Clap, clap. Sakazuki entered the courtyard, applauding him. Well done. You little rascal, you are now a true Marine. Hee hee. Lucas grinned as he made his way to the door. I'm off. Over the past few years, under Sakazuki's guidance, he had endured a veritable hellish childhood. However, Sakazuki's rigorous training proved beneficial. He had now successfully achieved a 20-fold amplification. Where do you think you're going? Sakazuki queried. Perplexed, this boy should be on his ship, shouldn't he? Uncle Kizaru has reassigned me to his ship, Lucas replied with a smile. Staying close to the old veteran is indeed the safest course. Oh, about that, I spoke with Kizaru this morning. You should stick with me instead, Sakazuki said, patting Lucas on the shoulder. You are still young. Whose ship you are on is merely a matter of my and Kizaru's word. Lucas was left speechless. At Marineford's harbor, a warship was docked at the shore. Sakazuki, draped in a white cloak and clad in a deep red suit, stepped aboard the warship. Meanwhile, Lucas glanced at Kizaru, who shrugged at him from the adjacent ship. Ah, you undercover agent, your exposure is only a matter of time. Just a jest. Ascending the ship, Lucas followed closely behind Sakazuki. Where are we headed for our mission? Lucas inquired. Allow me to introduce you to the world of pirates and provide you with a taste of real combat, said Sakazuki, gazing out at the sea. Upon hearing the word combat, Lucas' interest was piqued, causing him to momentarily forget the betrayal of Uncle Kizaru. The warship sailed across the vast ocean, and before long, they arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago consists of 79 of the largest mangroves in the world. Islands numbered 1 to 29 are primarily comprised of slave trading establishments, auction houses, and areas of lawlessness, Sakazuki explained, laying the map before Lucas. In a moment, I shall cast you into the lawless zone on Island 16. There, you will encounter not only pirates, but also a continuous influx of bounty hunters seeking to capture you. These individuals engage in trades akin to that of slave traffickers, so feel free to deal with them ruthlessly, Sakazuki declared, grasping Lucas firmly. He picked up Lucas' sword, setting aside his navy cloak and hat, donning a mask, as they approached the Sabaody archipelago. Upon reaching the 16th tree, Sakazuki released Lucas, leaping onto the trunk to observe his inaugural experience of genuine combat. Previously, while at Navy headquarters, Lucas had engaged in sparring sessions with fellow recruits, yet those were mere drills. Only battles that pose a true threat to life can be deemed real combat. During earlier missions, Sakazuki occasionally brought Lucas along, but never permitted him to engage in battle. Lucas understood then that Sakazuki had not regarded him as a true member of the Navy. Standing in the street, Lucas held a renowned blade, which Sakazuki had claimed from a notorious pirate. This sword had effortlessly severed the weapon of one of his subordinates. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakazuki had returned it to Lucas, recalling how, upon his arrival in Marineford, Lucas had clamored for a famed sword. Sakazuki had perused records of renowned blades and discovered its name. The good blade, 50 crafts, black cut. Surrounding pirates closed in, sneering as they fixed their gazes upon him. Kid, do you see the Navy corpses hanging from that tree? One pirate shouted, brandishing a knife. Indeed, I see it. Your father is also watching, Lucas replied with a grin. As a dozen pirates encircled him, their anger erupted upon hearing his words. Bastard, kill that Marine. The leading pirate bellowed, raising his blade to strike. With a swift motion, Lucas seized the assailant's hand at present. Merely activating a twofold speed enhancement enabled him to do so. With a swift thrust, Lucas felled his opponent, laughing as the remaining pirates charged at him. Fivefold strength, fivefold speed activated. Lucas swiftly maneuvered among the pirates, his blade gliding effortlessly across their throats. With a fivefold speed enhancement, he deftly evaded the pirate strikes, often dodging them just as they sought to land a blow. Lucas always managed to deftly evade, swiftly, maneuvering to the side of a pirate, whereupon he delivered a decisive slash to the adversary's throat on the trunk of a red tree. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. After spending considerable time together, he could discern that the young man was employing a fivefold speed. With merely fivefold speed, he had already decisively overwhelmed more than a dozen pirates, and the young man's strikes were consistently aimed at vital points, which greatly pleased him. This is how the Navy should operate. When confronted by pirates, one must show no mercy in eliminating the foe. Bang! In the distance, a pirate drew his gun and fired a shot at Lucas. Clang! In an instant, Lucas maximized his speed, deflecting the bullet with a swift stroke of his blade, and charged toward his opponent. Bang! The frantic pirates continued to fire their guns, while Lucas deftly deflected the bullets. With his enhanced speed and strength, he remained unfazed by the recoil of the gunfire. Approaching his adversaries, he swiftly slashed the throat of a pirate. As he surveyed the bodies of the dozen or so pirates sprawled on the ground, He raised his blade and gazed up at Sakazuki, who stood upon the trunk of a red tree. Very well, Sakazuki nodded. He leaped down and returned to the warship with Lucas. From within his suit, Sakazuki retrieved a slim notebook and tossed it to Lucas. Lucas hurriedly opened the book, eager to explore its contents, for it contained something he had long coveted. Your abilities are perfectly suited for the 6 styles, but remember, once mastered. This knowledge must remain confidential, Sakazuki stated with gravity. Understood. Lucas nodded, joyfully perusing the pages that detailed the techniques of the 6 styles. In fact, within the Navy, one could also learn the 6 styles, though typically, only distinguished naval officers or those rewarded by the higher-ups were granted such opportunities. Sakazuki, being an exemplary vice admiral, naturally possessed the 6 styles. After all, he was destined to become a future admiral, if not a fleet admiral, despite his somewhat tarnished reputation. However, he treated Lucas quite favorably. Upon their return to Marineford, Lucas was taken aback to discover that Sakazuki had indeed made the journey solely to allow him to engage in combat with a few rookie pirates. Beside their warship lay a vessel with a prow shaped like a dog's head, clutching a bone. "Oh, it's you, Sakazuki. Wait a moment, isn't that Lucas?" Carp exclaimed as he leaped over, one hand digging for treasure in his nose, and upon finishing, he attempted to pat Lucas on the head. Lucas hurriedly ran behind Sakazuki, preferring to follow the stern Sakazuki rather than the old man Carp. That old fellow was simply crunch crunch. Carp picked up a rice cracker with his finger that had just been digging in his nose and began to eat. How revolting. This young lad, when we first met, dared to speak ill of me, yet now he cowers in fear. As a Navy officer, his courage leaves much to be desired. Carp glanced at Lucas, who was hiding behind Sakazuki. "Where are you headed, Carp-senpai?" Sakazuki inquired. "Oh, I'm planning to return home to see my precious grandson. I intend to train that little rascal. I aim to mold him into the mightiest Navy officer of the future. Ha ha ha." Carp chuckled joyfully. Although his son was a disappointment, his small grandson still had potential and could certainly be educated to become an outstanding Navy officer. Sakazuki, intrigued, looked at Carp and proposed. "How about this, Carp-senpai? Why don't you take this young lad along and help me train him?" "Absolutely, I would be delighted," Carp exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lucas, clenching his fists. He had longed to train this boy with the amplification fruit. The mere thought of having 2 young admirals with iron fists in the Navy brought him immense joy. What? Lucas is a swordsman? What does that matter? Under my beloved iron fist, Lucas will soon understand which style truly deserves recognition. Half an hour later, Lucas was stealthily brought aboard the Doghead warship by Carp, where he was set down. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed at the retreating figure of Sakazuki, feeling abandoned. "You little rascal, stop staring. We shall return to the East Sea, and in the days to come, I will train you diligently," Carp remarked while crunching on a rice cracker. For pirates to venture into the Grand Line, they must navigate through Reverse Mountain and enter Twin Cape. Only then can they truly be considered part of the Grand Line. Of course, there exists an alternative method, to boldly charge through the Calm Belt, risking everything to cross it. The Calm Belt is fraught with sea kings, and most pirates who recklessly plunge into this area find their ships destroyed and lives lost to these formidable creatures. In contrast, the Navy possesses specialized vessels designed for traversing the Calm Belt. These ships are embedded with sea prism stone, which emits an energy akin to that of the ocean, causing most sea kings to disregard these vessels. Lucas sat aboard Carp's ship, having just escaped the devilish training of Sakazuki, only to be met with Carp's iron fist of affection. Admiral Tsuru remarked that his name symbolizes sunshine, a name imbued with hope. However, since his arrival in this world, he initially scavenged for food, and after much difficulty, was finally adopted. Ironically, his adoptive parent was none other than Sakazuki. Surviving to this age without succumbing to the harsh training of Sakazuki, he had finally become a Marine and boarded Carp's vessel. Each day, he endured the rigorous training of the monkey family. With a painful lump on his head, Lucas sat in the dining hall, voraciously devouring his meal, finishing a fish in mere moments. At last, he could comprehend why Dragon had become a revolutionary and Luffy a pirate. Just look at the shoe prints on Dragon's face and Luffy's concussion, purely a jest, and it becomes clear they were both compelled by the iron fist of affection. Eat up. Eat up. I didn't expect you to master the shave in such a short time. It seems my training is indeed effective," Carp exclaimed, settling down with 2 large bowls of food, playfully patting Lucas's head. "Ow, that hurts." Lucas glared at the old man, recalling how he had been struck earlier. And now the old fool was hitting his already swollen head again. Oh dear, my apologies. I didn't mean to. Here's a bowl for you. Eat well and nourish yourself. This afternoon, we shall set sail for the East Blue. Carp pushed a large bowl of food in front of Lucas. Lucas, having finished the contents of his bowl, promptly seized the large basin and devoured its contents voraciously. Ha ha ha, eat up. The more you consume, the more you shall excel as a formidable naval officer. Carp observed Lucas's frenzied eating, and in no time, half of the basin was empty, prompting a satisfied smile from him. What a hefty eater that little rascal is. Picked up by Sakazuki from who knows where. Watching Lucas feast like a ravenous wolf, Carp reminisced about his long-lost grandson. Ha ha ha. Training 2 future admirals brings me double the joy. In the East Sea, a passenger ship was making its escape from the Kokia kingdom. On board. We must be far enough from Kokia by now, right? The ship's captain inquired from the captain's quarters. Indeed, we are quite distant from Kokia. Those lunatics should not pursue us any longer, replied the navigator beside him. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted on the deck. The captain and navigator leaned out to witness the amusing spectacle. Let me be your apprentice chef. I've taught myself to cook. I can make anything you desire. Just don't throw me off the ship. A filthy, curly-haired, golden-haired lad protested, struggling against the crew's grasp. Hey, kid, you better jump off at the next island. How dare you sneak aboard our ship? A chef? More like a child playing in the mud, scolded the crew member holding the curly-haired boy. Inside the captain's quarters. The captain and navigator chuckled at the child's antics. A knock resonated at the door, and the captain invited the visitor in. A chef entered, holding a spoon. Captain. That apprentice chef has vanished. We must have left him behind in Kokia in our haste. Should we turn back? No need for that. Let that little rascal be your apprentice chef instead. Ha ha ha. The captain laughed, pointing at the golden-haired boy outside the window. I'll go check. The chef replied, exiting the captain's quarters and making his way to the deck, reassuring the crew member about the golden-haired boy. Just as he was about to speak, his attention was drawn to an approaching warship in the distance. A dog-headed warship gradually drew nearer, with Carp seated atop, enjoying rice crackers, while Lucas stood behind him. Hey, you old geezer, don't you dare snatch my rice crackers, Lucas exclaimed, lowering his telescope to see the vanishing snacks, tugging at Carp's arm. Unfazed, Carp rummaged through his pocket with his fingers still in his nose, retrieving a handful of rice crackers and crunching them noisily. He then offered another handful to Lucas. Forget it, I don't want them, Lucas declined, shunning the crackers that had been sullied by Carp's hands. Even Uncle Sengoku would hesitate to consume them. Carp, Sharkenheart. Just wait a moment, I have something to attend to. Having spoken, Lucas leaped into the air, his feet seemingly treading upon nothingness as he employed the moonwalk to glide towards the opposing vessel. Mastering the art of the glide came swiftly to him. It was not a matter of innate talent, but rather the inherent similarities between the two techniques. Once he had grasped the glide, mastering the moonwalk became a relatively effortless endeavor. The glide involved a momentary burst of explosive force generated by rapid, successive footfalls upon the ground, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. In contrast, the moonwalk relied on the strength of his legs to create a powerful suspension in midair. Lucas arrived aboard the vessel, descending onto the deck to observe the golden-haired imp he had previously spotted through his telescope. What transpired here? He inquired, glancing at the crew and the cook. Greetings, greetings. Nothing of concern, merely a little fellow who sneaked aboard. We are preparing to take him in, replied the cook, his surprise evident as he regarded the naval officer. Oh? Lucas approached, bending down to scrutinize the child before him. With tousled curls, golden locks, and somewhat soiled attire, the boy's eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance. As if on the verge of tears, a faint sense of familiarity tugged at Lucas. Lucas reached out and patted the boy's head. Kid, I'm from Beihai. Where's your hometown? The blond child began to respond, but quickly covered his mouth. I'm from Donghai. Ha ha ha, you can't even lie properly. Lucas laughed heartily, giving the boy's head a playful pat. So, you're Vinsmoke Sanji, the future Straw Hat Pirate's best cook, Black like Sanji. What's your name? Lucas inquired. Sanji, he replied. And your surname? Lucas grinned mischievously. I don't have a surname. Tears welled up in the corners of Sanji's eyes as he recalled his father's words, feeling increasingly sorrowful. Ha ha ha, neither do I. Lucas gave Sanji another friendly pat. So, kid, how about joining me to become a Navy officer? I want to be a chef. Sanji glared at Lucas defiantly. That is perfectly fine. When I have my own warship, you can be my personal chef. How does that sound? Lucas chuckled, patting Sanji's head again. As a lover of food and an aspiring sea adventurer, he could not let the opportunity to befriend Sanji slip away. Really? Can I truly be the personal chef? Sanji looked at Lucas with excitement, feeling for the first time that someone acknowledged his dream. Absolutely, Sanji. Come join me in the Navy, Lucas said earnestly. Yes, I'm willing. Sanji nodded, his small hand grasped by Lucas. Apologies, but I've decided to adopt this little fellow, so I must take my leave. Lucas waved goodbye to the chef and crew, lifting Sanji in his arms as he used the moonwalk to return to the warship. On the dog-headed warship, Carp observed the boy hiding behind Lucas, clutching his leg and peering curiously at him, picking his nose. Lucas, how did you acquire this little one? Carp asked, bewildered. Old man, it's disgusting to eat sunbae with your finger up your nose, Sanji retorted, hiding his head behind Lucas's leg. Ha. Lucas laughed, feeling proud of Sanji's bravery. His name is Sanji, and he is homeless. I brought him back after hearing about him. Oh. Carp clapped his hands. So that means I need to train 3 instead of 2 now? Indeed. Lucas gave Carp a thumbs up. At noon, Sanji entered the dining room carrying 2 plates of food he had prepared himself. He sat down, offering 1 plate to Lucas and keeping the other for himself. As Lucas wolfed down his meal, he quickly finished Sanji's food with a few hearty bites, then grabbed a drink and gulped it down. Oh, Sanji's cooking, is this delicious? I must try it too. Kapu approached and forcefully seized Sanji's plate, diving into the meal without hesitation. As Kapu chewed a mouthful, a grimace crossed his face. Meeting Sanji's eager gaze, he managed a strained smile and swallowed the food. How is it? How is it? Sanji looked at the two with anticipation, having spent a considerable time in the kitchen learning from the chef. Delicious. Lucas gave Sanji a thumbs up, silently relieved that he had previously developed a negative enhancement. Negative enhancement. Taste buds, reduced by 20-fold. Very, very tasty, Kapu remarked with a wry smile. What kind of dark cuisine is this? He glanced at Lucas, sensing that this young lad was quite comparable to his well-behaved grandson when it came to dining. If it's tasty, just finish it. This meal is infused with Sanji's heartfelt affection, Lucas chuckled. Kapu clenched his iron fist. In the East Blue, within the kingdom of Goa, after crossing over the Gorbu Mountains and traversing a stretch of road, they arrived at a quaint place known as Windmill Village. In stark contrast to the heaps of refuse that adorned the outskirts of the high-walled town of Goa, Windmill Village seemed more deserving of the term beautiful. Within the village, windmills turned gently, and a little boy with black hair dashed along the street. Luffy, come here, put this on, called Magino from the entrance of a tavern, waving. Wow, this outfit is so nice. The black-haired boy ran over, eyeing the short-sleeved shirt in Magino's hands. Go play now. Magino helped him change into the new clothes and hurried the child away with the dirty garments to wash them. The black-haired boy joyfully sprinted to the edge of the village, spotting the ship, the Going Merry, coming into view. He excitedly dashed to the dock, shouting, Grandpa. Aboard Kapu's warship, Lucas was performing push-ups while Sanji, holding a book, leaned against the railing, observing. Grandfather, grandfather. Sanji curiously gazed towards the distant shore, wondering who that little child was calling out to a naval ship. Lucas, look. There's a little kid looking for his grandfather. Should we assist him? Sanji turned to Lucas. With a huff, Lucas ceased his exercise, stood up, and patted Sanji's golden hair, directing his gaze towards the opposite bank. How shall we help? Perhaps you could respond to him. That would suffice as assistance. Lucas teased Sanji to acknowledge the boy. Sanji burst into laughter. No, that's too mischievous of you. Lucas. The naval vessel docked at the pier. Carp, yawning and pinching his nose, emerged from the lounge, having just awakened from a slumber. Upon hearing the sweet call of his beloved grandson from the dock, Carp instantly perked up, vaulting over the railing to embrace his grandson in a fit of laughter. Lucas and Sanji disembarked from the ship. Sanji, fuming, tugged at Lucas's clothing, feeling betrayed by the trickery. The bumbling child before him turned out to be none other than the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp. Had he followed Lucas's suggestion earlier, Sanji would undoubtedly have faced a multitude of beatings in the days to come. Luffy, this is Lucas. I have returned to spend some time with you and, in the process, train you. You two are destined to become formidable members of the Navy, Carp declared, ruffling Luffy's hair and draping an arm around Lucas's shoulder. And what about me? Sanji exclaimed, hastily tugging at Carp's clothing. Why am I not mentioned? Oh, and there's Sanji. He aspires to be a chef, Carp added, leading the group towards the village. Hey, I never said I wanted to be in the Navy. I want to be a pirate, Luffy retorted, his voice filled with indignation. Lucas glanced at Luffy's head, noticing the absence of his straw hat. It seemed that Shanks had yet to arrive at Fuchsia Village. Before Shanks' arrival, Luffy declared, "I want to be a pirate." After Shanks left the village, Luffy proclaimed, "I want to be the Pirate King." It became apparent that Shanks was merely a catalyst. Luffy had harbored ambitions of piracy from the very beginning. "Damn it, you ungrateful brat. Say that again if you dare," Carp exclaimed, his fist landing angrily on Luffy's head. With Dragon off pursuing his own path, Carp now placed his hopes on this unruly grandson, only to find that even he was becoming disobedient. Was Carp's iron fist losing its efficacy? He turned to glance at Lucas, but that was not quite right. Lucas had been obedient while under Akainu's watchful eye. Rumor had it that Akainu, known for his fierce temperament, was exceptionally strict with Lucas, yet he had never heard Lucas utter such rebellious words. "Alas, I shall only be here for 3 days, but you better think this through, you little rascal," Carp said with a sigh. The group made their way to Makino's bar, where Luffy and Sanji enjoyed the meal she had prepared. Carp and Lucas sipped their drinks. "Lucas, may I inquire how Akainu has educated you?" Carp asked. "He doesn't use his fists," Lucas replied with a smile. "Is it truly possible to educate without striking?" Carp questioned skeptically. "He kicks." Lucas laughed. Why did he previously seek out the actor to join his crew? After all, Akainu's kicks are excruciating. Even a 20-fold damage resistance enhancement is insufficient against one of his kicks. What a character. Even worse than the old man. Luffy said sympathetically, patting Lucas on the back, realizing they shared similar plights. "Hey, join me in becoming pirates," Luffy shouted. "I am a Navy officer." Before Carp could intervene, Lucas landed a punch on Luffy's head, causing the chair he sat on to splinter. "Idiot." Sanji shot a glance at Luffy, astonished that he dared to invite a Navy officer to become a pirate. "Ouch. That hurt," Luffy exclaimed, dizzy and clutching his head. "Serves you right." Carp took a sip of his drink and exclaimed, "That feels good. Vice Admiral Carp, I suggest you take Luffy back to Marineford this time. There are plenty of Navy personnel there who can teach this troublesome brat a lesson." Lucas glared at Luffy before turning to Carp. "Good idea, but I am not adept at handling children. Perhaps it's best to leave it be." Carp waved his hand dismissively. "You needn't worry about him. I can take care of him. After all, I've already taken in Sanji. Another one makes no difference," Lucas stated, prompting Carp to look at him in surprise. "Then it's settled," Carp exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands and rising to his feet. Luffy gazed vacantly at the two detestable figures. And in that moment, his fate was sealed. "Let us depart. There is no need to linger here any longer. Let us return to Marineford," Carp proclaimed, promptly downing a bottle of liquor. "All right," Lucas exclaimed, rising to his feet. At this juncture, Luffy had yet to encounter the red-haired Shanks, had not donned his straw hat, nor had he ascended to the status of the Pirate King. Luffy, a jest. However, Lucas surmised that within a few months, Shanks would likely appear. A person's aspirations evolve with age, influenced by their environment and the people surrounding them. Luffy's decision to venture forth as a pirate stemmed from his childhood when Carp had left him in their hometown, albeit under the care of the village chief and Makino. Yet, Luffy's formative years were spent in solitude until he met Shanks, who deepened his dream of assembling a crew. Later, he encountered Ace and Sabo, his older brothers, who incessantly spoke of becoming pirates. The individuals he was surrounded by included a future Yonko and 2 others who clamored daily about pursuing a life of piracy. Crucially, Carp had abandoned him in the village, returning only for brief visits, delivering his infamous fist of love before hastily departing. Given such a nurturing environment, it would indeed be absurd for him to aspire to become a Marine. Hey, don't take matters into your own hands," Luffy protested as Lucas pulled him along, swatting at his hand. Boom, boom, boom. On the vast ocean, a pirate ship sped away into the distance, pursued by a naval vessel. "Run! Carp is coming! Everyone, scatter!" Shanks shouted from aboard the ship. "What an idiot!" Ben Beckman sighed, face-palming as he directed the crew to manage the ship. "Oh, magnificent!" Shanks exclaimed from the stern, observing the cannonballs fired by Carp's ship. One cannonball, upon being grazed by a crew member, suddenly enlarged 20-fold. Shanks leaped into the air, delivering a decisive slash that struck the cannonball, causing it to explode mid-flight. That was terrifying. If the cannonball had been any larger, we would have been in serious trouble. Shanks chuckled, patting his chest. This very morning, Shanks and his red-haired pirates fortuitously crossed paths with Carp, who was preparing to depart from the East Sea. On the pursuing naval vessel, Lucas touched a cannonball, which had been in Carp's possession, causing it to suddenly swell to 20 times its original size. Amplification, mass, 20-fold. He exclaimed. Ha ha ha, your abilities are truly amusing, Carp remarked, hefting the enlarged cannonball before hurling it towards the red-haired pirates. Do you see, Luffy? Pirates are merely prey for the Marines, Lucas said, ruffling Luffy's hair. In truth, when Carp encountered Shanks, the latter had not even engaged, he simply fled. Lucas was uncertain about which of the two would prevail over the other. Yet he was aware of one thing. Shanks had no desire to engage in battle due to the complications it would bring. Nevertheless, even so, merely adding the notion of a pirate lacking prospects to Luffy's impression was sufficient. TCH. Luffy turned away, sulking, his small eyes furtively glancing at the pirate crew in the distance, silently cheering them on. Hurry up. Pirates are never a match for the Navy, you fools. Sanji made a face at Luffy, standing behind Lucas. Lucas, aren't you going to join in? This is the renowned red-haired pirates. Carp chuckled as he received yet another cannonball with 20 times the standard weight, flinging it towards the red-haired pirates. Boom. The cannonball struck the water not far from the pirate ship, causing it to sway violently. Boxes aboard the red-haired ship tumbled about, and the crew clung tightly to whatever they could grasp. Behind them, Lucas stood at the bow of the ship, drawing his blade to deliver a decisive strike towards the opposing vessel. Amplification, power, 20 times. Amplification, quantity, 20 times. As Lucas unleashed a slashing attack, it instantaneously transformed into 20 distinct strikes, each wave of which expanded 20-fold, directed toward the red-haired pirates. Oh, this is incredibly entertaining. Shanks swiftly parried each of the strikes with his blades. Hey, kid, what kind of devil fruit do you possess? This is quite amusing. Shanks observed Lucas with keen interest, marveling at his ability to magnify cannonballs and amplify both the quantity and potency of his slashes. What kind of devil fruit could this be? The Momo fruit? No. That user should be imprisoned and impelled down. Shanks scrutinized the individual on the opposing ship, unable to deduce the nature of the fruit. Hey, kid. Are you familiar with Haki? Carp turned to Lucas. I am, Lucas replied, enveloping his blade in Haki. He had just begun to develop both Armament and Observation Haki this year, though, without enhancements, his skill was merely at a novice level. Do you comprehend the advanced applications of Armament Haki? Carp inquired. I do, Lucas nodded, aware of it but lacking proficiency. Then allow me to demonstrate the power of Armament Haki. With that, Carp seized the cannonball enhanced by Lucas, wrapping it in Haki. Whoosh! The cannonball shot forth, crashing into the waters near the pirate ship, causing it to rock violently. Oh, old man, you're quite impressive, but I'm not interested in playing anymore. Goodbye. Shanks said, perched on a treasure chest, waving to Carp as he stood up. You little brat, watch closely. Carp continued to hurl the enhanced cannonballs at the pirate ship, while Lucas busily amplified them. He was not surprised that Carp wielded advanced Armament Haki. After all, he was a figure who had once allied with Roger to defeat the Rock's pirates. It was only natural for him to possess such skills. As for why he hadn't taught Luffy, Luffy was still a child back then. Teaching him would have been futile. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs incessantly detonated in the waters surrounding the pirate ship or were intercepted by Shanks. Yet, the tremendous impact caused the ship to sway violently, akin to a drifting lily pad. Hey, Carp, don't go overboard. We're simply too lazy to bully the elderly. Shanks griped, clutching the railing as the ship suddenly tilted sharply, prompting him to steady himself. Captain, where's the chest? Lucky pointed at the spot where Shanks had been seated, now conspicuously empty. Huh? Shanks quickly turned, realizing the chest beneath him was missing. Oh no, what do we do, team? Shanks grasped his hair, anxiously glancing at his comrades. He had lost that chest. I can't stand you, you foolish captain. Ben Beckman sighed, exasperated. Couldn't this guy ever be reliable? The group leaned over the railing, gazing out at the sea. There. Ben Beckman pointed towards the sea behind, where a wooden crate floated upon the waves. Thank you all for your support, Lucas declared, gracefully hovering above the water's surface, extending his hand to seize the crate. Upon opening it, he discovered a devil fruit inside. Damn it, give it back to me, Shanks exclaimed, gripping the railing and preparing to leap over, only to be restrained by Ben Beckman. Ha ha ha, splendid job, Lucas, Carp remarked, balancing a cannonball in one hand while affectionately patting Lucas on the head. Sometime later, in a certain part of the East Sea, Luffy stood at the ship's edge, gazing at the water with a sigh. He had anticipated that the band of pirates would pursue them, intending to confront his grandfather and seize the crate. Yet, they had fled. What a disappointment. Inside the ship's dining area, Lucas clutched his bowl, vigorously shoveling the food into his mouth. Meanwhile, Sanji sat beside him, delicately savoring his meal. Is that brat sulking again? Garp inquired, his own bowl in hand as he continued to eat. Ha ha. That kid is upset that the pirates haven't come to challenge him, Lucas chuckled, playfully tapping the wooden crate positioned at the center of the table. He never anticipated that the rubber fruit, once in Shank's possession, would be so easily claimed by him. However, upon noticing a crate drifting nearby, he felt compelled to investigate. After all, with Garp beside him, what was there to fear? Luffy pouted, sitting at the edge of the ship, his gaze fixed on the distant pirate ship that had emerged on the horizon, its flag adorned with a cat skull. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Pirates! Shouted the lookout from the navy. In the dining area, Lucas and Garp, upon hearing the exclamation, hastily swallowed the remnants of their meal. Lucas seized the knife and dashed outside. Captain Kuro, facing him, was none other than the formidable Garp. The hunchbacked Sam, clutching a telescope, gazed in terror at the figure standing upon the dog-headed warship in the distance. Iron Fist Garp. The rotund buggy shouted in a panic. The naval hero Garp. Zango similarly cried out in alarm, hastily instructing the helmsman to change course. Damn it, which side are you on? Kuro kicked Zango in the backside, his icy glare sending chills down Zango's spine. Turn around and retreat at full speed, Kuro commanded. Zango and the others stared in disbelief at their captain. Given his earlier display of ferocity, they had assumed he was unafraid. The Black Cat pirates turned and fled into the distance. That guy is coming this way. One pirate pointed at the figure in the sky, terrified to the point of collapsing onto the deck. What? Kuro turned to look, taken aback. How could someone be walking through the air? Concepts like Haki and the Six Styles were scarcely known in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone in the Four Seas. Kuro and his crew had never encountered the moonwalk, believing instead that it was merely a powerful Navy officer who had consumed a devil fruit. As Lucas glided through the air with a moonwalk, he unleashed a wave of slashing energy towards the pirate ship below. The ferocity and magnitude of the slashes were amplified 20-fold. 20 blades of energy descended upon the pirate vessel. Close swiftly retreated, employing a silent technique. The slashing waves struck down relentlessly, causing the pirates to desperately defend themselves with their weapons. The sound of impact echoed as the waves cleaved through them, toppling many to the ground. Captain! Sam lay amidst a pool of blood, reaching out towards the enscathed Klo for aid. Klo stood aside, adjusting his glasses with a casual flick of his hand. His pirate crew had only recently been established and was nowhere near as numerous as it would be in the years to come. Zango, who was only adept at hypnosis, was caught off guard and struck by a slashing wave. Brook suffered a similar fate. Among his capable subordinates, only Sam remained alive. Yet he too had been wounded in the thigh during his attempt to evade, and it would not be long before he succumbed to his injuries. Submit now, or I shall eliminate even more of your crew, Lucas declared from above, his voice calm, yet menacing. Humph. Klo turned to glance at the remaining 7 crew members, one of whom dashed towards the edge of the ship in silence. I refuse to be captured by you. Klo prepared to leap overboard. The captain has abandoned us. Sam gazed hopelessly at Klo's retreating figure, fainting in his own blood. Captain, the other few remaining crew members cried out in despair. Do you think you can outrun me? Lucas fell onto the deck, obstructing CLO. Clang. The blade of Lucas clashed with the 10-bladed cat claw of Kuro, forcing Kuro to retreat. Do not push me, Kuro bellowed. He had only recently established his pirate crew and had merely plundered a single passenger ship. He had yet to indulge in the revelry that followed a successful raid, and he was loath to be imprisoned in a dark, dreary cell. Suddenly, Kuro vanished from sight, and a deep gash appeared on the deck. A pirate clutched his neck, blood gushing forth as he collapsed. Lacking control over his direction, Lucas chuckled as the blade, enveloped in Haki, struck Kuro's claw that was aimed at him. Kuro fell to the deck, his 10 blades now severed entirely, grasping a nearby broken blade. Kuro attempted to wield it once more. This is futile. Lucas shook his head. Slash. Amplification. Power. 20-fold. Amplification. Quantity. 20-fold. Amplification. Speed. 20-fold. In an instant, 20 slashing waves surged forth, and the swiftly moving Kuro was Lucas stood aboard the pirate ship, humming a tune, while nearby. Soldiers from the dog-headed warship hurried over. Oh, Lucas, you lad. You are quite capable, Karp exclaimed, patting Lucas on the shoulder. As his mentor, Karp had always urged Lucas to abandon the swordsmanship, encouraging him instead to fight pirates with iron fists just as he did. However, he never anticipated that Lucas would master such intricate techniques with his swordsmanship, utilizing the powers of his fruit. It's merely that the opponents are too weak, Lucas remarked, glancing at the pirate being dragged away by the soldiers. Everyone, confiscate all the pirate's supplies and belly. We must leave them nothing, Lucas commanded. Oh, the soldiers responded in unison. Lucas's words were undeniably correct. Not a single thread should be left for the audacious pirates. Brother Lucas is so impressive. I too wish to become a great swordsman like you, Sanji suddenly shouted. Lucas quickly glanced at him, feeling a surge of anxiety. Goodness, because of him. This kid has begun to idolize me and desires to become a swordsman? What about the black leg? No way. You cannot become a swordsman, Lucas exclaimed, delivering a light slap to Sanji's head. Why not? Sanji questioned, bewildered, gazing up at his brother, his idol. Why couldn't he become a great swordsman like him? Your main profession is a chef, right? Lucas crouched down before Sanji, playfully ruffling his golden hair. Indeed, Sanji replied without hesitation, nodding earnestly. Extend your hand, Lucas instructed. Sanji opened his palm, puzzled about what his brother intended to do. Lucas grasped Sanji's hand firmly, imparting a solemn reminder. Remember, Sanji, the hands of a chef are sacred. And so too is the knife they wield. It should be employed solely for the preparation of ingredients to create nourishing meals for the hungry, and must never be stained with the blood of others. Just as Sanji was about to inquire further, Lucas delivered a swift slap to his head. There is no reason. You are a chef, and that is all there is to it. Under the rare stern gaze of Lucas, Sanji nodded, etching the words into his heart. So, must I solely embrace the role of a chef and cannot join everyone in combating the pirates? Sanji queried. There are myriad ways to confront foes. You can utilize your kicking techniques. Send all the pirates to their cells. Lucas chuckled while ruffling Sanji's hair. The Navy boasts many exceptional talents. I learned my swordsmanship from the esteemed officers of the Navy, and there are numerous skilled Navy personnel who can teach you about your kicking techniques, Lucas affirmed. Lucas rose to his feet, casting a glance at Luffy, who was pouting nearby. He chose to ignore the boy. Lucas and Sanji assisted the Marines in transporting supplies, while Luffy appeared rather feeble. Luffy disdainfully gazed at the pirate ship. After several minutes, everyone returned to the warship. Carp held a cannonball, 20 times the usual size, and hurled it forth, sinking the pirate vessel into the depths of the shadowy sea. You rascal. I recall that Sakazuki had you starting from the very bottom as a private, didn't he? Carp remarked, patting Lucas on the shoulder. Indeed, Lucas nodded. This time you single-handedly annihilated a pirate crew. I reckon you could easily rise to the rank of sergeant, Carp continued. Sakazuki has gone too far, forcing this lad to commence from the lowest rank. Here is someone who has mastered 2 of the 6 styles, possesses advanced haki, and has skillfully developed the powers of a devil fruit. Yet, he remains merely a private? Ha ha ha. Carp could not contain his laughter. Hey, old man. Don't take my share, Lucas exclaimed. Ha ha. The aroma of someone else's barbecue is simply irresistible. The warship docked beside a desolate island. On the shore, Lucas was engaged in a series of push-ups with Admiral Carp seated upon his back, one hand lifting a colossal stone while the other savored a piece of roasted meat. Nearby, Sanji relished his own grilled delicacies, counting the repetitions of Lucas's push-ups, 98, 99, 100, 101, 101, 1, 101, 2, 101, 3. Meanwhile, Luffy, also indulging in roasted meat, chuckled mischievously as he counted along. His antics were not born of malice. Rather, they were a reflection of the pranks Lucas had played on him in the past. Hey, don't cause trouble, or I'll hit you. Sanji glared at Luffy, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. He had long harbored a disdain for this perpetually grinning brat, especially since, as a grandson of the Navy, he constantly uttered the words pirate freedom. For Sanji, Lucas, as a member of the Navy, had taken him in and provided him with a sense of belonging. Lucas ensured that he had no worries about his sustenance, teaching him culinary skills alongside the exceptional chefs aboard the warship, all the while tolerating the unpalatable dishes crafted by his novice hands. He guided and trained him diligently. Yet, this very Luffy had the audacity to engage in daily banter with brother Lucas. Humph, what is so great about the Navy? Luffy pouted, tilting his head in disregard. Rascals. Oh, look quickly, the 2 little brats Lucas brought along are sparring. TSK, they're putting up a decent fight. The surrounding Navy personnel cheered them on. Nevertheless, it was merely a scuffle between a couple of youngsters, nothing serious. After several minutes, having completed their push-ups, Lucas and Carp each took a piece of grilled meat, seated on the beach, observing the exhausted duo exchanging blows. "Admiral Carp, your grandson's punches lack power," Lucas remarked with a grin, commenting on Luffy's efforts. "Umph, your brother Sanji's kicks aren't strong enough either," Carp encouraged Luffy with a clenched fist. When Lucas adopted Sanji, he insisted that Sanji call him brother. After all, he had no girlfriend, and the idea of adopting a son felt rather peculiar. "I say, you rascal, what do you intend to do with that devil fruit?" Carp inquired with curiosity. "Initially, I considered giving it to Luffy, but that fool had the audacity to declare his desire to become a pirate, so I decided to sell it instead," Lucas replied with a grin directed at Carp. "That sounds reasonable. I believe Luffy has no need for a devil fruit." Carp nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Sanji and Luffy simultaneously collapsed. Sprawled on the beach, panting heavily, they were utterly exhausted. The most infuriating part was that the two rascals nearby, one Sanji's older brother and the other Luffy's grandfather, were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Exchanging a glance, Luffy and Sanji suddenly felt a desire to reconcile and give those two a good thrashing. Unfortunately, neither was capable of winning that fight. "Look, it's a pirate ship," one of the Marines exclaimed, rising to his feet while munching on a piece of meat, pointing at several pirate ships that had appeared on the horizon. Lucas no longer observed the two little rascals. Instead, he rushed forward to seize the telescope and gaze into the distance. Meanwhile, the other sailors remained unperturbed, leisurely indulging in their meat, for behind them stood the naval hero, Captain Garp. Even if Rear Admiral Garp chose not to intervene, this very Lucas possessed the prowess to single-handedly vanquish several pirate crews from the East Sea. Behind the grand vessel adorned with a Black Panther figurehead, several pirate ships trailed, making their way toward the island. Lucas gazed at the flag of the main ship, where a skull was flanked by two hourglasses. It belonged to the notorious vessel, the Dreadnought Saber, commanded by the pirate clique. Lucas recognized this pirate ship prior to his arrival in the East Sea. He had diligently researched and compiled information on all the pirate crews in the region, albeit only a general overview. At this time, Click had not yet ascended to become the formidable pirate leader commanding 5,000 men, a future title that would earn him notoriety. It was rumored that not long ago, Click had betrayed his own captain, resulting in the captain's death, and subsequently united all the pirates under his command. Moreover, he had orchestrated an audacious attack on a naval vessel while masquerading as a marine. Lucas could comprehend the previous matter, yet how could a pirate infiltrate the naval ranks? What on earth are those scoundrels in the East Blue up to? Setting aside the telescope, Lucas grasped his sword and propelled himself forward, leaping onto the Click pirate ship with agility. On board the Deladano's Saber, the captain exclaimed, "Is that Captain Carp?" Baru, raising his telescope, gazed towards the naval personnel seated on the distant beach. "Withdraw at once," Click commanded. They had come today to safeguard their treasure. Every pirate crew typically possessed its own hidden trove. To prevent their ill-gotten gains from being seized by adversaries, they had chosen this desolate island, concealing their wealth here after each plundering. Yet, as fate would have it, Vice Admiral Carp happened to pass by for a respite. Hey, that fellow is chasing us through the air," Baru exclaimed, astonished, pointing at the figure above. "Keep running and shoot at him," Click ordered, preparing to fire into the sky. "Hold on, everyone. I am merely here to inquire about a matter, and I assure you, after my questions, I shall leave without apprehending any of you," Lucas grinned mischievously. "Oh," Click looked up in surprise, not expecting such a character to accompany a naval hero. "Go ahead and ask," he nodded. "Is there a fellow aboard your ship, perpetually wearing a stern expression, with a somewhat dark complexion, named Akin?" Lucas inquired, casting his gaze over the pirates. His eyes swept across the deck, searching for the elusive figure. Having scrutinized the Click pirate crew's records, he had yet to locate anyone by the name of Akin. "No, you should leave quickly." Click waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor wary. "Indeed, there is no one." Lucas completed his examination of the pirate ship, confirming that Akin was not present. Thus, it appeared that Akin had not yet embarked on the path of piracy. Lucas understood. Draw your sword. Amplify quantity, power, and speed by a factor of 20. While simultaneously bestowing a 20-fold increase in volume upon the slashing wave. With a swift stroke, Lucas unleashed 20 formidable slashing waves that surged towards the pirate ship. Cursed be the misfortune. Cleek lamented, hastily seizing his grand firearm, yet all 20 of those tremendous waves were aimed directly at him aboard the main vessel. There was no escape for Cleek. Boom. The onslaught of slashing waves struck him, piercing through the entire ship from top to bottom, and he was cast into the sea. Gravely injured, the main ship began to flood, descending rapidly into the depths. Lucas moved with a graceful moonwalk, gazing at the other pirate ships. Once again, 20 slashing waves descended. One pirate vessel after another succumbed to his onslaught. Channeling his full amplification abilities, he possessed the formidable strength to sink these marauding ships. Lucas continued to stride with a lunar grace, hovering above the wreckage of the pirate ship. As he gazed upon Cleeky, who lay on the remnants of the vessel, blood seeping from his wounds, Lucas could only remark on the resilience of this individual. Meanwhile, Cleeky's subordinates, including Barrow, had succumbed to the depths of the sea. Descending upon the debris of the pirate ship, Lucas approached Cleeky. Ahem. Cleeky rose to his feet, the armor on his shoulders shifting to reveal his weapon. Just as Cleeky prepared to wield his armament, the figure before him vanished. Vanished? What sort of jest is this? Cleeky hastily scanned his surroundings for the Navy officer. Hey, what are you searching for? Lucas stood behind Cleeky, gently patting him on the shoulder. You bastard. Cleeky seized his formidable firearm and swung it back in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Lucas vanished once more before Click. There was no need for amplification. Now he could effortlessly toy with Click using merely his blade. Hey, you little brat, stop playing around. Cap called from the shore. Oh, Lucas responded, driving his sword through Click's back. No, it can't be. Amplification, penetration, 20-fold. Amplification, hardness, 20-fold. Even clad in armor, I shall still pierce you. Lucas confirmed that Click had perished, and with a forceful kick, sent him plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Encased in armor, Click continued to descend into the dark abyss below. As Lucas gracefully approached the shoreline, Sanji gazed at him in admiration, exclaiming, Lucas, you are truly remarkable. Holding a telescope, he observed with crystal clarity. Lucas single-handedly confronted the Krieg pirates, skillfully outmaneuvering them until the very end. The most impressive moment came when Brother Lucas pierced through Krieg's iron armor with a single strike. Sanji, increasingly in awe, clung to Brother Lucas's leg, convinced that such a feat must surely qualify him as the legendary swordsman of folklore. Just as Lucas prepared to call out to Captain Carp, he discovered that the latter had already succumbed to slumber on the beach, basking in the sunlight. An hour later, in a secluded area of the deserted island, a serpent's nest lay hidden. Lucas sheathed his blade after executing a flurry of 5 consecutive strikes, employing his augmentation of power 5 times. In total, he unleashed 100 lethal blows, ultimately vanquishing the entire nest of serpents. As he ventured into the lair, he kicked aside the multitude of serpentine bodies strewn across the ground. Accompanied by his naval comrades, wielding torches, Lucas proceeded deeper into the cavern. Shortly thereafter, they emerged bearing several chests. Upon opening the boxes, the sailors were greeted by an astonishing sight, an abundance of dazzling berries, gleaming enticingly within the containers. Lucas and the sailors moved all the boxes away. These were all contraband. As for how to handle them, does it really need to be said? If Vice Admiral Carp turns a blind eye, then it becomes a personal collection. Meanwhile, the Doghead warship continued its voyage across the sea. Lucas's discovery of the treasure chest on the deserted island was no mere coincidence. The island was clearly marked on the trajectory taken by Click and his crew, indicating their intent to reach this very location. Their purpose for visiting was not to rest, but rather to acquire the treasure or retrieve the monetary rewards associated with it. A search of the island was not a daunting task, hence he uncovered 3 chests brimming with riches. Seated beside the treasure, Lucas found himself surrounded by a throng of people. To his left was Sanji, while to his right, where was Luffy? Lucas glanced to his right only to find it empty. He had just been there moments ago. However, he brushed off the thought. With a wave of his hand, Lucas handed a handful of belly to Sanji, saying, "This is your pocket money." "Thank you, big brother Lucas." Sanji expressed gratefully. "This is your transportation fee," Lucas remarked, distributing a handful of coins to each of the other sailors. "Oh, Lucas, you truly are remarkable." The other sailors praised him. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp chose to ignore their flattery, feigning ignorance. He certainly could not approach them with a series of love taps and then hand the money over to the world government, could he? Chuckling to himself, Lucas gazed at the remaining wealth in the 3 chests, thinking, the rest of this is all mine. The onlookers were taken aback, questioning his audacity. Is he truly a disciple of Sakazuki? Just then, Luffy emerged, sipping from a bottle of water, smacking his lips in satisfaction. As night fell, Lucas retreated to his quarters, where two beds flanked him, one occupied by Sanji and the other by Luffy. Observing the two boys kicking off their covers, Lucas approached them with a resigned sigh. He gently tucked Sanji back into bed, then moved to cover Luffy as well. In a moment of mischief, Lucas pinched Luffy's nose. With a squeak, Luffy's nose extended amusingly. Realizing the predicament, Lucas ran to the table, only to discover that the devil fruit was gone. He had intended to use the fruit to tease Luffy. Yet the boy had devoured the entire fruit in his hunger. Lucas finally understood why Luffy had been smacking his lips earlier. He had relished every last bite, without a single complaint about its taste. Devil. The following day, on the deck, Lucas was engaged in his exercises while Sanji ventured into the kitchen to learn culinary skills from the chef. Meanwhile, Luffy was enduring a beating. "You fool. Who told you to steal the devil fruit?" Garp struck Luffy on the head, his frustration palpable. According to his plans, he intended to mold Luffy into the mightiest marine, a force that would instill fear in pirates with his iron fists. Surely, his grandson could achieve that too. Yet, this foolish boy had consumed the devil fruit, rendering himself a vulnerable landlubber. Wasn't he that creating an obvious weakness for himself? Ouch! Luffy clutched his head. "Get down and do push-ups," Garp commanded, smacking Luffy on the head, prompting him to obediently comply. "Grandpa, where are we heading next?" Luffy inquired with curiosity. "We shall traverse the calm belt and return to Marine headquarters at Marineford," Garp replied. "Grandpa, I heard from Brother Lucas that pirates enter the Grand Line by crossing Reverse Mountain. Why don't we do that?" Luffy suggested eagerly. "No way. That would be a waste of time," Garp retorted with another punch to Luffy's head. Nearby, Lucas observed the comical duo, taking a seat and accepting fruit from Sanji, enjoying the spectacle. Days later, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Garp chuckled. "Ha ha ha, Lucas, I'm leaving this rascal in your care. I'm off." With that, Garp dashed away, leaving behind a bewildered Luffy. "Is this truly something a grandfather would do?" "Come on," Lucas said, patting Sanji's head as they moved forward, leaving Luffy to ponder alone behind them. "Stop staring. Your grandfather doesn't want you anymore. Let us go home," Lucas said, grabbing Luffy by the collar and leading him away. In Sakazuki's yard, he stripped off his shirt, revealing an array of tattoos, a sword on his right chest and roses and cherry blossoms stretching from his left chest to his elbow. Splashing cold water over himself, he felt refreshed. The gate swung open, and Sakazuki stared in confusion at Lucas returning with two little rascals. "What is going on? This kid only went to sea once with Admiral Garp and comes back with two children? What did he do?" "Oh, I picked these kids up from outside. This one is the grandson of Admiral Garp," Lucas introduced, patting the heads of the two boys. "Garp's grandson?" Sakazuki crouched down in front of Luffy. "Indeed. Admiral Garp mentioned that Luffy here constantly cries out about wanting to become a pirate, so he brought him to our home for a little adjustment courtesy of your training," Lucas said, ignoring Luffy's glare directed at him, smiling at Sakazuki. "Ha ha ha, this little brat needs a lesson to correct his misguided notions," Sakazuki declared, lifting Luffy and heading toward the house. "Let go of me, you terrifying brute." Luffy slapped Akainu's hand. In the days that followed, Luffy and Sanji underwent a grueling training regimen. "I'm utterly exhausted," Sanji remarked, fatigue evident in his voice. Lucas placed his hand upon Sanji, employing his newfound ability to share enhancements. Enhancement, stamina, 20 times. Enhancement, energy, 20 times. With these two boosts, Sanji felt no fatigue, effortlessly sprinting past Luffy, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. "I'm so tired," Luffy lamented, sprawled on the ground. "Get up and run," Lucas exclaimed, giving Luffy a swift kick that propelled him forward. The training sessions often culminated in a dual ideological lesson from Akainu and Lucas. Alas, one of the boys harbored a detrimental mindset, incessantly exclaiming, "Hooray for pirates." It was imperative to correct his way of thinking. Lucas spoke, overseeing the education, while Sakazuki sat nearby, ready to deliver a swift reprimand should Luffy dare to retort. A month later, the night had deepened. Within the room, Sakazuki lay in slumber, while Luffy clung to his feet, murmuring in his dreams, "Meet." Above, Lucas gazed at the stars. For tomorrow he would once again board a warship. Although his rank had ascended to ensign, he still found himself hitching a ride on the vessel. Vice Admiral Garp had been indulging in senbei at Sengoku's for a month, showing no intention of setting sail. Sakazuki had become quite invested in teaching those two young rascals, particularly Luffy, who received extra attention due to being Garp's grandson. Enthusiastically, Luffy would take flight each day, Lucas had already conferred with Admiral Crane, and tomorrow he would embark on our vessel. How envious I am of you, brother Lucas. I have heard that Admiral Crane's ship is filled with beautiful women. Sanji, seated beside him with his legs hugged close, gazed at him with wide, watery eyes, hoping that Lucas might take him along. Do you wish to set sail as well? Lucas inquired, observing Sanji. Yes. Sanji eagerly nodded. Not a chance, Lucas replied, making a playful face at Sanji. On the following morning, a refreshing breeze swept through the harbor as Lucas made his way toward Admiral Crane's ship. Oh, the lad that Sakaski rescued has grown quite tall, remarked Admiral Crane, cloaked and standing at the port, gazing at Lucas. Lucas, now 17 years of age and standing at an impressive height of 3 meters and 3 centimeters. Finds such stature quite commonplace in the realm of pirates. Accompanying Admiral Tsuru aboard her ship, he is soon surrounded by a multitude of enchanting women, all captivated by his presence. On their vessel, there are no men, and the female Navy officers exchange furtive glances and whispers about Lucas. Set sail towards the North Sea to pursue Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon the Admiral's command, the female officers promptly scurry to their respective stations, busily preparing for the voyage. One female Navy officer, adorned with a marine hat, draped in a cloak, and clad in a yellow checkered shirt while bearing a firearm and a sword at her waist, approaches Lucas with keen interest. Ah, I remember now. You are the one who was often sent flying by Admiral Akina back in Marineford, aren't you? Alexis stands before Lucas, having recognized him. Clearing his throat, Lucas swiftly turns away, choosing to disregard her. He too recognizes her, Alexis, the striking blonde Marine. Her father was once a rear admiral in the Navy, tragically slain by the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion during his audacious assault on Marineford. Lucas felt a sense of hesitation to meet the gaze of the other, for during his childhood, every time he rested upon the street, it was Alicia who would approach him, tending to his wounds and engaging him in conversation. He often deceived Alicia to procure her snacks. Hey, why are you turning your head? Come aboard our ship. What are your intentions? Speak up, Alicia teased, gripping Lucas's arm with a smile. Ahem. General Crane, standing nearby, cleared his throat twice, remarking, We are no longer children. Let us be mindful. In the North Sea, a warship glided steadily through the waters. Lucas sat atop the lookout tower. Since his arrival, the female Marine responsible for the lookout on the ship had found her duties considerably eased, entrusting the night watch to Lucas. By harnessing his energy amplification, Lucas managed to persevere. From the moment he returned to Marineford until now, he had successfully developed his abilities to a remarkable 22-fold enhancement, both positive and negative. Ah, how delightful. Lucas withdrew his energy amplification, gazing at the rising sun before succumbing to slumber. Noon. The dining hall aboard the warship. Lucas clutched a large bowl of food, fervently shoveling rice into his mouth. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it away. Alexis gently placed a piece of fish into Lucas's bowl. Fish is truly the best. Lucas took a hearty bite of the grilled fish, swallowing it down, leaving only the tail behind. Admiral Crane watched Lucas with a smile, amused by the young man's voracious appetite. According to intelligence reports, Doflamingo and his crew were currently resupplying on an island, and we would arrive there this afternoon. Eat well. Prepare for battle, Admiral Crane added, placing another piece of fish in Lucas's bowl. The other female sailors, inspired by the scene, began to mimic the gesture, serving fish into Lucas's bowl. After all, he was the only man aboard their ship, and, notably, a charming single presence. Lucas devoured his meal voraciously, and in no time, he had polished off an entire bowl. On a distant island, at the harbor outside a quaint town, Doflamingo stood aboard his ship, beckoning to Corazon. Hurry aboard, Corazon. The Navy is on to us again, and it's that same Crane from headquarters. As Doflamingo's pirate vessel set sail from the island, a warship pursued relentlessly from behind, its cannons bombarding Doflamingo's ship with a relentless barrage. Corazon, where are you? Doflamingo inquired anxiously, glancing at his family. Where has my brother gone? My lord. I found this on Corazon's hammock. Say, or Pink handed Doflamingo a piece of paper. What? Doflamingo exclaimed, scrutinizing Corazon's handwriting. What on earth is this kid up to? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted as cannonballs were fired at Doflamingo's ship, with two particularly conspicuous projectiles launching forth. Amplification, volume, 22 times. Amplification, rate of fire, 22 times. Lucas stood behind the cannon, his hands striking the two massive artillery pieces beside him. The shells launched from the cannons gradually swelled in the air, their velocity increasing with each passing moment. The projectiles descended onto the sea not far from Doflamingo's ship, causing the pirate vessel to tremble violently. Momo fruit. No. That scoundrel Wald is still imprisoned beneath the sea, exclaimed Torpole, who stood beside Doflamingo. Boom. Two colossal shells hurtled toward Doflamingo's ship with remarkable precision. Dressed in a fringed hat, adorned with two facial markings, and draped in a crimson cloak, Diamante leapt into action, drawing forth a gleaming sword. With a swift flourish of his blade, he conjured a powerful wave of sword energy that effortlessly cleaved the shells in two, as if slicing through mere tofu. Aboard the warship, Lucas observed as Diamante executed his technique, Crescent Funeral, rendering his enhanced projectiles ineffective. He pressed his hands against the cannon. One cannonball was fired forth. Amplification, size, 22 times. Amplification, hardness, 22 times. The shell flew true toward Doflamingo's ship, prompting Diamante to smirk as he leapt once more, preparing to unleash Crescent Funeral again. Lucas stood at the edge of the warship, observing Diamante's response. He understood that the half-moon funeral technique was conceptually akin to the slash wave, manifested through the sword energy Diamante unleashed. With a flourish, Diamante raised his longsword and sent forth a wave of sword energy, which collided with a massive cannonball. It was momentarily awkward as the cannonball forcefully dispersed the sword energy. Although the sword energy failed to damage the cannonball, it nonetheless succeeded in altering its trajectory. Vice Admiral Crane relentlessly pursued Doflamingo's vessel, while Doflamingo, wary of Crane, was solely focused on evading the warship. At the stern of the ship, Diamante and Lucas engaged in a playful game of baseball. Lucas unleashed a hardened projectile, while Diamante executed a sword strike that deflected the trajectory of the missile. Lucas suddenly drew his sword, standing at the bow of the ship, and unleashed an amplification technique. A wave of slashing energy was released, which abruptly transformed into 22 colossal strikes, their velocity and power surging as they hurtled toward Doflamingo's vessel. Doflamingo swiftly positioned himself before Diamante, his feet planted firmly on the railing, as he unleashed thousands of transparent threads, weaving them into an enormous spider's web that effectively intercepted the 22 formidable strikes. Impressive. Lucas observed Doflamingo as he sheathed his sword and approached the cannon. With Admiral Tsuru by his side, he felt assured in his capacity to hinder Doflamingo's efforts. Get rid of them quickly. Doflamingo grimaced, his gaze fixated on Admiral Tsuru. He dismissed the troublesome young man with amplification abilities, but held reservations about Tsuru's powers. It was said that Tsuru's wash fruit not only had the capacity to cleanse individuals or objects, rendering them incapable of free movement, but also possessed the extraordinary ability to purify the soul, washing away malevolent intentions. Lucas placed his hand upon the cannon, declaring, "This is the only move I have left." "Oh, what move is that?" Alexia chuckled, her curiosity piqued. "Oh," Vice Admiral Crane inquired, gazing at Lucas with intrigue. "Amplification, quantity, volume, speed, and explosion radius, 22 times." Simultaneously employing 4 forms of amplification, the most critical aspect being the added explosion radius. Boom. The cannonball was launched, and in midair, it suddenly split into 22 massive projectiles, hurtling towards the pirate ship. In truth, Lucas's amplification ability bore a resemblance to Wald's Momo fruit power, specifically after the cannonball was fired. There was a delay. During those fleeting seconds, the projectile had already exited the barrel before the amplification commenced. Endless, Doflamingo glared at Lucas, only to be met with a mocking grimace in return. Doflamingo utilized the powers of the Ito no Mi to conjure a web-like barrier, successfully intercepting the 22 enormous cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles exploded instantaneously, and the vast explosion radius generated an immensely powerful shockwave. The entire pirate vessel teetered on the brink of capsizing due to the overwhelming force. Doflamingo frantically connected countless fine threads from the clouds above to the ship's hull, stabilizing the vessel that was on the verge of toppling over. "You bastard," Doflamingo cursed, only to be met with another volley of 22 colossal cannonballs. The crew aboard Doflamingo's ship scrambled to employ their abilities, desperately attempting to thwart the incoming barrage. Each of them burned with fury, glaring at the detestable navy across the way. They dared not approach the explosive projectiles for fear of destruction, instead opting for long-range countermeasures. Vice Admiral Crane's ship pursued relentlessly, while Lucas's splitting cannonballs continued to rain down upon Doflamingo's vessel. wave after wave, each projectile branching into 22 more. With a cadre of female naval officers tirelessly assisting Lucas in reloading. Just as Doflamingo and his subordinates managed to fend off one onslaught, another barrage of 22 massive cannonballs approached once more. Currently, the Don Quixote family, aside from Law who had been taken by Rosinante and excluding Virgo who had infiltrated the Navy, boasted a cadre of combatants, all of whom were devil fruit users. Moreover, Lucas's splitting cannonballs were particularly vexatious, numerous, with an extensive explosion radius and rapid firing speed. Should they miss even one, their ship would capsize like a drifting leaf. Boom. The cannonball detonated in the ocean nearby, sending violent shockwaves that rocked the entire vessel. "Young master, save me." Jorah was violently hurled into the air, plunging towards the ocean. As Doflamingo turned to secure Jorah with his fine threads, a colossal cannonball, overlooked in their haste, plummeted into the water beside the vessel. The entire ship rocked violently. And by the time Doflamingo employed countless threads to tether the ominous clouds and stabilize the ship, Jorah had vanished beneath the waves. "This is dire. Doff, Gladius is missing. He has also fallen overboard," Diamante exclaimed, his face pale with concern. The cannonball, amplified by the Navy's capabilities, was exceedingly peculiar, its explosion radius vast. Had Doflamingo not bound the storm clouds with his intricate threads moments ago, they would have capsized multiple times by now. Listening to the cries for help emanating from the depths, Doflamingo and his companions gazed at the approaching warship, besieged by relentless waves of cannon fire. "We must retreat." Doflamingo gritted his teeth, glaring at the adversary across from him, issuing a command to flee. The warship was commanded by Vice Admiral Crane. And now they faced a particularly fearsome adversary wielding a devastating artillery. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to abandon their two comrades and escape. Half a day later, Lucas arrived at the naval vessel where prisoners were held, within which were confined two subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo. One was named Jorah, a wielder of the art fruit. A cadre of the Don Quixote family, his hands shackled with sea stone cuffs. In another cell was Gladius, a user of the bomb fruit, also a cadre of the Don Quixote family, similarly restrained by sea stone handcuffs. "Doflamingo has forsaken you. What are your thoughts on that?" Lucas inquired, reclining in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Observing the two. "You speak nonsense. The young master has not abandoned us," Jorah retorted, lifting his gaze to glare at Lucas. "One day, he will return to eliminate you and rescue us." Gladius shot a fierce look at Lucas, for it was this very Navy officer who had nearly led to their demise. "I hail from the North Sea as well. In my youth, I narrowly escaped death at the hands of pirates. Hence I am somewhat familiar with the infamy of certain individuals," Lucas remarked, his expression one of amusement as he regarded the duo. "And what of it?" Gladius replied defiantly. Lucas gestured towards them. "You both seem rather familiar, yet it appears one of you is conspicuously absent today." "Wah." Gladius began to respond, only to notice Jorah signaling him with a glance, prompting him to silence himself, narrowly avoiding a slip. "Indeed, I was correct in my assumptions. It is truly you." "Ha ha ha," Lucas exclaimed, rising to his feet and applauding as he gazed at Gladius. His words had elicited a reaction from the man. Although Gladius had managed to close his mouth in time, Lucas had still perceived the anxiety etched upon his features. Reflecting upon the notorious scoundrels from the North Sea, I ponder who among them was present at the outset. Lucas spoke while observing the faces of the two individuals. The man with glasses, who had a slightly hunched posture, possessed the remarkable ability to transform any object, even steel, into a feather-light form. Then there was the one whose voice was so high-pitched it resembled that of a woman, eliciting laughter. And finally, the individual whose face was perpetually adorned with meat or a spoon. These individuals were once part of the notoriously infamous scoundrel ensemble from Beihai. Lucas chuckled as he observed the reactions of the two individuals. Long ago, a unique celestial dragon renounced his identity and settled on an island in the North Sea. The local inhabitants, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the celestial dragons, equally despised this family. A kind yet hopelessly foolish father subjected his family to immense suffering, ultimately leading to the mother's demise from illness. The eldest son, consumed by resentment, took his father's life in a desperate attempt to return to Marineford, only to be met with rejection. Subsequently, for individuals, recognizing the boy's potential for conqueror's haki, bestowed upon him a devil fruit, and together, they established the Don Quixote family. From that point onward, they relentlessly recruited allies. As Lucas spoke, Gladius grew increasingly alarmed. As a native of the North Sea, I believe my words hold truth. Do they not? Lucas smiled at the two. What of it? No matter how detailed your intelligence, it changes nothing. You still cannot capture our young master. Ha. Jola chuckled, finding the boy's lengthy discourse futile. I have encountered Toribol, that big-nosed fool, and I have met Pika, that peculiar voice. I have also seen Diamante, the wild-looking fellow. The original 4 commanders, did not the meat-faced Virgo perish? Just as Lucas finished speaking, Galadius erupted in anger. You are the one who will perish. Virgo single-handedly defeated your entire group, you scoundrel. Galadius halted, noticing Jola's grim expression beside him. Cold sweat beaded on his brow as he raised his gaze to the naval officer. It dawned upon him that this rascal had been fishing for information all along. Clap, clap, clap. Outside the door, Admiral Crane applauded as he entered, eyeing the panic-stricken Galadius. It turned out that the 4th of the original 4 commanders was indeed named Virgo. Admiral Crane produced a transponder snail from behind him, and on the other end sat Sengoku, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Where has that Virgo gone? Admiral Crane inquired of the two. What did you say? We do not comprehend. Jola turned his head away. We would never disclose anything to you. Galadius glared at Lucas and Admiral Crane. Admiral Crane, the matter now rests in your hands. Lucas shrugged and exited. A few minutes later, Jola was cleansed by Admiral Crane's abilities, appearing as pristine as freshly laundered garments hung on a line. Feeling remarkably enlightened, Galadius gazed at Admiral Crane with stars in his eyes. Can you tell me where Virgo has gone? Admiral Crane asked the two. We do not wish to betray our comrades, Jola responded. However, Virgo is a villain, Admiral Crane stated, and proceeded to cleanse their minds once more. Virgo has infiltrated the naval ranks, Galadius revealed. Please, Admiral Crane, let him redeem himself, Jola implored. Lucas stood outside the door, listening to Vice Admiral Crane discussing the matters concerning the two individuals after utilizing the wash fruit, shaking his head in resignation. The linguistic techniques and platitudes employed were rendered utterly insignificant under the influence of Crane's powers. He crafted a precise discourse, but the remainder relied entirely on Crane. Have you heard? Sengoku, swiftly apprehend that Virgo. The other party is a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. We must dispatch our most capable personnel to capture him. Vice Admiral Crane instructed as she exited with a transponder snail in hand. Understood, Sengoku replied with a grave expression. It was astonishing that the Navy had been infiltrated by a top official of the Don Quixote family. The revelation was nothing short of a resounding slap in the face. After severing the connection, Crane turned her gaze towards Lucas at the doorway. You, young man, have accomplished quite a feat this time. Nearly annihilating the Don Quixote family by capturing 2 of their officials and extracting information on Virgo, the pirate infiltrating our Navy, Vice Admiral Crane remarked. Her satisfaction evident as she regarded Lucas with growing fondness. He displayed astuteness in his operations and demonstrated an impressive aptitude for interrogating pirates. The skills developed from his fruit ability allowed him to excel as both a swordsman and a formidable artilleryman, albeit his accuracy left much to be desired. Even with a 50 hit rate, the Don Quixote family would not have escaped unscathed. Nevertheless, Lucas had only managed to amplify his abilities by 22 times thus far. Should he reach even greater heights in the future, his diverse enhancements would render him a force to be reckoned with in battle. It's nothing, really. Primarily thanks to Vice Admiral Crane's support. Otherwise, I would have long been eliminated by the Don Quixote family, Lucas humbly replied. In truth, without Crane, he would have been swiftly dispatched by the enraged Don Quixote family. Doflamingo's retreat was primarily due to his fear of Crane. Come, let us return. You shall receive a promotion once more. I truly wish to keep you aboard my ship, Vice Admiral Crane said as she made her way to the deck. I would love to stay on the ship, Lucas replied with a grin. A vessel filled with strikingly beautiful female Navy officers, who wouldn't want to remain? Alas, our ship is entirely comprised of women. You cannot stay here indefinitely, or you would have to sleep in the lookout tower, Alexia chimed in, playfully patting Lucas on the shoulder. Come on, how could you, my childhood friend, bear to let me sleep in the lookout tower? Lucas retorted, shooting her an exaggerated glare. My bed is not large enough, Alexia teased, sticking her tongue out at Lucas before scampering away. Swish. Lucas's face instantly flushed crimson. Who are these people? Alas, Admiral Crane covered her ears, unwilling to listen to their sordid words. Could it be that she was growing old? The warship sailed steadily, and Lucas commenced his training aboard. Life on Admiral Crane's vessel was rather dull. Although there were many beautiful female sailors, Admiral Crane was nearby, and casual banter with the female sailors was acceptable. But it was impossible to treat this as a leisurely trip to flirt daily. The boundless ocean, the wind tousling his hair, left Lucas with little to do but exercise and cultivate his abilities. 333, 333, 333. Alexia sat to the side, counting Lucas's push-ups. When Lucas finally paused, standing to face her, he glared at Alexia. He had already completed 500, yet she was still counting the 333rd. Wow, are you stopping after 500? Alexia inquired. Lucas remained silent. What a remarkable individual, outwardly counting to 333 while internally tallying up to 500. A true genius multitasker. In the Grand Line. Within the office of Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, he ended his communication with Colonel Razanani with a sigh, grabbing a rice cracker to chew. He had dispatched Colonel Razanani to lurk beside Don Quixote Doflamingo for 3 primary objectives. Firstly, to have Razanani drive away Doflamingo's adopted children, thereby diminishing the number of subordinates cultivated by Doflamingo. Secondly, Razanani was to keep Sengoku informed of Doflamingo's real-time location, enabling Admiral Crane to pursue him promptly. Most importantly, Razanani was tasked with preventing Doflamingo from executing his plans for Dressrosa. Unfortunately, despite Razanani's efforts to intimidate them, the 3 children remained steadfastly loyal to Doflamingo. Razanani even left Doflamingo's side to attend to one child's medical needs. Fortunately, Lucas from the Sakazuki family brought him good news. Lucas captured one of Doflamingo's subordinates and extracted information from a high-ranking officer, Vice Admiral Tsuru, regarding the spy. Without even knocking, Carp and Sakazuki entered the office in succession. What brings you here? Carp asked, pinching his nose and reaching for Sengoku's senbei. Sengoku nudged the plate, offering the senbei to Carp. Sakazuki took a seat next to Carp. A fellow named Virgo will be coming to see me shortly. He seeks a transfer. You may apprehend him at your leisure. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Lucas and Vice Admiral Tsuru pried from Doflamingo's underling that this individual was once among the highest ranks of the Don Quixote family. Sengoku relayed this in one breath, retrieving a bag of senbei from his drawer and tearing it open to indulge. Haha, that rascal Lucas certainly has his methods. Carp chuckled, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder and passing him some senbei. No, thank you. Sakazuki promptly declined, though a smile crept onto his stern face upon learning of Lucas's impending achievement. Sakazuki, you should take a page from Lucas's book. Capturing pirates doesn't always have to end in violence. There are alternative ways to glean intelligence. Sengoku quipped, pointing to his head. Sakazuki was left speechless, unsure whether to commend the educational approach or chastise Lucas for his lack of decorum. Admiral Sengoku. The individual I mentioned regarding the transfer has arrived. 2 figures cast shadows on the door. Sengoku shot a glance at the unrefined Carp, who quickly silenced himself. Ah. Let him in. Sengoku set down the bag of senbei. The 3 turned to the incoming Navy officer. It's you then. I've heard about your commendable performance in your year with the Navy. You wish to transfer to G5, correct? Sengoku scrutinized Virgo, whose face was adorned with a fried egg. How audacious he is, with food stuck to his face. However, I must clarify that Vice Admiral Carp has taken an interest in you. Whether you transfer to G5 or serve under Vice Admiral Carp is a discussion for you 2 to have. Rest assured, we respect your decision, Sengoku concluded, leaving Carp bewildered. Wasn't it Sakazuki who was supposed to subdue Virgo? Why was he merely enjoying senbei? With a clatter, Carp returned the senbei to the plate and approached Virgo. Greetings, Vice Admiral Carp. Virgo immediately saluted. Yes, hello. Carp took a napkin and reached to remove the fried egg from Virgo's face. Virgo, not daring to move, allowed Carp to take it off. You've eaten. Let us not waste food. Carp chuckled at him. Of course. Virgo bowed his head and bit into the fried egg. Kapu enveloped his right fist with haki and struck Virgo squarely on the head. Virgos hastily coated himself in haki, yet under the might of the Navy hero's iron fist, he was sent flying. Virgos crashed through the walls of Sengoku's office and continued his flight, colliding with a massive tree. Kapu charged forward, confronting Virgos once more with another blow. Boom. Virgos, along with the ground beneath him, was driven into a deep indentation by Kapu's strike. The earth cracked. And unsatisfied with this display of power, Kapu unleashed another punch. Virgos possessed formidable haki, capable of enveloping his entire body in hardened armor. However, his adversary was Kapu. He was struck with such force that he found himself unable to move. You, a pirate, dare to infiltrate the ranks of the Navy, you scum. Kapu glared furiously at Virgos, his fist cracking ominously. There were two things he loathed above all: the near waywardness of his beloved grandson and the audacity of pirates infiltrating the navy. In the North Sea, at a harbor on an island, Doflamingo's ship had just docked when he spotted naval vessels gradually appearing on the horizon. Damn it, we must leave immediately. Abandon the planned route. Doflamingo slammed his hand against the railing. Despite his reluctance to believe that Jorah and Gladius had betrayed them, the evidence was undeniable. Those two had been captured by the Navy, who somehow knew their next destination. By the time Admiral Tsuru's fleet arrived at the harbor, Doflamingo's ship had already made its escape. In the days that followed, Admiral Tsuru's inquiries with Jorah and Gladius regarding Doflamingo's next destination would prove futile, as the latter had already altered their original plans. On an island, the story continues. Lucas meandered through the bustling marketplace, with a few female sailors trailing behind him, engaged in lively banter. Since their last pursuit, they had spent 2 months scouring the North Sea for Doflamingo, yet regrettably, no trace of him had been discovered. Furthermore, there had been no further updates from Admiral Sengoku regarding Doflamingo's whereabouts. Thus, rather than succumbing to futile anxiety, it seemed more prudent to immerse himself in the vibrant atmosphere of the market and unwind. Lucas held a skewer of meat in one hand, savoring it with each bite. Over the past 2 months, he had diligently trained, honing his abilities. Now, he had managed to amplify his strength by an astonishing 26 times. Today marked his first venture into leisure. Get lost. A furious shout drew Lucas's attention. A burly man with a thick beard had just kicked a girl to the ground. The man, counting a small stack of money in his hands, broke into a sinister grin. "That's our money for a month's worth of meals," cried a girl with flowing, grass-green waves, cradling a small child in her arms as she reached for the cash in the man's grasp. "What money of yours? Once it's in my possession, it belongs to me." The bearded man sneered, shoving the girl aside with a laugh. "This paltry sum is enough for a few drinks. However, I could fetch a much higher price by selling you to human traffickers. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the suited man lunged at the girl. Lucas intervened between the two, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The bearded man staggered backward, a small stack of bills scattering across the ground as he collided with the wall. The onlookers, gazing at the money strewn about, hesitated to pick it up. Lucas listened to the murmurs of those around him, his gaze fixed upon the bearded man he had just sent flying. It turned out this individual was a local ruffian, aimlessly wandering the town, engaging in theft here and robbery there. Not long ago, he had brandished a dagger to threaten others, inadvertently resulting in the death of a vendor. However, in this place, devoid of a naval base and royal guards, ordinary citizens could do little but endure his antics. The vastness of the heavens and the remoteness of the kingdom meant that naval ships seldom graced this isolated island, allowing this miscreant to grow increasingly audacious. After thoroughly investigating the matter, the female sailors accompanying Lucas returned from various streets with confirmation of the truth. Lucas charged forward, delivering a swift kick to the head of the bearded man, who had just regained consciousness. "Scoundrel!" Bang! The bearded man fell unconscious once more. Handing the miscreant over to the female sailor, he resolved to transport this wretch to the nearest island with a naval base and cast him into prison. "Are you both all right?" Lucas inquired as he approached the two girls, picking up the money and handing it to them. "Thank you," exclaimed the girl with grass-green wavy hair as she quickly accepted the money. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl nestled in the arms of the grass-green-haired girl said gratefully, "It's nothing." Lucas waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave when a thought struck him, and he turned back to them. Do you need anything else?" The grass-green-haired girl asked. "You mentioned that this money is for your meals for the month?" Lucas pointed to the small stack of bills clutched in the girl's hand. To him, this paltry sum was hardly enough for a single meal. How frugally must these girls live to sustain themselves for an entire month? "Yes, we can't fill our stomachs. We're hungry at every meal." The little girl pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. "Have you fallen into hardship?" Lucas asked gently. "We have no home, no work, and we beg everywhere." The little girl replied, her pout deepening before she burst into tears. "Sugar, don't cry. Dear, please don't cry." The grass-green-haired girl comforted the little one, nearly succumbing to tears herself. Lucas recognized the two girls. The one who appeared slightly older was Monet, while the other, a younger girl who had been crying pitifully, seemed to be around 10 years old. Don't cry, don't cry. I know how you can always have enough to eat. Would you like to hear?" Lucas said, looking at the sugar-like girl, eager to comfort her. "Enough to eat?" The girl turned to Lucas, her tears ceasing, replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. Monet shared the same look of surprise as she gazed at him. Join me in the Navy, and you'll have plenty to eat every meal. Plus a salary, Lucas chuckled, playfully ruffling the girl's adorable hair. Hey, I finally got to touch it. Really? The girl exclaimed, excitedly grasping Lucas's hand. Brother never lies to sweet little ones. Lucas teased, playfully tapping her small nose with his finger. All right, we won't be hungry anymore. The girl joyfully leapt from Monet's embrace, glancing back at her before happily clutching Lucas's hand. 4 months later, Lucas has been pursuing Don Quixote da Flamingo alongside Admiral Tsuru for 6 long months. During this time, Lucas has amplified his fruit abilities to an impressive 34 times. Monet has become a Marine, willingly choosing to stay by his side. Due to Sugar's tender age, Lucas has requested the female Marines aboard the ship to occasionally engage her in simple training. One day, Sugar pouted and remarked, "Brother, you're deceiving me. You provide food, shelter, and a salary. But where's my salary?" In response, Lucas placed a small basket of grapes into her hands. Delighted, Sugar embraced him briefly before taking her salary and bringing laughter to the female Marines for several days. Admiral Tsuru received a communication from Sengoku. In 3 weeks, Doflamingo will rendezvous with someone at Hyoko Island. We shall proceed to Hyoko Island and await their arrival, Tsuru stated. Moreover, Doflamingo's objective lies at Minion Island, where we have naval ships monitoring the area. Additionally, another warship will join us at Hyoko Island, prepared for any eventuality. Admiral Tsuru gathered several subordinates along with Lucas, pointing at various islands on the map. Does anyone have questions? Tsuru inquired, looking at the group. I have something to mention. Lucas raised his hand, rather than a question. It is more of a reminder. Speak, Tsuru urged him. This child has endured much. Although they constructed a small shelter for him in the lookout tower over these 6 months, Lucas has had to endure sleeping in that cramped space. The intelligence previously provided by General Sengoku has always accurately indicated Doflamingo's location, even to the extent of detailing his actions. Lucas's expression turned grave. Yet, why has there been no information regarding Doflamingo for the past 6 months, and only now do we receive a lead? Lucas scanned the faces around him, noticing their bewilderment. Lucas shrugged and then remarked, the sudden news regarding Don Quixote da Flamingo after a 6-month silence can only signify one thing. The informant has been eliminated. And this is merely disinformation propagated by Doflamingo. Alexia interjected eagerly, her eyes alight with excitement as she looked at Lucas. Praise me, fool. Lucas replied, giving her a light tap on the head. The Marine Admiral must have had a unique line of communication with the informant. Even if the adversary had acquired the informant's snail, they would be oblivious to the Admiral's number. Thus, while the informant remains unharmed, they may have encountered issues such as being deemed untrustworthy or reassigned to another mission. Doflamingo's sudden declaration of a rendezvous at Swan Island indicates that he has already uncovered the traitor, using their words to relay information and test our reactions. He is exceedingly wary of Vice Admiral Crane, which is why our arrival at Swan Island coincides with his approach to Minion Island. Lucas gazed solemnly at Admiral Tsuru, anticipating a shift in strategy. Your argument is indeed quite reasonable, yet what if your deductions are erroneous? Admiral Tsuru scrutinized him intently. It matters not if we are mistaken. Doflamingo's objective lies on Minion Island, and we shall await his arrival, Lucas replied with a smile. Are you truly foolish? If we await him on Minion Island, would he still dare to approach? Alexia glared at Lucas, admonishing him with a sharp remark about his intellect. Lucas cast a sidelong glance at her, then turned back to Admiral Tsuru. It is quite straightforward. We merely need to exchange vessels with the naval surveillance ships. We shall board the surveillance vessel to Minion Island while they proceed to Sea Swallow Island, ensuring that key personnel remain concealed, Lucas articulated. Doflamingo is terrified of Admiral Tsuru to his very core. Upon sighting her distinctive ship, he would undoubtedly recognize her presence at Sea Swallow Island, Lucas concluded. Change the plan. Admiral Tsuru nodded and promptly dismissed them to contact Sengoku. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with snowflakes gently descending. A surveillance warship anchored in a hidden nook of Minion Island. On the deck, Marines patrolled, while lookouts maintained vigilance. The ship was manned entirely by male sailors. Within the conference room on board, Admiral Tsuru and Lucas sat in quiet anticipation of news. To the southwest of Minion Island lay Sea Swallow Island, where 2 warships lay concealed among the distant isles, poised for action. One vessel unfurled its sails, revealing half of the character for Crane. Female Marines patrolled the deck under Admiral Tsuru's command. In the distance, a pirate ship turned sharply towards Minion Island, while the female Marines continued their watchful patrol. On board Doflamingo's pirate ship, he scoffed. Ah, that old hag still wishes to apprehend me. He observed the warship from afar, chuckling to himself. My dear brother. Doflamingo inhaled deeply. Now, the only individuals he could trust were those behind him. Set course for Minion Island. Understood. Lucas placed the microphone back into the shell of the transponder snail. Doflamingo turned the ship's bow, announcing their imminent arrival. Lucas smiled at Admiral Tsuru. Before finalizing the vessel exchange, Admiral Tsuru added a stipulation to Lucas's oversight. The exchange is permissible, yet only she and Lucas shall switch to her ship. The surveillance vessel will transfer that officer to the Crane ship. Both parties should remain in the conference room, out of sight, with all Marines unchanged. Then I shall proceed to the opposite side of the island. After 10 minutes of Doflamingo and his crew's landing, it will be time to bombard the Numancia Flamingo. Upon exiting the conference room, Lucas changed out of his naval attire and donned civilian clothing. He then departed from the surveillance warship. With a determined stride, he made his way to Minion Island. The island lay blanketed in a pristine layer of snow as Lucas hurriedly ran towards the opposite side. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach the other side swiftly. To avoid detection by Don Quixote Doflamingo, only one warship was assigned to monitor the area, concealed in a corner, affording a limited view of the island's situation. Doflamingo was likely to land on the opposite side, necessitating Lucas's urgent communication of intelligence to Admiral Crane. Lucas endeavored to refine the plan to encircle Don Quixote Doflamingo on Minion Island, striving to prevent his escape. On the opposite side of the island, within a cave situated a distance from the shore, as Lucas activated his Observation Haki, he perceived the ships gradually emerging from the sea. Indeed, Doflamingo was landing from this direction. Doflamingo's vessel docked at the shore, and as he observed the pirates charging towards them, he smirked and waved his hand. Fine threads lashed onto several pirates, watching them engage in a fierce battle. Lucas peered through the cavern, gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn along the shore. He picked up the communication device and dialed the phone of Admiral Crane, uttering a single word before abruptly hanging up. This had been prearranged. His contact with Admiral Crane signified that Don Quixote Doflamingo was aligned with him, while Crane's attempt to reach him indicated Doflamingo's presence on the opposing side. In another location, Doflamingo held a microphone, attempting to connect with Corazon, Rosinante, through the communication device. Baby 5 walked ahead of Doflamingo, while Treble, Pica, Diamante, and others flanked him, assisting in clearing away the pirates. After a period of communication, Doflamingo was unable to establish a connection. My foolish brother, I shall find you. Lucas continued to sprint across the snowy terrain, awaiting the arrival of the Crane general, yet he found himself alone. When he finally approached the Don Quixote family, he was met with a brutal beating. It would be more worthwhile to engage in something of significance. He passed by the temporary residence of Duz Barrel and descended to the foot of the mountain, activating his Observation Haki as he advanced in a particular direction. After running a considerable distance, Lucas finally spotted Rosinante and Trafalgar Law behind a dilapidated wall. Rosinante handed something to Law, and upon seeing Lucas approaching, he was taken aback. Lucas? Rosinante exclaimed, astonished to see Lucas by their side. Law looked at Lucas in confusion. Rosinante had mysteriously vanished from the company of Doflamingo when he was 8, only to be taken in by Sengoku. It was not until 14 years later that he returned to Doflamingo. Coincidentally, the year Lucas was found in Marineford marked a decade since Rosinante had left Doflamingo's side. At that time, he was still with Sengoku. Prior to his departure, Rosinante had encountered Lucas several times. How could he recognize the grown Lucas? Primarily due to his distinctive blue hair and the frequent instances of witnessing Lucas being sent flying by Sakazuki, with daily flights. It was impossible not to have a vivid impression. Well, we are here to capture Doflamingo and merely happened to see you, Lucas remarked, noticing the injuries on Rosinante's body as he placed his hand upon him. Amplification, life, 5-fold. All right, I have used my ability to preserve your life. But this effect is only temporary, lasting 5 hours. With that, Lucas hoisted Rosinante onto his back. Come with me to the warship. There are doctors who can save you. All of his amplifications were time-bound. For instance, a temporary 5-fold enhancement of life would last for 5 hours. But even a single increment would reduce the duration by 5 minutes. Of course, this was also contingent upon his current stamina and the extent of his abilities. The greater his stamina and the deeper his development, the longer the effects would endure. Carrying Rosinante on his back, Lucas led the way, with Law trailing behind. Although Law harbored a disdain for the Navy, he believed he would do anything for Rosinante's safety. "Lucas, please put me down," Rosinante urged urgently. Lucas carried Rosinante on his back, not pausing for a moment, while Ro remained oblivious, even urging him to quicken his pace. "Your life is at stake," Lucas declared, accelerating his steps. "You cannot take me to the warship, Ro." Rosinante began, but was abruptly silenced by Lucas's fierce command. "Be quiet," he bellowed, as Ro followed closely behind, supporting Rosinante. Suddenly, two pirates emerged from the path, and upon spotting Rosinante on Lucas's back, they immediately opened fire. Lucas seized Ro, guiding both of them in a swift evasion. With Rosinante perched upon his back and Ro firmly grasped in his left hand, he approached a sizable rock and carefully set Rosinante down. Lucas gently patted Ro's head, urging him to take good care of him. "All right," Ro nodded, embracing Rosinante. In an instant, Lucas vanished, reappearing directly behind the two pirates. With swift precision, he delivered two decisive slashes, effortlessly dispatching his adversaries. Suddenly, a contingent of pirates emerged from the woods, brandishing their firearms and charging towards Lucas. A 34-fold increase in the number of slashes, power, and speed. Lucas unleashed a flurry of 34 slashing waves, cutting through the forest and mercilessly dispatching the pirates. Just as he was about to sheath his blade, Lucas gazed up at the sky. Doflamingo's birdcage enveloped the island. Doflamingo placed the microphone back on the shell of the snail phone and proceeded towards the temporary abode of Diaz Barrels alongside his family. One by one, the pirates fell to their demise, as Diamante's sword transformed into a whirling force, piercing through the bodies of the pirates to clear the path for the young master. On a mountain, flames engulfed the houses, while a pirate at the doorway aimed his gun at Doflamingo. With a casual wave of his hand, Doflamingo severed the pirate's spear into several pieces, blood splattering from the pirate's body. Bang! Doflamingo gestured again, reducing the wooden door to splinters. Alas! Diaz Barrels succumbed to Doflamingo's assault and fell to his knees. "Doflamingo, the Opopnomi was stolen by you, wasn't it?" Diaz Barrels glared at him. Pathetic. Doflamingo turned away, his interest in the fool waning without the Opopnomi perish. Diamante rushed to Diaz Barrels' side, driving his sword through him. Doflamingo exited the house, his gaze fixed upon the snail phone held by Biba 5. "My dear brother, could it be you?" Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo trembled. Was even his brother set against him? Although he had long suspected Corazon of being a mole, Doflamingo had never wished to acknowledge it. As Lucas pursued them, upon capturing Jorah and Gladius, Doflamingo mused to himself that the true undercover agents were not his brother but those two individuals. Diamante emerged, following closely behind the young master. Infuriated, Doflamingo's wrath ignited as he waved his hand, sending fine threads slicing through the building. Boom! The structure collapsed. "Search for them," Doflamingo commanded, his palm revealing countless threads that soared into the sky, transforming into a birdcage that ensnared the entire island. "Locate Corazon and the Opopnomi," he ordered, his expression darkening. "Understood, Doflamingo." Toribol, Pika, and Diamante led their men to scour for Corazon and the devil fruit. Boom, boom, boom. The series of cannon blasts startled Doflamingo, causing him to glance at the anchored ships, where a naval vessel had already bombarded his Numancia Flamingo thrice. The Navy had sunk his ship. Damn it! Doflamingo clenched his fists. If he discovered who was responsible, he would ensure that wretch endured a torturous fate with his strings. Doflamingo, surrender. A figure emerged from the snowy expanse, Vice Admiral Crane charging forth. Upon seeing her, Doflamingo turned and fled. At his age, she could still run so swiftly. He grumbled as he ran. Terrified of Vice Admiral Crane, he lamented his inability to find either Corazon or the Opopnomi. While his ship had been sunk by some scoundrel's scheme, he would not be leaving this place anytime soon. Run. Find Corazon and the Opopnomi and escape immediately. Outside Minion Island, two warships approached, one from each direction, their cannons aimed at the shore. The moment the Don Quixote family appeared, they would open fire. After dealing with the pirates, Lucas approached Rosinante, who remained still, gazing into the distance. "What's the matter?" Rosinante asked with visible pain. "Someone is coming," Lucas replied, gripping his blade, positioning himself before the two. One figure dashed towards them like a fluttering banner, while another glided across the ground as if swimming through water. "With my amplification, can you still move?" Lucas inquired. "Barely," Rosinante responded. "Hurry. Let us hide and ensure the Don Quixote family does not discover us." Rosinante, Ro, And that detestable navy. Diamante spotted the group and swiftly retrieved his transponder snail. I'll hold him off. Quickly contact the young master. Say or Peak rushed forward. Dream on. Lucas slammed his palm onto the ground. Amplification. Density. 34 times. What? Senor Peak felt a profound shock as he connected with the ground. The fruits he consumed granted him the ability to glide over surfaces as if they were water. Yet Lucas could equally augment the density of the ground beneath him. Senor Peak found himself ensnared by the earth, rendered immobile. Diamante cast aside his cotton cloak, revealing the matador's cape beneath. In an instant, the cape transitioned from a billowing state to one of unyielding steel. With a sardonic chuckle, Diamante shielded himself from Lucas with the cape, simultaneously preparing to contact Doflamingo via the phone bug. Lucas thrust his blade through Diamante's bullfighting cape, piercing his flesh. The knife's penetration and hardness were amplified 34-fold, sufficient to pierce any steel. What? Diamante exclaimed, while Say or Peak gasped in astonishment. Have you forgotten why that cannonball couldn't damage it? Lucas withdrew his blade and retreated swiftly. Whoosh! Diamante, wielding a longsword, swung it with fervor, transforming it into a billowing extension aimed at Lucas. Amplified epidermal defense, 34-fold. Lucas's physique instantaneously became as hard as iron, deflecting Diamante's longsword. In the next moment, Diamante collapsed, his sword reverting to its normal state. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Damn it, what fruit have you consumed? Say or Pink inquired, articulating the very question that lingered in the minds of Doflamingo and his companions. Lucas wiped the blood from the blade and approached his opponent. It is your turn. Say or. Lucas did not respond to his query. Although in his previous life he admired Say or as a true man through the animated series. A pirate is indeed a pirate, especially those who serve under Doflamingo. Their hands are undoubtedly stained with the innocent blood of many. With a swift motion, he struck. Lucas plunged his blade through Senor's body, casting his gaze towards the mountain. Another officer was spotted hastening towards them. Lucas gazed at the approaching figures, gripping his knife tightly. His fear did not stem from a mere few individuals, but rather from the prospect of an entire onslaught by the Don Quixote family. If it were only a handful of adversaries, he would not hesitate to confront them. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Rocinante and Luo had long since taken refuge in hiding. Lucas felt a sense of relief as he charged forward. Damn it, perish! The armored figure, adorned with a cross-faced helmet, let out a piercing scream. Ha ha ha! What a peculiar sound! Lucas couldn't help but burst into laughter. What? Pikachu glared furiously at the familiar naval officer before him, who not only had slain his comrades but also mocked his voice. Without uttering a word, Lucas unleashed 2 slashing waves directed at Pika. These 2 waves bifurcated in mid-air, manifesting into 68 colossal slashing waves. Pika enveloped himself in haki to withstand the onslaught of the waves. What a freak! Lucas remarked disdainfully. Pika then dispelled his haki, merging his form with the very rocks around him, skillfully manipulating the surrounding stones to summon a towering rock giant that loomed before Lucas. The rock giant, embodying Pika's essence, gazed down upon Lucas and delivered a thunderous punch. Are you prepared to utter your last words? Pika's gaze was as cold as ice, fixated on Lucas. How terrifying! Lucas shrugged nonchalantly, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Pika's fist struck the ground, creating a vast crater. Incredible speed! Pika exclaimed in astonishment. Lucas suddenly appeared behind Pika and struck down with his blade. Here! Pika exclaimed, turning to deliver a slap towards Lucas. Whoosh! The slash pierced through the foot of Pika's colossal rock giant, shattering it. Before Pika could land a hit on Lucas, his body tilted and fell. In an instant, Lucas executed a swift maneuver, arriving at the location where the colossal head of the Pika rock giant had fallen, and with a single stroke, he struck. The immense blade of his attack swept over the giant's head, but alas, the true form of Pika was not present, once again materializing as the towering rock giant. Pika mocked Lucas, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, your efforts are nothing but a waste of energy. Perhaps you should prepare your final words. Lucas, undeterred, swiftly maneuvered behind Pika, stepping lightly as if dancing on the moon, amplifying his speed for the impending confrontation. Lucas, like a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appeared in the air behind Pika, who swiftly turned to strike at him. With a rapid motion, Lucas unleashed 2 slashing waves towards Pika, only to swiftly relocate and deliver another 2 slashes in a different direction. Just as Pika attempted to pursue him, Lucas vanished once more, launching yet another pair of slashing waves. The 6 initial waves multiplied in the air, transforming into 204 colossal slashes that surged towards Pika's rock giant. The ground trembled with explosive force as the rock giant was shattered into fragments. Thud! Pika descended, hastily enveloping himself in Armament Haki, crashing onto the ground to block Lucas's impending slashes. "Are you ready for your last words?" A voice echoed ominously as Lucas approached with his blade drawn. "Die." Pika once again melded into the rocks beneath him, unleashing a multitude of massive, sharp stone pillars that surged towards Lucas. What a nuisance. Don Quixote Doflamingo peeked out from a nearby building, relieved to see the absence of Vice Admiral Tsuru in the streets. Raising his gaze towards the distant rock giant, he recognized that Pika was engaged in combat. "Have you found Corazon?" Doflamingo sprinted towards Pika, when suddenly, the rock giant was obliterated by hundreds of enormous slashing waves. "Pika!" Doflamingo quickened his pace towards the chaos. It couldn't be Corazon. What kind of adversary could force Pika to resort to such tactics? Most alarmingly, they had the power to shatter Pika's rock giant. "Doflamingo, surrender." Vice Admiral Tsuru interposed herself before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Doflamingo turned and fled, intent on evading this old foe. Lucas employed a high-speed amplification technique, evading with remarkable agility. Boom! The stone pillars relentlessly crashed towards him. Yet Lucas's figure darted with such swiftness that the pillars, summoned by Pika, could barely keep pace with him. "Shall we continue this game? Perhaps your young master has already fallen into the clutches of Admiral Tsuru, destined to have his tainted soul cleansed." As Lucas dodged, he endeavored to provoke Pika. "Your voice is truly grating, reminiscent of a petulant child." With a swift motion, Lucas slashed downward, causing Pika, hidden within the depths of the rock, to evade hastily. Crash! The ground was cleaved by Lucas's strike. "I engineered the sinking of your vessel, and I surmise." Lucas narrowly sidestepped a barrage of stone pillars. He continued. "Now only the highest-ranking official, Toribol, remains alongside you. Baby, 5, Buffalo, Lauji, Mabais, and the pursued Don Quixote Doflamingo. I think I shall eliminate Buffalo, the one who can fly. Let us see how you respond." With that, Lucas soared into the sky, where he spotted a figure soaring above. "Young master, we have yet to locate Corazon and Law." Baby, 5 perched on Buffalo's back, communicating with Doflamingo through a transponder snail. "Understood, find them at once." "Buffalo, you are to escort Baby, 5, Corazon, and Law. I shall devise a plan for the others." With that, Doflamingo terminated the call and continued his flight. "This is bad. The Navy is closing in." Buffalo stared grimly at the approaching Lucas. "Run." Baby, 5 transformed her arm into a firearm, aiming at Lucas. Bang! The bullet whizzed through the air, but Lucas evaded instantaneously. "You won't escape." Pika emerged once more, transforming into a colossal rock giant, reaching out to strike Lucas. "I've been waiting for you." Lucas chuckled. The rock giant swung at the air, but Lucas had already positioned himself above, delivering 2 swift slashes. As Pika aimed upwards, Lucas vanished again. The clumsy rock giant simply could not match Lucas's velocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lucas executed a series of movements, unleashing a total of 8 slashes. These 8 slashing waves fragmented in midair, transforming into 272 colossal waves that surged towards Pika. The rock giant was once again shattered into countless pieces. Pika plummeted downwards. Lucas suddenly appeared before him, striking down with a single blow. "I possess the power of Armament Haki." Pika, enveloped in a layer of Armament Haki, mocked Lucas with a sneer. "Amplification of Armament Haki, 34 times. I too have this ability. I am now stronger than you." The blade of Lucas was enveloped in the color of Armament Haki, slicing through with a singular strike, leaving Pikachu in a state of shock. No, it cannot be. Blood erupted from Pikachu, who fell to the ground, casting one last glance at the distant buffalo soaring through the sky before closing his eyes. Lucas, panting heavily, bent over and raised his sword once more, advancing with a moonwalk. As Lucas pursued, he contemplated. According to the intelligence, Buffalo was already 19 years old, having matured into a seasoned pirate, rendering him unnecessary to spare. In contrast, the information on Baby 5 indicated that she was merely 13, leaving room for redemption. With some effort, perhaps her indoctrinated beliefs could be corrected. Thus, the plan was clear: eliminate Buffalo and capture Baby 5. How the Navy would handle the situation was beyond his concern. "Buffalo, move faster." Baby 5 exclaimed anxiously, firing her weapon as Lucas drew nearer. "I'm already going as fast as I can." "He is just too swift." Buffalo replied helplessly. To illustrate, while others might have the agility of a World War II aircraft, Lucas, under his enhancement, resembled a modern military jet fighter. Buffalo sought to shake him off. Yet the terror that Lucas instilled was insurmountable. "Buffalo, help me. Baby," 5 cried out. "Huh." Buffalo turned quickly, only to realize that Lucas had already dashed past him and seized Baby, 5. "Devil, give Baby, 5 back to me," Buffalo shouted as he charged towards Lucas. Lucas grasped Baby, 5. First donning leather gloves before retrieving the sea-stone handcuffs from his bag to secure her. As he observed the charging Buffalo, he unleashed 10 consecutive slashing waves. "Help! Help me!" Buffalo exclaimed in terror as the 10 waves diverged, rapidly multiplying into 340 colossal slashing waves, effectively sealing off his escape route. "Doflamingo!" Buffalo cried out as Doflamingo rushed in, intent on saving him. "I'm injured, suffering from headaches and nausea. I apologize, but I cannot provide a second update today. I will continue tomorrow," he lamented. Doflamingo employed his string abilities, binding the clouds above and propelling himself upward. Thousands of fine threads were released, transforming into a wall of webs that deflected all slashes. "Doflamingo, do you not consider them family? Will you choose Baby, 5, or the lives of yourself and your other subordinates?" Lucas asked, cradling Baby, 5 as he struck away Doflamingo's parasitic threads, descending swiftly. Doflamingo glared at Lucas with a pained expression, commanding countless uncountable parasitic threads to launch toward him while attempting to reclaim Baby, 5 from his grasp. Lucas deftly deflected Doflamingo's threads intended for Baby, 5 with a knife in one hand, simultaneously employing a skin defense that amplified his protection 34-fold. The parasitic threads struck the surface of his body, only to be thwarted. "You bastard, return Baby, 5 at once, or we shall inevitably end your life and that of your family," Buffalo bellowed in frustration. "I'm sorry, but I've been a wanderer since childhood. I have no knowledge of my family as whereabouts," Lucas replied with a laugh, then raised a middle finger at Buffalo. Buffalo was at a loss for words. The threat bore no weight. "Buffalo, go find the others in core zone. We must flee at once," Doflamingo commanded, withdrawing the avian cage from the sky and charging towards Lucas. Rainbow threads. Doflamingo unleashed his attack upon Lucas. Ultimate move. Baby 5. Lucas directly placed Baby 5 in the center, obstructing Doflamingo. "Damn it." Doflamingo swiftly retracted his strings and glanced back, noticing Lao Ji perched upon Buffalo's back, while Mojabes floated towards him. Finally, he cast a glare at Lucas, committing the image of that scoundrel to memory, before turning to extend his fine threads and retrieve treble. The group hastily made their escape. Lucas gazed at the receding figure of Doflamingo, collapsing onto the ground, weary and spent. He was utterly exhausted. Continuing the fight would leave him devoid of any strength. Not only could he not engage further, but if Doflamingo lingered a moment longer, he would be unable to muster even the energy to take a step. The high magnification and the numerous battles had drained his stamina significantly. "Are you all right?" Rear Admiral Crane hurried over, casting a concerned glance at Lucas. "I'm starving," Lucas exclaimed, patting his stomach. "Then you are fine," Crane remarked, glancing skyward at the figures that had vanished into the horizon. It remained uncertain when they would next encounter Doflamingo and his ilk. Rear Admiral Crane instructed someone to escort Baby 5 away while Lucas, with great effort, rose to his feet and began to walk toward the distance. Upon reaching a patch of grass, Lucas kicked aside the foliage, revealing that the 2 individuals who had once hidden there had long since departed, leaving behind only a note. "Lucas, we are grateful for your rescue. However, you remain unaware of many matters. Law cannot be taken to the Navy as it would not bode well for him. Rosinante." Lucas clutched the note tightly in his hand and sank onto the haystack, lying back with a sigh. He was acutely aware of Rosinante's concerns. Having consumed the surgical fruit, it was rumored that those who partook in its powers could, at the pinnacle of their abilities, perform a life-extending operation for others, granting them immortality, while the practitioner would ultimately meet their demise. Lucas brushed his hand against his waist and retrieved a flask of wine, only to realize that it had long since leaked. Previously, he had merely speculated about the surgical fruit, but now, given Rosinante's evident apprehension, there was a significant probability that it was indeed true. Just like Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rosinante hailed from a celestial dragon lineage, privy to the secrets known only to the elite, secrets that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. It was time to return. At that moment, the timely arrival of Monet brought him a flask of hot wine. "Good." Lucas sat up, gulping down the wine. and followed Monet towards the warship. This encirclement had been declared a failure. Nevertheless, the outcome was commendable. Lucas had slain Diamante, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, as well as Pica, and had captured Baby, 5 alive. His cunning had led to the sinking of Doflamingo's pirate ship, delivering a significant blow to the Don Quixote family, which had been years in the making. Back aboard the ship, Lucas indulged in his meal, guzzling wine while cradling a bowl of food, with Suga and Monet resting their chins on their hands, observing him as he devoured the meat. Lucas continued to drink heartily before turning his gaze toward Vice Admiral Crane. "What shall we do next?" he inquired. He speculated that the Don Quixote family would likely pursue one of 2 courses of action. First, they might choose to abandon the North Sea. Doflamingo's ability to traverse the skies with his skill allowed for rapid movement amidst the clouds. Furthermore, Buffalo, possessing the power of the spin fruit, could transform any part of his body into a propeller akin to an aircraft. Mahabais, endowed with the Tun fruit's capabilities, could manipulate his weight to float in the air. These individuals possessed remarkable flying abilities, enabling them to transport themselves and others wherever they desired. Lucas estimates that the likelihood of their continued development in the other 3 seas is quite high. Moreover, it is very probable that these individuals will fly directly to the Grand Line, recruiting formidable pirates to join their ranks. However, they are currently suffering significant losses, and their entry into the Grand Line will inevitably subject them to a more vigorous pursuit by the Navy headquarters. "We shall see how circumstances unfold and what Sengoku has to say next," sighed Admiral Tsuru in resignation. In fact, prior to taking action, Lucas had requested the support of Admiral Borisolino, but headquarters deemed that Admiral Tsuru alone was sufficient to handle Don Quixote Doflamingo and did not send additional aid. Admiral Tsuru sat down, gently stroking Sugar's head, while observing Lucas as he dined. While others used bowls for their meals, this fellow was directly consuming from a basin. Report. A female Marine, cradling a din mushy, stood at the door, prompting Admiral Tsuru to invite her in. Its headquarters on the line. The female Marine placed the snail down and handed over the receiver. "May I speak with Ensign Lucas?" inquired the voice on the other end. "Here." Lucas wiped his mouth and responded. "The operation to apprehend the Don Quixote family has lasted 6 months. Your proposal for this latest pursuit of the Don Quixote family has proven immensely valuable. During this period, you first captured Jorah and Gladius, thereby extracting information about our undercover operative, the high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Virgo. This operation resulted in the elimination of high-ranking officials Diamante and Pica and the capture of Baby, 5. Although Doflamingo and others managed to escape, your achievements are substantial. Following discussions at headquarters, it has been decided to promote you directly from ensign to lieutenant colonel. An commendation ceremony will be held in your honor. Congratulations, Lieutenant Colonel Lucas." "Thank you for the information," Lucas nodded in acknowledgement. "You're welcome. The pursuit of Doflamingo has reached a temporary conclusion. We will contact you regarding the next steps once new intelligence arises. Please return to headquarters as soon as possible." "Understood," Lucas replied before disconnecting the call and resuming his meal. "An ensign jumping straight to lieutenant colonel?" Monet gazed at Lucas in disbelief, as she was still at the lowest rank of a Marine. "Brother Lucas is so impressive." Sugar looked at him with admiration. In the North Sea, on the surface of the water, Admiral Tsuru's warship sailed slowly as they prepared to return to Marineford. Recently, there had been no intelligence regarding the Don Quixote family from Sengoku. Furthermore, on the island where their ship docked, there were no longer any rumors or news about the Don Quixote family's activities. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. Lucas was not surprised. His family had suffered a devastating blow and, naturally, would not be present in the public eye. On the deck, he performed push-ups with Monet seated upon his back, cradling Sugar in her arms. This was his burden. Following their previous battle, Lucas had come to profoundly appreciate the significance of physical strength and thus had exponentially increased the intensity of his training. In a distant corner, Baby, 5 perched atop a wooden barrel, observing Lucas as he exercised. After they had captured her, the female Marines had been utterly unprepared for what transpired next. They had anticipated that persuading the girl to abandon her pirate ideologies would prove to be a daunting task. However, when a female Marine mentioned the need to engage in ideological reconditioning, Baby, 5 inquired if her involvement was necessary. The Marine nodded affirmatively, and Baby, 5, filled with delight, readily embraced the prospect of ideological transformation. Lucas couldn't help but harbor some doubts about whether this fellow would betray them in the future, perhaps succumbing to the demands of certain pirates after joining the Navy. Thus, he stated directly, I require you to serve solely as my subordinate from now on. Subsequently, well, baby 5 was so elated that she leaped into the air. It was utterly absurd. This was quite uncharacteristic of a beaver. Lucas has always believed that the manga drawn by Oda is overly idealistic. Take Sanji's unwavering principle of never striking a woman, for instance. It appears excessively utopian at first glance. However, this is a world rooted in reality, and no matter how far-fetched it may seem, he must come to terms with it. Therefore, during his conversations with Sanji, he emphasizes that, first and foremost, he is a Navy officer dedicated to protecting the citizens, and this is of paramount importance. Only then does he impart to Sanji the lesson of refraining from violence against women, though the same does not apply to villains. In this instance, Lucas has decided to keep Baby 5 close, both to lure Don Quixote Doflamingo and to prevent any potential future complications arising from her actions. As for why he does not simply imprison her, Lucas has several considerations. First, Baby 5's devil fruit is exceptionally proficient in combat, allowing her to transform into any weapon. In his view, as long as he provides her with an exquisite blueprint and ensures she comprehends the weapon structure, it is highly probable that Baby 5 could even conjure a cannon. Second, the individual in question is still quite young, presenting an opportunity for ideological transformation. As a being of notable potential, joining the Navy could prove advantageous for them. In the animation, Navy officer Tina accepted the former pirate Zango as her subordinate. Why couldn't he take in a young pirate raised under his wing as a subordinate as well? At this point, Baby 5 is not under any bounty, rendering it a trivial matter. Of course, such an action carries the risk of a demotion in rank. This is reminiscent of the manga cover page where Hati intrudes upon the courtroom to protest Zango's conviction. Ultimately, Zango was declared innocent, yet Hati faced a reduction in rank. Vice Admiral Tsuru, a pirate ship spotted in the distance. A Navy sailor exclaimed from the lookout, "Advance at full speed, and once within cannon range, fire upon them." Vice Admiral Tsuru commanded. Monet and Sugar dismounted from Lucas's back, and Lucas stood up, relishing the delightful sensation of Monet's back massage. As they observed the pirate ship entering firing range, the female sailors skillfully maneuvered the cannons to target the vessel. Lucas sat in a chair on the side, feeling parched. "I long for a drink," he remarked. Sugar promptly dashed into the cabin, closely followed by Baby 5. Soon after, Lucas beheld the two girls, each clutching a bottle of wine. Raising them before him, the little ones glared at one another, as if to assert, "I was the first to grab it." Pom and I chuckled at their antics. "These two are utterly delightful, and hardly enough to quench my thirst." Lucas accepted one bottle with a hand and began to gulp it down. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons fired upon the pirate ship, capturing Lucas's attention. The cannonballs arced gracefully through the air, striking the vessel with precision. The marksmanship of this female artillery expert far surpassed his own. A violet-haired pirate captain aboard the ship leaped up, brandishing a sword forged from ice and snow, effortlessly slicing through a cannonball. Boom. Another cannonball approached, and the violet-haired pirate captain sprang again, deftly deflecting the projectile. A wielder of abilities. Lucas finished the second bottle and rose to his feet. Whoosh. Lucas swiftly approached the gunner, placing his hand upon the cannon. "Fire," he commanded. He imbued the cannonball with a hardened enhancement. The female gunner nodded and fired. Boom. The cannonball hurtled towards the pirate ship. The purple-haired pirate sneered, leaping once more, wielding an ice blade as sharp as any true sword. With a swift strike, he struck the cannonball. Boom. The purple-haired pirate was sent flying, bewildered, into the depths of the sea. "Captain!" The pirates hastily dove into the water to retrieve their leader. Whoosh. On the warship, Lucas's figure had already vanished from sight. Lucas staggered towards the pirate ship, his steps reminiscent of a moonwalk. Monet watched him with concern. It was worrisome that he would approach the vessel after consuming such copious amounts of alcohol. Lucas clutched a bottle of wine, pouring it into his mouth as he charged towards the pirate ship. Bang! The pirate captain was hauled up by his crew, as a wielder of powers. He nearly believed he was on the brink of death the moment he plunged into the water. Lucas fell onto the deck of the pirate ship, gazing at the pirate captain. Die! The pirate captain conjured a blade of ice and snow, striking towards him. Lucas, belching from the effects of alcohol, evaded the blade. His feet enveloped in the armor of Haki, delivering a surprise kick to the pirate's most vulnerable spot. Ah! The purple-haired pirate cried out in agony, writhing on the ground while shedding tears and cursing profusely. He never anticipated that this naval officer would resort to such underhanded tactics. How could you call yourself a Navy man? Lucas then delivered a swift kick to the pirate's face before seizing his flask, unscrewing the cap and inhaling the aroma. He exclaimed, "What a delightful scent." Gulp, gulp. Lucas was engulfed in a surge of energy, while the surrounding pirates hurried to support their captain. "Step back," shouted the purple-haired pirate, causing his crew to retreat to a safe distance. Eternal Snow Peak. The purple-haired pirate unleashed his powers, conjuring a multitude of ice and snow that enveloped and immobilized Lucas. "Ha ha ha, foolishness shall meet its demise." The purple-haired pirate bellowed with glee. "If sight is unnecessary, it can be offered to another." Lucas stealthily positioned himself behind his foe, drawing his blade, enveloped in haki, and thrust it into the pirate's back. "What?" The purple-haired pirate stared in shock at the blade protruding from his chest. How on earth had this man managed to appear behind him? Lucas delivered a swift kick to the opponent's back, sending him sprawling away, and then, casting a glance at the other pirates, he strode into the cabin. All the pirates crouched on the deck, paralyzed with fear. This formidable naval officer had, in the blink of an eye, appeared behind the captain, who now lay lifeless. They were too intimidated to confront this individual. Lucas emerged carrying a large basket brimming with an assortment of fruits, which he carefully arranged beside the pirate captain. He then brandished his knife and approached the pirates. Lucas felled all the pirates before turning to glance behind him. Beside the purple-haired pirate, a circle of fruits caught his attention, one of which had transformed into a snow-white fruit adorned with delicate, snowflake-like patterns. He collected the devil fruit. Lucas had previously speculated that since devil fruits reappear somewhere in the world after the demise of their users, one could surmise that the fruit merely serves as a vessel, while the essence within it could be referred to as the demonic soul or perhaps the demonic factor. It is said that there exists a compendium of devil fruits, indicating that they selectively reincarnate in specific types of fruit. Given this notion, could he not eliminate a user and surround the area with various fruits, awaiting the emergence of a devil fruit? Upon conducting such an experiment, Lucas discovered that this could indeed be feasible. However, this rudimentary method held a low probability of success, and he had merely experienced a stroke of luck. The surefire method to acquire a devil fruit would ultimately require the assistance of law. This technique, which he had encountered in a pirate fanfiction before his rebirth, featured a protagonist named Modette, disposing of other fruits back into the basket. Lucas placed the devil fruit beside himself and took a bite from a piece of fruit in the basket. A warship gradually approached, and the female sailors boarded the vessel. Monet rushed to Lucas, examining him closely to ensure he was unharmed, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Is there any alcohol?" Lucas chuckled. "Yes," Monet replied, handing him a bottle. "Just drink sparingly." "Ah." On the warship, Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Monet and then at Alexia. The childhood friend cannot compete with a heavenly arrival. Lucas and Monet exchanged jovial banter, and only after the female Marines had thoroughly gathered the pirates' provisions did they prepare to return. Lucas held a wine bottle in one hand and the stem of the snow fruit in the other. After finishing his drink, he wrapped an arm around Monet and gracefully returned to the warship, stepping lightly, as if dancing on the moon. "Is this a devil fruit?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired, casting a glance at him. "Indeed," Lucas affirmed with a nod. "How do you intend to handle it?" she asked. "Naturally, I will allow my subordinates to consume it." Lucas replied without a moment's hesitation. "It would be absurd to turn it in. Honor is of little consequence compared to the significance of enhancing the strength of my comrades." "Well, that sounds splendid," Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded in agreement. Lucas procured a wooden crate, placing the fruits within and securing it with a lock. He resolved to entrust the snow fruit to Monet. In the original narrative, Monet had not utilized the snow fruit effectively, a sign of Oda's lack of faith in her capabilities. However, with proper development, it could prove to be immensely powerful. Naturally, he was not yet ready to hand it over to her. He intended for her to undergo training first to understand the significance of physical prowess, before bestowing it upon her. After all, in his view, Haki was also crucial. Only with a solid physical foundation could one develop Armament Haki. Seated in a chair, Lucas observed Monet as she trained. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a warship docked at the shore, with Monet, clad in a Navy uniform, following closely behind Lucas, accompanied by two small children. After bidding farewell to Admiral Tsuru, Lucas and his companions began their journey home. Of course, Monet and the others would not be residing with Lucas. They simply had no other place to stay for the time being. In Akainu's courtyard, he kicked Luffy away and shot a glare at Sanji, causing the kids to hastily begin their training, filled with trepidation. At some point, Akaino, the iron-blooded soldier, had gradually morphed into something resembling a caretaker. With a creak, the courtyard gate swung open, and Akaino looked up in surprise at the entrance. A woman? 2 children? What was going on with this brat? Akaino was utterly bewildered. Had this rascal sneaked out to find a woman while he wasn't paying attention? That didn't seem plausible. There were plenty of striking female Marines in Marineford. Why would he need to venture out for one? Bringing back a few children he could comprehend, but a woman? That was simply absurd. Cracking his knuckles, Akaino dashed towards Lucas, delivering a punch. You little brat. Spill the beans. What is going on here? He relentlessly hammered Lucas's head while scrutinizing Monet. To his surprise, she was indeed quite impressive. Stop. Monet interjected, stepping in front of Lucas and glaring at Akaino. Who gave you the right to hit him? What if you knock him silly? After saying this, she gently tended to the bump on Lucas's head. Akainu silently mused. I'm quite pleased with this daughter-in-law. Big brother is amazing, my idol. Sanji gazed at Lucas with starry eyes, utterly in awe. Having ventured out and returned with a wife, Sanji could hardly contain his admiration for his elder brother. Pfft, just more mouths to feed, Luffy pouted. Minutes passed. A group of individuals, including Lucas, gathered around a table, sipping water. He conveyed their recent undertakings to Sakasaki. Monet and the 2 children, whom I had encountered along my journey, currently find themselves without a place to stay. They will reside in the home shared by Sanji and me for the next few days. Sanji, starting today, you and I will be sleeping on the sofa. Do you have any objections? Lucas inquired, directing his gaze towards Sanji. Of course, I have no objections, Sanji replied, gently tugging at Sugar, only to realize that the little girl, who was engrossed in eating grapes, was ignoring him. He then sought conversation with Baby 5, who was clad in a maid's outfit. Lucas gave Sanji a thumbs up. Luffy cast a disdainful glance, clearly indicating that where there is a big brother, there is invariably a little brother. After all, he had heard from Sakazuki that Lucas had been charming the neighboring girls since childhood. Though, in truth, this fellow's intentions were merely to swindle some snacks. I do not anticipate staying here for too long. When the time comes, I shall set sail with Monet. For I wish for these 2 children to accompany you in their training from a young age. Lucas patted Sugar's head with one hand and Baby 5's head with the other. Then turned to Sakazuki. No problem, Sakazuki replied with a sigh. It was evident. He had been reluctantly thrust into the role of a house husband, solely responsible for the children. With Luffy, Sanji, Sugar, and Baby 5, he was not only tasked with encouraging their training, but also tending to their daily needs. Sakazuki felt the distance between himself and the ranks of the admirals growing ever wider. Indeed, rescuing this young boy named Lucas had proven to be a grave error. He sensed that his carefully crafted persona was crumbling to dust. Sugar had no desire for this uncle's care. She preferred to stay with brother Lucas, who was far more handsome and gentle than this uncle. Chewing on grapes, Sugar clung to Lucas's arm, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him. Baby 5, not to be outdone, echoed similar sentiments, asserting that brother Lucas needed her. Sakazuki felt a pang of despair. Several days later, at the harbor of Marineford, Lucas sat aboard his warship, accompanied by Monet, and at that moment, he had ascended to the rank of lieutenant colonel. A few days prior, someone had approached him, demanding the surrender of Baby 5, claiming she was a remnant of the Don Quixote family and should be handed over for imprisonment in the underwater prison. However, Lucas believed that the young Baby 5 still held the potential for redemption. Consequently, he made a decision akin to that of Hoboti. Eventually, Baby 5 was declared innocent, and he retained his rank. Nevertheless, as a result of his rebelliousness over the years, the higher-ups decided to reassign him to a naval branch in the South China Sea as a base commander. It seemed a similar fate to that of Smoker, intended to temper Lucas's temperament before recalling him. Farewell. Lucas waved to Sakazuki and others on the shore. Monet also bid farewell to Sugar. From this day forth, Sugar, Baby 5, Sanji, and Luffy would be under Sakazuki's guidance. Where are we headed? Monet inquired, handing Lucas a bottle of water. Glug, glug. Lucas sipped water while watching the gradual disappearance of Marineford. Before departing, I had made a request to the Admiral of the Marines, and he granted it. Monet gazed at him with curiosity, inquiring about the nature of the request. A few days prior, Colonel Lucas, in a few days, you and your subordinate Monet will be heading to the South China Sea branch. Is there any issue? The Admiral inquired from behind his desk. Report, Admiral. When I previously accompanied Admiral Karp to the East China Sea, there was someone seeking to meet me, and I have recently come across his information. I wish to make a brief detour to the East China Sea to locate this individual before promptly proceeding to the South China Sea. I wonder if the admiral would consent to this plan, Lucas stated before the admiral. Agreed, but you must be swift, the admiral acquiesced with a hint of resignation. After all, they had watched this lad grow up, and they were well aware of the mischief he might engage in. When Lucas was quite young, two individuals frequently took him along for adventures, his older brother and sister, who would lead him around Marineford, getting into brawls and bullying other children. His brother, Smoker, was perpetually seen with several cigars clenched between his teeth. Lucas learned a great deal from Smoker. For instance, he understood that in pursuit of his own sense of justice, one could disregard the commands of superiors and chart one's own course. Challenging authority in the name of justice was, to him, a trivial matter. Smoker imparted such lessons to Lucas. As for his elder sister, she was none other than Tina, who was often seen with a lady's cigarette perched between her lips while stationed in Marineford. Though Tina would never teach Lucas to engage in wrongdoing, she frequently spoke with unwavering confidence about her own capabilities. Thus, after Smoker concluded his discourse, Tina would remind Lucas to have faith in himself. Sengoku recognized that Lucas was an exceptionally promising member of the new generation of the Navy. Yet he was also aware that Lucas embodied all the flaws inherent in both Smoker and Tina. He possessed an overwhelming self-assurance, pursuing whatever he deemed right with resolute conviction. Regardless of the opinions of his superiors, he would steadfastly turn toward what he believed to be correct. It was a headache. Had Sengoku foreseen this, he would have instructed Akina to remove Smoker and Tina from Lucas's side, allowing his little comrade to play with the younger version of Lucas. The warship gradually sailed toward the doldrums, making its way to the east blue. Lucas sat at the bow of the ship, gazing at the sky with a smile. He had mentioned searching for someone, yet had not specified how many. He knew that the cunning general from the Warring States period would undoubtedly tear him apart. Chuckling at the thought, this journey to the East Sea was not solely to seek out Akin, according to Click's previous words. He estimated that Akin had not yet become a pirate, though his exact whereabouts remained uncertain. Additionally, he intended to locate another individual, none other than the esteemed Buggy. Lucas held a certain admiration for Buggy, particularly for his unique buggy balls. These specially crafted cannonballs, as depicted in the animation, could obliterate half a town in a straight trajectory, showcasing immense power. Lucas wished to recruit Buggy, for it was only by doing so that he could acquire the buggy balls. With such weaponry, his warship would become a formidable force under his enhanced capabilities, excelling in long-range bombardments. Of course, if recruiting Buggy proved impossible, acquiring his technology for the buggy balls would suffice. The lower deck of the warship was embedded with sea prism stone, successfully entering the comm belt. Lucas handed a water bottle to Monet and began his training on the side. Several days later, outside the comm belt, the warship advanced toward its destination. Their primary objective was to reach an inhabited island and inquire about Buggy's whereabouts. As sometimes the gossip of passers-by proved more insightful than official sources, should they fail to gather information, they would seek out a naval branch for intelligence. On the vast sea, a pirate ship was pursued by a dozen others. The main ship's flagpole bore a bear emblem, accompanied by several playing card symbols and crossed bones. Following the flagship were smaller pirate vessels adorned with poker numbers and insignias, encircling the warship. A golden-haired beauty lounged in the main ship's pool, propping her chin as she gazed at the blue-haired handsome man aboard the warship, beckoning him with a flirtatious gesture. Lucas felt his heart race. This was not merely a matter of superficiality. The audacity of this woman was astounding, bathing in public. Lucas hastily wiped the blood from his nose, feigning composure as he reassured himself not to panic. "Hey, you shameless woman, hurry up and put on your clothes," Monet exclaimed, covering Lucas's eyes while addressing the blonde woman. Feeling the warmth of Lucas's flushed face and observing the blonde beauty's nonchalance, Monet felt a twinge of irritation. "Fire the cannons. I command you," Monet ordered, and the sailors quickly regained their focus, loading the artillery. The blonde beauty, startled, turned her gaze toward the warship and began to dress slowly in front of the crowd. They had long noticed the warship, as a dozen pirate ships surrounded it. Advancing any further would lead them to Clockwork Island. Their pirate crew had just seized Clockwork Island and could not allow anyone to discover their occupation. Otherwise, it would attract even more naval forces. "Sink them," the blonde beauty commanded. With that, the cannons of the pirate ships were aimed at the warship, and they opened fire. In an instant, Lucas vanished from the deck, propelled by a surge of velocity, and gracefully glided through the air as if traversing a moonlit path, unleashing a series of slashing strikes. With remarkable swiftness, He darted to the opposite side, delivering yet another devastating blow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone gazed in disbelief at Lucas, a blur in the air, as he unleashed a flurry of slicing waves from various angles. As he descended onto the deck, dozens of these slashing waves rapidly multiplied into enormous, destructive arcs. Each strike transformed into a multitude of colossal waves, slicing through cannonballs with unerring precision, obliterating pirate ships with relentless force. A rotund figure, adorned with a pig-nose hat, adeptly leaped over the pool of a golden-haired beauty, standing at the bow of the ship, astonished by the marine who seemed to walk upon the very air. The stout man glanced over at the neighboring pirate vessels, all of which had been sunk. Most of the pirates had fallen victim to the onslaught of slashing waves. The vast ocean now held only their flagship and the opposing warship. "Hurry!" the golden-haired beauty urgently called out. The pirate crew swiftly turned the ship around, preparing to flee for their lives. Lucas received the intelligence report on the East Sea pirates thrown by Monet and began to sift through its contents. Accompanying this pirate crew, he had long forgotten the identities of the mere underlings he had encountered over the years. The poker pirates, Captain Bartholomew Bear, a user of the iron fruit, known as the Iron Man, with a bounty of 11.6 million berries. Crew members, Sweetheart Queen, a user of the sticky fruit, known as the Sticky Man, with a bounty of 7.8 million berries. As Lucas perused the information in his hands, he settled down and commanded the warship to maintain a safe distance behind the pirate vessel. He had just spotted two members of the poker pirates, Sweetheart Queen and Pujack, while the captain, Bartholomew Bear, remained unseen. Thus, Lucas decided against immediate confrontation. Instead, he intended to follow this band to locate their captain. The warship trailed at a distance as the pirate ship hastened to escape. After sailing for some time, the lookout, through his telescope, beheld an unusual island. This island, though small in size, featured a spiraling pillar that soared skyward, piercing the clouds above. Lucas had perused several books concerning the islands of the East China Sea and was aware of the existence of this particular isle. The name Wind-Up Island surfaced in his mind. Lucas gazed through the telescope at the approaching pirates near Clockwork Island, then set it down and swiftly propelled himself forward with a moonwalk enhanced by a burst of speed. "That guy is coming," one pirate exclaimed in alarm. "Fire!" the blonde woman shouted urgently, simultaneously retrieving her transponder snail to contact the pirates above. Clockwork Island offered two paths. One was a spiraling ascent requiring a gradual climb. However, the inhabitants were well aware that this ostensibly straightforward route was a ruse, fraught with an abundance of mechanical traps capable of dispatching numerous intruders. The only genuinely secure means of ascent was via the central elevator, which was operated by personnel stationed above on Clockwork Island, inaccessible to outsiders without permission. The blonde woman anxiously observed the transponder snail, still dialing. Meanwhile, Lucas rapidly evaded the rain of bullets from the pirates above. Just as he was about to reach the ship, Pujack leapt into action, his body curled and shrouded in a cloak, revealing numerous black spikes aimed at Lucas. "You seek death," Lucas declared, his sword enveloped in haki, slicing through Pujack's form. With a resounding split, Pujack fell into the sea, staining the waters crimson. "Pujack!" the blonde woman gasped in horror. Lucas landed on the ship, charging into the crowd, and with each step he took, a pirate fell, struck by his blade. "This is the elevator control room. May I inquire if this is the Sweetheart Queen?" The telephone bug transformed into the guise of a pirate. Gazing at the blonde woman as he spoke, Lucas pressed the blade against his opponent's abdomen, signaling with his eyes. "It's me. We have returned. Let us activate the elevator." The blonde woman promptly replied, understanding his cue. Beside them, a crevice in the rock wall revealed a vast interior space. Lucas gazed at the approaching warship. Wrapping his arm around the waist of the golden-haired woman, they leapt aboard the vessel, gesturing for it to enter the central elevator. The poker pirates relied on this method of boarding and disembarking. Monet trailed behind Lucas, observing the elevator. The Marines secured the golden-haired pirate with sea prism stone handcuffs while vigilantly surveying the area. Monet pondered the mechanism that powered their ascent. "Are you all aboard?" inquired the voice from the Den Mushi. "We are." "Activated," the golden-haired pirate replied, feeling the blade at her throat. The exterior of the central elevator sealed shut, and at that moment, the hollow wall nearby rapidly filled with water, causing the warship to ascend. Monet realized she had anticipated a futuristic, sophisticated elevator that would transport them directly, but it turned out to be this method of flooding. Lucas wore a bewildered expression. Having anticipated that the central elevator of Clockwork Island would employ the clockwork technology of these individuals to elevate them upwards. What a futile expectation. The warship ascended gradually, and after several minutes, sunlight broke through above. They had arrived at the aerial expanse of Clockwork Island. The pirate overseeing the central elevator gazed in terror at the warship that had materialized before him, along with the Navy personnel clutching Sweetheart Queen. He was about to reach out to manipulate the controls, intending to lower the vessel. Whoosh! Lucas stealthily approached from behind, positioning his blade across the pirate's throat. Instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered the brigand motionless, Lucas gazed into the distance and noticed that not far from the central elevator lay a vast artificial lake, presumably designed for docking vessels. After all, where else would these pirates moor their ships each day? He commanded the pirate to lower the gate between the artificial lake and the central elevator, subsequently severing the adversary's throat. Meanwhile, the pirates, having discerned the unfolding situation, rushed over to engage with the Navy. Monet plunged into the throng, wielding a longsword, and felled the pirate with a single stroke. Lucas, a skilled swordsman, ventured into the realm of pirates, relentlessly dispatching them one by one. In truth, he possessed the remarkable ability to conjure multiple slashing waves in an instant, capable of vanquishing these pirates with ease. However, this marked his inaugural voyage commanding his own warship, his first experience leading his naval crew into battle against pirates. Monet required practical combat training, as did his subordinates, for he was unaware of their true capabilities and needed to assess their strength through experience. This would enable him to effectively strategize their future endeavors. To Lucas's satisfaction, Monet had shown significant improvement over the past few days, and his recent performance had been commendable. The other sailors also fared well, managing to survive the encounter. As Lucas pierced through the body of a pirate with his blade, he noticed an approaching figure in the distance. A person, adorned with a backpack and propelled by jets of gas from beneath, was swiftly advancing towards the invading naval forces. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the captain to relay this urgent information. Lucas advanced with a moonlit stride, charging directly towards his adversary. The pirate, noticing the pursuing Lucas, hastily unleashed a stream of gas in his direction. Lucas pinched his nose with one hand while wielding a knife with the other, swiftly striking down his opponent. With a swift thrust, the blade sliced through the pirate's body, causing Lucas to descend to the ground as the gas-propelled pirate crashed down, his backpack aflame. This island, perched amidst the clouds, was home to the bustling clockwork town. At its summit stood a magnificent castle, crowned by the renowned diamond clock. The captain of the poker pirate crew, King Bear, stood before the castle, admiring its grandeur. Surrounding the castle were dozens of ordinary folk, under the watchful eye of the pirates, toiling to renovate the structure. Having recently acquired this island and discovered the castle, King Bear resolved to make it his abode. He commanded the inhabitants to transform the castle in the style of playing cards. Despite the island's impressive defenses, misfortune befell them when King Bear's subordinate, the Sweetheart Queen, feigned a shipwreck survivor and was rescued on the way back to the island. The Sweetheart Queen, a wielder of the sticky fruit, seized the opportunity while the guards were distracted, transforming into a sticky being. She swiftly made her way to the central elevator, eliminating the guards stationed there, thus allowing the poker pirate crew to ascend. King Bear ascended into the castle. Lucas approached Monet and, upon seeing that he was unharmed, offered his praise before leading the sailors toward the castle perched atop the island. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a building's entrance, where a pirate wielding a whip struck a resident fiercely. "Get to work, or I'll kill you," the pirate bellowed. The distressed man pleaded, "My son is ill. Please allow me to return home to care for him." He knelt before the pirate, bowing repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "I care not whether your son lives or dies. All we require are the weapons from your island. I wouldn't bat an eye if your wife were dead." With that, the pirate kicked the man forcefully in the shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground, and raised the whip to strike him once more. Lucas listened intently to the sounds around him and turned his head to witness the pirates assaulting innocent civilians, igniting a fire of anger within him. In an instant, he rushed before the elder, drawing his blade with precision, delivering an upward strike that cleaved through the pirate's body. With a thud, the whip slipped from the pirate's grasp as he let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Lucas crouched down and gently patted the uncle lying on the ground, who was clutching his head. The uncle, with his eyes shut tight, repeatedly cried out in fear, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I only wish to care for my children. Please spare me." His body trembled incessantly, and the sensation of someone touching him only heightened his terror. Lucas sighed helplessly. Had he not consumed the devil fruit, had he not been adopted in the first place. He might have been in a situation worse than this uncle's, scavenging for food in trash heaps, foraging for wild fruits in the woods. Enduring hunger day after day, if he had encountered pirates, he would have merely wept and begged for mercy, lacking the strength to resist. Not everyone possesses the brilliance of a genius. There are countless ordinary individuals in this world. They do not possess the formidable power to fight back. And in moments of despair, pleading for mercy becomes a perfectly normal response. Some might deride him, saying, "How pathetic. He is hardly a man. What a disgrace. If you think you're so capable, why don't you step up? Uncle, do not be afraid. Lift your head. We, the Navy, have come to rescue you." Lucas softly reassured, patting the uncle's shoulder. The Navy? The uncle released his grip, opened his eyes, and gazed up at Lucas. The midday sun illuminated the small town, casting a radiant glow upon Lucas's navy cloak, which shimmered as if imbued with magic, enhancing his captivating presence. "O noble Navy, please save us. I implore you. Rescue us." The uncle, in desperation, crawled to Lucas's feet, weeping profusely. "The poker pirates have taken over our Clockwork Island, enslaving us to manufacture weapons for them. Day and night, they have plundered our wealth. Every day, we are forced to toil for 18 hours, and many collapse from exhaustion. These scoundrels are utterly detestable." Lucas hurriedly helped the old man to his feet, his anger mounting with each revelation. 18 hours of enforced labor, with any respite met by the cruel lashes of the pirates. These brigands were more detestable than vampires. "Where are they?" Lucas inquired in a low voice, suppressing his fury. "At the castle on the highest peak, led by a scoundrel known as King Bear," the old man exclaimed, pointing towards the lofty fortress. Before sinking to his knees once more, clasping Lucas's leg and pleading desperately for his assistance in rescuing them. Lucas gazed silently at the figure of the elder. If this situation were to persist, allowing that band of pirates to oppress the townsfolk, any children born into this community would likely be condemned to a lifetime of servitude. What the Navy requires is not individuals steeped in subservience. Crack. Lucas placed his military cap upon the old man's head, firmly grasping his shoulders. "Do not address me as sir." Lucas gazed intently into the man's eyes, declaring, "The essence of the Navy lies in safeguarding the people." The old man began to speak, then fell silent. "I am Lucas, a commander in the Navy. If you desire to break free from your shackles, gather everyone and witness our capture of those pirates," Lucas exclaimed, his voice resonating in the old man's ears. As the old man beheld this dignified visage, tears streamed down his face. "Yes, Commander Lucas," he cried, turning swiftly to run towards the factory, where numerous oppressed residents awaited liberation. Lucas, closely followed by Monet and others, charged in, systematically eliminating the pirates present. The workers at their stations stood frozen, tools in hand, as they beheld the naval forces dispatching the pirates one by one. "The Navy has arrived." A woman plopped down onto a nearby seat, laughter escaping her lips. "Friends, the Navy has come to our rescue. Let us all take up arms and join Colonel Lucas in capturing the pirates." An older man stood alongside the female worker, brandishing a cleverly crafted pistol, and fired a shot into the air. "King Bear's subordinates are fearsome. Won't we be killed if we resist?" A worker shouted in trepidation. "What if these naval officers cannot defeat the poker pirates?" An elderly gentleman anxiously gripped the hand of a middle-aged man. "If the Navy falls to King Bear, I dread the consequences. Do you wish to remain a slave forever? Your daughter was slain by those pirates. Do you not yearn for vengeance?" The older man urged, gripping the elder's shoulder fervently. "Well, better to live in misery than to die," the old man murmured, bowing his head, teeth clenched, tears streaming down his face. Lucas approached, standing before the elderly man, gently patting his shoulder. The old gentleman lifted his gaze to meet his. "Colonel, you must leave. You cannot defeat the Bear King. We cannot bear to see you harmed." "What Bear King?" Lucas clenched his fist, channeling his hardened resolve. Seizing a pirate's dagger, he placed it upon the table and with a powerful strike, shattered the blade in two. "Even if he is the Dark Lord, I shall still vanquish him." Lucas observed the individuals arming themselves, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he turned to exit the factory, followed closely by Monet and the Navy, with the residents of Clockwork Town trailing behind. The inhabitants of Clockwork Island possessed a distinctive mastery of clockwork technology. From the very architecture of the island to the artisanal crafts of their daily lives, everything was intricately linked to the art of clockwork. Meanwhile, the poker pirates had set their sights on the clockwork technology of the island, enlisting its residents to forge weapons for their piratical endeavors. Lucas guided the people out of the factory, and along the way, they encountered pirates, whom he swiftly dealt with. With a powerful kick, he shattered the iron gates of the castle. The pirates, upon noticing the navy, rushed forward brandishing their blades to attack. "Capture the pirates!" the elderly man shouted, raising his weapon. "Seize the pirates!" The residents echoed, brandishing their own weapons and shouting fervently. Lucas nodded in satisfaction. To be bullied by pirates requires the courage to resist. That is the essence of a person of flesh and blood. However, witnessing the bravery of these individuals was sufficient. The task of confronting the pirates would still fall upon him. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a formidable wave of slashes directed at the pirates. With an amplification of quantity, power, speed, and volume, 34 colossal slashing waves surged forth in an instant, sending a group of pirates crashing to the ground. Lucas unleashed several waves of slashing strikes, each of which bifurcated into 34 colossal waves of slashing force, toppling the pirates one by one. The residents gazed in astonishment at Lucas, utterly astounded by his overwhelming might. He made his way toward the castle, where the navy swiftly dealt with the pirates supervising the residents' renovations, flooding into the fortress. Lucas gazed at the elevator before him and stepped inside alongside Monet. This elevator was, in every sense, a true embodiment of modernity, imparting to him a sense of sophistication. Crafted by the ingenious inhabitants of Clockwork Island, it whisked the two upward. As the doors opened, Lucas emerged, his eyes falling upon a band of pirates in the distance. Among them, one pirate, adorned with a bear hat and cloaked in fur, stood not far off, staring at the two naval officers and exclaiming, "How did you arrive at Clockwork Island?" On his way, Lucas had already heard from the elder about the arrival of the poker pirates on this island, which was quite similar to your methods. With a long knife firmly in hand, Lucas fixed his gaze upon King Bear. "Humph, what have you done to my subordinates? I demand you release them at once, or I shall detonate the clockwork beneath my feet, ensuring that none on this island shall survive." Suddenly, King Bear brandished a stick of dynamite, shouting loudly. Given that the navy had managed to reach this place, he surmised that many more must have already arrived on the island. The lack of communication indicated that his men had likely been captured. "Don't you dare act recklessly," Monet exclaimed, pointing her long sword at King Bear. They had learned of the circumstances surrounding Clockwork Island and understood the significance of the immense clockwork mechanism concealed beneath the glass at King Bear's feet. The entire island, along with the towering columns stretching from the sea to the sky, was a marvel of clockwork engineering. That colossal mechanism controlled everything. If it were to be destroyed, the island would collapse instantaneously, sending everything plummeting from the heavens. If you wish to spare those worthless lives, you must surrender your weapons." King Bear cast a glance at Lucas before turning his attention to Monet, admiring her beauty. "What do you say? Would you like to be my bride?" "You must be out of your mind," Lucas retorted with a laugh, swiftly darting to King Bear's side and snatching the dynamite from his grasp. "What?" King Bear stared in disbelief at his empty hand. How had this marine managed to appear beside him so suddenly? "Dare to challenge me? You shall perish." Monet, wielding her sword, struck King Bear in the abdomen. Clang! The tip of her blade met his iron-like flesh, producing a resounding chime. Gazing at his seemingly impervious body, Monet realized that the rumors among the residents were indeed true. This creature was as hard as steel. "You're not bad looking, but I've lost interest," King Bear declared, his fist transforming into steel and radiating intense heat as he swung it toward Monet. Lucas approached Monet, enhancing the blade's hardness with a remarkable 34-fold sharpness. He swung the sword towards the Great Bear King, who regarded this naval officer with a sinister grin. As a wielder of the steel fruit, he possessed the ability to transform parts of his body into steel, enveloped in an intense heat. Since embarking on his maritime journey, he had yet to encounter a swordsman capable of breaching his formidable defenses. The blade met the steel fist with a resounding clash, slicing effortlessly through the fiery, crimson-hued steel like a knife through cake. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the Great Bear King staggered backward, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he roared in agony. Since the day he consumed the devil fruit, he had long forgotten the very meaning of pain. Lucas stealthily approached behind the Great Bear King, harnessing an increase in his strength, and delivered a powerful punch to the back of the king's head. With a resounding thud, the Great Bear King lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Lucas donned his leather gloves and retrieved the sea stone handcuffs from his waist, adorning the formidable Bear King with them. He had restrained his strength earlier. Had he not, that punch could have easily shattered the Bear King's skull. How impressive! Truly remarkable. "Lucas!" Monet rushed towards him, tackling him to the ground. "Hey, watch it. We are still apprehending pirates." Lucas exclaimed as he pushed Monet away. Goodness. He nearly met his end at the hands of his own subordinate after escaping the pirates. A boy must always safeguard himself when out in the world. With the Bear King in tow, Lucas sheathed his sword and accompanied Monet to the elevator, ascending to the castle entrance. The anxious crowd awaiting at the doorway erupted in excitement upon seeing the elevator doors open, revealing Lucas stepping out with the Bear King in tow, followed closely by the female Navy officer. The Bear King's immunity to bullets was precisely the reason the townsfolk, armed with advanced weaponry, had been defeated. Although witnessing Lucas shatter a sword with a single punch ignited newfound hope within them, many remained uncertain whether he could ultimately vanquish the Bear King. Their hearts filled with trepidation as they awaited below. Among the throng, a couple clad in white robes emerged, a man with gray hair styled in a languid manner and a woman whose similarly styled hair was a soft lavender. They beamed at Lucas, rushing forward to express their gratitude. Thank you ever so much for aiding us in capturing the Bear King and vanquishing the poker pirate crew. We are immensely grateful. The man clasped Lucas's hand in appreciation. Not at all. It is merely our duty. Lucas waved his hand dismissively. We are so thankful. Why not stay a few extra days on our island? We would love to host a feast in your honor. The woman grasped Monet's hand, eagerly suggesting. No. We have matters to attend to and must leave shortly, Monet replied, shaking her head. Are you in such a hurry? We wish to extend our hospitality to express our gratitude for saving us, the woman lamented. Do you truly wish to thank us? Lucas inquired, surveying the crowd. The residents eagerly implored him to stay, expressing their heartfelt desire to host them. I am truly sorry, but our time is exceedingly limited, Lucas insisted, waving his hand. However, if you genuinely wish to show your gratitude, might we inquire whether you could sell us the weapons from your island of fire? Sell them? We would gladly give them to you. The couple replied, while the residents behind them nodded enthusiastically. We are the Navy. We would never take your weapons without recompense. Lucas waved his hand and followed the couple to the factory, where they acquired firearms crafted with precision mechanics. Through the couple's introduction, it became apparent that the firearms produced on the Clockwork Island boasted superior accuracy, greater firepower, and extended range compared to those employed in their naval forces. Most importantly, while some of the current naval weapons are capable of automatic fire, they suffer from instability, occasionally encountering issues such as jamming. Lucas personally tested all types of firearms used by their troops. He experimented with the flintlock pistol, commonly employed across the seas, which, despite its appearance of normalcy, was fraught with shortcomings, single-shot capability, a propensity to jam, and a limited range. He also assessed the weaponry utilized by the Great Maritime Navy in the G1 branch of the New World. Although they bore resemblance to flintlock firearms, these weapons were notably unscientific, capable of firing in rapid succession without the aid of a magazine. However, the crux of the matter lay in Lucas's revelations after testing the firearms from Clockwork Island. He discerned that, regardless of whether it was the Four Seas branch or the Great Maritime Navy, all their firearms exhibited inferior range and accuracy compared to those from Clockwork Island. Moreover, Lucas instructed his subordinates to take the firearms from Clockwork Island to an open area for further testing. Remarkably, none of these weapons experienced jamming issues. Furthermore, whether it was handguns or rifles, they demonstrated superior rapid-fire capabilities, range, and accuracy, significantly surpassing the performance of their counterparts. On Lucas's warship, there existed a portion of military funds, which he utilized to procure firearms from Clockwork Island. Not every navy possesses the formidable strength of Lucas. Firearms remain highly valued within naval operations. The weaponry from Clockwork Island is indeed advantageous for them. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears, Lucas proclaimed, commanding the attention of all present. Our navy is perpetually in need of personnel each year. I inquire if any among you are proficient in clockwork technology. We would be most welcoming of such talent to join our ranks. Rest assured, the remuneration will be commensurate with that of the finest artisans. Join us. Contribute to the Navy by providing superior equipment, thus enabling us to combat the rampant piracy and secure a stable existence for all. Lucas continued passionately. I perceive the excellence of your unique skills. The technology of Clockwork Island extends beyond everyday applications, allowing for the creation of exceptional armaments that will empower more ordinary citizens to partake in the fight against pirates. As Lucas spoke fervently, the youthful individuals standing behind him gazed at him with fervor, and once he concluded, they excitedly shouted their names, eager to enlist in the Navy. Conversely, some older craftsmen hesitated. Though grateful for the Navy's rescue, they were reluctant to leave their homeland. I shall join the Navy and craft machines from Clockwork Island, exclaimed a bespectacled young man, pushing through the crowd, his enthusiasm palpable as he looked at Lucas, followed by several other young men. Our machines will operate for extended periods with just a twist of the spring, saving immense manpower. A teenager behind him eagerly grasped Lucas's hand and added, "Oh, this is splendid." Lucas, with one hand held by the youth and the other patting his shoulder, replied joyfully, "We, too, will join you, Lieutenant Colonel. All of us can create firearms unique to Clockwork Island, and even cannons exclusive to our homeland." An older gentleman stepped forward, accompanied by several middle-aged men. "Welcome, everyone." Lucas promptly instructed Monet to fetch paper and pen to record the names, as these individuals would temporarily fall under his command. He advised the new recruits to return home, bid farewell to their families, and gather their belongings while he awaited their return on the warship. He noticed the Castle's elevator, which, according to the mayor's explanation, was powered by the island's unique mechanisms. With a mere twist of a spring, the elevator could ascend or descend. However, the central elevator controlling access to the island needed to accommodate large vessels, hence the absence of a spring-operated elevator. Reflecting on the potential of their spring elevator, Lucas pondered whether it would be feasible to install a clockwork machine aboard his warship as a backup power source. In this manner, when the winds are unfavorable, they can retract the sails and rely solely on the clockwork mechanisms to propel the warships in pursuit of pirates. Not all naval vessels are equipped with external wheels. Such technology undoubtedly offers immense convenience to the Navy as a whole. In the distance, a group of young individuals hastened towards the warship, gathering beneath its imposing structure. Lucas cast a puzzled glance toward the group, realizing these individuals were not the craftsmen who had previously signed up. "Are you here to enlist in the Navy as well?" he inquired, leaning against the railing with a smile. "Indeed, we wish to join you," the young men exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they turned to Lucas. "What skills do you possess?" asked the lieutenant standing beneath the warship. "We may not craft weapons or machinery, but we can shoot," the leader of the young men replied enthusiastically. "Oh, you mean firing handguns?" Lucas teased, gesturing playfully. The leader comprehended the implication of his gesture, flushing with embarrassment. "Ahem. Please do not jest. We are speaking of marksmanship," he retorted. "Our accuracy is on par with yours." "Indeed, I am referring to shooting," Lucas replied with a mischievous grin. The young men fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, follow me. Since you aspire to be combat-ready sailors, we must assess your abilities," the lieutenant declared, leading the young men into the ship's hold, where each was issued a long gun. The sailors brought forth several captured pirates, binding them to trees in the distance. "Step back a bit," he instructed the young men. "Now, let us witness your shooting skills and resolve." The lieutenant clapped the leader on the shoulder, gesturing toward the pirates. "Wait, we're supposed to shoot at real people?" one young man asked nervously, swallowing hard. "Indeed. These are the very pirates who have oppressed you for so long. They undoubtedly took many lives during their invasion of Clockwork Island. If you truly wish to be part of the Navy, you must possess the courage to fire upon pirates," the lieutenant affirmed with a nod. Rather than risk hesitation in a future confrontation with pirates, it was better to test their mettle now. Knowing that the worst outcome was that some might decide against becoming sailors, these youths sought not to be mere technicians but warriors of the sea. Not the kind to flee at the first sign of danger. "Fire!" the lieutenant bellowed, causing the young men to tremble as they gripped their weapons. Though the figures before them were pirates, the weight of life and death lay in their hands, leaving them only with a sense of trepidation. Lucas gazed upon the individuals before him and let out a sigh. He leaped from the vessel and approached a young man, taking his firearm with a steady hand. "Do not fear," he reassured. "Empty your mind and reflect upon the atrocities committed by these pirates as they invaded the Isle of Cogs, wreaking havoc and destruction. They are the dregs of humanity, unworthy of existence." Bang! Lucas fired a shot, but it went astray. The pirate, bound to the tree, gazed at the bullet hole near his head, trembling in fear as he struggled relentlessly. He had narrowly escaped execution. Lucas cast an awkward glance at the young man beside him, realizing that his marksmanship was indeed rather lacking. "Ahem, I was merely trying to intimidate him," Lucas declared, before raising his weapon to take aim at the pirate across from him. Bang! The shot went astray. The pirate gazed at the hole in the wall beside him, screaming in terror, a sight far more frightening than being directly shot. Admiral Crane was right. His aim was woefully poor. Lucas silently set down his gun, drew his sword, and unleashed a swift slash. Whoosh! The strike hurtled towards the pirate, cleaving through him and the great tree alike. With a sigh of relief, Lucas acknowledged that he was indeed more accustomed to wielding a blade. The young man beside him gazed in astonishment at this individual, who had been unable to hit a single target with a gun, yet struck with such precision using a sword. How utterly perplexing. On the warship, Monet leaned against the railing, resting her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her lips as she observed Lucas. After spending considerable time together, she had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of his prowess. While others improved their marksmanship, whether with cannons or firearms, his accuracy remained below 50. Yet, the moment he grasped the sword, his strength surged remarkably, allowing him to strike down foes even 100 meters away with unerring precision. Lucas handed the gun to the young man beside him, gesturing for him to proceed. As the young man grasped the weapon, memories of the pirate invasion flooded his mind. Vile faces, the door being violently kicked open, mercilessly robbed of their wealth, and their families attacked. The glint of a blade pierced his vision. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head, glaring at the pirates in the distance, lifted the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew forth, striking the pirate squarely in the forehead. A chorus of shouts erupted from the other young men as they opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Had this been in the past, they would have lacked the courage to shoot at the pirates, but the town had just endured oppression, fueled by wrath. They each pulled the trigger. Stop, 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 Lucas called out urgently. Astonishingly, each shot found its mark. In his perception, they all struck true. He began to wonder, was this truly a town of sharpshooters? However, many of the youths continued to shoot at the pirates, clearly overwhelmed by adrenaline. Stopping them, Lucas patted a few on the shoulder. You all, I need you. Go home, gather your belongings, and bid farewell to your families. Really? Really? The leader of the group looked at Lucas with uncontainable excitement. Can we also become naval officers? Another young man exclaimed, embracing Lucas in joy. Indeed, go home and prepare. Lucas replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. It was no exaggeration, his marksmanship left much to be desired. But to discover so many talented youths was a boon that could offset the weaknesses of his ship. These young men had no choice but to commit, as he had taken a liking to them. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, hugged Lucas one by one before dashing home to pack their belongings. Lucas shrugged, smiling as he watched their eager figures disappear into the distance. Monet. He approached Monet on the ship, giving her a gentle pat on the shoulder. Come with me. I have something to show you, Lucas said with a grin as he stepped into the cabin. What could it be that's so mysterious? Monet hurriedly followed, gripping Lucas's shoulder and inquiring with curiosity. Don't ask, you'll find out when you enter, Lucas replied enigmatically. Upon reaching his quarters, Lucas retrieved a wooden chest and unlocked it with a key. Monet sat beside him, her anticipation palpable. As the chest opened, it revealed a pristine white devil fruit. Monet's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked up at Lucas. Was he truly willing to give this to her? I've seen your progress lately. I hope you continue to strive without becoming complacent in your physical training, Lucas said, presenting the snow fruit to Monet. Mine? Monet gazed at Lucas in disbelief. She was merely a stray girl rescued by the kind-hearted Lucas, now just a junior seaman under his command, lacking the charm of sugar and devoid of strength. Colonel Lucas unexpectedly. Oh, Monet burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Lucas had been so kind to her. Unable to contain herself, Monet embraced him tightly. Lucas was the finest man she had ever encountered in her life. Do not overthink it. Lucas quietly pushed Monet away. In the animation, Monet eventually consumed the snow fruit. By a stroke of fortune, he acquired this devil fruit, and to him, it seemed inconsequential to hand it over to Monet. Furthermore, he had indeed noticed her recent efforts. Under his encouragement, she was even more diligent than some of his subordinates. He felt that giving the fruit to Monet posed no issue. However, feeling the intensity of her sparkling, doe-like eyes gazing at him, Lucas, who had watched the Bone King multiple times in his past life and was well acquainted with the nuances of its world, understood that Monet must have conjured up numerous fantasies. Yet, on the ship, she was the only one who trained with such fervor. Yes, it was settled. As he observed the increasingly animated Monet, Lucas promptly stood up and walked outside, seeking to avoid being pounced upon again. A young man must take care of himself while away from home, especially one with such promising potential as he. Do you think the girl is merely enamored by you? Well, indeed. Lucas approached the doorway and glanced back at Monet, who was bowing her head in preparation to bite into the devil fruit. It is said that those who consume all the devil fruits can attain their full power. Lucas's words echoed in Monet's ears like an enchanting melody. Monet had just taken a small bite of the devil fruit, savoring its unforgettable flavor. The sound of Lucas's voice lingered in the air. Devil, demon, Monet. with tears welling in her eyes, consumed the entire devil fruit. Lucas stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck. After a moment, Monet emerged. "How is it?" Lucas turned to regard the approaching Monet. Monet's expression was grim as he sat beside Lucas and playfully punched him twice. Difficult. Unpalatable. Lucas took a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to Monet. "Thank you." Monet accepted the candy, realizing he had prepared it in advance. "It was so heartwarming. Savor the flavor, and then let me witness your skills," Lucas remarked, completely disregarding Monet's eager gaze. Monet clutched her chest in pain, feeling helpless against this guy's indifference. "Is there more?" She extended her hand towards Lucas. "Eat less. You'll ruin your teeth," he retorted, pulling out a handful from his pocket. Monet looked at Lucas in astonishment. "You have a whole stash for your bad teeth? You enjoy candy yet control others." She snatched a handful of candy, turned away, and bit into a piece, pouting as she mumbled, "Ahem." Lucas cleared his throat awkwardly, patting Monet's shoulder. "Now, show me your abilities." "All right." With that, Monet placed her hand inside Lucas's clothing, transforming it into snow. "Ah!" Lucas let out a loud shout, quickly retreating to a safe distance. He intended to witness Monet's display of talent, but he certainly did not wish to endure the biting cold. The woman's heart was as frigid as ice. Rubbing his chest, Lucas felt a chill. Meanwhile, Monet sat nearby, stifling a laugh, her hands returning to normal as her eyes fixated on Lucas's chest. "Would you like me to warm you up a bit, you rogue?" Lucas clenched his clothing, feeling aggrieved, and retreated further away, sitting on the railing while indulging in some candy. The other sailors nearby gazed at Lucas with envy. Among the crew of the warship, Monet was the sole female sailor. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful, and many aboard harbored aspirations of courting her. Yet, Monet seemed indifferent to all of them. Observation suggested that she appeared to harbor a fondness for the esteemed Captain Lucas. The other sailors watched the playful banter between Monet and Lucas, one chasing after the other to offer warmth, while the latter scornfully sprinted ahead, muttering about the rogue. This spectacle left the group envious. Had Lucas merely been a private, they would have undoubtedly swarmed him in a fit of jealousy. Lucas, with a graceful moonwalk, ascended to the observation deck, where he sat alongside the lookout, sharing a piece of candy. "Hey, come down," Monet shouted from below. "If you have the guts, come up here," Lucas retorted, making a face at her. This playful exchange left the dozens of new recruits who had just arrived utterly stunned. Who knew that the Navy could engage in such flirtatious banter? "Colonel, didn't you notice that Private Monet has feelings for you?" The lookout, with a piece of candy in his mouth, reminded him. "I noticed. She wants to hit me," Lucas replied, secretly thinking that he was not foolish enough to fall for her tricks, especially after having deceived Monet into consuming a whole devil fruit. This woman must be itching to give him a good thrashing, he mused. The lookout nearly choked on his candy in exasperation, reflecting on how Lucas, at just 17, had attained such strength in the rank of colonel. Indeed, prowess often came at the cost of emotional intelligence. He gazed at Lucas, deep in thought, recalling how, upon first being assigned to Lucas's ship, he had heard tales of how Lucas's proposals had severely weakened the Don Quixote family. It seemed that Colonel Lucas had half of his emotional intelligence traded for intellect and the other half for strength. "Come up already." Monet transformed into a whirlwind of snow and charged up. Lucas leaped down, landing on the deck. Monet sat in the lookout tower, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. During their time at the crane, she had conversed with the naval officer, Alexis, and learned of Lucas's childhood mischief. She mused to herself whether Lucas, who had once charmed the girl next door into sharing her snacks, possessed high emotional intelligence or was simply lacking in it. What kind of sane person engages in such antics? "Have you all bid farewell to your families?" Lucas inquired, glancing at the several dozen new recruits before him. "Rest assured, Colonel, we have all said our goodbyes and are prepared to follow you. We shall not bring disgrace upon the Navy," affirmed a leading middle-aged man with a nod. "Very well, everyone, prepare to embark." Upon uttering these words, Lucas felt Monet's icy hand reaching towards his clothing. "Ah!" Lucas turned to Monet, exclaiming, "That is freezing." The mayor of Clockwork Island stood at the central elevator control, raising the gate, allowing the warship to slowly enter the elevator. "Safe travels, everyone." The mayor waved to Lucas and the others. Behind him, residents approached, bidding farewell with enthusiastic waves. "Don't bring shame to the Navy," many parents shouted at their children, echoing similar sentiments from several wives to their husbands. Amidst the shouts of farewell, the warship descended gradually. As the exterior wall of the central elevator opened, the warship sailed forth gracefully. Lucas cast a glance back at Clockwork Island as the vessel journeyed into the distance. Welcome to the Navy, everyone. For the time being, you will be under my command, and this young lieutenant beside me will be responsible for training you on deck. Lucas addressed the 3 rows of new recruits before him. Each row contained a dozen or so individuals, comprising a group skilled in clockwork technology, adept at crafting clockwork machines, as well as those capable of producing clockwork weaponry and cannons, alongside a cohort of young sharpshooters. Lucas briefly instructed the lieutenant to guide them in familiarizing themselves with the ship, emphasizing that physical training would commence on the deck in the afternoon. They were to engage in basic exercises such as push-ups and squats. Following Lucas's plan, they would run laps around the ship's deck. This training was intended for both combat-ready sailors and those in technical roles, aimed merely at ensuring the latter maintained good physical condition. Lucas did not expect them to assist in repelling pirates. His sole hope was that they could protect themselves when the time came. As noon approached, the battleship continued its voyage, with a lookout stationed in the crow's nest, ever vigilant. In the ship's dining hall, the recruits wore expressions of disbelief as they observed Colonel Lucas devouring his meal. While they were satisfied after a few bowls, Lucas had already finished his first serving and was beginning on his second. Such an appetite raised their suspicions about his humanity. Meanwhile, the other sailors, including Monet, dismissed the matter entirely, pondering how one could even compare a person to a monster. On a small island shore, a pirate ship was moored. The pirates eagerly brandished their swords and guns, with a scar-faced man drawing 2 pistols and aiming them at a distant village, firing into the air. "Burn it down. Kill them, bring back the women, and seize all the riches," he bellowed. The pirates erupted in cheers, hastening their advance toward the village. They stormed into the settlement, kicking down doors and shooting down the men within, ransacking the homes with reckless abandon. Lucas perched on the railing, while Monet sat beside him, gently kneading his shoulders. "It's so cold. You mustn't be mischievous again," Lucas lamented, playfully tapping Monet on the head. "All right, don't be angry. Let me massage you," Monet replied, her hands continuously working on his shoulders. Lucas then produced a bottle of wine, gulping it down with fervor, feeling as though this rogue girl was taking advantage of the moment. "In a while, you'll do 200 push-ups, and after that, run 20 laps around the warship." Lucas assigned Monet her exercise regimen. "What? I've already massaged your shoulders. Can't you lessen it a bit?" Monet pouted, lightly tapping Lucas. "Sweating now means less bloodshed later when encountering pirates. Every bit of training is essential," Lucas asserted solemnly. "Then I shall take more advantage," Monet mischievously grinned, reaching out towards Lucas. "You rascal," Lucas exclaimed, tears welling up as he drank. Moments later, Lucas relished the rare tranquility while behind him. Monet was laboriously performing push-ups. Monet gasped for breath, struggling with each repetition, utterly fatigued. She couldn't help but ponder the arduous training Lucas must have endured in his youth to cultivate such a robust physique, effortlessly completing numerous exercises each day. Time was slipping away. She had yet to finish even half of her set. Lucas shook his finger at Monet, urging her to maintain a more proper form. Observing her, he swiftly corrected her incorrect posture. Had this been a male Marine, he would have unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Echoing the words of his former instructor, "What the hell are you doing on Earth?" "Colonel, we have spotted an island ahead," the lookout on the watchtower called out, raising his telescope. "Oh." Lucas patted Monet on the head, rising to his feet to gaze into the distance. "A pirate ship." The lookout hastily lowered the telescope. Anxiety etched on his face as he turned to Lucas. "They have already breached the village." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lucas seized his sword and, with a graceful stride, rushed out. "All Marines, heed my command. Full speed ahead. We must vanquish every last pirate and protect the villagers with all our might," Lucas shouted, and the crew on the deck promptly assembled, each placing a hand on their sword hilts, while the marksmen readied their weapons. Lucas advanced with a graceful stride towards the island, while Monet, upon hearing of the pirates, transformed into a gust of wind and snow to follow him closely. The duo forged ahead, with the warship trailing in their wake. In the village, the pirates scattered, invading each home, forcefully kicking open wooden doors, and mercilessly slaying the villagers, seizing their grain and riches. Upon exiting a house, they carelessly hurled torches behind them, igniting the windows with a flickering blaze. The air was filled with the anguished cries and pleas of women. A pirate with a small mustache kicked open a wooden door, brandishing a knife as he surveyed the occupants within. Inside sat a man with a slightly darkened complexion, draped in a gray coat, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Seated on the bed with a bottle of liquor in hand, gazing at the intruding pirate. "Get lost. Do not disturb my drinking," Akin shot a glare at the pirate. Before taking a swig from the bottle, "You're asking for death," the mustached pirate retorted, charging forward with his knife raised. In response, Akin hurled the bottle at the pirate, shattering it against his face. Without missing a beat, Akin lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the pirate's abdomen. With a swift motion, he seized the pirate's knife, and before the mustached pirate could react, Akin plunged the blade into him. The pirate collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A fellow pirate passing by the door witnessed this grim scene and, enraged by the sight of his fallen comrade, drew his gun and fired. Bang! Akin rolled behind the door, clutching his knife. The pirate outside, gun in hand, peered into the room where Akin had once stood, now stained with no blood. He had missed a shot. With caution, the pirate stepped inside, aiming his weapon at Akin. Hearing the footsteps, Akin realized the pirate was approaching. In a swift maneuver, he slid forward, evading the bullet, and thrust his knife into the pirate's abdomen, eviscerating him as he glided past. Breathing heavily, Akin gazed at the pirate sprawled in a pool of blood, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. Through the door, he spotted 7 or 8 pirates rushing in with guns drawn. With a roll, he snatched the weapon from the nearest pirate, taking refuge behind the wall beside the door. Just as he found cover, bullets began to rain down. Bang, bang, bang. The pirates fired their weapons while retreating. Akin, listening to the sound of gunfire, continued shooting until suddenly, silence enveloped the area, suggesting that the adversaries were reloading. Gripping his pistol, Akin aimed at the outside and fired, taking down a pirate with a single shot. He quickly sought refuge as the pirates resumed their assault. This back and forth continued, and although Akin managed to eliminate several pirates, his ammunition eventually ran dry. The scar-faced pirate captain approached, flanked by his loyal crew. "Well done, lad. You've dispatched quite a number of my men. Come out and face me. If you can defeat my first mate, I shall grant you a place among us," the scar-faced captain bellowed. Akin, concealed within the building, hesitated. On the shore of the small island, Lucas faced the pirate ship and unleashed a powerful slash, severing the mast in a single stroke to prevent the pirates from escaping. Upon landing on the shore, he swiftly dispatched 2 guarding pirates with 2 precise strikes. Standing on the beach, Lucas gazed at the distant village as Monet, transformed into a whirlwind of snow and wind, followed closely behind. Lucas charged into the village, unleashing a series of devastating slashes that felled pirate after pirate. Without a moment's pause, he raced toward the area where he sensed the greatest concentration of foes. As a pirate emerged from a nearby house, clutching a chest, a gust of snow-laden wind swept through, materializing into a pristine white hand that struck the pirate's head. Countless snowflakes enveloped the pirate, encasing him in a frosty prison. Monet, having immobilized the pirate, swiftly continued to pursue Lucas. Lucas swiftly dashed towards the area teeming with pirates, while Monet followed closely behind, tasked with eliminating any that slipped through. Monet floated effortlessly amidst the tempest of snow and wind, sealing her foes in frost or deftly slicing through the pirates' throats with her icy blades. Lucas arrived at the center of the village and witnessed a dark-skinned man swiftly slay a towering pirate. The pirate stood over 4 meters tall, robust in stature, yet he was no match for the slightly dark-skinned man. "You fool, I asked you to spar with him, not to kill him," shouted the scar-faced pirate captain, furiously raising his gun, poised to shoot the man before him. Lucas stealthily approached the scar-faced man from behind, plunging his blade through the man's body, the tip emerging from his heart. "Captain!" The pirates exclaimed in shock as they beheld their leader slain by the sudden intruder, swiftly drawing their firearms to aim at Lucas. Bang, bang, bang. The enraged pirates fired at Lucas in a furious barrage. Lucas vanished from sight, only to reappear behind a pirate, delivering a swift and lethal blow that felled his adversary. The remaining pirates, witnessing Lucas materialize among them, brandished their blades and charged at him with ferocity. Among them, Lucas knew that if the pirates fired again, they would only injure their own. This was precisely in line with his intentions. With both hands gripping his blade, Lucas spun around in place. As his speed surged, his body whirled with astonishing rapidity. A circular wave of slashing energy erupted forth, expanding in size, and in an instant, this all-encompassing wave cleaved through the pirates without mercy. In the distance, Akin hastily ducked down to evade the onslaught, and as he raised his head to witness the devastation, he was rendered speechless, astonished at the sight of all the pirates being severed in 2. What kind of ability is this? It is utterly terrifying. Lucas came to a halt, rubbing his head, feeling slightly dizzy. However, gazing at the fallen pirates scattered around him, he realized that this technique was quite effective for dealing with the lesser foes. His move was inspired by Kaku's Gale Foot technique, which he would come to witness many years later after Kaku had consumed a devil fruit. Looking around, he felt a sense of relief. The houses in this village were constructed quite sparsely, and nearby, there was only one building. His circular slashing wave dissipated after traveling 100 meters, leaving only the adjacent house in ruins. In his perception, there were no living souls within that structure. Lucas crouched beside the man before him, gently patting his face. Stop daydreaming. How did you execute that move? Akin snapped back to reality, gazing at the Navy officer. It was merely a standard slash. Lucas erupted into laughter. Akin's lips twitched. Was that truly a mere standard slash? I witnessed you vanquish the pirates. Your skills are commendable. How about joining the Navy? Lucas returned his sword to its sheath and extended his hand. Absolutely. Akin nodded in agreement. Monet, catching up, witnessed Lucas unleash the circular slash wave, her admiration for him deepening. In every duel or skirmish against dozens, he always devised the most effective solution. The lieutenant colonel is truly formidable. The Navy personnel trailing behind were astonished, watching Lucas. One strike, he had dispatched dozens of pirates. With so many pirates, even they, a multitude of Navy officers, would require considerable time to eliminate them all. Yet Lucas, with a single effortless move, had obliterated them all. They had initially resolved to exert their utmost in eradicating the pirates and rescuing the villagers. However, as soon as Lucas had spoken, he had forgotten his own words and, with one stroke, had dispatched dozens of pirates. The villagers emerged from their homes, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they gathered around Lucas to express their gratitude for the Navy that had come to their rescue. After exchanging a few words with the villagers, Lucas led the Navy in extinguishing the fires and tending to the pirate corpses. On their warship, there was a ship's doctor, and Lucas summoned him to tend to the injured villagers. Lucas recognized the young Akin, although Akin had not yet acquired the weathered appearance he would bear years later. His slightly tanned complexion remained unchanged. He welcomed Akin aboard the warship, enlisting him as a new recruit, having previously recruited dozens on Clockwork Island. Lucas decided to take no further candidates this time, apart from Akin. As night descended, the beach came alive with flickering campfires, around which the sailors gathered to savor roasted meat. Earlier that day, pirates had pillaged the villagers' food and money, but Lucas ensured restitution was made. For those families that had been entirely slaughtered, he directed that their belongings be distributed among other villagers. Unlike certain disgraced members of the Navy, who, after pirates had pillaged the villagers, would seize the spoils for themselves rather than return them to their rightful owners. After Lucas dealt with the pirates and assisted the villagers in extinguishing the fire, he set sail with a contingent of the Navy, capturing 2 sea beasts. A portion of the meat was distributed among the villagers, while the remainder was reserved for their own consumption. By the fire pit, Monet grilled meat and handed a perfectly roasted piece to Lucas. Lucas seized the roasted meat and devoured it ravenously. Opposite him, Akin wore a ghostly expression as he gazed at the towering stack of bones beside Lucas. Just how insatiable was this fellow's appetite? The lieutenant seated beside him patted Akin on the shoulder and said, "This is nothing to worry about. You'll get used to it. Take your time. No one is competing with you." Monet then clapped Lucas on the shoulder and offered him a cup of wine. With a grunt, Lucas accepted the drink, gulping it down before resuming his voracious feast, entirely oblivious to Monet's words. The lieutenant, sitting across from him, shook his head in resignation. When he first boarded Colonel Lucas's ship, he had wondered why this naval vessel stocked twice the provisions of other ships. It wasn't until a few days at sea, when the ship's cook discovered that half the food had vanished, that he realized their commander was an extraordinary glutton. The following morning, as Akin slept soundly, he was abruptly roused by loud shouts. "Wake up! Wake up!" A sailor was sprinting down the corridor of the ship, calling out continuously, while the crew hastily donned their uniforms and tidied their hammocks. One by one, they rushed out of the lounge. Akin was awakened by a sailor and, still groggy, managed to put on his newly issued naval uniform and prepare his hammock before following them outside. All the sailors gathered on deck, forming lines. Akin stood at the very back, having been assigned to the new recruits the day before. Glancing up at the sky, he noted the early hour and could not comprehend why everyone was up so early. Beside their formation, a green-haired beauty jogged around the ship, carrying a backpack filled with stones. Akin then turned his gaze to the distance, where Lucas was performing push-ups with a boulder resting on his back. "Time's up, everyone. Get energized. From now on, the veteran squad will follow Colonel Lucas for weighted push-ups, while the new recruits will run laps around the ship with added weight, 40 laps. The lieutenant, burdened with a backpack full of stones, instructed his squad, which was lined up behind him, each carrying their own weighty load. The sailors queued up to grab a backpack and, after slinging it over their shoulders, joined the exercise. The veterans picked up their packs and positioned themselves behind Lucas to commence their weighted push-ups. Of course, compared to the stone atop Lucas's back, their weights were hardly significant. Akin followed suit, hoisting the weight onto his back. Haha, did you think last night's feast of sea beast meat was free? Colonel Lucas treats as well. Catching a few sea creatures every few days to replenish our nutrition, but the standards aboard our ship are far more stringent than those of others. Every morning, the Navy must rise 2 hours earlier than other warships. The morning exercises consist of 40 laps of weighted running, 500 weighted push-ups, 30 sets of weighted frog jumps, and 20 minutes of duck walking. The new recruit behind Akin provided him with an introduction. Akin, burdened with weights, followed the recruits in their laps. His physical condition was commendable, allowing him to finish without the fatigue evident in his companions. After a brief respite, the lieutenant stood before them, gazing into the distance. During the time they were running laps, Lucas had already completed his weighted push-ups. He held a knife in his hand, while Monet conjured an ice blade opposite him. The two began their sparring session. Monet swung the knife towards Lucas, who deftly sidestepped, positioning his knife against Monet's abdomen. After giving Monet a playful pat on the head, Monet retreated momentarily before resuming the duel. With both hands gripping the knife, Monet lunged at Lucas. Lucas slightly leaned to the side, evading the thrust, and delivered a swift tap on Monet's back with his blade. You are far too careless. Had this been a real combat scenario, you would have perished by now. Lucas admonished. Are you relying solely on your observations? Monet retreated, scoffing in disdain. Useless. Lucas waved his hand dismissively. There was no need for bravado when dealing with an amateur. Monet felt as if struck by 1,000 points of impact. Undeterred, she grasped her blade once more and charged at Lucas, but, predictably, she was defeated again. Observing with one's eyes and listening with one's ears constitutes merely the rudimentary approach to studying an adversary. It is only through meticulous and heartfelt attention to every movement of the enemy that one can truly engage in combat. Lucas effortlessly sidestepped Monet's strike. Countering with the back of his blade against her shoulder, Monet rubbed her back, failing to comprehend Lucas's words, and continued her advance. In the distance, the lieutenant called to the new recruits, urging them to resume their training. Akin and the others ceased watching the duel between Lucas and Monet, for in their eyes, the match between Private Monet and Colonel Lucas was merely a prelude to her 30th consecutive defeat that morning. As Akin performed weighted push-ups, he reflected on Lucas's advice to observe with intent, and the term Monet had mentioned. Observation. After their meal, on the beach, Lucas held a stick in his hand, while Monet before him picked up a piece of black cloth and covered his eyes. Lucas swung his stick at Monet, striking her with force. Ouch! Monet cried out in pain. The blow was so intense that she let out a yelp, and as the stick sliced through the air, she promptly fell to the sand, evading the impact. Even if you lie down, I won't spare you, Lucas jested, and without hesitation, he brought the wooden stick down once more. Ouch! Monet exclaimed, clutching her head in distress. Stand up, Lucas commanded, and with trepidation, Monet rose to her feet, still shielding her head. Lucas is engaged in the cultivation of Observation Haki with Monet. Previously, he had conveyed the concept of Haki to her, hoping she would be able to develop this extraordinary ability. In the distance, a lieutenant stands commanding all the naval personnel on the beach. The individuals are paired, with one wielding a wooden stick while the other is blindfolded, commencing their training in the development of Observation Haki. Following the lieutenant's instructions, designated members of the Navy distribute the wooden sticks and the blindfolds. A few days after Lucas took these individuals under his wing, he inscribed the concept of Haki into the training requirements. While the notion of Haki was not unfamiliar to the naval headquarters, the extent to which these individuals could awaken it remained beyond his knowledge. Some possessed the innate ability of Observation Haki, akin to the child featured in the Sky Island arc. Yet, there were others who, throughout their lives, could not manifest this ability, and there was little that could be done about it. Akin closed his eyes, recalling the conversation he had during a previous meal with the lieutenant regarding the concept of Haki. So that is how it is. Whoosh. Hiss. Akin's head was struck, and with his eyes shut, he listened intently to the sounds around him. He endeavored to perceive the world beyond his sight. The wooden stick emanated its own presence, the earth exuded its essence, and every individual carried their unique aura. Only when one truly grasps that sensation can one claim to possess Observation Haki. Lucas swung down the wooden stick, but Monet evaded the blow. Just as she began to feel relieved, Lucas deftly redirected the stick and struck her shoulder. Ouch! Having narrowly escaped once, she knew not to let her guard down. At that moment, Lucas had fully transformed into a master of the sword. He endeavored to convey his teachings to Monet using the most suitable words, while also addressing the nearby Navy personnel. Monet, startled by the sound of the swinging stick near her ear, thought, a mosquito. Lucas withdrew the stick from the sand, wiping away the unfortunate mosquito he had just dispatched. Monet, dripping with sweat, swatted at a mosquito with her stick, feeling utterly absurd. Thwack! In the next instant, the stick struck Monet's head, eliciting a yelp of pain from her. Noon. Beneath the shade of the trees on the beach, the Navy personnel formed concentric circles. Lucas sat opposite Monet, voraciously devouring from a large bowl. Aside from him, all the sailors bore large lumps on their heads. Monet, nibbling on a fish, cast her gaze at the roasted fish in Lucas's bowl and extended her chopsticks. She needed to replenish her energy. Don't touch my fish, Lucas declared, snatching up the roasted fish and swallowing it whole, leaving only the tail at the edge of his lips. Monet retracted the chopsticks in her hand. Lucas chewed on the fish, deftly using his chopsticks to transfer morsels of meat from his bowl to Monet's. After swallowing a piece of grilled fish, he remarked that it was easy to leave the fish untouched. Here, have some wine, Monet offered, handing Lucas a bottle. You are always so considerate. Lucas happily accepted the wine and gulped it down. Once he finished, he looked down at his bowl and noticed the 5 fish that had once been there were gone. How delightful. Monet had scampered away, his bowl now piled high with 5 fish. This is a clever ruse to divert the tiger from its lair, chuckled the lieutenant nearby. Indeed, rank has its privileges, Lucas retorted, swiftly snatching 2 fish from the lieutenant's bowl. The lieutenant walked away in tears, lamenting. Is it permissible for those of higher rank to bully others? Akin glanced at the 2 fish in his bowl and quickly devoured them, feeling the gaze of Colonel Lucas upon him. In the afternoon, the reorganized Navy returned to their ship. Lucas cast a glance at the village, waved goodbye to the villagers, and ordered the ship to set sail. Their time in the East Sea had been fleeting. However, he had recruited several talented individuals from Clockwork Island, capable of creating weaponry and artillery using clockwork technology. He mused that rather than continuing his search for the great deity Baki, it would be more prudent to utilize the cannons crafted from clockwork technology. To his surprise, he also encountered a kin who had not yet set sail. Discovering 2 purple rewards in the East Sea felt equivalent to obtaining a single orange legendary item. As they departed the East Sea, the villagers watched the ship leave, tears welling in their eyes as they waved their farewells. This naval colonel had not only rescued them, but also captured sea beasts and shared the meat with them. He was the finest naval officer they had ever encountered. Monet, you shall perform 400 push-ups and run around the ship 40 times. Lucas turned to Monet and declared. What? Monet gasped in horror, realizing that she had merely taken a few fish, bewildered by the man's grudge. Lucas sat at the bow of the ship, holding a bowl filled with nothing but rice and grilled fish. Relishing the delicious grilled fish, he observed Monet laboriously performing push-ups. His 4 greatest delights were a fine blade, fish, rice, and wine, each indispensable. Yet, how dare Monet attempt to seize his grilled fish? A lesson must be imparted without a hint of negotiation. The allure of beautiful women offering shoulder massages and back rubs held no interest for him. He spoke with unwavering conviction. As the warship glided steadily through the waters, Lucas savored every morsel of grilled fish and rice, indulging in his wine with contentment. Meanwhile, the sailors in the distance were not idle either. On other vessels, there might be sailors with time to spare, but such idleness was utterly inconceivable aboard his ship. Lucas firmly believed in one principle. Even ordinary individuals can achieve success through diligent effort. Does one lack innate talent? Then one must strive doubly hard. There should be no lamenting one's perceived deficiencies. Just look at a Kai next door, who nearly kicked himself into a predicament. As long as one does not succumb to exhaustion, relentless practice is the path to mastery. Lucas has unwavering faith in his subordinates, believing that with relentless training, they will inevitably cultivate a plethora of skilled individuals. Thus, every few days, he captures several sea beasts to provide nourishment for his troops. Akin, trailing behind the new recruits. There's the weight of 2 bags filled with stones upon his back, waddling like a duck as he circles the warship. Lucas beckoned, and the lieutenant approached. How is that Akin faring? Lucas inquired. The lad possesses a significantly stronger constitution than the others, I just had him carry a full backpack, the lieutenant replied, subsequently relaying his observations about Akin to Lucas. 2 backpacks are insufficient. We should commence with 3, Lucas gestured dismissively. In his recollection, Akin seemed to be a commendable individual. In the original narrative, Akin's debut was quite impressive, had he not been entangled with a nefarious captain and succumbed to toxic gas. Lucas believed Akin would have had even more remarkable moments ahead. Moreover, Akin's unwavering loyalty was a quality that Lucas greatly admired. At present, Akin had yet to encounter Click and still had a bright future ahead. Lucas believed that Akin could be cultivated well. After handing his bowl to the chef, Lucas approached Monet. He patted Monet on the head and chuckled. Keep it up. You still have 236 push-ups left and haven't even completed a lap. Monet shot Lucas an irritated glare, thinking how infuriating it was that he kept such precise count, even to the last digit. With a disrespectful glance towards the officer, he added 14 push-ups to make it an even 250. After Lucas finished speaking, he walked away, leaving Monet to continue his push-ups, tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from the ship, causing the sailors to turn in alarm. To their horror, they saw Colonel Lucas sprinting towards them, carrying a massive rock on his back. Goodness! While they struggled with their bags of stones, the colonel was the most formidable, directly bearing a gigantic boulder. Was he a devil? Even more devilish challenges lay ahead. Lucas pursued relentlessly while bearing an immense boulder, causing the entire warship to tremble with each of his steps. The ensign wiped the cold sweat from his brow, truly embodying the exceptional prowess of Colonel Lucas, whose running was nothing short of extraordinary. Akin, burdened with 3 packs of heavy stones, had already lapped the other sailors and was on the verge of surpassing them once more, trailing at the rear of the new recruits. Gasping for breath, Akin cast a perplexed glance over his shoulder. To his astonishment, he beheld the colonel sprinting towards him, a colossal stone upon his back. Was this truly a man? Akin had believed his stamina to be commendable, as many seasoned veterans carried less weight than he. Yet, witnessing the colonel's relentless pursuit with that massive boulder, Akin was left pondering. Are all naval colonels extraordinary beings, or is it merely Lucas who possesses such monstrous capabilities? Lucas stood at an imposing height of 3 meters, while Akin measured 86 meters. As Lucas caught up, he looked down upon Akin. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Lucas taunted deliberately. I am about to lap you both twice. Akin retorted, accelerating his pace. What are you all doing? A pack of useless individuals. A newcomer has already lapped you twice. Lucas scolded bluntly. Whether they were recruits or seasoned veterans, they were engulfed in shame. Despite having been in the Navy longer than Akin, they were overtaken by a novice. And it was the major who publicly reprimanded them. Gritting their teeth, they pushed themselves to run harder. Akin surged ahead, and both new and old sailors focused intently on Akin as he raced forward with fervor. Just as they managed to pull ahead of Akin, exhaustion set in, and he quickly caught up with them again, all the while hearing the major's scolding echoing behind them. They summoned every ounce of strength to distance themselves from Akin once more. Though they could not surpass Akin, they were determined not to be lapped again. As long as they maintained their current standing, it wouldn't be deemed a disgrace. A bunch of worthless individuals, unable to even surpass a newcomer. I will see who finishes last, and I shall crush them with a boulder, Lucas declared, bearing a heavy stone as he swiftly approached. In an instant, Akin accelerated, darting past all the sailors and breaking free. The sailor at the very end of the line glanced around nervously, hearing the thudding footsteps drawing near, his heart racing with fear. With a howl, he pushed himself to run with all his might, sweat being swept away by the sea breeze, overtaking one sailor after another. Whoosh! With a powerful leap, Lucas soared into the air, bearing the weight of a colossal stone above the heads of the Marines. A demon, indeed. The sailors cried out in terror, feeling the ominous shadow of the colonel descend upon them. In an instant, everyone surged forward, tapping into their latent potential. The Marines accelerated remarkably, deftly evading Lucas's formidable strike. As Lucas landed on the ship, the entire warship swayed, startling the lieutenant who was trailing behind Akin. He harbored doubts about whether this vessel might succumb to the whims of Colonel Lucas. He recalled the colonel mentioning his prior stint aboard Admiral Karp's ship. The lieutenant, resigned, recognized that this rather unorthodox training method had its origins. Akin glanced back at the naval personnel being pursued by Lucas, panting as he quickened his pace. Behind him, the sailors had already lost sight of Akin. After running for a while, Akin finally caught a glimpse of Colonel Lucas's figure, thinking to himself that he was now safe. Everyone, run faster. Lucas commanded, one hand bearing a massive rock while the other was enveloped in armament color. He forcefully broke off a fragment from the boulder and hurled it towards the naval personnel ahead, infusing the stone with enhanced velocity. Each shard he dislodged flew towards the sailors like bullets. With a series of resounding thuds, the stone fragment struck the deck, prompting the sailors to accelerate once more in terror. Yet, the lieutenant exhaled in relief. He was aware that Colonel Lucas's aim was notoriously poor. Thus, he was entirely convinced of their safety. Meanwhile, Monet, engaged in push-ups, heard the commotion and looked up in confusion. A group of panicked sailors, burdened with weight, rushed past her, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Do not slow down," Lucas shouted as he charged forward with the boulder, creating a gust of wind. The warship gradually sailed away, bringing an end to the half-day training session. Inside the ship's dining hall, the sailors were served meals, feasting on sea beast meat. Lucas clutched a bowl of rice, fervently stuffing it with meat. Akin finished one bowl and promptly served himself another. During these few days aboard the warship, he has truly grasped the essence of grueling training. Today he was burdened with 6 weighted packs, enduring an exhausting regimen that felt utterly relentless. Lucas devoured his meal with fervor, swiftly clearing one bowl after another. On the lookout tower, the lookout held a bowl of rice, savoring the meat crafted from the sea creatures that Colonel Lucas had captured for them. It must be said, Colonel Lucas was indeed quite rigorous, sparing even the lookout from his strictness. He had meticulously arranged for several individuals to rotate in and out. Once one person completed their training and had sufficient rest, they would take over from the lookout on duty, allowing the relieved individual to rest before resuming their training. As the lookout shoveled rice into his mouth, he kept a vigilant eye on the surface of the sea. In the distance, an island emerged on the horizon. The lookout quickly alerted the naval personnel below. The warship anchored at the shore. Lucas descended, accompanied by Monet, the lieutenant, and Akin. On the island, there lay a quaint little town, which they ventured into. Life upon the sea was monotonous, so whenever they encountered an island, they would draw closer, seeking solace in a leisurely stroll through the streets. Are you aware of the ferocity with which Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard clashed? In a modest eatery, a figure clad in a jester's attire, adorned with a hat featuring long blue hair and sporting a bright red nose, stood atop a stool, animatedly addressing those before him. "Captain Buggy, do tell." The pirates surrounding him shook their heads in eager anticipation, their eyes fixed on Buggy, yearning to hear his tales. Accepting a bottle of liquor from an eager subordinate, Buggy took a couple of swigs and sampled some food before finally speaking with satisfaction. At that time, a foolish swordsman brandished dual blades and charged forth with great fervor, appearing quite formidable. Buggy gestured wildly, his audience of pirates following his movements with rapt attention. Just as Roger's crew was about to confront the man, Roger intervened, calling out, "Wait, Jabba, Rayleigh, we cannot allow you to be harmed." With that, Roger surged forward, clashing with the reckless swordsman and sending him flying with a single strike. Buggy continued, recounting Roger's confrontation with Whitebeard. "Impressive, truly impressive," the pirates exclaimed in awe. "Captain Buggy, were you perhaps a member of Roger's crew? How do you know so much?" One pirate gazed at him with adoration. "How could that be? Don't speak such nonsense. I merely happened to witness it." Buggy hastily defended himself, nearly revealing too much in his storytelling. "I was just a child back then, merely passing by." He took a sip of his drink. While the other pirates nodded in acceptance of his explanation, Buggy, dripping with cold sweat, thought to himself, "These rascals, do they really believe such a flimsy excuse?" In front of the modest eatery, the scene unfolded. Lucas entered with Monet and 3 others, just in time to hear the great deity Baki recounting a tale. Clap. Lucas playfully slapped Buggy on the head, his heart brimming with joy at the comical expression on the latter's face. It was a serendipitous encounter, as he had initially intended to depart from the East Sea. However, fate led him to stumble upon the illustrious Buggy the Clown while seeking solace on a small island. One might say it was the stroke of luck bestowed by Buggy's conqueror's Haki that allowed him to meet such a benefactor. "Oh, splendid. You witnessed the clash between Roger and Whitebeard. Would you kindly recount it for me once more?" Lucas said, playfully rubbing Buggy's head. Akin forcefully shoved a pirate off the seat beside Buggy, allowing Lucas to take his place. "Boss, let us start with 10 servings of fried rice and 5 portions of grilled fish," Monet swiftly ordered for Lucas. The lieutenant kicked a pirate off a seat to make room for Monet. "Which scoundrel dares to touch my head?" Buggy shouted in indignation, turning to confront the intruder. Lucas enveloped his left hand in Haki, embracing Buggy while firmly grasping his face. Monet, seated to Buggy's left, affixed the sea prism stone handcuffs directly onto Buggy's arm. Buggy gazed blankly at the scene unfolding before him. On his right, the Navy threatened him with Haki, while on his left, they suddenly secured him with sea prism stone handcuffs. It was rather unexpected. What on earth is the military doing? I am but an ordinary man, Buggy thought, casting an ingratiating glance at Lucas. Ordinary, you say? Lucas mused as he picked up Buggy's pirate hat. There seems to be a misunderstanding, Buggy stammered. I am actually a clown. We are all part of an acrobat troupe. The hat is merely a part of my clown attire. Upon finishing, Buggy quickly signaled to Kabaji, who sat nearby. Kabaji, speechless, regarded Captain Buggy with a sigh. He mounted his unicycle, picked up a cup from the table, and began to juggle. Quite the versatile performer, aren't you? Yet, how does a clown come to know of the duel between Roger and Whitebeard? Lucas inquired, his interest piqued as he watched Buggy. Just passing by. Buggy explained with a wry smile. As their meal arrived, Lucas continued to eat while observing Buggy. Do you expect me to believe such a simple explanation? Lucas teased, pinching Buggy's nose, which surprisingly felt rather nice. You. Buggy nearly cursed, feeling his red nose pinched by this man. However, under such circumstances, one must yield. He forced a conciliatory smile and elaborated, I was still quite young at that time, traveling with an acrobat troupe. I happened to witness their fight. Rest assured, I am indeed an ordinary man. Lucas tugged at Buggy's nose. To his surprise, it was indeed real. He had assumed it was a mere faiade. However, in the world of pirates, it is not uncommon to encounter individuals with peculiar appearances, so the authenticity of a bright red nose was hardly shocking. Buggy, enduring a tempest of frustration, forced a smile as he bore the indignity. This was the essence of a forced grin. Lucas couldn't help but admire. As expected of the great Buggy, truly remarkable in his patience. In the naval archives, he found no bounty information regarding Buggy. He speculated that it was possible Buggy and Shanks were merely apprentice crew members at that time. Moreover, Buggy had disembarked midway due to a fever, which explained his absence from the bounty list. Now that Buggy had formed his own crew, Lucas had a notion. How about Buggy as a second lieutenant? Since you claim you are not a pirate, how about this? I see you possess considerable talents. Why not join the Navy? Lucas observed the individuals across from him, performing various tricks, some riding unicycles, others amusing animals. Perhaps not. We are quite content as a circus troupe, Buggy replied, somewhat awkwardly. Akin rummaged through several pirates and produced a firearm, slamming it onto the table. Ahem, in this perilous era of grand pirates, it is only reasonable for us to carry a few weapons, isn't it? Buggy remarked with a bitter smile. Then you shall accompany me for a short while. Lucas finished all the food, patted his belly, and looked at Buggy with a grin. His intention in recruiting Buggy into the Navy was, in fact, to acquire Buggy's cannonballs. Although he had access to highly skilled individuals from Clockwork Island capable of manufacturing advanced artillery, he was unfortunately informed that their cannons were time-consuming and resource-intensive to produce. Since he had encountered Buggy, obtaining ready-made cannonballs would also enhance his ship's long-range combat capabilities. Commander, you can't treat me this way. I am but a humble jester who earns his living through skill, and we carry guns solely for self-defense. Buggy exclaimed with an innocent expression directed at Lucas. Oh? Lucas replied, smiling as he patted Buggy's shoulder. Rest assured, if you are truly an ordinary person, I shall let you go. However, should you deceive me, I will hand you over to Dr. Vegapunk for dissection and research. Buggy's face turned to one of shock. Suddenly, Kabuggy, riding a unicycle, drew a knife and lunged at Lucas, while the beast tamer Machi cracked his whip, urging his lion Ricky to attack Lucas. The pirates rose in unison, ready to rescue their captain. Stop! Baki shouted urgently, but it was too late. Akin delivered a powerful kick to Kabaki's face, sending him tumbling off the unicycle. Subsequently, he knocked the pirate to the ground with a single punch. Monet extended her hand, delicately brushing against the fur of the lion like Ricky, and in an instant, an abundance of ice and snow coalesced around him. Ricky was transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture, frozen in a fierce snarl with his gaping maw. The lieutenant charged into the throng of pirates, joining Monet and Akin, and in a swift display of prowess, they dispatched the feeble pirates with ease. Baki watched in terror as his subordinates were swiftly subdued, casting a fearful glance at Lucas. He had merely intended to develop his presence on this remote island in the East Blue, yet he had encountered such formidable Navy forces in this corner, where even a naval branch was absent. Lucas grasped Bucky's arm, extracting money from Bucky's pocket to settle the bill before leading him outside. Akin and the lieutenant were tasked with guarding the pirates, while Monet trailed behind Lucas. They navigated through the throngs of people, eventually emerging from the town and arriving at the water's edge. Lucas pointed towards the distant pirate ship and gently patted Buggy on the shoulder. "Is that vessel yours?" he inquired. Buggy gazed up to see a ship adorned with a Jolly Roger upon the waves, just as he was about to nod in affirmation. The gravity of the current situation struck him, and he quickly shook his head. "No, I'm merely a jester. I possess no pirate ship." "Then I can rest easy," Lucas replied, retrieving his din mushy to contact the naval officers aboard. Before long, a contingent of Navy personnel arrived at the scene. "You are to board the ship. Should you encounter any pirates, apprehend them and seize all their gold, weapons, and supplies," Lucas commanded. "Understood." The leading officer saluted before proceeding with his comrades to scour the pirate vessel. Buggy harbored no concern for the safety of his crew, as there were no souls left aboard. Yet, watching the Navy officers pillage his pirate ship, removing each item one by one, filled him with a profound sense of anguish. For every possession they confiscated, a designated individual meticulously recorded its details. Lucas seized Bucky and approached the record keeper, observing the inventory meticulously documented. There were various items such as Bailey, beverages, weapons, and food, yet conspicuously absent was the one item he yearned for the most, Bucky's ammunition. Lucas cast a glance at Buggy, realizing that with such a formidable explosive, it was implausible for Buggy to carelessly stow it aboard his ship. Now that the matter had reached its conclusion, "I am but an ordinary individual. May I be allowed to depart?" Buggy pleaded for mercy. "That is simply out of the question," Lucas replied, shaking his head. "Your possession of an arsenal of blades and firearms, coupled with the brazen assault on military personnel, clearly establishes your identity as pirates." With that, Lucas unsheathed his sword and unleashed a powerful slashing wave towards the pirate vessel. The wave soared through the air, fragmenting into dozens of colossal slashing arcs. Boom! The multitude of massive slashing waves swept past, piercing the entirety of the pirate ship, rendering it into splinters. Buggy gazed mournfully at his vessel, his heart aching, while simultaneously regarding Lucas with trepidation. This individual possesses extraordinary strength. After escorting Buggy aboard the warship, Lucas personally cast him into a temporary cell, opposite Buggy's confinement. His subordinates were imprisoned as well. "Captain Buggy, please help us." The pirates clung to the iron bars, their voices laced with despair. They merely wished to accompany Captain Buggy in carefree revelry, sipping drinks, feasting upon meat, and listening to his tales. Yet now, they faced the grim prospects of execution or lifelong imprisonment. "Silence, you fools. We are not pirates," Buggy bellowed, casting a furtive glance at them. Indeed. Captain Buggy is quite the thespian." At the entrance, Lucas applauded as he entered, while the expressions of the pirates turned ashen, resembling those of the deceased. "You misunderstand. Military officer, our acrobatic troupe possesses its own vessel. The captain they refer to is not a pirate captain," Buggy hastily explained, though even he doubted the credibility of his words. "Is that so?" Lucas inquired, his gaze fixed on Buggy. Monet approached from behind him. "According to our investigations, this secluded island in the East Sea, aside from this warship and the previous pirate ship, harbors no other vessels." Upon hearing Monet's words, Buggy and his crew were engulfed in despair, their lies shattered. No, Monet, your statement lacks precision," Lucas interjected, waving his hand. "In fact, we discovered a diminutive boat on the opposite side of the island, capable of accommodating 2 individuals. Pray tell, can your troupe of acrobats manage to traverse the seas in a single small boat with dozens aboard?" Lucas reclined in his chair, fixing his gaze upon Buggy. "Are you jesting with me?" Buggy clenched his fists, abandoning any pretense of acting or further pleas for mercy. Lucas teased him with the small boat. "Bucky, I've heard of your illustrious reputation. Your Bucky bomb possesses remarkable power. It would be splendid if someone of your caliber were to become my subordinate," Lucas lamented. "Bucky, don't let your imagination run wild. I, Bucky the Clown, shall never serve in the Navy." Bucky glared at Lucas, his eyes ablaze with fury. The thought of becoming a Navy officer and potentially encountering red-haired Shanks one day was utterly laughable, a scenario that would invite the derision of his former comrades. "What if we were to study your Bucky bomb?" Lucas proposed with a grin. "I might consider releasing you." "Do I have idiot written across my face?" Bucky retorted angrily, pointing to his own visage. "If you weren't an idiot, how could I have captured you?" Lucas chuckled. Bucky had no retort, turning his head away in a huff. "What a pity. You possess the powers of the split fruit, don't you?" Lucas observed with a smile. How do you know that? Bucky stared blankly at Lucas, utterly bewildered. Never mind how I know. Now you have two choices, either join the Navy or decline my invitation. In which case, I shall deliver you to the Navy headquarters for Dr. Vegapunk to conduct live experiments on you. Which option do you deem more favorable? Lucas inquired mischievously. You are utterly shameless. Bucky glared at Lucas, his expression suddenly shifting. I choose to join the Navy and become a righteous officer to uphold. Lucas interrupted Bucky, noting how swiftly his demeanor changed. It seemed he was about to utter some grandiose platitudes. Where is your Bucky bomb? Lucas asked, extending his hand toward Bucky, but they found no Bucky bomb on him. Then you must help me remove these sea prism stone handcuffs, Bucky insisted, extending his hand. Not a problem, Lucas nodded, opened the door, and entered to assist Bucky in removing the handcuffs. As soon as the sea prism stone handcuffs were undone, Bucky bolted out of the door. Lucas shook his head in resignation, approached Bucky, and lightly patted him on the shoulder. Amplification. Weight increased by 34 times. Diminution. Speed decreased by 34 times. Bucky suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, and his speed significantly diminished. His attempts to flee appeared to Lucas as clumsy as a frame-by-frame presentation. What on earth is happening? Bucky pondered in confusion. What exactly has this fellow done to me? Lucas delivered a swift kick to Bucky's rear, causing him to tumble to the ground. Lucas exhaled softly, observing as the fallen Bucky slowly began to rise, inch by inch. To be candid, the current state of the great Bucky is truly amusing. Thwack! Lucas reattached the sea prism stone handcuffs to Bucky, who gazed at him with a face full of despair. You are not being honest, Lucas remarked. It seems I must hand you over to Dr. Vegapunk for him to conduct experiments on you as a living specimen. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned to leave. Bucky, upon hearing this, was utterly alarmed. When one's life is at stake, freedom pales in comparison. I was wrong, I implore you, Commander. Grant me another chance. I will surely mend my ways and become a good person. I am willing to surrender my method of creating buggy balls. Upon hearing that final declaration, Lucas turned back with a broad smile, admiring Bucky, who was so frightened that he began to articulate idioms. Obedience makes for a good Bucky. Disobedience leads only to a dead Bucky. As Lucas released the sea prism stone handcuffs, he extended his hand expectantly. Bucky sighed sadly, realizing that from then on, pirates would merely be passers-by. At that moment, a small hole appeared beneath Buggy's feet, from which rolled out a scroll of paper. This is the method for creating buggy balls. I have been researching how to miniaturize them while maintaining their astonishing power. Bucky handed the blueprint to Lucas. Lucas gazed at the place where Bucky concealed the blueprints. Truly, the chop-chop fruit is remarkable in its ability to hide things. Take this for now and follow me. Lucas stepped out of the makeshift cell, with Bucky trailing behind him. From this day forth, you shall be known as Private Bucky. Forever relinquish your identity as a pirate, and never speak of the past again. Lucas glanced back at Bucky, his words laden with significance. Understood, Bucky nodded vigorously. Captain, please do not abandon us. We are eager to follow you always. In the adjacent makeshift cell, Buggy's pirate subordinates clung to the iron bars, tears streaming down their faces as they reached out toward Bucky. Bucky, unable to bear the sight of his comrades, inhaled deeply and turned to Lucas. Colonel Lucas, may I request that they be allowed to join us? Bucky began, but fell silent, realizing the improbability of his plea. Lucas invited him to join the Navy, clearly attracted by his Bucky abilities, suggesting that he had likely been investigating him for quite some time. As for his subordinates, it was utterly unrealistic to expect so many pirates to suddenly enlist in the Navy. Under the formidable presence of Lucas, he could comply and serve as Buggy's third-class soldier. However, he was acutely aware that his numerous pirate companions would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for Lucas once they joined the ranks of the Navy. Bucky glanced at Lucas and shook his head in resignation. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Bucky sighed and said, "Forget I mentioned it." Lucas chuckled at Bucky, saying, "You may select a few individuals to join you in the Navy, but the maximum number is this." Lucas tested his palm against Bucky's. It was stipulated that no more than 5 individuals could participate. Grateful, Bucky gazed at Lucas and promptly uttered the names Machi and Kabaji. Lucas released the 2 individuals. Captain Bucky, oh. Machi and Kabaji wept as they embraced Bucky, overwhelmed with emotion that Captain Bucky had pleaded with Lucas to save them. Smack, smack. Bucky, in a fit of anger, struck each of them across the face, while Machi and Kabaji gazed at him with innocent expressions. You scoundrels, from this day forth, do not refer to me as Captain, I am Private Bucky. After declaring this, he delivered another playful slap to each of them. You two are now part of the Navy. Forget all that has transpired before and never speak of your past again. What? Machi began to inquire, only to receive 2 more slaps, one on each side of his face. Buggy then grasped their ears, stating, there is no why. Private Machi, Private Kabaji, do you understand? Understood. Sob sob. Machi covered his swollen face and quickly nodded in agreement with Kabaji. Ahem, you are mistaken. Buggy, you are now a private. While they can only be considered auxiliary troops, Lucas interjected with a wave of his hand. Well, that makes my mind feel much more at ease, Buggy replied, nodding, and then delivered another slap to both Machi and Kabaji. Do you comprehend? Machi, auxiliary troop. Kabaji, auxiliary troop. Understood. Machi and Kabaji chorused, enduring their swollen faces as they followed closely behind Buggy. Lucas guided them out of the makeshift cell. Behind them, the imprisoned pirates desperately called out for Buggy's name. Aboard the warship, in a somewhat larger cabin, numerous hammocks were suspended, occupied by the skilled technicians from Clockwork Island. Lucas approached with Bucky and the others. The middle-aged man at the forefront, upon seeing Lucas enter, promptly rose to greet him. Colonel, is there something you need? He inquired, his gaze shifting curiously to Bucky and the others behind Lucas. I have a blueprint to deliver to you. I wonder if you are capable of producing the shells depicted therein, Lucas stated, gesturing for Bucky to step forward and hand the blueprint to the middle-aged man. The man extended his hand to receive the blueprint, studying its contents. Why does it have a peculiar odor? He asked, clearing his throat. Ah. Let us not concern ourselves with trifles, Lucas replied, also noticing the odd scent. After all, with Bucky having joined their ranks, it seemed best not to dwell on any awkwardness. Very well, let me examine it, the middle-aged man said, placing the rolled blueprint on the table and unfurling it for further inspection alongside his companions. The document detailed the materials and methods for crafting Bucky's shells. As a weapon designer and master craftsman, the middle-aged man was quite capable of understanding the information presented. He and his colleagues perused the details before engaging in a spirited discussion. Lucas sat to the side while Buggy approached him, tugging at his clothes. Buggy pointed to a few older gentlemen, inquiring, who are they? They are the masters of weaponry from Clockwork Island, skilled technicians in the art of arms manufacturing, Lucas explained. Given that Buggy had devised the formidable Buggy Ball, Lucas deemed him an exceptional talent in weaponry. Let's introduce them later. A cannon maker and a shell maker form a perfect synergy. Buggy nodded, somewhat resigned, realizing that his Buggy Ball would no longer be his sole invention. Do they truly comprehend its significance? After all, it is our Buggy, the secret weapon of a private, Machi boasted. Then quickly swallowed the title of captain. You need not worry about that. Buggy shot a glare at Machi, then cast a sorrowful glance at his blueprints. Although he had joined Lucas's vessel, the thought of his Buggy Ball being scrutinized by others left him unsettled. Do not fret. Once they replicate your Buggy Ball, and it gains traction within the Navy, your rank will surely ascend, Lucas reassured Buggy, emphasizing that the promotion of powerful weaponry would be a significant achievement, rivaling even Lucas's considerable blow to the Don Quixote family. Buggy nodded. It seemed that this seemingly ruthless and shameless naval officer had treated him quite well since his enlistment. He had no intention of claiming undue credit. Being forthright about the accolades that would rightfully belong to Buggy, Buggy felt a measure of comfort regarding his future. Having become part of the Navy and aligning himself with an officer who favored his subordinates and did not seek glory for himself provided the greatest assurance. After a while, Monet entered, conversing with Lucas briefly before understanding the current situation. She then placed a platter of fruit before them and exited. Monet would inform the entire Navy that Buggy, Kabaji, and Machi were actually Lucas's operatives embedded among the pirates, and from this day forth, they would rejoin the ranks of the Navy. Of course, this was merely a ruse devised by Lucas to obscure their true identities. Lucas picked up some fruit and began to eat, joining Bucky and others in their enjoyment of the delicacies while they awaited the uncles to finish their examination of the items depicted on the chart. It was mealtime in the dining hall of the battleship. As Lucas entered, the Navy personnel greeted him warmly. Following closely behind, Buggy was affectionately addressed by the sailors, who regarded him as one of their own. After discovering that Buggy was an undercover agent among the pirates, they expressed their admiration, declaring him to be quite commendable. Each one harbored a favorable impression of him. With a smile, Buggy exchanged pleasantries with the other sailors before taking a seat beside Lucas. However, upon noticing the somewhat stern-faced Akin across from him, Buggy's smile faded instantly. Why did he feel as though this man was scrutinizing him? Hello, brother Akin. Buggy awkwardly greeted. I am only 16. Akin stared at Buggy in disbelief, pondering the poor judgment of those around him. Just because he had a slightly darker complexion did not mean he appeared weathered. Why was everyone addressing him as brother? Were their eyes deceiving them? So young. Buggy awkwardly remarked. He was a full decade older than Akin. Lucas completely disregarded them, engrossed in his meal, voraciously shoveling food into his mouth. As Buggy turned his head, he was taken aback. In mere moments of conversation, half of Colonel Lucas's bowl of food had vanished. What kind of extraordinary officer is this, consuming so prodigiously? After finishing his meal, Buggy stared in bewilderment at Lucas's flat stomach. Had he truly consumed 4 bowls of rice? This defied all logic. After a brief respite, Akin led Buggy outside, with Machi and Kabaji trailing behind. What was their intention? Buggy queried in confusion. Training, Akin explained their daily regimen, yet Buggy was baffled. This Buggy was a subordinate placed among the pirates by Lucas. However, why was it that as Lucas's subordinate, he was utterly unaware of Colonel Lucas's training schedule? He wore an expression of astonishment. All the Navy personnel lined up, shouldering weights, and began to run. Buggy approached, and the lieutenant smiled at him. Since you are an esteemed subordinate of Colonel Lucas, I shall assign you 2 weight packs. No problem, Buggy replied, feigning satisfaction while inwardly lamenting the burden. 2 packs of weights, what a torment. Struggling under the weight, Buggy joined the ranks and began to run. After completing a lap, he was astounded to see Colonel Lucas performing push-ups beneath an enormous boulder. This officer was truly a demon. As they continued running lap after lap, Akin lapped them again and again. Akin was about to surpass them once more when he glanced back at Buggy, who was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. His skepticism deepened. With merely 2 weight packs, Buggy had failed to complete even half the burden and was already exhausted. Akin doubted whether this individual was a lazy, undisciplined pirate or simply an inept Navy recruit. Too slow, Akin remarked as he passed by Buggy, continuing to overtake the other sailors. Damn it, Buggy, drenched in sweat, watched Akin with frustration. Was this fellow a monster, running at such a speed? Upon reaching the bow of the ship, Buggy beheld Lucas, who had already completed his weighted push-ups. Lucas hoisted the massive stone and sprinted forward. The devil. Buggy gasped for breath like a bellows, exerting himself to accelerate. He certainly did not wish to be overtaken by Lucas, who was brandishing the colossal rock. In the distance, Monet, burdened with a heavy load, was performing push-ups. Lucas had once expressed to her that the might of a navy is not solely reliant on the prowess of its devil fruit abilities, but also significantly influenced by physical training and advancements in martial skills. Only with ample physical strength can one continuously wield their abilities. Furthermore, the possession of Observation Haki and Armament Haki bestows even greater power upon an individual. On a desolate island, a warship lay anchored at the shore, with Lucas perched upon the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. Dozens of pirates were bound with ropes, their mouths gagged with cloth, forced to kneel by the Navy. Their backs turned to the battleship. The Navy stood in formation, a multitude of guns aimed at the napes of their necks. Take aim, commanded the lieutenant, raising his hand. As the sailors readied themselves to fire, eliminate them, Lucas spoke in a low voice. The lieutenant nodded in acknowledgement, lowering his hand. Fire. The crack of gunfire echoed across the island, each shot marking the end of the pirates' lives. There exists a common misperception regarding pirates. Not all of them are destined for imprisonment in the depths of the sea. Only those endowed with devil fruit powers, or those who have committed heinous crimes, are sentenced to such fates. After all, upon the death of a devil fruit user, their power resurfaces randomly in the world. An uncontrollable risk that the world government seeks to mitigate by capturing such individuals alive. Certain exceptionally dangerous pirates, whose existence poses extreme threats, are also relegated to the underwater prison. However, for the likes of these lowly scoundrels, who possess no devil fruit abilities, their fate lay at the discretion of the naval officer. Ultimately, all the pirates were gathered together and set ablaze. Lucas will next journey to the South China Sea. He has no time to escort these ruffians to other naval branches. These individuals are accustomed to a life of plunder and debauchery, reveling in a lifestyle of indulgence and leisure. The sheer number of them makes it utterly impossible for Lucas to steer them all towards righteousness. Under the weight of his own formidable power, he can, at most, garner the allegiance of a few like Baki. Lucas pinched his nose and hurried back into the captain's quarters, unwilling to endure that foul odor. He feared that if he inhaled it any longer, he would refrain from consuming meat for not merely a month, but perhaps 2. Once the naval personnel completed their concluding tasks and confirmed the fire was extinguished, they returned to the warship, promptly hoisting the anchor and raising the sails. The vessel departed at full speed from the deserted island, making its way toward the doldrums. As the most distinguished among the new recruits, Akin also participated in this execution. The warship entered the doldrums just as noon struck. The chefs prepared the meal and brought it forth, serving the approaching sailors. No meat. Akin quickly waved his hand, having engaged in the aftermath of the incident, containing the pirates, setting the fire, and standing guard to prevent a greater blaze. He was not inclined to partake. The lingering scent made him feel quite queasy. Truth be told, he had no desire for meat lately. Only vegetables would suffice. With a plate of white rice and vegetables, Akin found a table to sit at, joined by fellow sailors who had also participated in the aftermath, all of whom declined additional meat servings. Bucky, holding a bowl brimming with rice topped with an abundance of meat, seated himself opposite Akin. Upon observing Akin's modest meal, he added a piece of meat to Akin's bowl. "You're young and growing. You should eat more meat," Bucky insisted, placing the meat into Akin's bowl. "I've been avoiding meat lately," Akin promptly exclaimed, panic rising as he swiftly scooped the meat out and tossed it into Bucky's bowl. Goodness, having just caught a whiff of that odor. Bucky was now insisting on adding meat to his serving. While Akin appreciated the gesture, he simply could not bring himself to eat it. Noticing that the other sailors around them also rejected meat, Bucky glanced at Akin and comprehended the situation. "You were present for the execution, weren't you?" he inquired. "Indeed." Akin confirmed with a grim expression. It's best to refrain from discussing meat for the time being, though he was capable of besting 10 opponents. The moment he encountered that peculiar smell, even the most resilient of individuals would likely feel a wave of nausea. Lucas and Monet entered, their plates heaped with meat. "Oh, Akin, why aren't you eating meat? A lack of meat will leave you without the strength for training," Lucas teased as he settled beside Akin, with Monet following suit. Long before they commenced their tasks, Lucas had already concealed himself. Thus, he remained oblivious to the scent, emboldened to partake in meat. Akin cast a silent glance at Lucas, helplessly bowing his head to consume his plain rice. Lucas eagerly savored the meat, relishing each bite. The warship sailed forth from the windless zone. Lucas stood on the deck, accompanied by Bucky and several gentlemen from Mechanical Island. Through days of diligent research, they had comprehensively understood Bucky's unique projectiles. They had crafted several of these projectiles, placing them in a wooden crate nearby. "Let us commence the testing," Lucas declared, as the group prepared to load the projectiles into the cannon. "Colonel Lucas, I suggest that you take the first shot. It would be most advantageous," Bucky said, casting a flattering glance at Lucas. Everyone desired to be the first to fire, and it would be preferable for the colonel to lead the way. "Do you have a problem with me?" Lucas shot a glare at Bucky, well aware of his notoriously poor marksmanship. Among 10 cannonballs, each shot seemed to stray further off target. This fact was known to the majority of the naval crew aboard the ship. Moreover, no one understood the inadequacies of Lucas's shooting better than Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had witnessed. Lucas harbored profound suspicions that Bucky was seizing the opportunity to humiliate him. "Ahem, allow me to take the stage." Akin stifled a laugh as he stepped forward, aiming the cannon at the rocks barely visible above the ocean's surface. He ignited the fuse. Boom. The cannonball was launched, striking the reef with precision, shattering it into fragments, along with a dozen surrounding rocks that were obliterated in the explosion. Indeed. Lucas nodded, loading another explosive shell into the cannon. "Who shall come next?" "Commander, a pirate ship has been spotted in the distance. It belongs to the notorious Longhand tribe, infamous for their malevolence. This band of rogues engages in the trafficking of ordinary humans each year." From the watchtower, the lookout, peering through his telescope, pointed towards the distant vessel of the Longhand pirates and exclaimed, "I am coming." Monet hastily signed up. Very well, Monet prepared to launch the second Bucky bullet, aiming at the long-armed pirate ship, determined to obliterate the enemy vessel and leave no pirate standing. Lucas handed the torch to Monet. "Understood. I guarantee a direct hit on the pirate ship." Monet aimed the cannon at the distant ship of the Handlong tribe pirates and ignited the fuse. Boom. Cannonballs soared toward the distant ship of the long-armed pirates, slicing through the air and tracing an elegant arc as they descended upon their vessel. From the lookout tower of the long-armed pirate ship, the lookout lowered his telescope, eyes widening in alarm at the approaching projectiles, hastily shouting down below, "Immediately, alter the ship's course." But at this moment, it was too late. The cannonball struck the vessel of the Longhand pirates, and with a thunderous roar, the entire ship was engulfed in an explosion. The hull was grievously damaged. Run! The long-armed tribe pirates clutched the railing as the vessel tilted rapidly, on the brink of sinking. Suddenly, a resounding blast echoed. From the sky above, yet another buggy bomb descended, striking the long-armed tribe pirate ship. Boom! The entire ship was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. The crew of the long-armed pirates perished without a trace. Splintered wooden debris floated upon the surface of the sea, with only the remains of the mizzenmast still standing. Engulfed in flames as it sank into the water. The bazooka shells possess considerable power, Lieutenant. Please establish contact with headquarters and inform them that Private Buggy has developed formidable ammunition. Encourage them to promote this type of shell within the Navy, Lucas remarked, caressing the bazooka shells within the crate, a smile gracing his lips. Understood. The second lieutenant retrieved the telephone bug to establish contact with the naval headquarters at Marineford. Colonel Lucas is quite a commendable individual. As Bucky observed Lucas's back, he developed a favorable impression of him. It was Colonel Lucas who resolutely brought Bucky into the naval ranks, and his Bucky bomb had just been replicated by the naval weapons experts. Lucas was about to report his achievements. If the formidable bazooka artillery could be widely adopted within the naval fleet, it would undoubtedly bring significant merit and prestige to bazooka. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, red-haired Shanks. The mere notion of one day donning a naval uniform and cape of justice, having attained fame as a naval officer, only to be ridiculed by Shanks aboard a pirate ship, left Lucas feeling somewhat vexed. Relay the order. All ships, proceed at full speed towards the South Sea. Lucas gestured decisively. Understood. Monet nodded and went to deliver the message. The weapon experts from Clockwork Island looked at Lucas in confusion. Shouldn't we present the blueprints for this artillery directly to the naval headquarters? One of them queried. What are you all thinking? Lucas replied, exasperated, as he regarded the technicians. How could they simply rush to deliver such a powerful weapon? Even though they were all comrades in the Navy, they had a duty to report to the South Sea. It was far more prudent to share this technological advancement with Marineford and await their contact, which was the correct procedure. At Marineford, within the office of Admiral Sengoku, Garp sat beside him, accompanied by Rear Admiral Kazan. The two were sharing Sengoku's snacks. Sengoku, glancing over the documents in his hand, rubbed his temples in frustration. Up to this point, they had received no intelligence regarding the Don Quixote family. Most troubling was the absence of Rosinante, who had yet to return to Marineford. Sengoku watched as Garp reached for his snacks once more, attempting to pilfer from his plate. Resigned, Sengoku pulled out a new bag of snacks from his drawer and began to eat. His primary concern at this moment was Rosinante. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang. Sengoku swiftly answered, "This is Sengoku. May I ask who is calling?" He noticed that the voice on the other end belonged to an unfamiliar individual. Admiral Sengoku. This is the warship of Colonel Lucas. We have located a weapons master named Bazooka along with several weapon experts, all of whom have joined the Navy. Bazooka has invented a powerful artillery shell capable of destroying an enemy vessel. What? Sengoku exclaimed, astonished. He understood that current naval warfare primarily depended on conventional artillery fire, with painfully low accuracy. Even skilled gunners rarely inflicted lethal damage with a single shot. However, if Bazooka's artillery truly possessed such devastating power, the combat efficacy of their naval ships would be greatly enhanced. Hitting an enemy vessel with just one or two of these shells could potentially annihilate a standard-sized pirate ship. Where are you now? Sengoku inquired. The general of the warring states promptly inquired if they were still lingering in the East China Sea. He would consider recalling Lucas back to headquarters for reassignment. Furthermore, that buggy must be given significant responsibilities. After all, not all naval officers possess the monstrous talent and formidable devil fruit powers that Lucas possesses. At this age within the Navy, Lucas can be deemed an exceptionally remarkable individual. Ahem. The appearance of the telephone bug has transformed from that of a junior lieutenant to that of Lucas himself. The telephone bug's attractiveness has surged dramatically, now rivaling that of a fellow book enthusiast. I am Colonel Lucas, reporting to General Wayno. We have now entered the doldrums and will soon reach the South China Sea. I kindly request that headquarters dispatch a specialist to discuss matters concerning the buggy incident. That concludes the content of this report. As Lucas spoke these falsehoods, in reality, they were still in the first half of the Grand Line, far from the doldrums. The warship commanded by Lucas is racing at full speed towards the doldrums, heading for the branch they reported in the South China Sea. Just as he had been demoted, they now wished to recall him upon the discovery of something valuable. Observing their expressions, it appears they also intend to transfer the weapon experts summoned by him from Clockwork Island, as well as the formidable buggy? There is no way. Lucas, hailing from Marineford, is unconcerned by such regulations, having been raised by the two notorious troublemakers of Marineford who often bullied the younger Navy members. His most notable attributes are not merely his astute intellect, striking appearance, monstrous talents, or formidable combat prowess, but rather the amalgamation of the rebellious traits of Smoker and Tina. Very well, I shall dispatch Rear Admiral Borsalino to the South China Sea to discuss matters concerning Buggy's ammunition, stated Admiral Sengoku before terminating the connection. He then dialed Rear Admiral Borsalino's snail phone. Hello, is this Borsalino? Sengoku inquired. I have a week available. What task do you wish to assign? Replied the yellow monkey. Admiral Sengoku's temper flared. This slothful fellow was hardly even feigning attentiveness. A week's time? It was evident he was merely deflecting. He raised his voice. Do you truly have time? A week it is. As a competent Navy officer, how could I miscalculate my time? Responded Borsalino. In 1 week. You are to travel to the South China Sea and bring back Lieutenant Colonel Lucas. He need not continue his service there, as he possesses a remarkable method for producing powerful ammunition, Sengoku commanded. Dealing with the notoriously lethargic Borsalino was indeed a headache. I assure you I will complete the task, Borsalino stated just before Sengoku abruptly ended the call. One Lucas, one Borsalino, what a source of vexation. In the Grand Line, aboard a naval vessel, Borsalino, clad in a cape of justice and dressed in yellow, adjusted his sunglasses as he silently observed the call being disconnected. He then lifted his gaze towards the dozen pirate ships fleeing in the distance. Rumor has it that these form a new pirate crew of supernovas this year. Indeed. Their escape skills are top-notch. Pointing at a distant pirate ship, Borsalino unleashed a laser beam that struck the vessel, causing it to explode instantly. Oh dear. They're fleeing too swiftly. I can hardly keep up, he exclaimed, directing his 5 fingers towards 5 pirate ships, releasing 5 laser beams in rapid succession. In the South China Sea, on an island named Leighton, Lucas's warship docked at the shore, and he gazed at the island before him, frowning. He had perused documents stating that Leighton was a commendable island, renowned for its picturesque environment and contented populace. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the information had been grossly exaggerated. The island was inundated with an array of refuse, scrap metal, broken planks, household waste, and even the carcasses of animals. These repugnant items were heaped in mounds, creating an unsightly panorama of garbage, with paths crisscrossing the island littered with debris. This scene evoked memories of a place he had encountered before, the waste disposal site on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Goya. Yet, here, the very harbor was engulfed in waste, with refuse floating even along the shoreline. Lucas perceived that the situation on this island was even more dire than that of the Kingdom of Goya. Amidst the clamor, a child with a red hedgehog-like head tumbled down from a mountain of refuse. Rubbing his head, he curiously observed the Navy personnel disembarking on the shore. It was peculiar. The Navy had not visited this island in many years. What could these individuals possibly be here for? Kid gazed in bewilderment at the blue-haired officer leading the group. Lucas gazed at the distant figure of a young boy, with his fiery red, spiky hair, adorned with goggles. He wore a tattered short-sleeved shirt patched in various places and trousers missing a leg. In his left hand, he clutched a makeshift toy, while his right held a wrench. Excuse me, young lad, could you enlighten me on why this island has come to be in such a state? Lucas approached, kneeling down to inquire. Pay up, the boy demanded, extending his hand for money, asserting that without payment, he had no time for idle chatter. Lucas gazed at the other person, offering a wry smile. In truth, during his own childhood of wandering, he was not dissimilar to this individual. At that time, when passers-by inquired for directions, he would simply extend his hand for money. This was not a matter of virtue or vice. Rather, both he, in that era, and this young scamp, in the present, led lives marked by intermittent hunger, their minds consumed by an incessant longing for sustenance. Lucas retrieved a handful of belly from his pocket, but before he could finish counting, the mischievous imp before him snatched the money away. Many years prior, a group of merchants collaborated with the royal family of the Kingdom of Leighton on this island to excavate its mineral resources. Once the minerals were fully extracted, an unexpected calamity befell the island. Overnight, all flora perished and fauna fled in terror. The island became devoid of resources, barren of crops, prompting the royal family and the merchants to depart by ship. After their departure, many regarded this forsaken isle as a dumping ground for their refuse. Kid counted the belly in his hands while recounting the tale of this island. It is no longer known as Layton. It has been reduced to a mere garbage island. After finishing his narrative, Kid turned to Lucas and inquired, "Have you come to report to the naval branch on this island?" "Indeed," Lucas replied, his gaze fixed disdainfully upon the mounds of rubbish, harboring contempt for the royal family and those merchants. He had joined the Navy to uphold his original intentions, to protect the common folk. Alas, Kid mumbled under his breath, then extended his hand. "I will guide you to the naval base. There is no one left there now. I will lead the way, and you shall pay." Lucas, amused yet exasperated, playfully smacked Kid on the forehead. "Still at it? Have you had your fill? No need. I've already located the naval branch." Lucas rose to his feet, and under the perception of sight and sound, he discovered a naval outpost nestled upon a mountain. "TSK, miser," Kid remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lucas before promptly fleeing. Lucas gazed at the figure before him, a lingering sense of familiarity brushing against his consciousness. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not recall the source of this recognition. Accompanied by his subordinates, he made his way to the naval headquarters. Lucas opened the iron door and stepped inside, where no one remained. The naval branch personnel must have already vacated this place, hadn't they? Lucas felt that this was indeed a demotion. Smoker had been reassigned to Log Town in the East Blue, a place that, despite its humble beginnings, was rich with opportunities for merit. However, Lucas found himself on this desolate island, encountering naught but a few vagrants along the way, without even a pirate in sight. Where was he supposed to earn his accolades? This was the true essence of being relegated. Nevertheless, Lucas was undeterred. Should the headquarters send someone to retrieve him, he would simply ensure that the buggy ball became a special edition exclusively for his vessel. Interested in procuring one? Apologies, but supplies are limited. As he tidied up the branch, night fell. Lucas, accompanied by his subordinates, transported an ample supply of meat and vegetables from the warship to the branch base. They gathered in the courtyard of the branch, igniting a bonfire and spontaneously hosting a feast. Who says that a banquet is merely a hallmark of pirates? Lucas is now the supreme commander of this branch, and he declared that a banquet shall be held. After all, on this island, he has yet to encounter a single pirate. Holding a banquet is of no consequence. Cheers. Lucas raised his cup and clinked it with Buggy's. Gulp, gulp. The two of them swiftly downed their drinks. Lucas gnawed on the meat, devouring it with great gusto. In this abandoned outpost, there was no one to discipline him, no one to protect, not even a pirate in sight. He indulged freely, relishing every bite and sip. What a delightful freedom. "Colonel, what on earth did you do to be relegated to such a desolate place?" "Those bastards have gone too far," Buggy lamented on Lucas's behalf. Although he was aboard a warship, he had heard tales from the Navy about Lucas's exploits. He single-handedly vanquished several pirate crews, extracted information from one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, Virgo, leading the headquarters to apprehend this infiltrator, and dealt a significant blow to the Don Quixote family. Such commendable feats, in Buggy's view, deserved nothing less than a promotion to colonel. Furthermore, Buggy had also learned of Lucas's formidable abilities. His amplification fruit had been developed to such an extent that it could enhance by 100-fold, with the ability to share enhancements, reverse them, and a myriad of other amplification types. Lucas exhibited his dual-colored dominance, embodying the essence of the 6 styles. Baki pondered how such a formidable individual could merely hold this rank. What could possibly be the rationale of those imbeciles at headquarters? Dismissing such disheartening thoughts, Akin shot a glare at Baki, who promptly fell silent. "Ha ha ha, what does it matter? Just think. Baki, we are here without any higher-ups to oversee us, and we need not trouble ourselves with pirates. Isn't it rather delightful to be so carefree?" Lucas remarked with a smile as he finished his drink. Monet observed Lucas, noting that despite her reassurances, he was clearly not content. He merely sought to guide a young soul back onto the right path, believing there was still hope for their thoughts to be directed positively. Yet, certain scoundrels relentlessly pursued pirates, regardless of their age. Monet gently patted Lucas on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, realizing that he harbored disappointment towards some members of the Navy. The following day, outside of Layton Island, Lucas led a contingent of the Navy aboard a warship, departing from Leyden and venturing into the open sea. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a colossal sea creature emerged from the depths, adorned with azure skin, bearing the head of a dog and the body of a fish. Lucas has always sensed that the myriad creatures inhabiting the world of One Piece, including the fishmen, long-armed tribe, long-legged tribe, as well as the sea beasts and sea kings, possess an air of genetic modification. Take, for instance, the sea beast before him. Its canine head and piscine body evoke the impression of a being meticulously crafted through some form of advanced genetic engineering. The sea beast gaped its cavernous maw, revealing a terrifying array of elongated teeth resembling sharp spikes. Lucas gazed at the marine creature, which appeared more like a grotesque amalgamation than anything else. Drawing his long sword, he unleashed a colossal slashing wave towards the beast. The wave soared into the heavens, cleaving the creature, which loomed over the battleship, in two. With a thunderous roar, the severed halves of the beast crashed into the ocean, sending up a spray of tumultuous waves. Lucas waved his hand, and the sailors promptly produced ropes to secure the sea creature, destined to become their sustenance. The warship continued its voyage for some time until Lucas spotted another marine beast. Beneath the surface, a colossal creature surged forth, only to be struck by a slashing wave as it broke the water's surface. The sailors swiftly ensnared the creature with their ropes, and the warship began its return journey. Leighton Island came into view as the vessel docked alongside the pier. Lucas descended, and at that moment by the dock, a contingent of sailors was guiding a group of homeless individuals, along with the red-haired imp from yesterday, in the task of cleaning up the litter. Today, Lucas vanquished 2 sea beasts. He instructed Monet to lead the sailors in locating all the vagrants on the island, proposing that they engage in labor to clear the debris in exchange for sustenance. Consequently, Lucas was able to capture an additional sea beast today. This island had languished in desolation for far too long, and Lucas ordered the sailors to assess its condition. There were a total of 40 vagrants on the island, along with a red-haired imp. These individuals often endured days of hunger. He desired to aid them, recalling his own childhood of wandering and the hardships he had faced. However, he wished to transform their circumstances. Relying on alms was not the answer for capable individuals. Merely begging and sleeping would lead them to starvation once he departed. Such individuals are often deemed as wasteful. A person who lacks even the fundamental desire to labor for survival is, essentially, rendered useless. Lucas sought to instill in them the notion that only through diligent labor could one earn their sustenance. Observing the group as they gathered refuse, a satisfied smile spread across Lucas's face. "Colonel, what shall we do with this waste? Perhaps we should assign it to those who brought it?" Haki inquired, casting a glance at Lucas. "Most of this refuse originated from the neighboring islands. Where shall we dispose of it? We cannot simply return the waste to its original locations. While it may seem innocuous in theory, in practice, it would undoubtedly invite criticism. Do you know who is responsible for this litter?" Lucas questioned, gesturing towards the vast mounds of garbage. "I have no idea," Haki replied, shaking his head. With such an overwhelming amount of debris, it was impossible to discern who was accountable. "There are far too many scoundrels. One cannot possibly confront each of them individually," Lucas sighed. Presently, nations in the South China Sea are discarding refuse, and in a previous life, there were individuals living quite well who were even more egregious. They recklessly discharged nuclear waste into the oceans, with their leaders brazenly claiming it to be harmless. What a travesty! Indeed, the fruits of happy education yield only ignorance. Ahem. I digress. Lucas arrived at the dock to join his companions in the laborious task of clearing the refuse, meticulously depositing the debris into a large wooden crate. They intended to remain here for a considerable duration, thus necessitating the prompt removal of the waste. Otherwise, the environment would become intolerable. As noon approached, Lucas wiped the sweat from his brow. The oppressive heat combined with the foul stench of the towering piles of rubbish rendered the situation quite unbearable. Fortunately, the refuse at the naval base nearby was minimal. Accompanied by the Navy personnel and a few homeless individuals, he proceeded towards the naval base. Behind Lucas stood Kid, characterized by his distinctive red spiky hair. Kid tugged at Lucas's clothing, gazing up at him with eager anticipation, inquiring when the meal would commence. "Soon," Lucas replied, affectionately patting Kid's head, finally recalling who this individual was. Upon hearing his name during the morning registration, Lucas had instantly recognized him. Kid, one of the notorious figures from the future's most malevolent era, possessed the powers of a devil fruit. From his observations of the animated series, Lucas discerned that Kid's abilities allowed him to manipulate magnetic forces, harnessing metal through magnetism. Lucas has always dismissed the absurd notion that individuals are inherently good or evil from birth. He believes instead that a person begins life as a blank slate, and it is the influences of those around them and their environment that ultimately determine whether that slate is marked with wretched lines or adorned with exquisite masterpieces. Kid has grown up in a dismal environment, where the people of this nation have forsaken them, and the inhabitants of the South Sea have treated their homeland as a refuse dump. From a young age, Kid has lived enveloped in hatred, resenting the royalty, merchants, and other nations that have contributed to their plight. Given such a tumultuous upbringing, his extreme behavior comes as no surprise. Upon arriving at the naval base, the ship's cooks have prepared a sumptuous lunch, featuring delectable roasted sea beasts. Lucas took 2 pieces of roasted meat, handing one to Kid. How does it taste? Lucas took a bite of the meat, smiling as he glanced at Kid. Kid tore off a piece, chewing a few times before swallowing. It was truly delicious, a rare treat he hadn't enjoyed in ages. Haraha. Lucas patted Kid's head, reminiscent of the way he had eaten when Sakazuki first rescued him. Sigh. Kid lamented. It's a pity that you all will eventually leave. Each meal together is one less. What nonsense is that? You could simply join us, Lucas replied, patting Kid's shoulder. Me? Join you? Kid pointed at himself. Disbelief etched on his face. Many nations in the South Sea dump their waste here, and what's worse is that they harbor a strong disdain for them. Moreover, aside from Lucas, hardly any navy would accept a post here. What's the matter? I see potential in you, a fine talent. Who knows? You might become a naval admiral in the future, Lucas teased Kid. Me? An admiral? Kid couldn't help but laugh. What? Would you like to join me in the Navy? You could eat to your heart's content every day, and as a naval officer, no one would dare look down on you. If pirates disrespect you, you can make them cry for mercy, Lucas said, playfully tapping Kid's head. Really? Kid looked at Lucas in disbelief. Having lived here all his life, Leighton had turned into a garbage island, where he often went hungry as ships came to dump their refuse. He longed to escape, but those around him called him trash, urging him to keep his distance. Lucas's words instilled a glimmer of hope within Kid. Am I truly the sort of person who would lie? Lucas chuckled, ruffling Kid's hair. Lucas, only deceived his enemies. He was honest with everyone else, after all. So what do you say? Join us, he proposed. Feast as you please. Drink to your heart's content, and there's a salary to be earned. I'm in. Kid raised his hand without hesitation. The mere prospect of escaping hardship was enticing enough, not to mention the additional allure of a salary. Furthermore, Kid had overheard the Navy discussing how Lucas had captured those pirates, claiming their treasures, which he subsequently shared with his crew. Lucas nodded in approval as the naval ranks welcomed an outstanding new officer. Bucky held a metal fork, skewering a piece of meat, poised to take a bite, when suddenly, both fork and meat were wrenched from his grasp. Kid, grinning with delight, snatched the fork midair and began devouring the sea beast's flesh. His formidable ability allowed him to magnetically seize any object made of iron. Tastes good, doesn't it? Bucky, suppressing his anger, glared at Kid. This is absolutely delicious. Kid drew the iron fork, laden with meat, from Baki's other hand and took a bite, exclaiming, Baki had intended to give this unruly child a good thrashing, but upon noticing Lucas's gaze upon him, he hastily retracted his fist. He could certainly overpower the still small Kid, yet he knew he could not contend with Lucas. Lucas only needs to share his weight gain for his fruit abilities to become ineffective. Eat more, eat more. Children must consume plenty of meat as they are in a phase of growth, but quickly grabbed several pieces of meat and stuffed them into Kid's hands. All the while thinking, may you be overwhelmed by your insatiable appetite, you gluttonous child. Lucas and Kid devoured the sea beast meat with great enthusiasm. The duo, one large and one small, quickly finished all the meat laid before them. Akin brought forth a sizable chunk of sea beast meat, dividing it into several pieces to commence the grilling process. The ship's chef served hot porridge, and Lucas and Kid eagerly lifted their bowls, gulping it down before resuming their feast on the meat. Meanwhile, upon the vast ocean, a small pirate ship glided slowly, where Don Quixote Doflamingo stood at the bow, draped in a coat of pink feathers and clad in cropped trousers and pointed shoes, clenching his fist. The mere thought of the individual named Lucas ignited a surge of anger within him. It was this scoundrel who had brought them to ruin, leaving their family in shambles and causing considerable losses among their ranks. The Don Quixote family had been reduced to its bare essence. Now, only Tory Bull remained among the highest ranks, with the other remaining members being Bartolomeo, Lao Ji, and Ma Bais. Doflamingo's savings had been entrusted to their former ship, the Flamingo, which Lucas had cunningly orchestrated to be sunk by the naval forces. In their hasty escape, Doflamingo and his crew found themselves destitute. Even the pirate ship beneath their feet was a hard-won prize, seized from a band of pirates they encountered while fleeing to the South Sea. Doflamingo seethed at the thought of personally eliminating that wretched individual. Young master, where shall we go next? Lao Ji inquired as he approached. First, We shall conceal ourselves in the South Sea and gradually rebuild our influence, Doflamingo replied, glancing at the map Lao Ji had presented. This shall be our base of operations. We will develop new members from here, he declared, pointing to an island marked as Leighton on the map. Understood, Lao Ji replied, tucking away the map. They would reach Leighton in 2 days. Thank you for your efforts, Doflamingo remarked, reflecting on the heavy toll his family had endured. It remained uncertain how many years they would need to amass their strength anew to resume their ambitions. Leighton Island. After finishing their meal, Lucas, accompanied by the Navy and the vagabonds, arrived at the dock, transferring the trash-filled containers onto the warship one by one. On this day each month, they would sail to Leighton to dispose of waste here. Kid, following closely behind Lucas, remarked, I see, then we have our trash to manage. Lucas grinned as he boarded the warship, and Kid hurried to follow. Are you going too? Lucas inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. Kid nodded, eager to witness Lucas hurling the refuse back at those scoundrels. All right, Lucas said, playfully ruffling Kid's hair. Stop messing with my hair. Kid shot a glare at Lucas, only to be met with Monet's fist. On the vast ocean, a large vessel slowly approached Leighton. It was a waste disposal ship from a nearby kingdom, tasked with dumping various types of refuse from the kingdom each month onto Leighton Island. The captain sat in the cabin, engrossed in a newspaper. He collaborated with the kingdom's officials, who were responsible for collecting all domestic waste while he managed the transport to Leighton Island. He earned a fee for his services, and the royal family maintained a clean environment. Captain, there's a warship blocking our path. A crew member entered, calling the captain's attention. A warship? The captain said, gazing at the distant vessel in confusion. Firstly, they are not pirates. Secondly, this is merely a garbage transport ship with no valuable cargo to seize. Even if they were the type of navy that craved riches, what could they gain from us? Are you here to dump trash on Leighton Island? Lucas stepped onto the ship, gliding with an air of confidence. Indeed. Do you have any inquiries? The captain asked, looking at Lucas with curiosity. Do you frequently dispose of waste in Leighton? Lucas scrutinized the captain, who was shorter than him, bald, with a small tuft of mustache. Indeed, now that Leighton Island exists, it is far better than before. Previously, we could only cast our waste into the sea, the captain shrugged. Then it is as I thought, Lucas nodded. As the warship drew closer, a plank was laid between the two vessels, and the Navy members began to lift container after container of trash onto the ship. It's garbage. The captain observed the contents and quickly intervened. The Navy drew their guns, surrounding the crew. These are yours, right? Take them back. And I will pretend nothing happened. Lucas waved his hand, prompting the Navy to lower their weapons. What do you think of this arrangement? The captain hastily pulled out some coins from his pocket and approached Lucas, offering them. The captain with the small mustache thought to himself that this fellow was likely a greedy Navy officer, even attempting to extort them. Do you really think I need your meager coins? Lucas cast a fierce glare at his adversary, gesturing with his hand as he led his naval crew back to the warship, returning to Leighton Island. Whoever dared to dispose of refuse on Leighton Island would find their collected trash unceremoniously dumped upon their vessel. This was a most convenient and satisfying method of dealing with waste. Any dissenters? They would simply receive an additional shipment of refuse, after all. The cannons were already aimed at them. Under the barrage of cannon fire, even the most defiant pirates were compelled to comply. The vessel laden with refuse reluctantly made its way back to the kingdom. Leighton Island, by the dock. The warship of Lucas has returned, and by now, the debris at the dock has been almost entirely cleared away, making the shoreline far more pleasant to behold. Any kingdom that dares to dispose of refuse here shall face the consequence of having their own trash returned to them, should they send soldiers to contest this. He is prepared to load the cannon with Bacadin and engage in a discourse with them, for he is the righteous navy that commands respect through artillery. This perspective indeed brings a sense of comfort. Lucas turned to observe the deck, where Kid was performing squats, counting aloud as he exercised. After all, since Kid had agreed to join the Navy, Lucas could not allow him to remain idle. On their journey back, he had initiated a regimen of training for Kid. In his own youth, he had endured rigorous training in Marineford, not to mention far away in East Blue at the Frost Moon Village dojo. Zoro had also faced a considerable training load in his childhood. While in the anime, Luffy was still trailing behind Ace. Zoro was diligently performing squats by the seaside with stones on his back. Lucas is now contemplating the formulation of an enhanced training regimen for Kid. Once Kid acclimates to the current training load, he shall increase the intensity, and upon Kid's further adaptation, he will escalate it once more. How exhausting, Kid remarked through gritted teeth while gazing at Lucas. Is this truly exhausting? It is evident that you are fabricating. After completing squats, you will run 10 laps around the battleship. Lucas playfully smacked Kid on the head and instructed, Monet, please supervise him until he finishes his run. Certainly. Monet nodded, approaching to sit and observe Kid. No, please. Kid cast a forlorn look at Lucas. Lucas was taken aback, for it was the first time he had witnessed the melancholic expression of Kid. How utterly adorable. He couldn't help but add to the circle of onlookers. It was simply too much. The sorrowful expression on Kid's face deepened, and Lucas found himself even more amused. After disembarking, Lucas observed as the sailors escorted the vagrants to other locations to clear away the debris. Beyond the dock, there were many areas on the island that had been inundated with refuse. They meticulously organized the litter, packing it into wooden crates for later disposal. At noon, within the naval base, everyone gathered in circles, seated around individual bonfires. Pieces of marine beast meat sizzled over the flames, with droplets of fat cascading into the fire, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Lucas and Kid gazed enviously at the beast meat displayed on the shelf, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. They could hardly contain their desire to snatch the meat and devour it at once. Monet looked on helplessly at the two of them, one a voracious eater, the other a petite glutton, both with formidable appetites. Lucas's appetite on the ship is unmatched, and as for Kid, despite his youth, his consumption is equally impressive. This little fellow can now devour 3 substantial pieces of sea beast meat in one sitting all by himself. Monet perceives that the appetites of Akin and Buggy, when compared to these two, can be considered quite moderate. As soon as the sea beast meat was freshly roasted, Lucas and Kid sprang into action, leaving Monet, Buggy, and Akin without a chance to secure any for themselves. The meat on the rack was swiftly claimed by the duo. Meanwhile, a young lieutenant at another campfire savored his meal, having wisely chosen not to dine alongside Lucas today, for otherwise, he would have been left to gnaw on mere bones. Lucas grasped 2 sticks, each adorned with a generous piece of sea beast meat. With a swift motion, he tore a chunk from the meat and swallowed it whole after a few chews. Kid held a piece of sea beast meat in one hand, biting down vigorously. Monet reluctantly accepted the sea beast meat handed to him by Akin, skewering it onto a stick and placing it over the fire to roast. Listen well, Kid. As long as you adhere to my training regimen every day, you may eat as much as you desire and whatever you wish. Do you understand? After finishing his piece of meat, Lucas discarded the bone aside and turned to look at Kid. Kid, with his mouth stuffed full, responded with muffled affirmations. MMM, MMM, MMM. He felt that life had never been so splendid. He could not fathom how much better his current existence was compared to before. Now, he could enjoy 3 hearty meals a day and even indulge in snacks whenever hunger struck. It was utterly delightful. After agreeing to join the Navy, he was granted permission to sleep at the naval base, freeing him from the necessity of slumbering in a pile of refuse. How wonderful it was. After lunch, Lucas and Kid contentedly patted their full bellies, with Lucas playfully ruffling Kid's spiky hair, which felt quite pleasant. Monet observed them with a mix of exasperation. How could these two consume such copious amounts of food and, after a brief while, have their once round bellies appear so flat? It defied all logic. Oh, this is the distinction between monsters and us, sighed Bucky, who was strolling nearby with Akin. Bucky had once thought that someone like Akin was already quite extraordinary, excelling in training and formidable in sparring. He consumed significantly more than Bucky himself. Yet, in comparison to Lucas, it seemed trivial. Bucky surmised that if he compared Akin from his childhood to Kid, Akin would hardly stand out as anything but ordinary. In the afternoon, 2 ships from neighboring kingdoms were set to arrive at Leighton Island, bringing refuse with them. Kid rubbed his belly contentedly and looked up at Lucas, playfully swatting his hand away. Lucas withdrew his hand, lamenting the loss, for the soft texture of the little one's hair was quite delightful. It was time to commence their tasks. Rising to his feet, Lucas rallied the sailors and the vagabonds to assist in transporting the wooden crates filled with refuse to the warship. As a local, Kid possessed an intimate knowledge of the schedule for refuse collection and the routes taken by the kingdom's vessels. Once the crates were aboard, Lucas ascended to the ship, and the warship set sail. Not long into their voyage, they encountered another vessel arriving to dispose of its garbage. Bucky loaded the cannon, aiming its muzzle at the approaching ship. The warship's array of cannons targeted the vessel, instilling considerable fear in its crew, prompting them to halt their progress. Lucas waved his hand as the warship approached, and everyone began to dispose of their refuse to one another. As a member of the Navy, how could you engage in such behavior? A young man emerged from the garbage vessel, pointing at Lucas and exclaiming, "Firstly, I am the highest-ranking officer at the naval base of Leighton Island, and I am quite displeased that you have dumped waste in my vicinity. Secondly, you have previously discarded refuse into the ocean, and now you are polluting other islands. Do you still consider yourselves to be human?" Lucas shot him a glare, causing the young man to take a few steps back in fear. Lucas had heard from Kid that, in truth, after the Leighton royal family and the merchants departed from the island, many of the locals did not abandon their homeland. They continued to sustain their lives through fishing. However, with the royal family leading all the soldiers away, the naval forces stationed at the base ultimately perished in a fierce battle against a notorious pirate crew. The island of Leighton lost its military strength, and other kingdoms began to treat it as a dumping ground, discarding their refuse here. The citizens, overwhelmed by the filth, were compelled to leave in droves. As the waste accumulated, no naval forces were willing to establish their presence in this forsaken place. Lucas led the warship back to Leighton Island. One afternoon, they apprehended 2 refuse vessels from neighboring kingdoms, notorious for regularly dumping their waste on Leighton Island. For every time they dared to unload their refuse here, Lucas retaliated by sending 3 times the amount back onto their ships. The refuse from these 2 vessels alone significantly alleviated the island's waste problem. Upon returning to the island, Lucas gazed upon the now considerably cleaner surroundings and inhaled the somewhat improved air quality, filled with immense satisfaction. He was known for his fiery temperament. After all, living in such conditions, he had no desire to endure the foul air daily. Anyone who dared to pollute his home would find threefold the refuse returned to them. He had no patience for those insolent individuals. The following day, as Kid informed him, more refuse vessels from other kingdoms were expected to arrive to dump their waste. Lucas, accompanied by the Navy, set out once more. In the span of a single day, he dispatched a total of 12 loads of refuse back to those scoundrels, greatly enhancing the environmental conditions of Leighton Island. The air was noticeably fresher than before. The harbor was entirely free of refuse, and other areas of the island saw a significant reduction in waste as well. That evening, Lucas sat in the open space outside the naval base, savoring barbecued sea beast meat while listening to Kid recount tales of those detestable kingdoms. In 2 days, several more distant kingdoms would arrive at Leighton to dispose of their refuse, totaling 8 vessels. Kid munched on the sea beast meat, conversing with Lucas about the impending arrivals. Lucas nodded, his impression of the nations surrounding the South China Sea significantly tarnished. One by one, they treated Leighton as a mere dumping ground, queuing up to dispose of their refuse on Leighton Island. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. In his previous life, Lucas had encountered the most filthy and chaotic locales, particularly in a certain South Asian country. He recalled watching a Ukrainian content creator document their experiences in that land, where the streets were strewn with litter, and every household possessed a window dedicated to discarding waste onto the roads. There, eating with one's hands was a trivial concern, as even the cows roamed the streets scavenging through the garbage. Yet, compared to Leighton Island, that situation now appeared less severe. Once, Leighton boasted a considerable civilian populace. However, as the kingdoms took advantage of the absence of armed forces, they began treating it as a refuse disposal site. No matter how much one cherishes their homeland, it is difficult to withstand the incessant influx of waste. Consequently, many have fled their homes. In this era, strength ultimately dictates one's voice, regardless of the protests. No one would advocate for them. Fortunately, times have changed, for they have encountered the righteous Colonel Lucas. On this island, a handful of individuals still reside, and Lucas is determined to safeguard their living environment. As for those nations that dare to send soldiers to stir trouble, he will respond with artillery intimidation. After all, he has already been delegated authority. A dead pig is unperturbed by boiling water. With sheer willpower, he will traverse any obstacles. If they possess the audacity, let them report him to headquarters. He stands on solid ground. What Lucas despised the most were those who discarded refuse in the hometowns of others. Such decision-makers, capable of such actions, would ultimately face dire consequences, with their ancestral graves being bombarded and their descendants suffering deformities for generations. Rest assured, for every bit of refuse they bring, I shall ensure they take back an equal amount. Lucas gently patted Kid's head, offering a semblance of comfort. If it were up to me, I would eliminate them, Kid muttered through clenched teeth. Cough, cough, but that's not necessary. Lucas rubbed Kid's head. After all, he was a naval officer. Though he harbored disdain for these individuals, resorting to the murder of innocents would lead to repercussions far graver than mere demotion. He would find himself in court. Before reaching that point, he would likely be apprehended by Sakazuki and receive a thorough beating. Privately, Lucas wished nothing more than for these scoundrels to meet their demise by meteorite upon stepping out into the world. Yet, from the perspective of a naval officer, he understood that such thoughts must remain unfounded. One should never act upon them. Naturally, if the adversaries engaged in acts of thievery, arson, or violence, he would possess justifiable grounds to retaliate. Rest assured, as long as I remain here for a day, I will ensure these rascals return the refuse to their homeland. Even if they arrive with armed vessels, I shall compel them to dutifully take their belongings with them. Lucas cast his gaze upon the homeless. No, they should no longer be referred to as homeless. Lucas had arranged for them to wash up, clean their clothes, and groom themselves. These individuals had spent the day clearing away rubbish from around the living quarters and now resided in clean homes at night. They were now residents of this place. Thank you, Colonel Lucas. An excited man approached, falling to his knees and grasping Lucas's leg. Lucas promptly helped the other party to their feet. In his previous life, he often observed characters kneeling in dramas, yet he personally harbored a deep disdain for such customs. Bowing to heaven, the earth, and one's parents. Why should one kneel to outsiders? Lucas has always believed that kneeling is often an exceedingly base form of gratitude. Only slaves kneel before others. No kneeling. Lucas glared at those around him, emphatically declaring that from this moment forth, regardless of who it may be, no one should ever kneel to anyone. For each of you possesses your own dignity. You are all living beings, none more noble than the other, and none more ignoble. Remember, you must never kneel before anyone except your elders. Such individuals are contemptible. As Colonel Lucas spoke, the middle-aged men gazed at him, tears welling in their eyes, for they had never encountered such a person in their lives. For the sake of ordinary people, as a naval officer held in high esteem, they revered him and expressed their gratitude. Yet, this colonel treated them with such profound respect, regarding them as equals. One by one, the older men wept, overwhelmed by the kindness of Colonel Lucas. Lucas gazed awkwardly at the individuals around him, some kneeling, others weeping. What madness! In his view, mutual respect among individuals and the notion of equality were simply natural. Yet, for those subsisting in the era of pirates, such sentiments had been alien for countless years. Although Lucas had endured hardships during his early years post-rebirth, the duration was fleeting, as he was soon taken in by Sakazuki. His disdain for pirates indeed stemmed from his childhood experiences, yet he had not truly comprehended the full extent of the suffering endured by the downtrodden. Had Lucas not been rescued at the age of 9, and had pirates not claimed his life, he might have wandered indefinitely, perhaps gaining insight into the feelings of these individuals. Equality among people. Buggy observed Lucas quietly, recognizing in the figures of Captain Roger and his companions a vision of freedom that humanity ought to embrace. Today, however, he perceived something entirely different in Lucas, prompting a newfound respect for him. The following day, at the port of Leighton Island, Lucas boarded the warship, leading the sailors as they prepared to set sail. Their provisions were nearly depleted, necessitating a venture into the sea to capture some sea beasts to replenish their supplies. Sitting on the deck, Lucas observed Buggy directing the sailors as they brought several crates of buggy balls. "Should we use my buggy balls to try and catch some sea beasts?" Buggy inquired, producing a cannonball and looking at Lucas. Cough, that's unnecessary." Lucas quickly waved his hand. He preferred to slay sea beasts with his sword. Although these creatures might occasionally be cleaved in two, they would still provide ample meat. However, if the sea beasts were to be hunted with buggy balls, Lucas feared that each would be utterly obliterated. The warship glided steadily through the water, with Buggy seated beside the cannon, caressing the buggy balls and gazing at the ocean, feeling an urge to test the cannon. After sailing for a while, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon. The lookout in the crow's nest hastily lowered his telescope and shouted down to Lucas, "Colonel, a pirate ship has been sighted ahead. Standing at the bow is Don Quixote da Flamingo." Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, Lucas sprang to his feet and rushed to the cannon, loading a buggy ball. "Gunner, hurry and prepare to fire," Lucas shouted. After so many days, the Don Quixote family, which had been absent for quite some time, was unexpectedly encountered in the South Sea. Though the Don Quixote family had suffered significant losses before, that was only when accompanied by Admiral Crane, which had emboldened Lucas to confront them with full force. Now, however, the Don Quixote family still had Doflamingo, along with Treble, Bartolomeo, Lao-Ji, and Mahabais. Even if those few officers came together, Lucas felt confident in facing them. Yet, Doflamingo, as an awakened user of the string fruit, possessed formidable strength. leading Lucas to question whether his current crew would suffice against such an opponent. At this moment, Doflamingo likely harbored deep resentment towards two individuals, his brother, who had betrayed him and stolen the Opop no Mi, and the Navy, which had repeatedly pursued him and dealt severe blows to the Don Quixote family. Lucas surmised that Doflamingo, upon witnessing his own heart being torn asunder, was filled with a sense of dread. Fire. Open fire immediately. This was not an act of fear, but rather the correct approach to an offensive maneuver. The gunners took their positions as Lucas imbued the cannonballs with multiple enhancements, propelling them forth with great velocity. No sooner had the cannonballs been discharged than they expanded dramatically, their speed increasing to resemble a fleeting shadow. They soared through the sky, hurtling towards their target with alarming swiftness. Boom. The enhanced buggy ball detonated with the force of a missile, although it did not strike Doflamingo's ship directly. The shockwave alone sent colossal waves crashing against the pirate vessel. In the distance, Doflamingo's ship was violently rocked by the surging waters, teetering perilously as if it might capsize at any moment. Clutching the railing tightly, Doflamingo trembled, while those around him clung desperately to whatever they could grasp, fearing they might be thrown overboard. Doflamingo lifted his gaze, and through his observation haki, he discerned the presence of the individual he loathed immensely, the blue-haired Navy officer. Why did this method of assault seem so familiar? Within his heightened perception, he noticed a massive cannonball hurtling toward him at an alarming rate. Swiftly, Doflamingo conjured numerous threads into a spear, detonating the cannonball mid-air with a precise thrust. Having suffered from Lucas's abilities before, he was not about to allow another of his projectiles to approach his ship. They had only just arrived in the South Blue. Having recently commandeered a vessel and amassed some wealth, he had no desire to see his hard-earned fortune vanish once more. Lucas, you relentless specter. Why must you confront me the moment I set foot in the South Blue? Must it truly come to a fight to the death? Doflamingo shouted, manipulating the threads to connect with the clouds above, ascending into the air while maneuvering stealthily closer to Lucas. Fire. Lucas disregarded his adversary entirely, aiming the cannon skyward and ordering the gunners to shoot. Boom. The enhanced buggy ball soared forth, its size magnified exponentially and its speed heightened. Doflamingo quickly launched a spear created from countless threads to intercept the incoming projectile. Boom. The amplified buggy ball exploded mid-air, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward, sending Doflamingo careening uncontrollably through the air. On the sea, the water erupted into frothy rings as pirate ships and naval vessels alike were jolted backward by the force of the blast. Abandoning his confrontation with Lucas, Doflamingo retreated to his ship, urgently calling for his crew to turn the vessel around and flee. Lucas possessed the explosive Bacabomb, and under the influence of multiple amplifications, its power was unparalleled. Now, in the midst of naval warfare, Doflamingo dared not confront Lucas directly. Had Lucas been without gunners or the Bacabomb, he would have swiftly vanquished his adversary. Today, I shall eradicate the Don Quixote family, Lucas proclaimed, his voice echoing across the waters to Doflamingo. How infuriating, Doflamingo retorted, casting a glare back at him. If you possess such abilities, dare not rely on amplifications and Baki bombs. Whoosh. A Bacabomb was launched, and after Lucas applied its augmentation, the singular explosive fragmented into numerous colossal projectiles, hurtling towards Doflamingo's pirate ship. Hiss. Doflamingo gasped. Is this fellow a demon? He hastily conjured dozens of long spears, intricately woven from countless threads, to intercept the incoming bombardment. Boom. Boom, boom. Each projectile detonated mid-air, unleashing powerful shockwaves that stirred towering waves. While the deafening explosions resonated across the sea and sky, Doflamingo's ears buzzed as he beheld the surging tides crashing towards their vessel. In haste, he tethered himself to the clouds above with his threads, lifting Tory pole into the air. Buffalo ascended as well, carrying Lao Ji and Mahabais, and they swiftly followed suit. Disregarding the captured pirate ship and the plundered riches, they now sought only to flee far from Lucas's missile-like shells. Crash. Under the force of the colossal waves, the pirate ship was instantly overturned and submerged. On Lucas's vessel, the gunner unleashed another Bacabomb. The gigantic explosive struck the monstrous wave, its terrifying might obliterating the surging threat that approached them. Lucas gazed at the remaining Baki shells in the crate and waved his hand, commanding full speed ahead. With the power of his observation haki, he could discern the enemy's direction, but he knew that if time lingered, he would need to amplify his haki significantly to locate them. Above the vast ocean, several individuals swiftly fled through the air, deftly avoiding the relentless barrage of cannonballs raining down upon them. A warship lingered in the distance, firing shells into the sky. Damn it! In midair, Doflamingo cast a glare back at Lucas, frustrated that he had momentarily shaken off this troublesome adversary. However, it was perplexing how Lucas had managed to track them down. Just as Doflamingo and his crew had landed on an island to rest, Lucas's warship had discovered their location. They fled once more to another island. But after a brief respite, they were once again found by Lucas's vessel. Doflamingo harbored serious doubts. Lucas possessed an extraordinary ability to pinpoint their whereabouts. In combat, relying on his abilities and Baki shells, Doflamingo aimed to distance himself from Lucas, but it was not long before Lucas was on their trail again. Doflamingo's disdain for Lucas deepened considerably. Boom, boom, boom. As cannonballs soared towards them, Doflamingo and his companions hastily evaded the onslaught. On board the warship, Lucas amplified the Baki shells with one hand while clutching a den mushi with the other. Hello, this is Sengoku. The den mushi transformed to resemble Sengoku's visage. This is Lieutenant Colonel Lucas reporting to Admiral Sengoku. We have located the long-missing Don Quixote family in the waters near Rydon Island in the South Sea. Lucas looked up at Doflamingo and his crew in the sky. What? In the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Vice Admiral Tsuru rose swiftly, approaching Sengoku to snatch the den mushi from him. Lieutenant Colonel Lucas, can you handle Doflamingo? Do you need Vice Admiral Borsalino to assist you immediately? Tsuru inquired anxiously. She was acutely aware of Lucas's prowess and understood Doflamingo's formidable strength. She feared that Doflamingo might seize the opportunity to retaliate against Lucas or, worse yet, vanish from their grasp once more. Lucas's growth was evident to her. She held high hopes for the child and wished to shield him from any misfortune. Simultaneously, the disappearance of that rascal, Doflamingo, would pose significant trouble for them. Admiral Tsuru, General Sengoku, do you recall the buggy bomb I mentioned? Lucas inquired. Indeed. But could it be? Admiral Tsuru suddenly recalled something. Precisely. I have enhanced the buggy bomb with multiple amplifications. With the augmented power of the buggy bomb, a single shot is sufficient to obliterate a small island. Doflamingo is currently under my pursuit, Lucas declared. Upon hearing this, both Admiral Tsuru and General Sengoku let out a collective sigh of relief. Lucas possesses the ability to enhance his observation skills, which enables his perception to reach an almost exaggerated extent. Regardless of how swiftly Doflamingo may flee, as long as they pause for a moment, believing themselves to be safe, Lucas will hasten towards them aboard his warship. The only exception is if they venture beyond the vast range of his perception. While this may work once or twice, Lucas suspects that after several more attempts, Doflamingo and his crew will manage to escape far beyond his field of awareness. Nevertheless, it is imperative that Admiral Borsalino arrives promptly, as the exertion from amplifying my observation skills, coupled with my other enhancements, is quite taxing. I estimate that if this continues, Doflamingo and his crew will successfully evade capture. Lucas spoke with a grave demeanor. Understood. I will immediately request Admiral Borsalino to assist you. Sengoku, the general, nodded in acknowledgement. Lucas relayed their current position, after which Sengoku ended the call and proceeded to contact Borsalino. This is Sengoku. Colonel Lucas has discovered the long-lost Don Quixote family in the South China Sea. Please set aside your current tasks and proceed to support Colonel Lucas without delay. The task will be executed immediately. Admiral Borsalino responded promptly, terminating the call and transforming into a streak of light that vanished. In the South China Sea, Lucas continued to pursue Doflamingo and his crew. The cannonball erupted from the cannon, splitting into dozens of enormous projectiles that soared skyward. Boom, boom, boom. Doflamingo and his companions swiftly dodged, nearly being toppled by the shockwaves. On board the warship, Lucas shook his head in frustration. His shooting skills were rather subpar, and although the dedicated gunners aboard the ship possessed commendable accuracy, their aim faltered when faced with airborne foes. The disparity was quite remarkable. Lucas felt an urgent need to recruit a sharpshooter for his warship. Whether wielding a firearm or artillery, precision was paramount. This would create a formidable synergy with Lucas's own abilities and Bucky's explosive prowess, a truly formidable combination. Suddenly, the phone began to ring, and Lucas picked up the receiver. This is Major General Borsalino. Colonel Lucas, where are you located in the South China Sea? I shall arrive shortly. The voice of Borsalino emanated from the device. I am at. Lucas hastily relayed his coordinates to Borsalino, who acknowledged and promptly ended the call. In the Grand Line, a brilliant streak of light soared through the sky, traversing the doldrums and heading towards the South China Sea. High above, the luminous figure halted, transforming into Major General Paulsolino. He removed his sunglasses to survey the South Sea Kingdom below, discerning his surroundings before once again becoming a flash of light, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Paulsolino hovered above a kingdom, taking a moment to assess the area. Nodding to himself, he gauged the distance remaining to Colonel Lucas and continued on his journey. Not long after Lucas hung up, he noticed a streak of light cutting across the distant sky. High above, Doflamingo and his companions struggled to evade the barrage of multiplication shells. Suddenly, a man clad in yellow appeared beside him. Doflamingo unleashed a multitude of threads toward his adversary while simultaneously retreating in another direction. Ah, what a terrifying ability, thought Borsellino. Observing Doflamingo, his body transforming into a beam of light, narrowly avoiding the thread's assault. Hey, what do you think of my move? Or rather, have you ever been struck by light? However, before Doflamingo could utter the word despicable, he found himself struck directly in the face by Borsellino's foot. The brilliance of Borsellino's kick was matched only by its ferocity. Doflamingo was sent hurtling backward, desperately manipulating his threads to grasp other clouds and facilitate his swift escape. Impressive. Even after being kicked by light, you managed to flee. Should I say you are truly remarkable? Borsellino reappeared before Doflamingo, his foot gleaming, leaving an imprint upon Doflamingo's visage. As Doflamingo was propelled backward, his family members launched their attacks against Borsellino. Yet, in the presence of light, their onslaught was futile. Borsellino waved dismissively, chuckling softly, before vanishing once more, only to materialize behind Buffalo, delivering a striking blow to his forehead. He transformed into a flash of light, landing kick after kick upon the members of the Don Quixote family. Tory Pole, Buffalo, Lao Ji, and Mojabes were all sent flying, while Borsellino hovered in the air, shrugging nonchalantly. It seemed the Don Quixote family could not withstand his radiant kicks. Doflamingo, clutching his face, hastily pulled his family members along with fine threads, seeking to escape. Before him stood Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Borsellino, a user of the Pika Pika Nomi. Behind him loomed the ever-despised Colonel Lucas, whose terrifying amplification and Baki blasts had left a profound impression on Doflamingo. Equally etched in his memory was Lucas's formidable perception. To Doflamingo, the ability to sense an entire island was already an extraordinary strength. Lucas is even more terrifying, as he possesses an even greater range of perception. This Observation Haki. Doflamingo suddenly felt that this individual could amplify his range of Observation Haki. According to Treble and the others, the pirate known as Bandy Wald had consumed the Momo fruit's powers. However, Treble and his companions had never heard of Wald exhibiting any ability to enhance his Observation Haki. Perhaps the opponent had not anticipated this aspect? Regardless, Doflamingo now only wished to flee the South Sea without a moment's pause. Lucas's terrifying range of perception and Borsellino's astonishing speed filled him with a sense of despair. He wondered if they would be able to escape today. Lucas glided forward, approaching Admiral Borsellino, his gaze fixed upon the distant figure of Doflamingo as he fled. Like Admiral Borsellino, he did not hasten to pursue, merely observing Doflamingo and his companions escape. Are you not going to chase them? Such a significant achievement, Borsellino exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Lucas. I thought you would transform into a beam of light and seize them, Lucas replied, equally taken aback by the Admiral's response. Lucas, isn't this a matter that can be resolved at the speed of light? Borsellino, I am an actor, you know. This is all to leave the glory for you. In an instant, Borsellino transformed into a beam of light, materializing before Doflamingo and his companions. He delivered a fierce kick to Doflamingo's head, stunning him completely. One after another, he unleashed a barrage of kicks upon the faces of the others. Members of the Don Quixote family were sent flying, hurtling toward Lucas's direction. Lucas donned his leather gloves and retrieved a set of sea stone handcuffs from his waist. With decisive action, he apprehended Don Quixote Doflamingo, swiftly securing him in cuffs before delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling towards the warship. On board the vessel, Monet, upon witnessing Doflamingo soaring through the air, conjured an icy cage with her abilities to catch him. In the skies above, Lucas seized Rauji, affixing a standard pair of handcuffs upon him before forcefully propelling him towards the warship as well. Monet expertly maneuvered the icy cage to ensnare Rauji. Subsequently, Lucas proceeded to bind Tor Bull, Buffalo, and Mock Vice with the sea stone handcuffs, delivering them one by one to the warship with powerful kicks. The prolonged headache for Vice Admiral Crane, who had been preoccupied with the Don Quixote family for so many years, culminated in their capture in such a manner. Lucas dropped onto the deck, followed closely by Admiral Porcelino. This, Doflamingo stared in disbelief at the sea-stone handcuffs clasped around his wrists. They had chosen to discreetly rebuild their power by concealing themselves in the South Sea. However, they never anticipated encountering the detestable Lucas in such a remote location. Now, they found themselves captured, with sea-stone shackles binding their wrists, as Lucas and Porcelino stood before them, surrounded by the watchful gaze of the Navy. Doflamingo understood that his fate was sealed. His plans had not even begun to unfold before they were thwarted in the South Sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you are under arrest. Lucas squatted before Doflamingo, removing his sunglasses and playfully patting his face. You bastard. Doflamingo roared at Lucas. His brother had betrayed him, and upon reflection, he realized that during the year his brother vanished, he must have been taken in by the Navy. His brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, reappeared to betray him after being nurtured by the Navy. Subsequently, the Navy had captured several of his family members, including Jorah and Gladius. He had lost all contact with Virgo, the undercover Navy operative, and Doflamingo understood that Virgo had surely been exposed and apprehended. Later, Lucas had killed his family members Pica, Diamante, and Say or Pink, abducted Baby, 5, and destroyed his Flamingo ship, obliterating years of accumulated wealth. Now, they were all captured, with none remaining, destined to be imprisoned in the underwater prison. Navy. Damnable Navy. Doflamingo glared at Lucas, filled with loathing. For it was these vile Navy officers who had thwarted his ambitions from the beginning. Don't look at me with such venomous eyes, Lucas chided, playfully toying with Doflamingo's sunglasses. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. Virgo has been captured. I learned it from your family. They were quite cooperative. Lucas said, half-truths meant to provoke Doflamingo. The once arrogant Doflamingo, who was supposed to mock Luffy and Dressrosa years later, was now utterly rattled. Doflamingo glared at Lucas, wishing he could rip him apart. Lucas let out a joyful laugh upon witnessing Doflamingo's furious demeanor. It brought him a sense of delight. However, there was one truth he concealed from Doflamingo. He had extracted information from Virgo, a member of Doflamingo's family, who had initially been uncooperative. Of course, during that interrogation, he had also deceived those two imbeciles considerably. At the tender age of 9, he had been rescued from the depths by Sakazuki at the Navy headquarters. By calculating the timeline, it became evident that when the incident involving Doflamingo's family transpired, and when Doflamingo murdered his father to establish the Don Quixote family, Lucas had yet to be born. Not only was he not born, but even his mother, whose name remained unknown, had not conceived him during that year. The Don Quixote family? Infamous. He found it absurd that he was aware that initially, only 4 high-ranking officers had followed Doflamingo. Nonsense. It was all a fabrication. Lucas merely possessed knowledge of the storyline. During his 9th year, he spent each day scavenging for food, devoid of the luxury to concern himself with the rumors of pirates. The more Lucas observed the demeanor of Doflamingo, the more his spirits soared, unable to contain his laughter. On Leighton Island, within the confines of the temporary prison of the Naval Branch Base, Lucas had confined Doflamingo alone within a prison cell. The garments adorning Doflamingo had long since been replaced by the striped attire of a prisoner, and his limbs were shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, which were linked by chains to the adjacent wall. Doflamingo lay upon the ground, gazing up at the ceiling, listening to the footsteps echoing nearby, and lifted his head to glance towards the entrance. Lucas and Porcelino entered, firmly shutting the prison door behind them. Humph, the Don Quixote family has long been extinguished. What more do you wish to extract from me? Doflamingo glared at Lucas, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. We merely came to observe the captive, nothing more. Do not misconstrue our intentions, it is merely to mock you. Lucas waved his hand dismissively, stifling a laugh as he spoke to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, in response, lowered his head and closed his eyes, endeavoring to block out the sound of this insufferable man. Truth be told, the moment he heard Lucas's voice, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence him permanently. Lucas moved a chair over for Admiral Porcelino to take a seat. As Admiral Porcelino settled into the chair, his gaze fell upon Doflamingo. This was the Doflamingo that had occupied Admiral Crane's thoughts for so long. However, Admiral Porcelino himself held no particular interest in Doflamingo and did not intend to display any emotions. Yet, his appearance was undeniably comical, leading outsiders to perceive him as mocking Doflamingo. Lucas approached the cell, carrying a plate of senbei, and sat cross-legged outside the iron bars. Hey, Doflamingo. Why do you spend all day sleeping? It's not good for someone so young. Doflamingo exhaled deeply. If only he could loosen the sea prism stone handcuffs. He would gladly leap out to engage Lucas in a battle to the death. He had already harbored a profound loathing for this individual during the chase. Now that he was captured, the audacity of Lucas to come and mock him was unbearable. Doflamingo's plans had crumbled, and now, should he be freed from his shackles, he would forsake his very life to ensure Lucas's demise, even if it meant facing Admiral Borsalino's wrath. With a soft thud, a piece of senbei fell beside Doflamingo. Upon hearing the sound and catching a whiff of the treat, he furrowed his brow, turned his head away, and attempted to return to slumber. As long as he could drift off, he would be spared Lucas's incessant irritation. Another thud echoed as another piece of senbei landed near Doflamingo's head. This time from a different direction. He listened, inhaled the aroma of the snack, took a deep breath, and quickly lay back down, striving to continue his sleep. Borsalino observed with keen interest as Lucas teased Doflamingo, munching on the senbei all the while. Lucas took a piece of rice cracker from the plate and popped it into his mouth, crunching it audibly. One could hardly deny that when hunger strikes, even a simple rice cracker can taste exquisite. Lucas bit into another piece, producing a crisp sound, and cast a playful glance at Doflamingo. What a nuisance. Doflamingo shot a glare at Lucas before resuming his repose. Just as he settled down, a piece of rice cracker landed on his face, perilously close to his mouth. Doflamingo inhaled deeply and blew the cracker away, choosing not to engage with this insufferable fool. It was now the afternoon of the second day since Lucas had apprehended him and brought him to the naval prison on Ryden Island. Lucas had not provided Doflamingo with any sustenance from yesterday until now. Although the inhabitants of the One Piece world possess unique physical constitutions, it is a harsh truth that even the strongest among them must contend with hunger. The aroma of senbei wafted tantalizingly near Doflamingo's ears, prompting him to swallow hard. Why aren't you eating? Are you planning to starve yourself? Lucas remarked cheerfully. You are insufferable, you scoundrel. Doflamingo exclaimed in frustration, rising abruptly to confront Lucas. Did he not wish to eat? It was that wretched Lucas who had deliberately starved him. Now, tossing a few pieces of senbei his way, as if that would suffice? Such meager offerings were utterly useless, and that rogue had even dared to throw some of the senbei onto the ground. At that moment, Doflamingo's animosity towards Lucas surpassed any hatred he had ever harbored for anyone else. Glancing down at the senbei, he had yet to make a move, and already they had vanished. Lucas, tethered by a slender thread to the delicately suspended senbei, playfully drew it back, casting a mirthful glance at the irate Doflamingo. It is indeed amusing to manipulate another's emotions with a mere string. With a cheerful demeanor, Lucas tossed senbei once more, only to retrieve it again, reveling in Doflamingo's vexation. Oh, what a delightful game it is. Doflamingo, a master of the string fruit, relished in his ability to ensnare his foes with invisible threads, commandeering their every move. Yet here was Lucas, dangling senbei on a thread, tossing it forth and pulling it back, thoroughly entertained by Doflamingo's fury. The notion of controlling another's emotions resonated painfully in Doflamingo's ears, as it strikingly mirrored his own abilities. Lying on the ground, he chose to remain indifferent to Lucas's antics, opting instead for slumber. At that moment, the prison door creaked open, and Monet stepped inside, cradling a large basin. Approaching Lucas, she retrieved a chunk of meat from within and offered it to him. Oh, thank you, Lucas exclaimed, sinking his teeth into the meat with relish. Monet then extended a piece to Borsalino. Lucas was enjoying a piece of meat while greeting Doflamingo. Is the Navy really this trivial these days? Doflamingo remarked, reclining lazily. Do not misunderstand. I merely hold a simple opinion of you, Lucas replied with a hearty laugh. Doflamingo fell silent. The prison door swung open once more, and Kid entered, presenting a bamboo pole to Lucas. Ah, thank you, little kid, Lucas said, accepting the pole and playfully stuffing a piece of meat into Kid's mouth. A little reward for you. Hee. Lucas and Kid took turns savoring their meat, smiling with satisfaction. Doflamingo lay on the ground, unable to find sleep. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made him yearn to give Lucas a good thrashing. Lucas cheerfully skewered the meat onto a bamboo stick and presented it before Doflamingo in his cell. Here, eat up. I am still a competent Navy officer. I will not allow you to starve before I escort you to Justice Island. Lucas sighed, momentarily shedding his earlier jovial demeanor. Doflamingo, sitting upright, observed Lucas's expression. It appeared he had grown weary of this game. As a prisoner, no matter how arrogant one might be, the necessity of sustenance remained. Doflamingo opened his mouth and took a bite of the meat, savoring it. However, just as he prepared for a second bite, Lucas abruptly withdrew the food. Hey, you are exceedingly arrogant. Must I be fed like a child? Doflamingo glared at Lucas in indignation. It was this scoundrel who had shackled him with sea-prism stone handcuffs and bound his limbs with chains attached to the wall. Sitting up was already a considerable challenge. His arms could barely rest on his lap, and any attempt to raise them further would stretch the chains taut. The constraints prevented his hands from reaching his mouth. This man had the audacity to suggest that he must be fed. How outrageous. Lucas gazed at Doflamingo with a smile, handing over the meat and ceasing his playful banter. All right, I shall no longer jest with you, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Starting tomorrow, we shall escort you away from the South Sea and deliver you to Judicial Island in the Grand Line, where you will face trial. Eventually, you will be confined and impelled down. Lucas regarded Doflamingo with a serious expression. Ah, but fret not. You may continue to recline as you have, merely transitioning from South Sea prison to impelled down. I just thought I should inform you. With that, Lucas observed Doflamingo's expression, chuckled, and rose to his feet, biting into the meat as he exited with the others. His visit alongside Borsalino was solely to notify Doflamingo, as toying with his mindset was merely a source of amusement. Lucas and Borsalino entered an office, where Borsalino observed Lucas, who sat across from him. The once troublesome boy, who had been relentlessly chastised by Sikorsky and Marineford, had now blossomed into an exemplary Navy officer. What Borsalino regretted most was not having brought Lucas onto his ship back then. He never anticipated that Lucas would prove to be so capable. He had single-handedly vanquished a pirate crew in the East Sea, later apprehended several members of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea, and extracted information from the undercover agent Virgo. He had severely wounded the Don Quixote family and now had captured Doflamingo, leading to their complete downfall. Moreover, he had discovered talents for producing the Baki bomb. The more Borsalino looked at Lucas, the more he appreciated him. Had he allowed this individual on his ship back then, he could have enjoyed a life of leisure, with such a competent subordinate handling affairs. Borsalino turned to Lucas and inquired, Lucas, when will you deliver the production method of the Baki bomb to Marineford? Lucas shrugged in response. Let me escort Doflamingo to impel down, return to the South Blue, stay for a while, and then I will send the information. He showed no urgency in delivering the blueprints unless he was reassigned. How about this? You become my subordinate, and you will still command your own ship. I will communicate with headquarters to have you transferred back to Marineford. What do you think? Borsalino did not convey the exact instructions from Sengoku. He altered the message. Sengoku's original intent was for Lucas to return with the blueprints and be directly reassigned to Marineford, with a promotion in rank due to the Baki bomb's deployment. While Baki himself would be elevated to the rank of lieutenant, they would subsequently be responsible for promoting the Baki bomb, and if it proved significantly beneficial to the Navy, further accolades would follow. Regardless of what Borsalino said, these terms would be fulfilled upon reaching headquarters. However, he sought to change the narrative, desiring Lucas to first become his subordinate. No need, really. I quite enjoy the South Blue. It's rather nice here, Lucas replied with a smile. Borsalino looked at him with a sense of resignation, wishing he had agreed to bring Lucas aboard initially. Very well, take the blueprints with you. After you deliver Doflamingo to impel down, you can make a trip to Marineford to submit the blueprints to headquarters. They will promote you to colonel, and Baki will also be promoted to lieutenant. From then on, you will oversee the promotion of the Baki bomb throughout the Navy. During this period, all your subordinates will receive a rank increase. If the promotion goes smoothly and the Baki bomb proves genuinely advantageous to the entire fleet, there will be further rewards. Borsalino relayed Sengoku's original words to Lucas, shrugging his shoulders, regretting that this young man did not fall for his proposition and become his subordinate. Lucas observed Borsalino in silence for a moment, genuinely taken aback. As one of the three prominent figures of the future, he almost believed the lies this man spun. Truly, a master of deception. To Lucas, it was of little consequence whose subordinate he became. What mattered was the opportunity to combat pirates and strive for a secure existence for ordinary people. He resolved that the following day, he would gather everyone and set sail for the Grand Line. After escorting Don Quixote Doflamingo to impel down, he would accompany Buggy to deliver the blueprints to headquarters. Under the guidance of his subordinate Buggy, Lucas was confident that the weapon experts at headquarters would grasp the intricacies of producing Buggy bombs. As Borsalino listened to Lucas's response, he nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, and what about that Navy officer Buggy? I have yet to meet him. Lucas stepped outside, instructing the Navy to summon Buggy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated, and Borsalino called out, Enter. Are you Buggy? Borsalino inquired, observing the individual before him. It was indeed this remarkable person who had crafted the formidable buggy ball, a true talent. Buggy hastily replied, gazing at Borsalino, having heard Lucas mention several naval commanders, including Borsalino himself. Lucas's assessment of Borsalino was rather scathing. A wretched performer, utterly detestable. I wonder if you would be inclined to become one of my subordinates? My naval scientific division boasts numerous elite talents, and I believe you would find ample common ground. Borsalino gazed at Buggy, reasoning that since this individual was responsible for the creation of the buggy bomb, he would be eager to join the scientific division. No, thank you. I much prefer to remain by Colonel Lucas's side. I am willing to be Colonel Lucas's subordinate for all eternity. Buggy hastily declined. This fellow, with that expression, hardly seemed like a commendable superior. Buggy thought that being alongside Lucas was quite satisfactory, primarily because he regarded Lucas favorably, fearing that aligning with another superior might lead to misfortune. What a pity. Borsalino remarked helplessly, noting that Lucas had not managed to recruit Buggy to his ranks. That evening, at the naval base, Lucas dined while conversing with several locals. The refuse here has been considerably cleared, yet tomorrow I shall depart, returning to the naval headquarters. No one will oversee your welfare thereafter. Colonel, allow us to accompany you. We aspire to join the Navy. A middle-aged man addressed Lucas. Very well. All of you may enlist in the Navy and become guardians of the South China Sea, as long as you possess sufficient strength. No one shall dare to cast their refuse upon your homeland, Lucas replied, gazing at the group. Somewhere in the harbor of an island in the South China Sea, the warship commanded by Lucas docked here, and as he disembarked, he guided dozens of individuals from Leighton Island down the gangway. You have all arrived safely, he greeted, waving at them. This island is home to a naval outpost, and shortly, these individuals will proceed to the outpost to enlist in the Navy. Farewell. The group from Leighton Island reciprocated his wave. Once you join the Navy, strive diligently to hone your skills. I hope to see you all in the future at Marineford. Lucas advised the group. After bidding them farewell, Lucas returned to the ship and playfully patted Kid on the head. We are leaving now, Kid. Soon. We shall reside at the naval headquarters of Marineford in the Grand Line. Will you miss the South Sea? Lucas inquired as he looked down at Kid. Good riddance. Staying here has lost its appeal, Kid replied, evading Lucas's playful gesture. After enduring the harsh conditions of the South Sea for so many years, he felt a sense of joy at the prospect of a change in scenery. Although Lucas had nearly cleared the refuse from Leighton Island, Kid harbored no fondness for the South Sea. As the warships set sail, departing the South Sea for the Grand Line, their first destination would be to escort Don Quixote Doflamingo and his subordinates to Judicial Island. Following this, Doflamingo would face trial. Though the judicial proceedings were merely a formality, ultimately, he would be confined to Impel Down. After escorting Doflamingo, Lucas would steer his vessel toward Marineford, where the naval headquarters weapons specialist would be awaiting their arrival. As the warship glided past Leighton Island, Lucas cast a glance at the land but noticed no sign of those responsible for the refuse. However, it was likely that once they departed the South Sea, those rascals would resume their littering of Leighton Island. This was an unfortunate reality. Some individuals, regardless of how one might attempt to educate them, remain irredeemably corrupt at their core. If they do not dispose of their trash on Leighton Island, they will resort to polluting the sea. Thus, for certain individuals, their base nature is ingrained, and one cannot simply hope for their improvement. One must either grow strong enough to deter them or become even more powerful to eliminate them entirely. Lucas's current approach involves enlisting the inhabitants of Leighton Island into the Navy, continually striving to enhance their strength. As long as these few individuals become sufficiently formidable within the South China Sea Navy, those who once bullied them will no longer dare to do so. Ahead lies the doldrums. Once we traverse this area, we shall enter the Grand Line, Lucas remarked, seated at the bow of the ship, playfully patting Kid's head. I have heard that to access the Grand Line, one must navigate through the Canal of Reverse Mountain. There are far too many sea kings in the doldrums. We might be attacked by them, Kid exclaimed, grasping Lucas's hand in alarm. Observing Kid's anxious demeanor, Lucas chuckled. Fear not, the Navy can indeed pass through the doldrums. He reassured Kid, continuing to pat his head. The Navy's vessels are embedded with sea stone, which emits an energy reminiscent of the ocean, thus deterring sea kings from assaulting us. But what about propulsion? The doldrums lack wind, rendering sails ineffective. Kid looked up at Lucas. Release the outer wheel, Lucas called out. And the sailors promptly deployed the ship's outer wheel, its rotation hastening their progress into the doldrums. Some Navy vessels are equipped with outer wheels, which are employed during periods of calm and retracted once they emerge from the stillness, Lucas explained as he leaned against the railing, gesturing towards the outer wheel on the side of the ship. Impressive. Kid marveled at the mechanism. As the vessel entered the doldrums, Lucas pinched Kid's cheek, noting how delightfully soft it felt. Enough of that. Go and train. Lucas instructed. Yes. Kid nodded and began to jog around the ship. In the days to come, Lucas would mentor Kid, teaching him the ways of a competent sailor while overseeing his daily exercise regimen. Lucas would initially have Kid engage in some fundamental exercises. An exemplary Marine, he had been striving diligently since childhood. Upon their return to Marineford, Lucas intended to place Kid under the tutelage of Sakazuki, allowing him to mentor the young lad. However, the mere thought of Sakazuki brought a smile to Lucas's face. One could only wonder if Sakazuki would come to regret his decision of rescuing that child named Lucas from the North Sea. Now, Lucas frequently returned with another child for Sakazuki to care for. Luffy was introduced to him because Garp was reluctant to let him become a pirate, yet too indolent to tend to the child himself, thus delegating the responsibility to Lucas, who subsequently handed him over to Sakazuki. Then came Sanji, followed by the two little girls, Sugar and Baby 5. The once iron-willed Sakazuki now found himself at home, managing several children and training them. A man who should have been pursuing pirates at sea was now burdened with the antics of 4 little rascals. By the time Lucas entrusted Kid to Sakazuki, he would almost be transformed into a babysitter. In the distance, Akin, his eyes covered with a black cloth, stood opposite Buggy, who wielded a wooden stick. Buggy was assisting Akin in developing his Observation Haki. With each strike, Akin occasionally received a few hits, letting out muffled groans. The training of Observation Haki was no simple task. Meanwhile, Monet approached, holding a wooden stick and a piece of black cloth. She handed the stick to Lucas, blindfolded herself, and commenced her training. Are you ready? Lucas inquired. Yes, I'm ready. Don't hold back, strike hard. If it helps me develop my Observation Haki, the pain will be worth it, Monet replied. You're thinking too much, Lucas retorted, tapping her on the head. I had no intention of going easy on you. Ouch. Monet clutched her head, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Swish. Lucas swung his stick with great force, causing Monet to instinctively activate her fruit power, transforming into a flurry of ice and snow to evade the blow. Do not employ your abilities. Otherwise, I shall resort to using Haki, Lucas admonished sternly. All right, fine. Monet replied with resignation. Relinquishing her powers and reverting to her human form, Monet was met with a strike from the stick. That hurt even more than before. She exclaimed in dissatisfaction. You brought this upon yourself for resorting to your fruit powers earlier. Consider this a punishment, Lucas stated, continuing to wield the wooden stick. Lucas has never overly relied on the powers granted by the devil fruit. His abilities can only flourish in tandem with his physical strength, necessitating that his body grows stronger to enhance his capabilities. Thus, while he develops his fruit's potential, he concurrently engages in rigorous training to hone his martial skills. He demands the same of Monet. After all, it is only by strengthening her abilities in Haki that she can truly become formidable. In the calm belt, a pirate ship, towed by 2 colossal serpent-like sea kings, glides slowly towards the South Sea. This vessel belongs to the pirate crew of Amazon Lily, known as the Kuja Pirates. At the bow stands a statuesque beauty with lustrous black hair styled in a princess cut, deep blue eyes, and adorned with numerous serpent-shaped golden earrings, gazing proudly at the distant sea. Despite her youth, even the female crew members aboard are captivated by her presence. Boa Hancock stands at the ship's prow, her heart brimming with excitement. After a year of striving, she has finally ascended to the position of Empress of Amazon Lily and has become the captain of the Kuja Pirates, ready to set sail for the first time. Behind her stand her 2 sisters, Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia. Today, I shall lead you all to sea. You may call me captain, Hancock exclaims with a beaming smile. Leaning back at an angle of several degrees, her finger pointing forward as her laughter grows more exuberant. Boa Marigold, taken aback, gazes at her sister, bemused by Hancock's carefree demeanor. When she smiles, it exudes an air of carefree abandon and individuality. Though accustomed to her sister's ways, such a display still leaves her speechless. They have never witnessed the Empress of Amazon Lily so unconcerned with her image. It is said that the women of Amazon Lily are all fierce and combative, having selected the finest female warriors from their homeland to join the Kuja Pirates. Periodically, the crew set sail, seeking to mate abroad and subsequently return with supplies and offspring. Now, with Hancock recently elected as the new Empress, she leads the Kuja Pirates into the open sea. Captain, there is a warship over there. Boa Marigold points into the distance, drawing Hancock's attention. Hancock straightens up, her expression shifting as she gazes towards the horizon. A warship slowly appears on the distant seascape, and Marigold hands a telescope to Hancock. Hancock peers through the telescope and spots a naval flag fluttering. At the bow of the warship sits a man. "It's the Navy," Hancock exclaims. "Are they trying to seize her ship?" Boa Marigold inquires, looking at Hancock. "Seize them," Hancock commands. Hancock spoke up. Maria Galud and Sandersonia promptly instructed the crew behind them to prepare for the capture of the distant warship. The Amazon Lily warriors were all formidable, and among them were many exceptional fighters who possessed the power of Haki. Ordinary naval forces dared not provoke them. The 9 snake pirates ventured forth solely to seize what belonged to others. On board the warship, Lucas held a telescope, observing the approaching 9 snake pirates. "Boa Hancock?" Lucas exclaimed upon recognizing the beautiful woman at the bow of the opposing ship. He quickly adjusted his emotional state, his heart, which had been racing uncontrollably, finally returning to normal. As he gazed at her, the earlier inexplicable excitement and admiration dissipated. "Monet, bring me a copy of the bounty list. I wish to see it." Lucas instructed Monet behind him. "Of course, I will fetch it immediately," Monet replied cheerfully as she turned to retrieve the document from the cabin. Having noticed Lucas's earlier emotional stir, she too took a glance through the telescope and spotted the woman on the pirate ship. Although she felt a twinge of excitement upon seeing the woman, Monet could not help but feel a pang of jealousy at Lucas's earlier enthusiasm. However, it was not long before Lucas regained his composure. Despite the peculiarity of his demeanor, his lack of emotion while speaking to her signified his disinterest in the beautiful woman, which delighted Monet. All Monet could think about was how to win over her superior, Lucas. When she obtained the bounty list, she found it to be a thick volume containing details of all pirates across the seas and the Grand Line who were sought by the Navy. It included names, ages, bounties, and various intricate details of their abilities. Lucas perused the bounties, identifying the calm zone, where rewards were scarce, limited to the annual bounty on the Amazon Lily King. He found no bounty for Boa Hancock at all. Thus, he realized that the current timeline marked the year when Boa Hancock had just ascended to the throne of Amazon Lily, leading the Kuja pirates on their maiden voyage. Across from her, the Navy proclaimed, "We announce, you are surrounded. Surrender your food and supplies at once, or face our wrath." Boa Hancock stood at the bow of her ship, shouting defiantly at the distant warship. Yet, the response was not one of capitulation, but rather a cannonball. Boom. A buggy ball erupted from the cannon and, under Lucas's multiple enhancements, it multiplied instantaneously, splitting into dozens of colossal buggy balls. "What?" Boa Hancock gasped in astonishment, hastily employing her devil fruit powers. A massive pink heart materialized before her, from which she conjured a multitude of pink arrows, her signature move, the captive arrows. These arrows could petrify any target struck, regardless of their feelings for her, even inanimate objects. Countless pink arrows soared into the sky, raining down upon the enormous cannonballs. Each one struck, turned to stone, and plummeting into the sea. Boom. Another cannonball was fired, fracturing into dozens of enlarged projectiles aimed at the Kuja pirates. Captive arrows. Hancock unleashed another volley of pink arrows, once more petrifying the cannonballs as they fell into the waters, creating splashes. The two ships rocked violently amidst the chaos. "Quickly! Surrender your weapons and turn over your supplies," Hancock commanded, gazing expectantly at the warship. "How beautiful!" The Navy personnel gazed at Boa Hancock, their eyes filled with hearts, enamored by her allure. Lucas, at a loss for words, turned away from the foolishness of the crew, sighing deeply. He struck their faces repeatedly, channeling his emotional turbulence back at them. Instantly, the entire ship's crew was imbued with a sense of stoicism, staring blankly at the pirate ship. "In truth, women are quite dispensable," Buggy remarked expressionlessly. "Indeed, I feel that no matter how beautiful they appear, it holds little significance." Akin nodded in agreement. "What?" Boa Hancock stared in shock at the opposite crew, bewildered by their demeanor. At first, she found herself captivated by the man with blue hair, for it was astonishing that he remained utterly indifferent to her allure. In her homeland, women were invariably enchanted by her charm, yet this peculiar man seemed entirely unaffected. Consequently, she was perplexed by the sudden shift in the attention of the men around her. Those who had once gazed at her with hearts in their eyes now appeared completely unmoved. Furthermore, her attempts to command them to produce their supplies had become futile. Hancock conjured a grand pink heart before her, her fingers deftly maneuvering as countless pink arrows shot forth towards the warship. "Petrify," "You insufferable men," Hancock proclaimed with fervor. Lucas gracefully advanced through the air, positioning himself between the countless pink arrows and the warships. With a swift motion, he unleashed 10 formidable slashing waves towards his adversary. In an instant, these 10 waves multiplied into hundreds of colossal slashing waves, effectively neutralizing Hancock's barrage of pink arrows. Cursed be this man. Hancock glared at the blue-haired figure, her annoyance palpable. How infuriating. He rendered many immune to her allure and now thwarted her captivation arrows as well. With a flourish, Hancock leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Lucas, her fragrant foot poised for impact. Upon contact, this strike had the potential to petrify and shatter portions of her opponent's body. The effects of this technique mirrored that of her captivation arrows. Whether the target was animate or inanimate, a successful strike would result in petrification. Regardless of whether her foes were smitten by her charm, a mere kick would suffice to turn them to stone. Seeing this, Lucas smiled and unleashed a flurry of slashing waves directed at Hancock. In an instant, dozens of slashing waves multiplied into hundreds of colossal arcs. What? Hancock was taken aback, staring in astonishment at her opponent. How on earth did he manage to amplify the number of slashing waves while simultaneously enlarging them? Swiftly, Hancock coated her feet with haki and began to kick away the oncoming waves, one after another. Lucas once again unleashed dozens of slashing waves, which instantaneously transformed into hundreds of colossal waves, overwhelming the 9 snake pirates. Hancock found herself unable to withstand such a multitude of strikes, hastily enveloping her body in haki to block a massive slashing wave. The force of the colossal wave propelled her backward, while the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates swiftly knocked their arrows, each imbued with haki, and aimed at the myriad of slashing waves in the sky. Hancock's 2 younger sisters transformed into their enormous serpent forms, their vast tails cloaked in haki, swatting away wave after wave of the oncoming slashes. Bang! Hancock crashed onto the deck. Being struck by so many colossal slashing waves was hardly surprising. Several minutes later, Lucas gazed helplessly at the vast expanse of the sea, where the remnants of the 9 snakes pirate crew had long since vanished. "Are you not going to pursue them?" Lucas turned to Bolusolino, who replied with a nonchalant shrug. "Our mission is to escort Don Quixote da Flamingo, so I shall not leave this vessel." Lucas glanced at the other person, feeling somewhat speechless. "You, an old performer, why did you come out if you weren't going to pursue?" Upon seeing Borisolino emerge, the other party immediately turned and fled. Yet, Borisolino informed him that he would not be leaving this ship. What a ridiculous situation, Lucas thought, as the fear had driven the man away, yet no confrontation ensued. Had it not been for the disparity in their ranks, Lucas would have voiced his thoughts much earlier. As the warship sailed on, several days passed before it departed the doldrums. Judicial Island, a designated site for the trial of criminals, awaited them. Through the judgment of the judge, those pirates would be escorted to Impel Down. Between Judicial Island, Marineford, and Impel Down lies a vast whirlpool, a formidable current utilized by the Navy to create a specialized marine route. Once the judge concludes the trial of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Lucas and his companions will embark on this Navy-exclusive current, heading to Impel Down to confine da Flamingo within its depths, thus completing their mission. Lucas disembarked from the vessel, with Akin firmly grasping da Flamingo behind him. "Hurry!" Akin exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to da Flamingo's head. How audacious of this fellow to glare at him even while captured. Lucas seldom glanced back at da Flamingo. The judicial proceedings were merely a formality, a fade if one were to be frank. In truth, a significant proportion of the criminals brought forth for trial here are pirates. Aside from a few dreamers, most of these marauders are merely petty thieves. The animated narratives often portray pirates as companions who cherish their dreams, refrain from taking lives, and extend their hands to help others. However, such portrayals are but a rarity. After all, animation is merely that, animation. It cannot consistently depict the tragedies of human existence, for such grim tales would deter viewership. The majority of pirates, aside from those deluded by dreams, are scoundrels. Thus, the moment they are apprehended, their fate is essentially sealed. The options are limited to execution or imprisonment in Impel Down. Whether they live or die ultimately hinges on the necessity of their confinement. If they lack strength and have yet to consume a devil fruit, their demise is almost certain. Lucas and Borisolino walked ahead, followed by the Navy escorting da Flamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family. Lucas and Borisolino separated from the others and entered an office to take a breather. Meanwhile, Akin and his team would personally escort da Flamingo to the judge for his trial. The Navy's stance on pirates was unyielding. Aside from execution, the only sentence for captured pirates was life imprisonment. unlike in previous times, where certain heinous criminals could mitigate their sentences through various means. Cough, cough, I digress. Inside the room, Lucas poured a cup of coffee for Borsalino and then for himself. Settling onto the sofa, savoring the moment, Lucas took a sip of his coffee and exhaled deeply. The trial of Doflamingo was nearing its conclusion. Once he was incarcerated and impelled down, they could finally relax. Lucas, may I propose something? Could we borrow your subordinate buggy for a few months for our scientific division? Borsalino said with a cheerful smile, sipping his coffee. Not a chance. Don't even think about it, Lucas firmly declined, regardless of Borsalino's rank. After all, Buggy was discovered by him and belonged to him, and he would never lend him to anyone. Moreover, Buggy was only proficient in his own unique style of combat. Lending him would serve little purpose. Once they arrived at Marineford, they would be responsible for promoting Buggy's techniques throughout the fleet. What use would the scientific division have for Buggy? Lucas would never lend to the other party. One glance at this fellow reveals his ill intentions, seeking to borrow without the slightest intention of repaying. Furthermore, Bucky is set to develop a miniature version of the Bucky bomb, and Lucas treasures the subordinate as a prized possession, far too valuable to be loaned out. Borsalino awkwardly gazed at Lucas, taking a sip of his coffee. After a brief respite, a knock echoed at the door. Lucas turned his head, and Borsalino called out, "Please enter." At that moment, Akin stepped in and saluted the two gentlemen. Report to Vice Admiral Borsalino and Colonel Lucas. The trial of Don Quixote Doflamingo has concluded, and he is ready to be escorted to impel down. Very well, let us depart at once, Borsalino responded, rising from his seat and stepping outside. Lucas followed closely behind. Lucas and Borsalino's mission was to escort Don Quixote Doflamingo. Once they delivered him to impel down, Borsalino would conclude his task and depart from their warship. Where is Doflamingo? Lucas inquired, directing his gaze toward Akin. Monet is watching him at the door, Akin replied. Well, that is reassuring, Lucas nodded, and the three of them exited the room, stepping outside to continue their journey. Accompanied by Doflamingo, they approached the gates of justice, boarded the warship, and set sail on the Navy's designated current, with their next destination being impelled down. Lucas sat aboard the warship, casting a glance at Doflamingo and others being escorted to the ship's makeshift prison before settling down to rest. The sun shone brightly, and a few seagulls soared gracefully in the sky. Lucas gazed at the distant second gate of justice, and at last, it had arrived. The lieutenant picked up the communicator, reaching out to those advancing towards the city. The gate of justice swung open, and the warship set sail towards the city of advancement. Lucas set down his wineglass, rose to his feet, donned his navy cloak, and strode to the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the imposing city of advancement. As the warship approached the dock, Lucas and Borsalino disembarked, while Monet escorted Doflamingo down the gangway, with Akin and Baki accompanying members of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo, behold, this is the very place where you shall remain for the entirety of your existence, Lucas declared, gesturing towards the city of advancement. Some of your kin are confined here as well. However, you shall be imprisoned on the 6th tier, separated from them. Humph. Doflamingo turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge the man. The prison gate swung open, and a towering figure, resembling a devil with 2 horns protruding from his head, emerged. Thank you for your efforts. Everyone, please hand over Doflamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family to us. Magellan approached Borsalino, ready to assume custody. Lucas listened to the conversation between Borsalino and Magellan, feeling no interest whatsoever in the warden who spent the majority of his days in the restroom. As he glanced past Magellan, Lucas noticed a head peeking out from behind the door. A person with a cow-like visage emerged, their nose dripping, and their beady eyes blinked curiously at Lucas, exuding an air of naivety. Following closely beneath this peculiar individual, a rhinoceros-headed figure also revealed itself, similarly gazing at Lucas and his companions with those same innocent, beady eyes. Lucas had heard that these were the beast wardens of Impel Down, originally capable of wielding the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits, now awakened to their animalistic abilities. However, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that their awakening had been a failure. After all, it was rare for a devil fruit user to become simple-minded post-awakening. They all appeared rather foolish, remaining silent and resembling mere animals. Magellan, may we escort Doflamingo and the others to the underwater prison together? Lucas inquired, turning his gaze toward Magellan. Certainly, it would be preferable for you to accompany us in escorting them to the depths. Magellan nodded in agreement. I appreciate your assistance, Lucas replied as the group made their way into the underwater prison. Lucas occasionally listened to the discourse between Magellan and Porcelino, while he paid no heed to the figure behind him, an eccentric, beer-bellied Hannibal, who incessantly prattled on. Despite being a competent deputy warden, his narcissistic demeanor and relentless chatter were truly irksome. Members of the Don Quixote family would be confined to the 5th level, whereas Don Quixote da Flamingo would be incarcerated in the 6th level. As they walked, Magellan elaborated to Lucas and the others. The 5th level is known as the Frozen Hell, a place where notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion are imprisoned, characterized by its exceedingly low temperatures. Magellan entered the elevator, with Lucas and the others following suit. Lucas's attention is now entirely diverted from Magellan's explanation. His thoughts wandered to an unknown interstitial realm, the underwater prison, level 5. In the animated series, Ivankov transformed this space into his own paradise for new half individuals, occasionally luring some of the criminals from level 5 into his vibrant haven. Lucas does not harbor disdain for the GM army. Their actions are ultimately aimed at securing a brighter future for ordinary people. However, Ivankov's methods encroach upon the ethical boundaries that Lucas, as a naval officer, holds dear. By drawing numerous criminals into the sanctuary, Ivankov has shielded them from the excruciating conditions of level 5, and subsequently, due to Luffy's uproar and impelled down, many of these criminals have escaped. This exodus has rendered years of the Navy's efforts futile. While it is true that some pirates venture forth in pursuit of the world's truths or their dreams, the reality remains that many of those attracted to the legendary One Piece, inspired by Roger's proclamation of treasure, are the very dregs of humanity, engaging in plunder and violence. The ramifications of this escape for ordinary individuals are all too grim and foreseeable. Lucas pondered the whereabouts of the entrance to the 5.5 level. "May I take a look at the list of prisoners on the 5th level?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Magellan. "Certainly," Magellan replied with a nod. Having listened to Porcelino's account of how the Don Quixote family was responsible for the downfall of this young man, and he still held a firm belief in the veracity of the information. "Thank you." Lucas accepted the list and began to peruse it. To his astonishment, he discovered that a multitude of notorious pirates, numbering in the millions, were indeed incarcerated on the 5th level. These were renowned figures of the sea, some even dating back over 20 years. To survive in such a frigid place for so long is no small feat, Lucas remarked as he continued to sift through the pages. Upon completing his review of the prisoner list for the 5th level, Lucas found no mention of a certain Ambrosio Ivankov. Lucas comprehended that, in the current timeline, Ivankov was still by Drax's side and had not yet been apprehended. It remained uncertain whether anyone had discovered the entrance to the 5.5 level. Ivankov's absence was inconsequential to Lucas, who believed that sealing off the 5.5 level in advance would be quite advantageous. The elevator came to a halt, and several individuals stepped onto the 5th floor, where the ground was blanketed in ice and snow, creating an exceptionally frigid atmosphere. Clad in the winter coats provided by the prison authorities aboard the ship, Lucas and his companions escorted Doflamingo inside. The 5th floor was intensely cold, with ice and snow perpetually covering the ground, while even the prison walls nearby were ensnared in frost. Lucas rubbed his hands together and looked around, wondering where Ivankov could find the entrance to level 5. In the animated storyline, Little Fong, accompanied by the gravely injured Luffy, was attacked by a pack of wolves in a dense forest before being rescued by Ivankov's comrade, Imasuna, who brought them to level 5. However, the location of that forest and the precise whereabouts of the entrance within it remain a mystery. Lucas activated his Observation Haki, seeking the entrance connecting the 5th and the 5.5 layers. As he traversed the path escorting members of the Don Quixote family, he amplified his perception, enhancing his awareness manifold. Before long, he discovered several patches of forest and continued his search for the entrance within their depths. "Enter," Hannibal declared, forcefully kicking a member of the Don Quixote family into a cell. Each individual was shackled and unceremoniously thrust into their respective prison rooms, with the doors secured behind them. "Now, let us proceed to the 6th layer, where Don Quixote da Flamingo is detained," Magellan instructed Porcelino, casting a glance at Lucas. The group made their way toward the elevator, passing through a stretch of forest where a pack of wolves hurriedly glanced at them before continuing on their way. This was the pack strategically placed and impelled down, as the extreme cold of this layer rendered the use of surveillance snail ineffective. Thus, a considerable number of wolves were introduced here to deal with any criminals daring enough to attempt an escape. Lucas gazed at the distant tree, hesitating to move. "What is it? Are you still uneasy?" Porcelino turned around, looking at Lucas with confusion. The members of the Don Quixote family had been shackled with sea stone handcuffs and confined in the 5th level of the prison. What was there to be worried about? No, it is not about the Don Quixote family members, Lucas replied, turning to face them. What? Magellan and Hannibal exchanged puzzled glances at Lucas. They had entered Impel Down, reputed to be the most secure prison in the world, with the most formidable armed forces and the lowest escape rate. Besides the infamous Golden Lion, who had severed his own legs to escape many years ago, no prisoner had ever successfully fled from this place. How could this young man harbor such distrust? Perhaps you have grown overly confident in the security of your esteemed prison over time, Lucas remarked, observing Magellan and the others. Suddenly, a figure emerged beside the distant tree, kicking it down with a resounding crash, revealing a hidden cavity beneath. It turned out that the lower half of the tree was hollow, and the exterior of this hollow space was covered by snow, concealing an underground tunnel sloping downwards. You haven't patrolled the 5th level in quite some time. Given this rare opportunity, shouldn't you at least inspect the security here? Lucas pointed at the dark opening, turning to face Magellan and the others. Is it not a bit too complacent to neglect even the basic observation with Observation Haki? He continued, increasingly accusatory in tone. Such a concealed tunnel, hidden beneath the snow, could undermine years of effort by the Navy. This. Magellan rushed over, shocked at the sight of the opening. All those in Impel Down, including himself, had always held an unwavering confidence in the prison's security. Furthermore, the extreme cold of the 5th level made it an inhospitable environment, deterring regular patrols. This time, with Borsalino and Lucas escorting the Don Quixote family, it was fortunate that Lucas had suggested conducting the escort together. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. I believe this warrants an urgent report to the higher-ups, Borsalino said, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced by a serious expression as he stared at the opening. It remained uncertain whether any pirates had discovered this passage during that time. Even if they had not, the mere fact that Lucas had found it was a grave issue. This indicated a significant oversight on the part of Impel Down, one that could lead to accountability and severe repercussions for the higher authorities. Lucas accepted the illumination device handed over by the staff of the advancing city, holding it in one hand as he descended directly into the cavern. Making his way to the 5 level. Let us investigate. If indeed there are pirates who have managed to escape, summon the troops immediately. We must secure the entire advancing city and apprehend all escaped criminals. Magellan commanded Hannibal, to which the personnel from the advancing city promptly responded, ready for orders. What was initially a straightforward task of escorting the Don Quixote family was now escalated in severity due to the discovery of this entrance. Lucas descended the tunnel at a steep angle, and after a while, he noticed a glimmer of light emanating from the distant entrance. Borsalino followed closely behind, accompanied by Lucas's subordinates and personnel from the advancing city. Hannibal and his men oversaw Doflamingo from above. The atmosphere grew tense as Lucas fixated intently on the light at the tunnel's mouth. It became clear that they had already been discovered. Uncertain of the number of prisoners on the 5 level, Lucas remained poised, ready to apprehend a multitude of offenders. Holding a torch in one hand, he signaled to those behind him with a gesture, extinguish the flame, and prepare for the capture of the fugitives. Those behind Lucas gradually comprehended the meaning of his gesture, and one by one, they mirrored the same sign, conveying the message to those behind them. Lucas extinguished the torch, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword, as he stealthily approached the enigmatic 5 level. This peculiar space, nestled between the 5th and 6th floors, was shrouded in mystery. One would expect it to be enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of any illumination. Yet, the presence of light here suggested the existence of a pirate life. Not everyone possesses the ability to perceive their surroundings through Observation Haki, and thus, light remains humanity's foremost necessity in the abyss of darkness. The aroma of wolf meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. How delicious this wolf meat is. Ha ha, let us celebrate our discovery of this paradise. Cheers, my brothers. Cheers. The sounds of jubilation and animated conversation among the pirates resonated within the confines of the 5 level. Under the perceptive gaze of Lucas, he discerned a total of 6 pirates. Cautiously peering out, he observed these rogues. Prior to his arrival, he had perused numerous records of the notorious pirates incarcerated within Impel Down, among which were these 6 individuals. Each of them had been a formidable figure in recent years, boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. However, their arrogance was palpable, having been subdued and subsequently cast into Impel Down by the likes of Port Asti, Ace, or Sakazuki during their passage through the Sabaody archipelago. Lucas executed a swift and decisive movement, appearing before a pirate who was raising a cup to drink. In an instant, he drew his sword. His neural reflexes surged exponentially, enhancing his speed to an extraordinary degree, and his slash was nothing short of terrifying. What manner of person are you? The pirate, startled, watched as the cup slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Casting a glance at the bloodstain on his own attire. Seems like you've been living quite well. Lucas slowly sheathed his blade and turned away, leaving the pirate lifeless on the ground. Impressive. Buggy gazed at Lucas in astonishment, pondering the true extent of the colonel's strength, which had eluded his perception until now. The earlier draw was so swift that he had hardly been able to comprehend it. The other pirates, now standing, fixed their eyes on Lucas, but before they could act, they noticed the arrival of the Navy and the prison guards at the entrance. Upon seeing the approaching Borsellino and Magellan, the pirates, in a panic, discarded their cups and scraps of meat, hastily retreating deeper into the lair. How foolish to leave the comfort of their cells to face the cold and certain demise outside. Lucas chuckled as he observed the fleeing pirates. Under the influence of his observation haki, he knew none would escape. They had already broken free from confinement. They could be eliminated without hesitation. Magellan promptly suggested conducting a thorough sweep of the 5th floor, dispatching personnel to search for any remaining inmates who might have exited. Without delay, Lucas vanished from his position, reappearing before one of the pirates, delivering a lethal strike. The pirate retaliated with a punch, his fist enveloped in haki. Lucas gazed at the other person, recognizing the formidable prowess they possessed. Lucas enveloped his left hand in the color of armament and seized his opponent's fist with a vigorous grip, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Under the enhancement of multiple layers of armament, his opponent's defense was utterly inferior. The superiority of Lucas's armament allowed him to breach his adversary's defenses. The formidable pirate let out a painful cry, yet before he could call upon his comrades for assistance, Lucas thrust his blade forward. The tip of the knife pierced through the pirate's heart, emerging from his back, leaving the formidable pirate wide-eyed in disbelief, mouth agape, rendered incapable of even uttering a scream. As Lucas was about to draw his blade, he realized that the scoundrel was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. A true man, willing to delay his demise for the sake of his companions. Lucas offered a brief commendation before delivering a swift kick that sent the rogue sprawling, allowing him to extract his weapon. However, being a naval officer, he pondered, if I let you escape, would that not signify my dereliction of duty? He regarded the pirates retreating into the shadows with a bemused expression. Upon entering, he had swiftly dispatched one pirate with a single stroke, and now he had eliminated another, leaving 4 formidable foes to flee within this dimly lit subterranean chamber. One pirate lingered at the rear. They had only recently discovered this place. And with only 6 of them present, the area was shrouded in darkness save for the torches at the entrance. Having lost sight of his companions, he groped along the wall, advancing cautiously through the obscurity. The passages were labyrinthine, filled with numerous branches, and he endeavored to keep his voice low, lest the Navy detect him. For now, evasion was paramount. If they were discovered, the only outcome would be immediate execution. Wait for me, slow down, came a voice behind him, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, leaving him puzzled. Was he not the last? His confusion deepened. Why are you running so slowly? The pirate began, but suddenly terror overtook him. That voice was not one of his comrades. In a state of heightened anxiety, he failed to maintain his composure and responded impulsively. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickened his pace, his hand brushing against the wall as he sprinted, nearly tripping over a stone. Why the haste? Is there a banquet awaiting you? Lucas interjected smoothly, appearing before the pirate with a grin. Why you? Are you a ghost? The pirate stammered, retreating slowly, his body trembling with fear. Among his companions, the only one skilled in dual-color haki had already met his end at Lucas's hand. Now, in the pitch-black cavern, he could see nothing, and the sudden sound of Lucas's voice before him sent shivers down his spine. I am a naval officer. Do I fear phantoms? It seems you have taken many innocent lives, and thus, your conscience is burdened, Lucas remarked, swiftly moving behind him and tapping his shoulder. Ah! The pirate screamed in terror, bolting away without regard for visibility, stumbling and scrambling to his feet to flee once more. What a frightful ordeal! Although he was aware that this individual was a naval officer, the manner in which he pursued him was rather terrifying. One moment he appeared in front, the next behind, even tapping him on the shoulder. Despite Lucas declaring his allegiance to the Navy, the pirate found the experience quite unsettling. Why not simply sit quietly and await his demise? With a swift movement, Lucas appeared before the adversary and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The pirate was sent flying, crashing against the cave wall. Several teeth dislodged, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "You are rather dull," Lucas remarked, before swiftly dispatching the pirate who attempted to flee, piercing him through with a single thrust of his blade. 3 more remain. Lucas enhanced his observation haki, sensing the positions of the remaining 3. After some maneuvering, he reached a cave where, just a wall away, crouched another pirate. The adjacent cave was engulfed in darkness, and the pirate sat silently, covering his mouth to stifle any sound. He understood well that the entrance was blocked by naval forces and the guards from Impel Down. They were unable to escape. Having arrived not long ago, they were unfamiliar with the surroundings, and running aimlessly would lead to only 2 outcomes: being discovered by the searching navy and executed on the spot, or becoming lost within the cave, ultimately starving to death as the navy sealed their only exit. He took deep breaths, exhaling slowly to maintain his composure. His best option was to find a corner and hide quietly, listening for any approaching navy personnel, ready to shift his position if necessary. He estimated that the navy and Impel Down forces would only search this area for a few days before losing patience and leaving, sealing the cave entrance, which would extinguish any hope of survival. He resolved to endure those few days, waiting for an opportunity to break free. To be starved to death was one fate. But when the moment arrived, he would make a desperate attempt to escape. Even the slightest chance of survival warranted a try. Suddenly, a blade pierced the cave wall, traversing his body. The pirate, shocked, touched the knife protruding from his abdomen, unable to utter a sound. He had been discovered. The thought of Observation Haki flashed through his mind, recalling the teachings of a fallen comrade. 2 remain. Lucas kicked open the cave wall, the debris burying the pirate within. He sensed the distant sounds of another fleeing pirate and swiftly appeared before him. As a pirate, one must be prepared for death the moment they set sail. Wouldn't you agree? Lucas plunged his sword through the pirate's body, withdrawing it with ease. The pirate clutched his chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lucas perceived the circumstances within the 5 level and pursued the last pirate until he stood before him. "Oh dear, how terrifying. Please, lower your weapon. We can discuss matters amicably," said Borsalino, illuminating the cavern with the glow emanating from his fingertips. "You shall never capture me." The pirate shouted defiantly at Borsalino before turning to flee, only to be confronted by a marine wielding a sword behind him. He was taken aback. Had he perhaps declared his intentions too soon? Just as he had uttered his bold threats, an individual silently blocked his path. "Oh ho ho, run if you can. There is no need to worry. I assure you, I want to draw my blade," Lucas chuckled as he observed the final pirate, amused by his audacity and declaring his resolve. After all, with Borsalino in front, he had no reason to fear that the pirate could escape. With a smile, Lucas sheathed his knife, much to the delight of the pirate, who raised his weapon and charged forward. "Get out of my way," the pirate bellowed. "You wretched scoundrel. I let you go, and yet you still wish to slay me." Lucas observed the advancing pirate, his hands enveloped in haki, as he reached for the pirate's blade. No blade style, true sword, empty hand to catch the sharp edge. Lucas deftly clamped the pirate's sword between his hands, regarding his opponent with a smirk. He had preemptively employed the no blade style, and should Sara utilize this technique in the future, it would be regarded as a move of the esteemed Lucas. The thought was amusing indeed. "Let me go?" the pirate cried, delivering a kick aimed at Lucas's groin. Lucas raised his leg and retaliated, striking the pirate's foot with a forceful kick, resulting in a sickening crack as the pirate's leg was shattered. No blade style, empty hand to seize the sword. Lucas swiftly disarmed the pirate, seizing the weapon and bringing it down upon the diagonally collapsing figure of the pirate. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced the pirate's chest, extinguishing his life in defiance. "Lucas, use your abilities to sense this area and ascertain whether any other pirates remain," Borsalino remarked, exhaling a breath of exhaustion. "Very well." Lucas nodded, amplifying his observation haki to enhance his sensory range exponentially, scanning the vicinity before shaking his head, indicating that no other pirates were present. "Let us proceed to search the 5th floor." "Indeed, let us exit," Borsalino replied, as he and Lucas made their way out of the cavern. Lucas cooperated well with his counterpart, yet internally he muttered about that old acting monkey, having exerted no effort whatsoever from beginning to end. As the two emerged from the cave, Lucas handed over the bodies of several pirates to the personnel from Impel Down, marking the conclusion of the search at level 5. Thereafter, the focus shifted to securing the entrance of level 5. They dispatched individuals to investigate and ascertain whether there were any remaining passages to other locations, promptly sealing off any potential exits. If feasible, they would allocate considerable manpower and resources to fill the entirety of Level 5. 5. We have already informed the naval ships arriving to transfer the prisoners to encircle and pell down. Our personnel are currently conducting searches of both Level 5, 5 and other levels of the prison, hoping that the situation does not escalate further. Magellan approached and spoke to Borsalino. Should the situation worsen, as Level 5 has an entrance leading to Level 6, the escape of inmates from Level 6 would pose an exceedingly grave issue for them. However, with Borsalino present, even if the problem intensified, their combined strength would suffice to subdue the pirates. Thank you immensely, Colonel Lucas. Without your alertness, Impel Down would have faced an unfathomable disaster. Magellan expressed his gratitude towards Lucas. Following this incident, although the personnel at Impel Down would manage to seal off Level 5 and capture those inmates, they would still face repercussions from their superiors. In contrast, Lucas would experience a swift advancement in rank. His insight had unveiled a formidable vulnerability for Impel Down, significantly mitigating the risk of pirate escapes in the future. It is nothing, merely my duty as a naval officer, Lucas waved dismissively, uninterested in polite conversation. His sole desire was to expedite the resolution of this matter and ensure the safe transport of Don Quixote da Flamingo to the Level 6 prison. You fools. You couldn't even detect such a gaping hole. What a bunch of imbeciles. Da Flamingo, being escorted by the Navy, erupted into laughter as he gazed at Magellan and the others. Silence. Lucas swiftly struck Da Flamingo across the face, halting his maniacal laughter. He had always harbored a disdain for this man, relishing the act of removing Da Flamingo's sunglasses and interrupting his sinister chuckles. What is it that troubles you? You have captured me, and you are the exceptional Navy responsible for the downfall of the Don Quixote family. Now you have discovered this breach, your future is boundless, Colonel Lucas. Da Flamingo resumed his laughter, fixating his gaze on Lucas. No, you should be addressed as Rear Admiral. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to call you Major General Lucas. Or should I refer to you as Colonel Lucas? Da Flamingo continued to jest, his grin unwavering. Smack. Lucas delivered several sharp slaps directly to Da Flamingo's face, glaring at him defiantly. My promotion is none of your concern. Da Flamingo remained silent, observing his adversary. He concluded that mocking this individual would have no effect. It would only result in unwarranted blows. Lucas, accompanied by his subordinates, traversed the snow-laden 5th level, diligently assisting in the search efforts of Impel Down. The sooner they completed the examination of this level, the sooner he could return to Marineford. After an extensive search, they apprehended 3 pirates who had managed to escape. Meanwhile, Magellan and Pallisolino led a contingent to the 6th level, where, after a prolonged search, they found no escaped pirates. This was hardly surprising, given the level's stringent security. However, they made a significant discovery that underscored the gravity of the situation. They identified an entrance on the 5 level that connected to the 6th level. The personnel of Impel Down have since secured this entrance and are poised to seal it. By nightfall, the entire underwater prison had been thoroughly searched, resulting in the termination of a few individual pirates attempting to flee from the 5th level. While no further escape attempts were detected elsewhere, Lucas kicked Da Flamingo into a prison on the 6th level. The guards of Impel Down suppressed their laughter as they entered, binding Da Flamingo's limbs with iron chains. Several minutes later, at the docks of Impel Down, after Lucas and his companions completed their handover with Magellan, they returned to the warship, which set sail towards the Gate of Justice. Upon passing through the gate, they would utilize the Navy's exclusive currents to return to Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, situated at the Marineford port. At that moment, 4 young boys sat by the shore, gazing at the distant sea while engaging in casual conversation. Sanji, did we arrive too early? Lucas is unlikely to be here so soon, Luffy remarked, his legs swinging playfully. Stop your nonsense. When we return, I'll prepare a delicious midnight snack for you, so just wait patiently. Sanji shot a glare at Luffy. Midnight snack. Hurry back, brother Lucas. Upon hearing the mention of a midnight snack, Luffy's fatigue vanished, and he eagerly fixated on the ocean. Sanji, we really don't need a midnight snack. We both miss brother Lucas dearly, Sugar said to Sanji, happily accepting a bag of grapes he offered and munching on them. Maybe. 5 looked on in silence at Sugar and Luffy, these 2 gluttons. Thankfully, she and Sanji were genuinely waiting for brother Lucas's return. They're coming. Look, Sanji exclaimed, quickly standing and pointing into the distance as a warship gradually emerged before them. Having long memorized the appearance of his brother's vessel, Sanji was the most exhilarated of the group. During this period, Sanji's culinary skills had significantly improved, to the point where even Luffy, who had often teased him about his cooking, now incessantly begged him to prepare meals. "That's my sister," Sugar exclaimed joyfully, spotting Monet, clad in military attire aboard the ship. "Brother Lucas." "Baby," Five shouted excitedly at the sight of the man on the warship. Aboard Lucas's warship, Borsalino sat, gazing at a few youngsters on the distant dock. "Oh, Lucas, your little brothers have come to greet us." Haha. Lucas beamed as he spotted the children on the pier, waving joyfully. Truth be told, during these days at sea, he found himself rather fondly reminiscing about these little ones. As the warship docked, Lucas leaped down and lifted Sanji into his arms. Hey, brother Lucas. I'm not a child anymore. Don't carry me like that," Sanji exclaimed, hurriedly pushing Lucas away upon hearing Luffy's laughter. "Haha. You little rascal have gained quite a bit of weight. Have you been enjoying your own cooking lately?" Lucas teased, ruffling Sanji's hair with a grin. "Hey, my cooking was always quite good. You just don't know how to speak." Sanji pouted in response. "Ha ha ha, indeed." Lucas laughed again. He had relied on his abilities to mask flavors, allowing him to tolerate the less than palatable meals Sanji had previously prepared. "Hey, when are we leaving next?" Luffy asked, tugging at Lucas's clothing. They had been training under that fierce Sakazuki, enduring punishments and meals, with little opportunity to experience the outside world, awaiting orders from above. Lucas replied with a smile. "Then you must regale us with tales of your adventures. It sounds delightful," Luffy urged. "Absolutely." Lucas nodded, effortlessly hoisting Luffy into his grasp, placing both Luffy and Sanji on his shoulders. "At home, Sanji, we must savor your culinary skills." "Of course," Sanji exclaimed joyfully. "Sister." Nearby, Sugar, cheeks stuffed with grapes, leaped into Monet's arms. "Little one, stop crying. Were you well behaved while I was away?" Monet inquired, playfully poking Sugar's tiny nose. Sugar nodded eagerly. Monet lifted her and followed Lucas. "Baby." Five trailed closely behind Lucas, often bursting into laughter whenever she exchanged a word with him. "What should we do now that they've all returned home?" Buggy lamented, watching the seemingly familial group of Lucas and the others, then turning to Ajin. "Stay on the ship or await orders from above," Ajin replied, his face devoid of expression. "Really?" Buggy gazed incredulously at this dull fellow, wondering if this monotonous individual possessed anything in his heart beyond mere duty. "What are you two dawdling for?" "Keep up," Lucas called out, turning to the pair. "Huh?" Bucky and Akin gazed at Lucas in bewilderment. "Come to my home. My little brother will personally cook a grand feast for you." Lucas chuckled as he looked at the two. "These two fellows seem a bit dazed," Kid, trailing behind Lucas, remarked. "A grand feast." Bucky and Akin exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. "Well, it's just me left." Pausalino shrugged helplessly, preparing to return to his office. They would all return to their respective homes for a day of rest, as the handover of Bucky's responsibilities and reports on previous tasks would take place the following day. "Lucas, who is this red-haired fellow?" Sanji asked, eyeing the crimson-haired kid with displeasure. "Oh, he is just like you, homeless, so I took him in," Lucas replied, ruffling Kid's hair with a smile. "Another freeloader, huh?" Luffy frowned at Kid. "Another bed hog as well," Sanji added, casting a disparaging glance at Kid. "You two brats, don't underestimate me." Kid glared angrily at them. "I am a devil fruit user, and I shall become Lucas's most capable subordinate in the Navy." "What?" Sanji erupted in fury, leaping off Lucas's shoulder to deliver a punch to Kid's head. "You scoundrel, Lucas's most capable subordinate should be me." It wasn't long before Sanji and Kid were grappling with each other. These two troublemakers. Lucas sighed, watching Sanji and Kid. Getting into a fight over a trivial matter is not good. "How dare you hit Sanji? I'll take you on," Luffy shouted as he jumped off Lucas's shoulder. "Behold my gum-gum pistol." Luffy and Sanji overwhelmed Kid, who was left defenseless. Their training under Akainu had not been in vain. With rigorous daily sessions, Luffy's punches had become formidable enough to deliver a proper gum-gum pistol. When Luffy first consumed the devil fruit, he had attempted a gum-gum pistol, only to have his punch flop feebly to the ground, leading to ridicule from Lucas and Sanji for quite some time. Ugh. Kid was struck squarely in the face by Luffy's punch, only to be followed by a kick from Sanji. "Do you need me?" "Maybe," Five asked, concerned as she watched the scuffle unfold without either Sanji or Luffy getting hurt. "Just stand to the side and watch," Sanji shouted. "You're just going to stand there and not intervene?" Monet looked at Lucas incredulously. "Well, they're just boys. It's perfectly normal for them to tussle a bit. If they get hurt, They'll just fight again, Lucas observed with a smile as he watched the three engage in their playful brawl. Cracking his knuckles with a satisfying pop, Lucas approached the trio, his fist cracking ominously. He landed a punch on one person's head. "Ouch, that hurts," Luffy exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands, once again haunted by the fear instilled by Lucas. "Brother, why did you hit me?" Sanji gazed at Lucas with a look of grievance, wondering if his elder brother found him unlikable. "It's all right. I, too, wish to engage in combat. You all continue your brawl, while I attend to my own matters. Do not mind this minor discomfort. Just carry on," Lucas chuckled, observing Luffy, Sanji, and Kid with amusement. Kid rubbed his head, realizing that this was the first time he had been struck since joining Lucas. "I apologize, Brother Lucas. I should not have fought with them," Kid hastily expressed his regret, holding Lucas in high esteem, yet equally fearful of his prowess. "I'm sorry, Brother Lucas. I shouldn't have engaged in a brawl with him." Sanji shot a furtive glare at Kid before turning to Lucas to offer his apology. "That's more like it. From now on, you're to coexist. We are family now. Do not raise your hands against one another. Understood?" Lucas inquired, tapping the swollen bump on Sanji's head. "Understood." Sanji hastily nodded, continuously dodging Lucas's hand. "Understood?" Lucas turned his gaze to Kid. "Understood." Kid quickly affirmed with a nod. "Understood?" Lucas then looked at Luffy. "Not understood." Luffy shook his head defiantly. Sanji and Kid exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by Luffy's apparent inability to comprehend or perhaps his deliberate defiance against Lucas. So he truly does not understand. Lucas gazed at the group with a mischievous grin, clenching his fists. 3 blows descended, landing upon the heads of Luffy, Sanji, and Kid, each resulting in yet another bump atop their already swollen heads, resembling gourds. "Quite amusing," chuckled Buggy, who stood in the background, teasingly. Thud. Lucas delivered a punch to Bucky's head, reprimanding the child for his interruption. Poor Bucky sat crouched in a corner, cradling the large bump on his head. Lucas's recent punch, imbued with the power of Haki, inflicted excruciating pain upon Buggy, leaving him in a state of utter agony. After Lucas imparted his lessons to Buggy, he crouched before the 3 young lads and inquired, "Do you understand?" "Yes." Sanji and Kid eagerly nodded in affirmation. It was quite absurd. If one person failed to comprehend, all 3 would face the consequences. "No." Luffy began to speak, only to be met with glares from both Sanji and Kid. "You don't understand." Luffy shook his head. "What an idiot." Sanji and Kid exclaimed in unison. "How can something so simple elude your grasp?" With 3 swift strikes, Sanji and Kid clutched their heads, a noticeable bump appearing beside the gourd back. They each seized one side of Luffy's face, glaring at him with indignation. "We are all on the same team. We must not harm one another. Do you understand?" Luffy looked at Sanji in confusion, wondering why they, who were supposedly allies, would unite with this red-haired fellow against him. "Sanji, he..." Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Sanji pinched his cheek. Upon hearing Sanji say, "If you don't understand, you'll miss out on tonight's supper," Luffy quickly acquiesced. "I understand. Do you truly comprehend?" Lucas scrutinized the trio. "Yes." They chorused in unison. "Now that sounds right. Let us head home for dinner." Lucas patted their shoulders, rising to his feet as he made his way back home. Sanji grasped Lucas's left hand while Kid took hold of his right, with Luffy trailing behind, glaring at Lucas. Monet, cradling Sugar, walked behind them, chuckling at Luffy, who unmistakably looked like someone destined to take a beating. Is this their family's method of education? Quite effective, it seems. In the distance, Borsalino, observing the spectacle, chuckled to himself. Reminiscing about Sakazuki, he shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the nature of adults shapes the youth of the Navy. Although Lucas did not share Sakazuki's singular focus on violence, his approach to educating children bore a striking resemblance. "You don't understand? Well, that's easily remedied. We'll just beat it into you." Upon returning to Sakazuki's modest courtyard, Lucas greeted him. "Ah, you're back, Kid," Sakazuki exclaimed with surprise as he watched Lucas enter. They had been in contact prior, prompting Sakazuki to send Sanji and the others to welcome him. It had been a while since they had seen each other, and Sakazuki felt a twinge of nostalgia. "So, how has your ability development been lately?" Sakazuki rose, placing a hand on Lucas's shoulder as he inquired. The iron-willed soldier could not utter the words, "I missed you," but instead tactfully asked about Lucas's recent endeavors. "I can amplify it up to 40 times now," Lucas replied to Sakazuki. "Impressive." Sakazuki, with a satisfied demeanor, gently patted Lucas on the shoulder and led him into the house. That evening, Lucas and his companions gathered around the large table in the courtyard. To his left sat Sanji, while Monet occupied his right, with Sugar seated beside Monet. Sakazuki playfully teased Baby, 5, having endeavored over the years since adopting Lucas to cultivate a more amiable smile. Recently, he had finally succeeded. Baby, 5 was perpetually amused by Sakazuki's antics. He recalled how, in Lucas's childhood, his fearsome grin would send the boy scurrying away in fright. Nearby, Luffy and Kid exchanged fierce glares. Moments earlier, Kid had discovered that Luffy, that rascal, was glaring at his older brother, and he could hardly contain himself, retaliating with an equally fierce stare. "Here, Lucas, try this," Sanji exclaimed, presenting a portion of roasted fish before Lucas. Brother Lucas has a profound appreciation for fish. Thus today's table is adorned with an array of over a dozen exquisite dishes, predominantly featuring various fish delicacies. Indeed, Sanji's culinary skills have significantly improved of late, rivaling even those of the chef aboard my ship, Lucas remarked as he savored a bite of fish. "Truly, this lad Sanji is a culinary genius." "Is that so?" Sanji exclaimed with delight, seizing Lucas's garment in eager anticipation. "Absolutely. Your cooking is exceptional, surpassing even that of the chef on my vessel," Lucas affirmed, nodding as he deftly picked up a piece of fish and consumed nearly half of it in one bite. "May I become the chef aboard your ship, brother? Please take me along on your next voyage," Sanji exclaimed with enthusiasm. He had been taken in by brother Lucas and brought to Marineford, where Lucas imparted wisdom and arranged for his training. Sanji's greatest aspiration now is to join brother Lucas on his ship and serve as his chef, preparing every meal with utmost care. "And take me along too." Kid, disregarding even Luffy, eagerly turned to Lucas. This was just moments before the meal was ready. Lucas dragged him to Sakazuki, after which Kid would train alongside Sanji and the others, under Sakazuki's watchful care. A steadfast soldier had, against all odds, transformed into a caretaker. That evening, in Sakazuki's courtyard, Lucas sat on a chair, engaging in conversation with Sakazuki, recounting his experiences since departing from headquarters. Monet approached, offering Lucas a platter of fruit. "Thank you," Lucas exclaimed as he accepted the gift, taking a bite of the fruit while glancing at the few youngsters nearby performing push-ups. "Kid, make sure you do it properly. Your form is utterly incorrect. Where's your QJ planet?" After admonishing Kid, Sakazuki swiftly removed his slippers and tossed one at Kid's head. "Do it correctly." Lucas looked on in astonishment at Sakazuki, pondering when he had acquired such a tactic. In his own childhood, Sakazuki would have sent him flying for any mistake. "Ha ha ha. I learned this from Captain a few days ago," Sakazuki chuckled. Lucas felt a sense of relief, fortunately. Sakazuki had only recently mastered this technique. Otherwise, during his own childhood, he would have been destined to share a bond of misfortune with Dorak. The following morning, after breakfast, Lucas stepped out of the courtyard, trailed by several little rascals. "What are you all doing following me?" Lucas inquired, perplexed, as he looked at Luffy, Sanji, and Kid. "We want to go out and play with you," the three exclaimed in unison. Lucas comprehended that these three little rascals sought to escape Sakazuki's rigorous training. Such thoughts were futile. To become an exceptional naval officer, one must first possess formidable strength. "Back to your training, all of you." Lucas kicked them back with determination. "Let us depart," he instructed, taking Bucky along as they exited the Sakazuki residence. Akin remained behind to assist Sakazuki in training the youngsters. Meanwhile, Lucas was required to escort Bucky to meet Admiral Sengoku. On their journey, they encountered numerous familiar naval officers, exchanging greetings until they arrived at Sengoku's office. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, "Colonel Lucas and Marine Bucky have arrived," announced a sailor outside the door. Inside the office, Admiral Sengoku was sipping tea and munching on rice crackers while perusing Lucas's dossier. Beside him was a weaponry expert from the Naval Science Division, who had been waiting for some time. "Please enter," Sengoku nodded, gesturing for them to come in. As the door swung open, Lucas stepped inside, followed closely by Bucky. The two saluted Sengoku respectfully. Sengoku cast a glance at Lucas and then shifted his focus to Bucky. "So, this is the genius who invented the Bucky bomb. However, what is the story behind your nose?" Sengoku inquired, puzzled. Bucky, having received Lucas's prior warning, was prepared and did not take offense. In many instances, inquiries about his nose would ignite his anger, but before the Admiral, he smiled and replied, reporting, "Admiral, it is natural." "Indeed," Sengoku chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. He then gestured towards several individuals nearby. "These are the weaponry experts from the Naval Science Division. You may begin your discussion regarding the Bucky bomb." After introducing Bucky to the experts, Sengoku turned his attention back to Lucas. "Originally, due to your discovery of Bucky's talent, Headquarters intended to promote you by 1 rank. However, after your capture of Don Quixote Doflamingo and members of his family, coupled with your identification of a significant security threat in Impel Down, and your assistance in apprehending fugitives, my satisfaction with you has only grown. Tomorrow, a commendation ceremony will be held at headquarters, and it has been decided that you shall be promoted to Rear Admiral, while all of your subordinates will receive a 2-rank elevation. What? Bucky gasped in disbelief as he had been conversing with the weaponry experts just moments ago. Initially, he had anticipated a promotion to Major, but now hearing Sengoku's words, it dawned on him that he would leapfrog directly to Colonel. Having recently joined the Navy, he was now elevated to Colonel solely due to Colonel Lucas's influence. Bucky was utterly astounded. It was simply beyond comprehension. None of those who had been with Lucas the longest enjoyed such privileges, and it was only Bucky who received this unimaginable honor. Indeed, Colonel Bucky, Sengoku stated with a playful smile. Bucky gazed at Lucas, his admiration growing ever deeper. Colonel Lucas has treated him exceptionally well, and Lucas has been able to achieve merit. Now, he serves by Colonel Lucas's side and has been directly promoted to the rank of Colonel. Lucas's fortune is indeed remarkable. He can no longer be addressed as Colonel. He should be called Major General Lucas instead. Buck, filled with joy, gazed at Lucas and said, Major General Lucas, I have now been promoted to Colonel. Lucas smiled and nodded, looking at Buck. He had assured Buck that upon joining the Navy, he would not neglect his contributions. A mere colonel was quite commendable. Major General Lucas. Upon hearing Sengoku's call, Lucas quickly turned his attention, for the title of Major General sounded far more illustrious than that of Colonel. Having joined the Navy less than a year ago, he had achieved significant feats and ascended from the ranks to become a Major General, standing out among his peers in the Navy. However, he must not become complacent. He should not allow this year's accomplishments to inflate his ego. Now, I am assigning you a task, Sengoku declared. Lucas looked at him attentively. I will give you 1 month. You are to lead your subordinate Buck in promoting the Buck Bomb within the Navy Scientific Corps. Once the Buck Bomb is widely adopted throughout the fleet, it will greatly assist the Navy in combating piracy. We shall reward you once again for your efforts. After Sengoku finished speaking, Lucas nodded in acknowledgement of the orders given. Lucas, accompanied by Buggy, exited the office of the Warring States General. Today was merely an opportunity for Buggy to meet and familiarize himself with several weapons specialists from the scientific unit. Following the commendation ceremony scheduled for tomorrow, they would proceed with the promotion of the Buggy Bomb within the scientific forces. Upon arriving at a street, Lucas produced a snail phone and dialed a number. Hello? At a naval base in the East Blue, within a smoke-filled room, a hazy figure of Nightingale reclined on a sofa, feet resting on the table. Several cigars clenched between his lips. Lucas? Smoker, inhaling his cigar, recalled the matter of Lucas's own demotion at that moment. When Lucas was demoted to the South Sea, Smoker had specifically investigated the destination, feeling a sense of unfairness for his junior. Do not be disheartened by a momentary demotion to the South Sea. If you are truly unhappy, come to the East Sea, and I shall treat you to a drink, Smoker consoled Lucas. In the Grand Line, at a certain street in Marineford, who are these people? Buggy exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the snail phone in Lucas's hand. As members of the Navy, how can you utter such a thing as come to the East Sea to find me? Do you not care for any decorum? His laughter echoed. Lucas chuckled heartily. Truly, Smoker was worthy of his title. Even his method of comforting his junior was enough to perplex the higher-ups, directly crossing the seas to reassure him. Let me share some good news. Smoker sat up, intrigued to hear what Lucas deemed to be good news. After taking a few puffs of smoke, Smoker inquired, Speak. What good tidings do you wish to share? I am to be promoted to Rear Admiral, Lucas exclaimed joyfully. Oh, and then? Smoker nodded, taking another drag. I have been reassigned to headquarters, Lucas continued. Congratulations. Smoker responded. The conversation between the two straightforward men was refreshingly simple. After a few exchanges, they hung up. In the East Sea, at the naval base office in Logtown, smoke filled the air as Smoker puffed away, eyeing the now smoky snail phone. What did he just say? He pondered. Rear Admiral? Suddenly, Smoker sprang to his feet. The junior who had once trailed behind him in Marineford had actually attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Smoker felt a wave of disbelief. Had not this junior only recently joined the Navy? Not long ago, he had faced a demotion, and now he had risen to Rear Admiral so swiftly? What remarkable achievement had he accomplished to warrant such rapid advancement? Smoker felt his thoughts falter. He quickly picked up the snail phone, dialing Tina's number. It was unreachable. Confused, Smoker stared at the snail phone, wondering who was chatting with Tina. In the Grand Line, in the waters of Alabasta, a military vessel sailed slowly. On board, Tina, with her light pink hair and purple sunglasses, clad in a rose-red professional outfit and draped in a white justice cloak, stood at the bow, a lady's cigarette perched between her lips. In her hand, she held a snail phone, which transformed into the handsome blue-haired Lucas. "Hey, Lucas, how come you have the time to contact me?" Tina asked, her delight evident. It had been quite a while since she had seen the once adoring junior who had trailed behind her and Smoker, especially after they had officially become naval officers and set sail. "Big sister, I have some good news to share," Lucas said, holding the snail phone that morphed into Tina's likeness, as if they were face to face. "What good news?" Tina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tina gazed at the telephone bug, the sea breeze playfully tousling her soft pink locks. "I am to become a major general," Lucas exclaimed with joy. Tina stared at the telephone bug in astonishment, her cigarette slipping from her lips, rendered speechless for an extended moment. She and Smoker were yet to catch even a glimpse of the rank of brigadier general, while here was a mere subordinate, having barely served a year in the Navy, rising to the rank of major general. "Could you repeat that? I feel as though I am hearing things," Tina said, her tone laced with exasperation. It was not that she doubted the veracity of the claim, but rather that the situation was simply beyond belief. Lucas, with a smile, reiterated his previous words as Tina silently ended the call. In the waters of Alabasta, Tina's warship glided gently, the sea breeze caressing her long hair. Rubbing her temples, she gazed at the sky. "Little brother," using the words you once taught us, "you seem rather lackluster today," Tina remarked, a mixture of laughter and exasperation in her tone. If her little brother were before her, she would truly feel inclined to deliver a playful punch to his head. In East Blue, at Lowtown, the door to the office creaked open as a young girl entered, pinching her nose. Frowning at the smoke-filled room, she opened a window, watching the tendrils of smoke escape, then turned to find Smoker. After a while, as the haze dissipated, she finally spotted Smoker, who was sprawled on the sofa, seemingly devoid of dreams, not even smoking. "Smoker, are you all right?" The girl hastily approached, shaking him gently. "Huh?" Smoker gazed at her, bewildered. This little girl was Dasky, a homeless child he had taken in since arriving in East Blue, now 12 years old. "Smoker, I told you not to smoke so much, yet you never listen." Dasky pouted, glaring at him. Sighing, Smoker ruffled Dasky's hair before sinking back into his daze on the sofa. "Are you sure you're okay?" Dasky looked at him with concern, noting his lackluster demeanor. "I'm fine." Smoker patted her head, urging her to leave. Feeling a twinge of sadness, she thought about her little brother, now a rear admiral, while he remained in East Blue. The thought of returning to headquarters and having to address him as Rear Admiral Lucas filled her with a sense of reluctance. In the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Lucas tucked away his din mushy, happily walking home with Buggy. Before they even stepped inside, they spotted several figures flying out from the courtyard. 3 little rascals came barreling towards them, prompting Lucas and Buggy to swiftly retreat to avoid the collision. Thud! Luffy, Sanji, and Kid landed face first on the ground, quickly sitting up while clutching their faces and howling in distress. "Ah, this must be the infamous faceplant." Lucas clapped his hands in amusement, watching them with a grin. "Ow, that hurts," Sanji whined, gazing up at Lucas with pitiful eyes. "It's all right, no need to cry." Lucas chuckled softly, ruffling Sanji's hair and then turning to the other two, offering them words of comfort. "When I was your age, faceplants were a daily occurrence. Just look at how dashing I am now." Lucas playfully tousled the heads of the 3 little rascals, encouraging them to rise. Lucas now possesses a striking handsomeness akin to that of the esteemed reader. Thus, facial blemishes cannot hinder the increasing allure of a dashing visage. Luffy could not help but chuckle. Snap! Lucas slapped Luffy on the head and inquired, "Tell me, did you fail to complete Sakazuki's training tasks?" The 3 young ones gazed up at Lucas with pitiful expressions. "It's all right. Take your time," Lucas replied nonchalantly, leading them back to the courtyard. Not just that. These 3 youngsters did absolutely no training while I was away." In the courtyard, Sakazuki was teasing Baby 5 when he turned to Lucas and spoke. Lucas then cast a playful glance at the 3 youths, Luffy, Sanji, and Kid, who inexplicably felt a chill in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lucas kicked those 3 mischievous children out, exclaiming in anger, "Finish your training before returning for dinner." These lazy rascals were utterly detestable. In his youth, even when Sakazuki ventured out, he continued with his training. How dare these 3 slack off? They deserved a reprimand. During mealtime, in the courtyard, a table was surrounded by several individuals. Lucas picked up a piece of meat and placed it into Sanji's bowl. "Eat more," the more you consume, the stronger you will be for continued training. Thank you, Brother Lucas. Sanji took a bite of the meat and began to chew. Lucas then served 2 hefty pieces of meat into the bowls of Luffy and Kid. In truth, he was not as harsh as he appeared. After the trio had trained for a while, he called them back, instructing them to finish their meal before resuming their training. Thank you, Brother Lucas, Luffy and Kid exclaimed, lifting their heads momentarily before returning to their food. Lucas gazed at Luffy in astonishment. Ever since bringing this boy to Marineford, Luffy had been at odds with him, behaving like a rebellious spirit. Yet today, this fellow surprisingly expressed gratitude. It seems that providing food truly forges bonds of friendship. The following day, the commendation ceremony concluded. Lucas, clad in military attire and draped in a white naval cloak of justice, made his way homeward. The awards ceremony was not solely in his honor. It was a collective celebration for several naval officers who had achieved commendable promotions. At this juncture, Lucas had ascended from the rank of colonel to that of major general. Within the naval forces, in addition to the elevation of ranks in the awards ceremony, there was also a segment dedicated to the presentation of medals, akin to the traditions of his previous life. Lucas adorned Sanji's neck with the medal in his hand, while with his other hand, he placed the naval cap upon Luffy's head. The oversized hat completely engulfed Luffy's head, prompting him to grasp it with both hands. Despite its slight largeness, it was still quite fitting. Captain Buggy, are you prepared for the exchange with the Navy Science Division tomorrow? Lucas inquired, glancing back at Buggy, who was draped in a cloak. No need to be anxious, Major Lucas, Buggy replied with a reassuring tone. After their exchange, they shared a knowing glance and chuckled. In truth, they relished calling each other by their ranks, finding amusement in the camaraderie amongst themselves. They were grateful for the presence of their comrades, knowing that had outsiders witnessed their banter, they would surely have faced ridicule. Behind Lucas walked Monet, adorned with a naval cap. Originally a private 3rd class, Monet had been promoted several ranks and now held the title of private 1st class. Lacking any noteworthy skills to contribute to the Navy and not having accomplished any significant feats, she remained a mere soldier. Akin to her, Akin was also a private 1st class. At the commendation ceremony, Lucas felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the several weapon manufacturers he had brought back from Clockwork Island, who were exceptionally skilled in crafting Baki shells and were therefore promoted to warrant officers. Kid gazed longingly at Lucas, envious of Sanji, who had received a medal, and Luffy, who had been gifted a cap by his elder brother. He felt he had nothing. Here, wear this, Monet said, placing her cap atop Kid's head. However, Kid promptly pushed Monet's cap away, declaring, I aspire to be a major like my brother, not just an ordinary sailor. Monet felt a pang at his words. In a fit of indignation, she conjured an ice hammer and swiftly jabbed it into Kid's backside. Oh, Kid yelped, clutching his rear as he dashed away. Laughter erupted among Lucas and the others. The following day, at the entrance of the Navy Scientific Corps, Lucas donned a sleek black suit, draped in a white cloak of justice, and adorned with a Navy cap, as he gazed into the distance at the approaching weapons expert. Behind him stood Colonel Bucky, along with Private 1st Class Monet and Private 1st Class Akin, accompanied by his cadre of weapon specialists. Lucas did not see Dr. Vegapunk among the weapon experts opposite him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Vegapunk was renowned as the most brilliant mind within the scientific division, often hailed as being 5 centuries ahead of contemporary technology. A scientist whose intellect transcended humanity by 500 years. A mere buckybomb was hardly significant enough to warrant Dr. Vegapunk's personal engagement. General Lucas, please follow us, said the leading weapon expert, a balding old man, as he guided Lucas and his companions inside. Upon entering the weapons research facility, Lucas conversed briefly with the person in charge before taking a seat on the sidelines, observing Bucky and the weapons specialists engage in discussion. To be candid, Lucas was utterly inept at handling artillery. He couldn't even aim a cannon accurately. Finding himself bored, he stepped outside to gaze at the Naval Scientific Division. As a swordsman, he had no use for guns or cannons, and his interest in artillery was solely to enhance the long-range striking capabilities of warships. He had no inclination towards firearms or heavy artillery. Monet emerged and settled beside Lucas, playfully seizing his cap. Even as a rear admiral, he still wore a marine hat. Monet, holding Lucas's hat, regarded him with curiosity. What's wrong with wearing a marine hat? Sakazuki wears one too. And even the warlord of the sea donned a marine hat. Lucas retorted as he reclaimed his marine cap, placing it atop his head with a jovial smile. The warlord of the sea maintained the tradition of wearing a marine hat, eventually becoming the fleet admiral years later. In the original animated series, Sakazuki also upheld the custom of wearing a marine hat, and following the conclusion of the Marineford War, he ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral. Lucas felt no discomfort regarding the naval cap. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, it boasted a remarkable 30% chance of elevating one to the rank of Marshal. It is often said that among pirates, there exists a legacy of hats. In truth, the Navy possesses such heirlooms as well, with each individual donning a cap of tradition. Of course, this is merely jest, for not everyone can ascend to the esteemed position of Marshal. Lucas gazed around, uncertain of the whereabouts of the illustrious Dr. Vegapunk. It was not until the day Buck and the weapons specialists concluded their discussions that Lucas had yet to catch even a glimpse of Vegapunk. With a tinge of regret, he departed from the Navy Science Division. His interest in Vegapunk was, in truth, rather modest. In the following days, the Navy Science Division had thoroughly mastered the Buck bomb. And as per the higher-ups' directives, Lucas was to accompany several weapon experts from the division, along with Buck and his team, to a naval base. There, they would transport the first batch of Buck bombs produced by the Navy for the inaugural test launch, subsequently promoting the Buck bomb. However, Lucas found himself with no involvement in the research, testing, or promotion of the Buck bomb. His role was merely to provide armed protection along the journey. Early in the morning, at Sakazuki's residence, Lucas strolled into the courtyard, stretching his limbs, clad in the same black suit, draped with a cloak. The creaking door swung open as Monet entered, bearing a fresh outfit. Upon seeing Lucas in his unchanged attire, she frowned. "Put this on. I am utterly weary of seeing you in that same outfit every day." Monet thrust the clothes into Lucas's arms, casting him a pointed glance. Lucas said, bewildered by Monet's insistence, "I think the all-black look is quite appealing. Such a straight man's taste." Monet shot him a disapproving glare, pushing him into the house. "Hurry up and change. I am simply tired of it." As Lucas held the clothes, he closed the door behind him to change. Meanwhile, the three little ones seated on the chair watched helplessly as their elder brother retreated indoors. What does it mean to be a straight man? Such a lack of dignity for a major general. "I'm hungry again." Dressed in a dashing suit, Lucas stepped outside, draped in a white naval cloak of justice. Monet, arms crossed, admired his appearance. "Very nice, indeed. This suit befits your rank as a major general," she remarked, adjusting his collar. "I've had my fill of this." Sanji rose in irritation, moving aside to train. "Early in the morning. And I'm served a mouthful of dog food. How disgusting." "Indeed. I'm quite full now," Kid concurred, also retreating to train. "What does that mean?" "I'm clearly starving." Luffy looked puzzled at the two. Inside the house, Sakazuki observed them through the window, shaking his head in resignation. He discerned that Private Monet harbored feelings for Lucas, however. It seemed that the lad had become so absorbed in his training that thoughts of romance had never crossed his mind. Alexia, nonsense. This fellow has known how to swindle pocket money from naval daughters since childhood. Outside, Akin and Buggy, both clad in naval uniforms, awaited Lucas. "So, Private Monet and Major General Lucas are." Akin began, but Buggy interjected with a smirk, "It's unrequited love. Monet is far too naive. She stands no chance of winning the Major General's heart." Without sparing a glance, Buggy had already surmised Monet's affections for Lucas from his observations over the past few days. "How did you figure that out?" Akin asked, puzzled. "Haven't you noticed?" Buggy replied, incredulous. "What?" Akin inquired, still confused. Buggy stared at him, baffled that such a simple matter had escaped him. "Since the day I boarded, though Major Lucas occasionally takes a brief rest. He maintains a training regimen 3 times the amount of ours daily. He is fervently eager to enhance his strength. I do not understand his obsession with becoming stronger. But I know that in Major Lucas's mind, there is only the relentless pursuit of power. Matters of romance do not occupy his thoughts." Lucas and Monet exited the courtyard, followed closely by Buggy and Akin. After a few steps, Lucas turned back and playfully tapped Buggy on the head. Buggy looked at him helplessly, wondering if his thoughts had been discerned or if he had misjudged the situation. The group arrived at the port, where several weapon experts from the Naval Science Division had been waiting for some time. "Let us embark," Lucas announced as he boarded the warship. The vessel set sail from the harbor, gradually progressing toward its destination, the G1 naval branch located in the New World. In the original narrative, following the Marineford War, Sakazuki made a pivotal decision to exchange the G1 branch in the New World with the post-war Marineford. At this moment, G1 remained a naval base. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sunlight shimmered on the deck. The Navy personnel aboard the warship were divided into 3 groups, one engaged in training, another standing watch, and the third consisting of those who had completed their training and were resting. Soon, the resting group would rotate with those on watch. while the trainees would take their turn to rest before switching tasks. Under the radiant sun, Lucas held a large boulder, chasing a group of naval officers around the deck. The sea breeze tousled his blue hair as he shouted, grabbing a smaller rock and hurling it towards the sailors. If one thought a mere stone was harmless, they were gravely mistaken. With a thud, the stone struck the deck, echoing like a bullet, sending shivers through the ranks. Hearing the impact, the sailors quickened their pace, bearing their burdens as they ran. "How terrifying!" exclaimed a new recruit, laden with a bag of stones, sweating profusely at the back of the line. Major Lucas's devil fruit ability granted him a formidable increase in strength, allowing him to imbue the stones with enhanced velocity. These were not projectiles one could easily withstand. Akin, running alongside the new recruit, effortlessly surged ahead. "Akin has already lapped us 5 times," an astonished veteran Marine remarked. Akin was now carrying 7 times their weight, yet he displayed no sign of complaint. His physical prowess surpassed theirs, and more importantly, Akin exuded an air of calm. "He is likely to be the first among us to awaken Observation Haki," speculated another seasoned Marine. "Does it even need to be said?" chimed in yet another veteran. "Incredible!" the new recruit exclaimed, watching Akin in awe, though he cast a puzzled glance at Colonel Buggy, who had been lapped 5 times by Akin. Lucas caught up and patted the new recruit on the head, who looked over in confusion. Upon realizing that Major General Lucas stood beside him, the shadow of the boulder loomed over him. Startled, the recruit quickened his pace, swiftly surpassing a majority of the sailors. In the distance, Major General Lucas spotted an island. "Can we rest there for a while?" he called out to the sailors stationed at the lookout, who glanced down at him. "Let me check," Lucas replied, placing the boulder down and turning to the running sailors. "All personnel, cease training and take a break." Upon hearing the command, the sailors, relieved, set down their backpacks one by one and took a moment to rest. Lucas then stepped lightly, making his way toward the distant island adorned with numerous bizarrely shaped rock pillars. This island bore no houses, nor any signs of fire. It was solely enveloped by a forest and towering rock columns, each crowned with a spherical stone. Lucas approached the island, finding it eerily devoid of human presence. Upon landing on the beach, he noticed some ashes in a distant corner. As he walked over and touched them, he discerned they were remnants of a fire long extinguished. Although the site had been tampered with, the handling was far from expert, revealing numerous traces of human habitation that lay exposed to Lucas's keen observation. There were indeed people on this island. After articulating this thought, Lucas activated his Observation Haki, amplifying his awareness to encompass the entire island. Beyond a few rocky pillars located a kilometer away, he sensed the presence of several individuals concealing themselves. As Lucas approached, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a head emerged from behind a rock pillar. Upon recognizing the Navy, these individuals hastily retreated. Lucas, perplexed, observed their actions. There were no pirate ships in sight, and these people ought to be mere distressed souls. Why then did they flee upon seeing the Navy? However, reflecting on the miscreants within the naval ranks, Lucas felt a sense of resignation. It was indeed disheartening that the misconduct of a few had fostered animosity towards the Navy among some ordinary citizens. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucas cast the knife to the ground and approached the group. "Please, do not flee. If you are in distress, I am here to assist you. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm," he declared as he advanced toward them. The individuals retreating in shock gazed at Lucas in astonishment, bewildered that he approached them unarmed. Was he not a member of the Navy come to capture them? Lucas approached, leading 3 elderly men, the one in the middle cradling a young girl in his arms. "Feel free to express any concerns. I am here to assist you in any way I can," Lucas addressed the group. Lucas set down his blade and expressed his willingness to assist them. The elders, relieved, began to engage in conversation with him. Thus, it became clear to Lucas the origins of these individuals. They were former slaves of the celestial dragons, liberated from Mariawa by the esteemed fishman hero, Fisher Tiger. Initially, they had feared Lucas, mistaking him for a naval officer sent to capture them. However, upon observing Lucas disarm himself, they recognized that a weaponless swordsman posed no threat. After all, behind the elders stood several young men, and they believed that, should the need arise, they could easily overpower Lucas. Certainly, even if 2 pirate crews of supernovas were to confront him, they would still be no match for the current Lucas. "Rest assured, I have no intention of capturing you. If you have any requests within my capabilities, I shall assist you," Lucas assured them. "Oh, esteemed Marine, you are truly kind," an elder exclaimed, gazing at Lucas with gratitude. He gently set down a little girl from his arms and nudged her toward Lucas. "Might I implore you to help return this little one to her homeland?" She too was among those rescued by the hero tiger, the elder requested. Not a problem, Lucas nodded, crouching down to meet the gaze of the little girl before him. Her unruly orange hair was caked with dirt, and her face bore the marks of neglect. Clad in a short-sleeved top and suspenders, she smiled brightly at Lucas. A stark contrast to her disheveled appearance that tugged at his heartstrings. What is her name? Lucas inquired, looking at the girl. Her name is Carla, just like us. The elder said, prompting the girl to turn around, preparing to reveal the mark of the dragon's foot to Lucas. Lucas grasped the old man's hand firmly, shaking his head in disapproval. No need to look, he said, gently pulling the little girl closer. A fragile spirit, having endured excessive torment, had resulted in her current state. To have others witness the mark upon her that symbolized the enslavement of celestial beings must have caused her immense suffering. I shall return her to her homeland, Lucas declared, holding Kara's small hand as he rose to face the gathered crowd. Through the lens of his observation, he perceived that his subordinates had already disembarked upon the island. Lucas extended his hand to adjust the old man's clothing, concealing the exposed mark of the dragon's claw. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly hide your marks. My leniency does not guarantee your safety from the other navy should news of this leak, Lucas declared. Upon hearing this, the individuals hurriedly concealed the marks beneath their garments. Encountering a naval officer like Lucas today was a stroke of fortune for them. Had they encountered those incompetent wretches eager to curry favor with the celestial dragons, their fate would have been dire indeed. Lucas would not apprehend these individuals, nor would his loyal subordinates. However, who can assure that other Marines will not leak information? The warship commanded by Lucas is manned by a multitude of individuals, rendering it impossible for him to silence every mouth on board. Lucas observed everyone carefully concealing their marks and sighed in relief. What are your plans moving forward? He inquired of the group. An elderly man replied, We wish to return to our homeland, but we do not wish to trouble you further. Lucas, the naval officer, assisted them in returning Keela to her homeland, for which they were exceedingly grateful. With so many individuals bearing the mark of the dragon's hoof, boarding a warship was simply out of the question. Should their insignia be discovered, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Lucas. Although many sailors harbor a disdain for the celestial dragons, they are compelled to obey a single command from them, knowing full well that disobedience could lead to their capture. Lucas had yet to devise a means to assist these individuals when they suddenly interjected, Noble Admiral, please do not concern yourself with our plight. This island is replete with resources, and we can establish our settlement here. Lucas surveyed his surroundings. The island was adorned with numerous fruit trees, and within his perception, it teemed with wildlife, indeed a treasure trove of resources. Very well, I shall take her with me, he declared, grasping the knife from the ground. He waved farewell to the gathered individuals alongside Kara. Halfway through the forest, Lucas encountered his subordinates who had arrived on the island. What is this? Buck and the others looked at him in confusion. This is a survivor I encountered on the island. I intend to escort her back to her homeland once my mission is complete, Lucas explained, patting Kara gently on the head. Are we resting here then? Akin inquired. No. Let us expedite our mission and return her home as soon as possible, Lucas replied, waving his hand dismissively as he took Kara's small hand and led her towards the warship. Attention, all personnel. Board the ship immediately. We set sail at once, Buck commanded. And the naval crew promptly organized themselves, lining up to embark. Fear not, little one, Lucas reassured Kara, who was feigning a smile, causing him some consternation. He pondered the situation. Had he not been holding her hand, she might have swept the deck with her gaze fixed on the broom for far too long. After witnessing the memories of the Sun Pirates, Lucas felt a deep sympathy for Kara, having endured so many tragedies from such a tender age. Her innocent heart had borne immense suffering, compelling her to wear a mask of smiles for self-preservation. Such psychological scars could not simply dissipate in a matter of days or months. Lucas contemplated how he might coax a single tear from young Kara. Coughing lightly, he admonished himself not to overthink. His aim was merely to allow Kara to express her emotions before gently guiding her toward healing. However, with others around, he felt unable to employ Tiger's approach. Once my mission is complete, I shall take you to meet your mother, all right? Lucas said softly, pinching Kara's smiling cheek. Yes. Thank you, maybe sir, she replied, returning his gaze with a smile. Sighing helplessly, Lucas felt a pang of sympathy for the poor child. Perhaps, in contrast to Tiger's methods, a mother's embrace and care might serve as a more effective remedy for her troubled heart. As the warship ventured forth into the sea, Lucas affectionately ruffled Kara's hair. Suddenly, a colossal sea beast erupted from the depths, its jagged teeth glistening with saliva, and its enormous eyes fixated on the warship, roaring as it lunged forward to attack. Lucas placed Kira in Monet's embrace, gently patting Kira's smiling face and instructing Monet to cover her eyes. Whoosh! Lucas gracefully leapt into the air, executing a moonwalk before delivering a powerful kick to the beast's jaw, silencing its roar. Be quiet. In the next instant, Lucas positioned himself in the midst of the creature's body and unleashed a forceful kick upwards. Boom! Under the augmentation of power, Lucas delivered a decisive kick that pierced through the body of the sea beast. Subsequently, with another powerful strike, he sent the creature crashing onto the beach. Gliding gracefully, Lucas returned to the warship. Just as Akin was about to lead a team to retrieve the meat of the sea beast, Lucas intervened, exclaiming, "No need for that. It's extravagant." Lucas paid no heed to Akin and the others, instead perceiving through his observation the presence of those concealed within the forest. This sea creature was a gift meant for them. No, truly unnecessary. On the naval vessel, Lucas hurriedly restrained Kira, who had promptly dashed away after partaking in a brief meal to seize a broom and commence sweeping the deck. The sight left Lucas bewildered. He swiftly approached Kira, urging her to join him for a meal, though he managed to bring the young girl back. Lucas found himself troubled by the fact that she still clutched the broom tightly in her hands. "Little one, let them handle the cleaning. Shall we dine together?" Monet squatted beside them, gently stroking Kira's head. "Please don't abandon me. I will work. I will help. Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me." Kira pleaded, her grip on the broom tightening with fear. "Let us finish our meal first, shall we?" Lucas patted Kira's little head, earnestly persuading her. Kira lifted her gaze to meet Lucas's eyes. Lucas observed Kila, who appeared somewhat relaxed. He too let out a sigh of relief. "Rest assured, dear brother. The older ones shall not usurp your duties, nor will they harm or abandon you." Upon hearing Lucas's words, Kila set aside the broom. Lucas, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, escorted Kira back to the dining table, placing a bowl of rice before her, followed by serving the little girl some vegetables. Kira enthusiastically dug into her meal, occasionally glancing at the broom resting beside her. Only then did Lucas feel at ease to enjoy his meal. However, he pondered how he might assist Kira in overcoming her psychological shadow. Lucas was at a loss for a better solution. Should he, like Tej, brand Kur's back with a mark, using a new grand emblem to overshadow the imprint of the dragon's hoof? The ship belonging to Lucas was teeming with people. The moment he dared to scald Kira, her piercing scream would undoubtedly draw the attention of the crowd, leading to an untenable situation. To discard his weapon in her presence? Despite her headstrong nature, she was not audacious enough to suggest he relinquish all the armaments on the vessel. He had to adopt a more gradual approach. Just when he felt a semblance of relief, the more he pondered how to assist Kira, the more troubled he became. After finishing the meal in her bowl, Kira was about to tidy up the deck when Lucas placed a bowl of hot soup before her. "Drink your soup," he encouraged, gently patting her head. "MHM." Kira replied softly, then picked up the bowl to blow on the soup. As Lucas dined, his gaze fell upon Kila. Recalling the words spoken by the young girl moments ago, he comprehended the profound psychological scars she bore. Whether rescued by pirates or by a gentle, kind-hearted, and handsome naval brother like himself, her experiences relentlessly shackled her to an overwhelming fear. Upon finishing her soup, Kila briskly trotted to the side, seizing a broom to commence sweeping the deck. Monet hurried over, attempting to dissuade Kila, but to no avail. Lucas sipped his soup and savored the meat while gazing at Kira. After a while, Kira had thoroughly cleaned the deck, and a thick layer of bowls had accumulated on Lucas's table. He looked at Kira and said, "Well, you may stop now that the cleaning is done. Young one, pour me a glass of wine." Upon Lucas's utterance, Kurla promptly acquiesced, approaching with alacrity. She seized a nearby decanter, selected a cup, and poured a measure of wine for Lucas. Lucas downed his drink in one gulp, took a bite of meat, and then signaled to continue. "You." Monet shot a glare at Lucas, about to admonish him for ordering the little one around. However, she was met with a piercing look from Lucas in return. Lucas gazed at Monet with a smile, finding himself unable to scorch the mark upon Monet, yet he possessed a peculiar strategy. Wasn't he, young Kira, fond of engaging in tasks to seek comfort? Thus, he decided to assign the little one a task that was delightfully effortless. When faced with such dilemmas, unconventional methods are often the most effective. Kira poured a glass of wine for Lucas, who downed it in one swift motion, followed by a hearty bite of meat, before gesturing for more. Kira continued to refill the glass, and Lucas persistently imbibed. Monet watched the two with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. One pouring wine was certainly less strenuous than continuous cleaning. The other, quite remarkable, kept drinking glass after glass, showing no signs of inebriation. Kira hurriedly fetched a jug of wine, pouring another for Lucas. Lucas had drained his drink once more, and Kurla hesitated for a moment, holding the wine jug, gazing at the older brother before her. Was he truly unaffected by the effects of alcohol? Go on, as long as you pour. I shall continue to drink, Lucas chuckled, taking a bite of meat. Big brother, consuming so much could jeopardize your health. Perhaps you should refrain from drinking. Kurla expressed her concerns while observing Lucas with worry. Haha, how delightful. Lucas beamed at Kurla. You are speaking up. You have taken the initiative to suggest that you wish to stop. Lucas was filled with joy. Pour it on. I can drink a lot. The longer you pour, the more I shall drink. Lucas gazed at Kira with a mischievous grin. No, I shall not pour any more, Kira replied, shaking her head. This handsome young man before her had rescued her and promised to take her back to her hometown, and she felt immensely grateful. She observed her benefactor consuming so much alcohol and worried for his health. Are you still going to continue sweeping? Lucas inquired with a smile. Sweep, Kira whispered. Ah, this. Lucas gazed at the little one with a headache, realizing that Kira's issues were not something that could be resolved swiftly. How about this? As long as you wish to lend a hand in the future, simply pour me a drink, would you? Lucas said, looking at Kira. Kira responded softly, her head bowed. Lucas gently patted Kira's little head and said, let us take a moment to rest. I, too, shall pause for a while. Lucas stepped outside, basking in the sea breeze. That modest amount of alcohol had no effect on him whatsoever. If he were to become inebriated from mere sips, he would certainly refrain from drinking aboard the warship. His tolerance for alcohol was considerable. At home, he had shared drinks with Sakazuki, who ultimately succumbed to drunkenness while Lucas remained entirely sober. Quite absurd. Perhaps he possessed a divine affinity for wine? A few days later, in the New World, upon the vast ocean, the warship commanded by Lucas glided slowly towards its destination, the G1 naval branch of the New World, visible in the distance. Upon docking at the harbor, personnel from the G1 naval branch approached to extend their greetings. Welcome to all, they exclaimed, warmly receiving Lucas and his entourage. It had come to their attention that Major General Lucas's subordinates had innovated a formidable weapon, the Baki shell, with the first batch now completed. Their inaugural testing ground was the G1 naval branch, where after the trial, a supply of Baki shells would be allocated to them. The G1 Navy expressed an exceptionally warm welcome to Major General Lucas. Lucas walked ahead, followed by Bucky, and then Monet, who was holding little Kira's hand. The commander of the G1 naval branch looked curiously at the little girl being led by the female sailor. We rescued her, a shipwrecked survivor we encountered at sea. Lucas explained. Major General Lucas, so young yet remarkably accomplished, always keeping justice close to his heart, truly deserves to be regarded as a leading figure among the younger generation of the Navy. The G1 branch commander praised Lucas endlessly, expressing admiration without restraint. Lucas gazed at the other party in silent disbelief. When did the commander of G1 become a squirrel? This individual was utterly vexing. It would be far better if he were replaced by a squirrel. Within the G1 Navy branch's office, several officers were gathered around a table. Among them sat Buggy, observing the trio engaged in discussion nearby. One was the head of the Naval Scientific Division overseeing this operation. Another was the leader of the G1 Navy branch, and the third was Major General Lucas. Major General Lucas, regarding the inaugural test firing of Buggy's new ammunition. Should we opt for a pirate target or use a stationary target? Inquired the head of the G1 branch, holding a document listing pirates from the New World. During this period, the New World had yet to establish the Four Emperors' dominance, and red-haired Shanks had not yet arrived. Apart from Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, numerous other formidable pirates roamed the New World. The region was rife with contention and chaos. Behind the head of the G1 branch, one of his subordinates held a document containing maritime charts of the surrounding waters. Should they decide to use a stationary target for their test, an uninhabited island would be selected for this purpose. Is there even a question? Lucas exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, causing the two leaders to beam with delight. As the guardians of justice, the emergence of this new artillery is intended to enhance our capacity to combat piracy. I firmly believe that testing it against pirates will truly demonstrate the might of our Navy, Lucas declared with righteous fervor. Excellent. The head of the G1 branch looked at Lucas with enthusiasm and promptly handed over the list of pirates. Here. You will find the compilation of pirate information gathered by our Navy in the New World over the years, detailing each pirate crew meticulously. Lucas observed as the other party elaborated on the meticulously detailed list, which cataloged the various pirate crews of the New World. It included the names of these formidable pirates, their origins, their specialized abilities, and whether they had consumed devil fruits. Each entry was recorded with remarkable precision. To Lucas's astonishment, he discovered that even other types of criminal organizations were documented, including those involved in human trafficking and various entities of the underworld. Although the information on these groups was less comprehensive than that of the pirate crews, it was nonetheless present. It seemed that this Navy officer was not merely a sycophant, but rather an individual imbued with a strong sense of justice. While explaining, he continuously aided Lucas in analyzing the various pirate factions. Lucas gazed at the list, flipping through it contemplatively for an extended period. The three formidable factions, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, were beyond his current capabilities to confront. Should he dare to test the waters within their territories and encounter any one of these three, it would not merely be a trial. Rather, it would be akin to inviting doom upon themselves. "Let us focus on this," Lucas declared, pointing to a particular pirate crew on the list. This crew boasted 3 individuals with special abilities and 4 dual-color Haki swordsmen, accompanied by a total of 7 ships. They would be perfect for their experimental endeavors. A few days later, in a certain expanse of the New World, several pirate ships fled in a state of disarray, closely pursued by 2 naval warships. Lucas commanded his warship, accompanied by a vessel from the G1 branch. At that moment, several pirate ships, which had previously been their targets, were making their escape. Having conducted thorough reconnaissance, they managed to corner this pirate crew today. Initially, a few officers from the pirate group were able to intercept and detonate incoming Bucky bombs midair. However, with Lucas in the fray, these individuals were swiftly dispatched. 3 of the empowered individuals were shackled in sea-stone handcuffs and placed under Navy custody, while Lucas systematically eliminated the remaining 4 dual Haki swordsmen. Without the protection of their leaders, the pirate crew stood no chance against the Bucky bombs of the 7 pirate ships, for had already been sunk. Standing on either side of Lucas were 2 individuals, the head of the G1 branch and the leader of the scientific team visiting. Indeed, the power of the buggy shells greatly exceeded that of conventional artillery, the G1 branch leader remarked with satisfaction. Boom! A shell was discharged, striking a pirate ship with tremendous force, piercing it through. A gaping hole appeared in the ship's hull, and the sea surged in fiercely, causing it to sink in a matter of moments. My subordinate buggy, along with the experts from the scientific team, has temporarily developed 2 types of buggy shells, Lucas stated, pointing into the distance. One type enhances the explosive power of the original buggy shell, capable of obliterating a pirate ship entirely, leaving no debris behind. The other type, as you can see before you, focuses on penetration. A single buggy shell can pierce through a pirate ship, and if several ships are aligned, they too can be dispatched one by one. Impressive, the G1 Navy branch leader exclaimed, glancing at Colonel Buggy behind Lucas. If such talent were among his subordinates, his satisfaction would be even greater. Have you enjoyed the test firing of the buggy shells? Lucas inquired, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, we are quite satisfied. The G1 branch leader nodded. The details of the test firing and the power of the shells had been meticulously recorded by the accompanying personnel. The buggy shells are indeed formidable. Our efforts over these days have not been in vain, the head of the Navy scientific team added. Their work was not merely a matter of copying blueprints. After mastering the buggy shells, their experts thoroughly analyzed them, identifying their characteristics and advantages, ultimately developing 2 enhanced versions. Now, it is time for my personal favorite, Lucas said with a grin. Approaching the gunner, he applied multiple amplifications to the shells. Boom! A buggy shell launched. And shortly after its departure, it instantly split into 40 smaller buggy shells, rapidly enlarging. Boom, boom, boom. The 40 shells descended in an all-encompassing barrage, burying the remaining pirate ships. Pirate ships? Splintered wood? Not a trace of wreckage could be seen. The simultaneous impact of the 40 shells sent colossal waves crashing across the sea, a breathtaking spectacle that left the G1 branch and the Navy scientific team utterly astounded. What a terrifying ability! The commander of the G1 branch gazed in astonishment at Lucas, who reminded him of a certain individual. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps we could use Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Kaido as targets for a test launch. The head of the Navy's scientific division remarked to Lucas. Lucas unleashed another colossal projectile, dispersing the approaching waves, and looked at the commander with exasperation. Was this man overly confident in his abilities? While Lucas appeared formidable in this manner, should he truly face those 3, he would be nothing more than a punching bag if they got too close. Having completed the test launch, everyone returned to the G1 naval base. After finishing their meal, Lucas and his companions would head back to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The sailors at the G1 base stood at the harbor, bidding farewell to Lucas and his party. The G1 commander waved at Lucas, silently wishing for another meeting with the esteemed Rear Admiral. At that moment, the territories held by the Navy in the New World paled in comparison to those dominated by the notorious pirates. The Navy in the New World yearned for the day when they would surge forth, vanquishing all pirates. The warships sailed towards the first half of the Grand Line. And soon, the G1 base faded from view. Lucas turned and walked back into the ship. Inside the captain's quarters, Lucas took a seat while the obedient and charming Kella poured him a glass of wine. Lucas took a sip. The wine. Ah, its flavor is truly exquisite. Report. Outside, Monet's voice echoed. Lucas allowed the other party to enter. What is the matter? He inquired, lifting his gaze towards Monet. It had been a considerable time since they departed from the G1 Navy branch. Admiral, please listen to this. Monet exclaimed anxiously, clutching a communicator that was incessantly buzzing, yet remained unanswered. I do not comprehend the meaning of this. Monet looked at Lucas, questioning why the communicator was behaving in such a manner. Lucas gazed at her in silence and waved his hand. Kella halted, refraining from pouring more wine. Hand it over. Monet promptly extended the communicator to Lucas, who pointed at it and explained, this is an emergency signal, specifically designed for distress calls. Naturally, if one lacks sufficient strength, it is advisable not to answer, as many at sea, including pirates, often employ such ruses to deceive. Once someone answers, they become exposed within the enemy's signal range, falling into a trap laid by adversaries. With that, Lucas reached for the receiver. This cannot be a trap, can it? Monet interjected hastily. I am stronger than you. I dare to answer. If they are pirates, I shall cut them down, Lucas asserted before continuing to grasp the receiver. That makes sense, Monet replied, both amused and exasperated. Who would dare to set a trap for them? Lucas would first subject them to the taste of 40 giant bazooka shells. May I inquire who you are and what predicament you find yourselves in? Lucas questioned boldly. His audacity in establishing contact stemmed from the fact that this territory did not belong to Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, or Kaido. Please help us. We are in distress. Our entire ship has encountered a maritime disaster. Lucas listened to the anguished cries of a man. A cargo ship belonging to a kingdom had met with disaster, leaving only 4 souls alive, cast away upon a desolate island. They scoured the land for sustenance, yet 3 of them failed to return. When the remaining survivor ventured forth to seek them, he was confronted with a scene that shattered his spirit. One of his companions sat despondently on the forest floor, unresponsive to his desperate calls. A tiger lunged at the hapless companion, its roar reverberating through the woods, yet no matter how fervently he shouted, there was no response. The beast tore into him without resistance. Just an ordinary man, he had never bested his friend in an arm wrestling match, let alone faced a tiger. With the death of his companion, he fled in utter despair. This individual, consumed by madness, howled and ran, escaping into the wilderness, only to return to find the lifeless forms of the others. Lucas listened intently to the plea for help, nodding in affirmation that he would set out to find the caller. As a Navy officer, he owed his very existence to Sakazuki, who had once saved him. Thus, he felt no trepidation at the prospect of a 50% chance that this call might be a trap. If the caller was indeed a victim, he would rescue them. If they were a pirate, well, he was well versed in dealing with such threats, having been taught by Sakazuki to eliminate them without hesitation. He immediately dispatched orders to search for the island in the New World. Turning to Monet, Lucas inquired about the search parameters. How can we search for an island that lacks even a name? Monet lamented. They had departed from the kingdom of Gruzia. And Lucas relayed the starting and ending points of the supply ship's journey, as well as the approximate time of the distress call. The caller had spoken in a state of utter panic, their words fragmented and frequently interrupted by bouts of weeping. The level of their despair suggested a vague timeline, which only heightened Lucas's sense of trust in the information provided. He shared these details with Monet, who informed the navigator that deducing the exact location of the incident was beyond his control. Finding an uncharted island in the New World was not as simple as locating some deserted isle in the 4 seas. The New World was notorious for its treacherous weather, necessitating that even the recording log be equipped with a multifunctional device on one's wrist. Lucas rubbed his head, uncertain if he would be able to find the other person. Don't worry, brother, I'll pour you some wine, Clara said, gazing at Lucas with concern as she filled his cup. Such a good girl, Lucas remarked, lifting his cup to take a sip. Unfortunately, the kind intentions of young Clara had been in vain, for the wine had long been replaced with water by someone. On the vast ocean, the sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, accompanied by a fierce storm. Lucas gazed at the several navigators before him, who were diligently searching for the location of that desolate island. Lucas's understanding of navigation is limited to mere common knowledge. Any deeper insight eludes him entirely. As for how these individuals managed to locate that desolate island in the New World, he can only offer a prayer for the beleaguered soul. The navigators have yet to discover the island, and the weather has taken a turn. One moment, a tempest rages, and the next, snow begins to fall. Lucas gazed at the dreadful weather, contemplating how infuriated the climate experts from his previous life would be if they were to witness it. Suddenly, a peculiar current surged forth, resembling a colossal sea serpent, rushing towards the warship. What was the name of this current again? Lucas was unaware, only recognizing that it bore a slight resemblance to the soaring ocean current. The upward ocean current formed a cylindrical stream that surged towards the heavens, while this particular flow, akin to a colossal serpentine beast, erupted from the sea in a cylindrical manner, much like a serpent, before plunging back into the depths of the ocean. A peculiar and enigmatic marine current. Lucas seized a cannon operator and burst out of the building, rushing to the artillery piece, promptly loading a cannonball. Fire! Lucas bellowed. It's shaking too much. I can't aim. The operator exclaimed in panic. I commanded you to fire. Spare me your chatter. Lucas shot a glare at him, causing the operator to hastily adjust the aim toward the peculiar current. Boom! The cannon discharged, splitting into 40 enormous bazooka projectiles. However, the sea was tumultuous, and the ship trembled violently. It was only Lucas's grip on the operator that prevented him from plunging into the depths. Under such conditions, even the skilled gunner misfired. Too far off. The 40 colossal bazooka projectiles grazed the edge of the strange current, landing in the distant waters. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens. Though the target was missed, the immense shockwave diverted the current's trajectory, preventing it from engulfing the warship. Here it comes again. The operator frantically pointed at the approaching current. Fire! Boom! The cannonball soared, and by a stroke of fortune, this time the splitting bazooka projectile struck the oncoming current. With one decisive blow, the 40 gigantic bazooka projectiles shattered the advancing wave. After a considerable time, the sea lay tranquil, under a clear blue sky. Lucas collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air. The artilleryman beside him had improved slightly, having been compelled by the Major General to fire against the formidable current. As the cannon was discharged repeatedly, the gunner's courage had notably increased. Little Keela gently massaged Lucas, her eyes filled with affection and concern for her older brother. Through the introduction of the navigator, Lucas finally comprehended the nature of the phenomenon he had encountered earlier, the serpent's current, a formidable natural occurrence of the New World, typically manifested by the simultaneous emergence of numerous currents. Gasping for breath, Lucas felt that the exertion of his abilities today surpassed even that of an intense battle. He was utterly exhausted. Turning his head, he glanced at the artilleryman beside him and chuckled. Young lad, it seems your courage has truly been forged. Laughter erupted from the artilleryman as well. He suddenly felt that the serpent's current was far less daunting than he had imagined. Are you all right? Monet, seated next to Lucas, offered to massage his shoulders. I am famished, ravenously so, capable of devouring half a sea beast. Lucas reclined on the deck, oddly only able to see half of Monet's face. How peculiar, he mused, pondering what might be obstructing his view of her. Allow me to speak with the accompanying chef and request a meal for you, Monet said, gently squeezing Lucas's arm before rising, leaving him with her retreating silhouette. Oh, how unfortunate that mysterious, powerful force has departed. The artilleryman observed the wistful expression of the commander and instantly understood. However, he dared not jest with the commander, for neither Monet nor the private would be a match for him in a confrontation. Within the dining hall, Lucas and the artilleryman gathered around a dining table, which was laden with an abundance of marine beast meat and an array of exquisite delicacies. Lucas incessantly stuffed morsels of sea beast meat into his mouth, exclaiming in a muffled voice, I am starving. His cheeks bulged, prompting Monet, who was observing him with curiosity, to inquire, what? Monet gazed at him, puzzled by his utterance. Wine? Kurla, standing nearby, asked with intrigue. Lucas quickly nodded. The plates beside Lucas lay empty, one after another, and the sailors had long grown accustomed to the substantial appetite of Major General Lucas. It was a familiar occurrence, after consuming all the provisions aboard. He would venture out to capture a sea beast to replenish their supplies, and they never harbored any concerns about it. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Naval Scientific Corps sat nearby, observing Major General Lucas as he dined, utterly bewildered. His capacity for sustenance continually challenged the understanding of several experts. Monet entered, directly placing a barrel of wine before Lucas. Lucas took a bite of the marine beast's flesh, chewed a couple of times before swallowing, and then seized the wooden barrel, drinking heartily. Lucas's eyes lit up. Monet had not replaced his water this time, but instead offered genuine wine. Beside him, the artilleryman, having already feasted, perceived that 90% of the spread before them had been devoured by Major General Lucas. Major General Lucas, please stop eating. We have discovered a deserted island. A naval officer rushed in from outside the restaurant, standing at the table and calling out anxiously. Lucas, his mouth full of marine beast meat and having chewed on a couple of leafy greens, glanced at the officer and replied in a muffled tone, "Let me swallow first." Monet looked at Lucas with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lucas slowly swallowed the meat and took a couple of hearty gulps from the wine barrel before turning his gaze towards the naval officer. "Send a message to approach the deserted island and dispatch a team to search it," Lucas instructed. "No need for a message." The naval officer relayed the lookout's discovery to Lucas. It turned out that the lookout had spotted a deserted island in the distance, and a figure on the island had noticed him as well. The individual was fervently waving his hands and calling out to him with great urgency. Lucas was compelled to conclude his mealtime and join the others on the deck. In the distance, they discerned a desolate island, where remnants of ships lay scattered upon the beach. A figure stood on the shore, fervently waving his arms as the vessel drew nearer. Lucas distinctly heard the heart-wrenching cries for help, profoundly feeling the overwhelming despair that nearly drove one to madness, only to be invigorated by the sudden glimmer of hope. As the warship docked, Lucas disembarked. A disheveled and filthy man rushed towards him, tears of joy streaming down his face as he embraced Lucas tightly. "Thank you. Thank you for believing in me," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. The man had sent multiple emergency signals through his communicator, with only the last attempt proving successful. "Do not fear, do not fear," Lucas reassured him, patting his back gently before instructing the naval crew to take him aboard, provide him with a warm bath, and offer him some food. "What are you gazing at?" Monet inquired, standing behind Lucas with a puzzled expression. "The rescue is complete. Should we not depart?" "I am pondering something," Lucas replied as he made his way towards the island's forest, with Monet hastily following him, accompanied by Baki and Akin trailing behind. Lucas ventured into the forest, pausing intermittently to observe the ground around him. He was in search of something. At that moment, memories of the words of the unfortunate soul flooded his mind. He, no matter how I called out to him, merely squatted on the ground, listless. Even as the tiger approached, allowing it to tear at him. Lucas pinched his chin, lost in contemplation. In the world of One Piece, what could render a person so listless, even in the face of death threats, that they would not resist? What could possibly induce such a state? Could it be Perona's devil fruit ability? That seems implausible, for Perona is not present. What a conundrum. Lucas recalled a peculiar mushroom, one that had remained undiscovered in the theatrical release of Misty Island. The effects of this mushroom were as enchanting as its name, when reversed. Those who consumed it would become listless, crouching on the ground, indifferent to any threats posed to them, remaining utterly passive. The chai-waste mushroom was unearthed by General Kongming on a desolate island in the New World, contrasting with another type of mushroom that could restore individuals to their normal state. Lucas incessantly searched the surroundings for the rare mushrooms. He ordered the deployment of 2 naval teams to scour the entire island in search of a blue mushroom and a mushroom adorned with pink-edged white frills. Upon Lucas's declaration, Baki and Akin promptly responded, hastily returning to the warship to gather personnel for a search of the island. "What is it?" Monet inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed upon Lucas. Having accompanied him for quite some time, Monet sensed that he had stumbled upon something significant. Lucas, however, remained silent in response to her question. He crouched down, using the hilt of his knife to part the underbrush in search of wild mushrooms. As dusk approached, the sailors continued their search, each wielding a torch. Lucas strolled through the forest, observing Bucky and Akin rushing towards him. "General Lucas," Bucky reported, "we have thoroughly searched the entire island and discovered 5 varieties of similar blue mushrooms. However, we were unable to locate any pink mushrooms." In his hands, Bucky held a basket containing the 5 varieties of similar mushrooms. Lucas approached with a basket, nodding slightly. Gazing at the 5 similar mushrooms within, he seized a wild rabbit. With determination, he took the first mushroom and forcefully stuffed it into the rabbit's mouth. After a brief moment, the rabbit kicked its hind legs and succumbed. Lucas directly passed that type of mushroom. This was no mere chaiwei mushroom, but rather a highly toxic variety. After capturing another small creature, Lucas forced the second type of mushroom into its mouth. After a brief moment, nothing seemed to happen, as the small animal continued to struggle vigorously in Lucas's grasp. Lucas commenced feeding the small creatures with the third type of mushroom. He could only recall that the chaiwei mushroom was a blue fungus. The specifics of its appearance had faded from his memory over time. Upon consuming the third type of mushroom, the small animals instantly became lethargic. Lucas set them down. Yet they did not flee. Instead, they lay motionless on the ground. They were still alive, but regardless of what transpired around them, they remained unresponsive. The third type of mushroom was indeed the chaiwei mushroom. Lucas picked up the third type of blue mushroom and handed it to Bucky. Spread the word. Search for the firewood mushrooms following this specimen. Understood. Bucky took the firewood mushroom and led the sailors in search of an abundance of it. Since this mushroom was discovered by Lucas, he took the liberty of naming it. What about the other mushroom you mentioned? Monet inquired, trailing behind Lucas with a torch in hand. Just follow me, Lucas replied. As he walked along the path for a while, a mountain appeared in the distance. The mountain trembled, and a massive head turned to gaze at them. It was then that they realized it was not a mountain at all, but a colossal creature. Lucas reminisced about the vague storyline. Chopper and his companions must have discovered the restorative mushrooms on such a creature. In the original narrative, they had assisted this being in breaking free from its trap, which is why it cooperated so willingly with Chopper in foraging for mushrooms. However, the true nature of this colossal creature's temperament remained in question. The enormous monster roared incessantly at Lucas and his companions, glaring fiercely at them. Well, it became evident that it was anything but docile. Lucas turned to Monet beside him and said, Monet, it is time for you to test your own abilities as well. This time, the discovery of the Chai Fei mushroom, which enables ordinary sailors to contend with formidable pirates, is no small achievement. Lucas wished to share the credit with Monet. The Chai Fei mushrooms were discovered by Baki and Akin, while the restoration mushrooms were sourced by Monet, thus rounding it off to Monet's find. Understood. Monet nodded, placing her hands before her. Frigid tempest. Whoosh. Countless snowflakes erupted from Monet's palms, coalescing into clusters as the temperature plummeted. The myriad snowflakes swirled rapidly, hurtling forth like a blizzard towards the distant creature. Like a formidable wave of icy fury, it crashed directly into the beast. Lucas stood beside Monet, feeling an intense chill enveloping him. He had previously conveyed his thoughts to Monet, acknowledging that her snow fruit was inferior to Kazan's ice fruit. However, snow, too, possesses the ability to induce low temperatures, provided that Monet delved deeply into her powers and honed her control sufficiently. She could unleash a myriad of snowflakes that rapidly decrease in temperature. This could similarly inflict extraordinarily devastating damage, qualifying it as a calamity-level attack. The frigid storm intensified, with countless snowflakes coalescing, overwhelming the creature and encasing its lower half in a thick layer of snow. The colossal beast trembled incessantly, its terror evident as it gazed at Monet. As she approached, it fearfully shut its eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lucas retreated several steps, rubbing his arms in an attempt to ward off the chilling sensation. Monet's cold was terrifying, akin to being in a realm of eternal frost. I found it, Monet exclaimed joyfully, plucking several identical pink mushrooms from the creature. The mushrooms boasted pink caps adorned with delicate white fringes. Lucas hurriedly handed over the little creature that had previously consumed the withered mushroom to Monet, who promptly inserted a restorative mushroom deep within it. The little creature immediately regained its vigor, sensing the chill in the air and gazing at the two human figures that appeared devilish, before bolting away. Subsequently, Lucas rescued the colossal monster, which, feeling the piercing gaze of the two humans, hastily followed suit. We only found the restorative mushroom on this monster. Could it be that such mushrooms exclusively flourish on these creatures? Monet inquired with curiosity. It is quite possible, hissed Lucas, it's so cold. He began to jog briskly, as the pile of snow created by Monet was so vast that even from several meters away, a wave of cold seemed to rush towards him. Would you like me to warm you up? Monet asked mischievously, rubbing her hands together with delight. No. Don't tease. Lucas firmly declined. Unlike Doflamingo, Monet had not undergone the cruel surgeries assigned to her by Caesar. Therefore, Monet still retained her beauty, and Lucas occasionally regarded her with an appreciative gaze. But remember, Boys must always protect themselves when venturing outside. If a girl takes advantage of you, you will only be left to weep. After thoroughly searching the entire island, Lucas and his companions discovered another of the same type of monster, from which they harvested yet another restorative mushroom. Ultimately, the Navy cut down a significant amount of timber on the island to construct a grand ship specifically designed to transport these creatures. The ship was towed behind the warship as they departed from the desolate island. During Lucas's stay on the island, efforts were made to extract the restorative mushrooms from the monsters and cultivate them in earthen pots. However, it was not long before the restorative mushrooms perished. Lucas, lacking an understanding of botany, found it perplexing to cultivate the restorative mushrooms successfully outside the bodies of the monsters. Thus, he decided to bring the two creatures back directly. Both monsters had been captured by Monet. Passing through the land of the distressed, Lucas and his companions made their way to Marineford. Several days later, at the naval headquarters of Marineford, within the Navy's scientific division, a group of botanists gathered around the two monsters, gazing upward at the marine soldier extracting the restorative mushroom from one of them. How astonishing! Beside Lucas stood a large figure, robust like a wrestler and adorned in a red apron, who marveled at the immense creature before him. His name was Bartolomeo. Indeed, this world harbors countless wondrous plants yet to be discovered, Lucas concurred. Despite Bartolomeo's youthful and eccentric appearance, he was already over 30 when he first made his entrance. Now, in his 20s, he was considerably older than Lucas. Turning his head, Bartolomeo curiously regarded Lucas. He had heard much about this individual, who began as a low-ranking Marine merely following Vice Admiral Garp, yet single-handedly annihilated a pirate crew in the East Blue. This was not surprising, as he had grown up in Marineford, molded into a steadfast soldier by a Kainu. Such strength was to be expected. However, what astonished him was Lucas's subsequent endeavors, accompanying Vice Admiral Tsuru to the North Sea, where he initially presumed Lucas was merely there to assist on a mission. To his surprise, Lucas apprehended two officers of the Don Quixote family, exposing a high-ranking undercover member within the Navy. Following this, Lucas cleverly devised a plan that nearly led to the downfall of the Don Quixote family. Lucas possesses no remarkable qualities in the South Sea, however. Following the promotion of the Pakistanis, he has now discovered a formidable tool to confront pirates. One might hesitate to weave such a narrative. Yet this individual has accomplished feats since joining the Navy that are increasingly hard to believe. Has it truly been such a short time since he became a naval officer? The prisoners have arrived. A naval officer approached, flanked by two others who were restraining a short-haired inmate clad in black and white prison garb. The prisoner glared menacingly, fixating on the youngest of the officers, as if he could leap at him and inflict harm the moment he was released. "Let us commence the experiment," Lucas commanded. "Understood." The naval officers acknowledged, propelling the prisoner forward. The long-awaited botanist, donned in gloves, prepared to introduce the blue chaiwei mushroom into the prisoner's mouth. Towering at a height of 4.5 meters, the inmate glowered fiercely at the botanist. The Navy's scientific division houses the majority of its researchers, who frequently bring in a selection of prisoners for experimental purposes. For instance, in the original narrative, Dr. Vegapunk transformed Kuma into a living human weapon and subsequently used him as a prototype to create numerous identical living weapons. The raw materials for such endeavors are, indeed, these very prisoners. Lucas gazed at the criminal, awaiting the conclusion of the experiment. In truth, the endeavor was rather tedious. Merely a demonstration of the capabilities of the chai waste mushroom to the scientific team. When it came to delving into the depths of research regarding the chai waste mushroom, Lucas knew he would play no part, for he lacked comprehension of the subject matter. The prisoner stared with wide eyes, fiercely fixated on the botanist, resolutely refusing to eat. This individual was not a wielder of the devil fruit. Bound at all four limbs, he possessed remarkable strength. And despite the relentless efforts of the two Navy officers behind him, he remained tight-lipped. Jean Tamaru's expression darkened, revealing his irritation, as the scar on his face seemed to contort slightly. He lifted the massive axe resting on his shoulder and placed it upon the ground, preparing to personally confront the prisoner and compel him to open his mouth. What a foolhardy endeavor! Lucas, equally displeased, observed the prisoner and approached a nearby table. Seizing a wooden plank, splitting the plank into several pieces, he pinched a shard between his fingers, enveloping it in Armament Haki, and swiftly launched it forward. Whoosh! The shard hurtled through the air, producing a sharp sound that resonated in every ear present, piercing through the prisoner's kneecap with the force of the Haki. Humph! The prisoner gripped the edge of the table with both hands, stifling a groan as he endured the agony, striving to maintain his stance without kneeling. His countenance darkened as he glared at Lucas, his eyes brimming with vengeful hatred. What a troublesome situation. Lucas casually picked up a piece of broken wood with one hand, wrapping it in armed color. With a flick of his fingers, the splinter shot forth like a bullet. A sharp crack echoed as it pierced through the prisoner's other kneecap. Unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, the prisoner collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The botany expert, accustomed to witnessing such tormented cries from test subjects, remained indifferent, his expression devoid of emotion as he forcefully shoved a piece of the mushroom into the prisoner's mouth, employing a peculiar method to ensure it was swallowed. Not long after the prisoner ingested the mushroom, the anguished screams faded into silence, leaving the room considerably quieter. The unfortunate soul selected as a test subject knelt quietly before the onlookers, the chains clinking softly as he fell. As time passed, the chains gradually ceased their movement, shrouding the room in stillness. Were it not for the faint signs of breath emanating from his body, one might easily mistake him for a lifeless corpse. What a fascinating plant. The botanist crouched down, observing the prisoner's face, which bore a vacant expression, his lips slightly parted as if cursing the Navy's cruelty. However, the atmosphere had grown rather dull. It seemed prudent to conclude the experiment promptly. Lucas approached with the restorative mushroom, squatting before the prisoner. He reached out to grasp the prisoner's chin, turning his lifeless visage towards him. The Navy personnel, who had been silently waiting behind, stepped forward to seize the prisoner's jaw, forcibly prying his mouth open. Lucas was on the verge of forcing the restorative mushroom into the prisoner's mouth, eager to conclude this tedious experiment. However, the botanist intervened, imploring him not to hastily terminate the trial. He expressed his desire to observe for how long the consumer would maintain such a state after ingesting the wood-waste mushroom, whether there would be a diminishment in its effects, and if so, to what extent the efficacy would wane before becoming ineffective. Would the individual remain in that condition indefinitely? The data to be recorded was vast, and he urged patience. "Suit yourself," Lucas replied, as a researcher approached him, carrying a platter. Lucas returned the restorative mushroom to its place and stood up. "Since you have already witnessed the effects of the wood-waste mushroom, I shall take my leave." He stretched languidly. The wood-waste mushroom proved remarkably effective against pirates. In contrast, the restorative mushroom served a dual purpose. It not only prevented adversaries from using the wood-waste mushroom against the Navy, but also allowed for coercion of comrades affected by it. The restorative mushroom could only be found on immense, monstrous beings, making it exceedingly difficult to procure. Of course, Lucas was indifferent to such matters. He merely modified the report on the discovery of these two fungi slightly before submitting it to the higher-ups. Following the experiment, it was determined that Bucky, who had encountered the wood-waste mushroom, would receive commendation but not an elevation in rank. Akin would be promoted to second lieutenant, while Monet would ascend to lieutenant. The three of them would all be recognized for their contributions. The rank was the true focus. The commendation was merely a garnish. "I'm quite fatigued. Shall we dine together?" Jinbe inquired, his interest piqued as he hoisted his large axe. "Sounds splendid," Lucas chuckled, relishing the prospect of a complimentary meal. The two exited the gates of the Navy Science Division, and as Jinbe proposed taking Lucas to a renowned restaurant, Lucas summoned the long-waiting Monet and others. Jinbe felt like he had become the unwitting benefactor. After spending an extended period in Marineford, Lucas had significantly altered his perceptions from when he had merely watched the anime in his previous life. At that time, he believed this to be a simple gathering of the world's finest Navy personnel. However, upon arriving at Marineford, he realized there were shops and restaurants, most of which were operated by Navy families. As they strolled along the street, Lucas and Jinbe engaged in conversation, with Monet and the others trailing behind. The sea breeze swept through the thoroughfare, billowing Lucas's cloak. Jinbe listened intently as Lucas recounted his exploits against pirates, growing increasingly engrossed, while his gaze was drawn to the distant restaurant that had come into view. Lucas found the character of Shichibukai quite amusing. Just by appearance, Shichibukai spent his days barefoot, his long legs exposed, adorned in a large red apron. Imagine a slightly curly-haired Admiral Borsalino, donning sunglasses and a yellow and white striped suit, standing imposingly on an island, blocking the escape of pirates. With his head slightly tilted, upon spotting the pirates brandishing their weapons, he would prepare to utter in a rather comical manner, "How frightening." Then, with a visage and hairstyle reminiscent of a girl, Shichibukai would approach, clad in his red apron, saying, "Allow me to handle them." At that moment, the aura of these two figures seemed to transform from that of Navy officers to that of comedic performers. The sea breeze gently swept through, causing the lower part of Shichibukai's red apron to sway elegantly. He pointed towards a restaurant, leading Lucas and the others inside. This is the place. Initially, Shichibukai had encountered Lucas, intending to share a meal and engage in conversation. However, he found himself exasperatedly observing Lucas devouring his food, reminding him of their first meeting. Lucas still had to look up to him. At that time, Lucas was undergoing the grueling training of Sakazuki every day, occasionally catching sight of a figure being sent flying. Jean Tamaru observed in Lucas a phenomenon often described as performing poorly in childhood, only to astonish in adulthood. Who could have anticipated that the now towering Lucas had grown so much taller than Jean Tamaru, and his appetite had also increased dramatically? Jean Tamaru glanced at the 2 stacks of plates beside Lucas, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, wondering why this fellow seemed to have an even larger appetite. My wallet is in jeopardy. After swallowing the meat in his mouth, Lucas looked up at Jean Tamaru and remarked, "Why is it you who greets me this time? Aren't you supposed to be safeguarding Dr. Vegapunk?" There are designated personnel for Dr. Vegapunk's protection, assigned to a certain location, but that is classified information. Jean Tamaru had only begun to speak when Lucas swiftly gestured for him to stop. Jean Tamaru inexplicably fell silent. Lucas had a profound understanding of this fellow, having observed in his previous life through anime that the character, Jean Tamaru, claimed to be the most tight-lipped man in the world, yet consistently found himself inadvertently divulging information. It was quite humorous. However, upon arriving in Marineford, Lucas found that Jean Tamaru indeed often revealed the very matters he was questioned about without restraint. This led him to perceive that Borsalino was a seasoned actor with exceptional skills, while Jean Tamaru was merely a flamboyant performer trailing behind the yellow monkey. Truly, a comedic figure. Fortunately, Lucas maintained a friendship with Jean Tamaru in daily life, ensuring that any hint of secrecy remained undisclosed to him. They would share meals and engage in light conversation, while Jean Tamaru's wallet remained conspicuously empty, prompting Lucas and his companions to return to their respective abodes. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lucas was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Sanji and a few young ones comfortably lounging in deck chairs, basking in the sun, each holding a small bowl filled with liquor, collectively raising a toast. Floating in bliss, Lucas stood before them, his figure casting a shadow over the sunlit scene, gazing down at Kid, who appeared utterly content as he sipped his drink. "Is it delicious?" Lucas inquired with a warm smile directed at the group. "Delicious," Kid exclaimed enthusiastically. Lucas nodded, recognizing that the young child was undoubtedly intoxicated, having consumed a considerable amount. It is well known that Lucas is a connoisseur of fine spirits. Thus, as devoted admirers, they felt compelled to emulate him. However, they were soon told to run laps around the Marineford, returning only when their inebriation had subsided. There was no rush, for someone would surely reward them with their beloved oversized footwear. Just as Lucas finished speaking, the little ones dashed out in a flurry. From a young age, Lucas received education from Sakazuki. When he made mistakes or was negligent, he would typically respond with a smile and dismiss the matter. However, by nightfall, a hefty foot would send him flying, becoming a daily favorite acrobatic segment for the little navy next door. The same could be said for those mischievous youngsters. Though their treatment of the little girls was less about physical reprimand and more about glaring, just glaring, Lucas gazed at the young girls and uttered, "I no longer want you." The response was immediate. They all burst into tears, with Baby 5 weeping the most heartily. Previously, when Lucas had brought Akin and the others to Marineford for the first time, they had established their residence there. Monet entered the courtyard, having come to fetch Sugar and Baby 5, who shared a dwelling together. Confused, she looked at Lucas, who was seated nearby. With no one watching, the children had succumbed to laziness, imitating him. How audacious of them to indulge in alcohol, and in such quantities. Lucas exclaimed in annoyance, having noticed that the house was devoid of any remaining liquor. Coughing lightly, Monet stifled a laugh, thinking to herself that Lucas was not truly upset about the children's idleness. The crux of the matter was that they had drunk without inviting him, wasn't it? Outside the courtyard, the sound of footsteps and greetings echoed. Lucas sat in a chair, gazing towards the doorway. With a creak, Sakazuki opened the door, carrying delicacies and beverages. His spirits remarkably high as he looked at Lucas. They had been in contact prior to his return. Lucas gazed at the delectable array of food and drinks that Sakazuki had brought, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He promptly rose to his feet and approached, exclaiming, "Allow me to handle this. It is a rare occasion for us to gather. I shall assist with the cooking shortly." Sakazaki had procured a significant quantity of wine. Yet the dishes and meats were merely raw ingredients rather than ready-made meals. You can certainly eat, but have you ever cooked anything in your life? Sakazaki chuckled, playfully patting Lucas on the shoulder. Ahem, I did cook once when I was a child. Lucas retorted stubbornly. Ha. Sakazaki laughed heartily, still patting Lucas's shoulder, feeling somewhat embarrassed for his friend, as the culinary results of that endeavor were rather lamentable. Ever since that fateful cooking attempt by Lucas, Sakazaki had never entrusted him with the task again. Sanji's cooking skills had only improved over time, leading Sakazaki to seriously suspect that Lucas indulged Sanji so much precisely because of his culinary talents. The following morning arrived. In Lucas's bedroom, Lucas lay diagonally on the bed, deep in slumber, with half of his pillow precariously hanging off the edge. Meanwhile, Sanji and Kid, thrilled to finally see their elder brother, clamored to share the bed with him. Sanji rested his head on Lucas's belly, their sleeping positions appearing rather peculiar. As for Kid, he found himself sprawled on the floor, devoid of a blanket, having been unceremoniously kicked off in the midst of slumber by an unknown assailant. As he turned over, a sudden jolt of pain surged through him, prompting him to sit up quickly, clutching the sizable bump on his forehead. Bewilderedly, he gazed at the bed, unable to comprehend how he had gone from peacefully cuddling with his brother to finding himself on the cold ground. The lump on his head suggested that he must have fallen, but how could that be? If he had landed face first, why was his forehead the only part in pain, while his face remained unscathed? The perplexity. Lucas stretched languidly, casting a glance at the sunlight streaming through the window. He playfully patted Sanji's head, signaling that it was time to rise for their morning exercises. Turning his head, he was taken aback by the sight of Kid sitting on the floor, looking utterly bewildered. Do you truly enjoy sleeping on the ground? Lucas teased, eliciting a look of exasperation from Kid. With a mischievous grin, Lucas stepped outside, accompanied by the two little rascals. In the yard, they began their warm-up routines before dashing out into the open. Their daily morning regimen consisted of running, with Lucas bearing the added burden of a hefty boulder on his back, while the two youngsters enjoyed a considerably lighter load. The amplification of Lucas's abilities in the endurance and combat are intrinsically linked to his physical strength. Therefore, he remains unwavering in his commitment to physical training. As he jogs across the square of Marineford, early rising sailors greet him from a distance, hesitant to approach. They have heard tales of Lucas's exploits and hold a deep admiration for him. However, they are acutely aware of the peril he embodies. A mere strike from his burdens could swiftly lead one to meet Roger. Good morning. Morning. Lucas greeted the Navy personnel, while the sounds of Sanji and Kid's footsteps echoed behind him. A nagging feeling lingered in his mind, as if he had forgotten something. Yet, he dismissed it, deeming it inconsequential. Meanwhile, at home, Luffy pushed open the door, pinching his nose. Accustomed to the daily morning exercises and training under the looming threat of Sakazuki's intimidating presence, he approached Lucas's room and rapped on the door. At this hour, he and those two fellows would typically be out running together. After a few moments of knocking, silence reigned within. Those three lazy sluggards. In a fit of irritation, Luffy forcefully swung the door open and stepped inside, casting his gaze towards the bed, intent on awakening them with a loud shout. Only to be met with an empty room? Bewilderment washed over him as he stared at the vacant bed. Where were those three? It dawned on Luffy that he had been forgotten by them. How infuriating. Whenever Lucas was away on missions, they had all agreed to train together and grow stronger. Yet, upon Lucas's return, those two had eagerly followed their elder brother, leaving him behind. How utterly vexing. Sensing a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, Luffy ventured into the courtyard. Directing his attention to the kitchen, a sudden recollection struck him. There were remnants of yesterday's meal, particularly some meat. It was a rare occasion to have leftovers when Lucas was around. Perhaps he could indulge in a little meat before they returned. Luffy gleefully clapped his hands together. A chill, unexplainable and foreboding, enveloped him as he noticed a shadow looming before him. He swallowed hard, recognizing the fearsome figure of Sakazuki. That scoundrel. Off to ruin my morning practice. An enraged roar erupted from the Sakazuki household, and in an instant, a figure soared into the sky, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing onto the street. With a thud, Luffy landed face first, his expertise in this maneuver evident once more. Covering his reddened face, he dashed away, feeling a mixture of frustration and nostalgia. It was the nth day of missing Sister Makino, the nth day of longing for the villagers of Windmill Village. Yes, it was yet another day of disliking Grandpa Garp and the fearsome Sakazuki. After their morning exercises, Lucas and the others returned home. with Sanji heading off to prepare a meal. Lucas stood in the yard, observing the returning Luffy, and it was then that he realized he had forgotten something. Lucas observed Luffy and Kid as they hurried to find Sanji, chatting and laughing together. His thoughts were not mistaken. An individual's future character and dreams are often significantly influenced by their surroundings and experiences from childhood. Observe how, under his guidance, the hot-tempered little scamp Kid had mellowed considerably. Leaning against the doorframe, Lucas gazed at the trio with a sense of satisfaction, wishing for their swift maturation, as he would soon require their assistance. Lucas profoundly understands the remarkable talents possessed by these little ones. The future undoubtedly holds great potential for them as formidable forces. Lucas fully comprehended the significance of several top-tier combatants. Such elite forces could swiftly demonstrate their worth, thereby attaining promotion within a fleeting span of years. In Lucas's perspective, the most crucial aspect of a military rank was not the accompanying salary increase. What he valued was the status and the authority to wield control over the naval force. Most individuals within the Navy still possessed a sense of justice. Yet various factors, such as the dominion of the celestial dragons and the myriad tragedies of the Great Pirate Era, had given rise to a plethora of distorted and misguided interpretations of justice within the Navy. Such notions of justice are incapable of achieving grand endeavors. Lucas was not genuinely inclined to submit to the celestial dragons. Yet he comprehended an undeniable truth. When the enemy's forces are infiltrated by their own, the foe has effectively ceased to exist. This notion, which he had grasped from his previous life while observing the Serpent Shield Bureau, resonated deeply within him. Undoubtedly, possessing an unparalleled top-tier combat force is also a decisive factor of paramount importance. While the Revolutionary Army's efforts to incite ordinary citizens to rebel are not without merit, the world government remains unbroken. The Navy's still under the dominion of the celestial dragons, and it seems there lurks a hidden antagonist. Lucas would not emulate the Revolutionary Army's overt provocations. Instead, he would gradually, through a prolonged period of instilling his ideas in these young souls, influence them without revealing his true intentions. "Brother Lucas, why are you looking at us like that?" Luffy inquired, puzzled. "I'll treat you to meat tonight." Lucas replied with a smile. "Brother Lucas is the best," Luffy exclaimed, leaping into the air with excitement. "A brother who gives us meat is a good brother." "Ha ha." Lucas chuckled, patting Luffy on the head. He then turned his gaze to the other two, recognizing their potential. If only he could transfer to the East Blue, he could gather even more promising talents. Alas, such thoughts were but fanciful musings. After breakfast, Lucas took up his knife and made his way to the Navy Science Corps. He had arranged to meet with Tontada, seeking to consult him on various matters. He was confident that, as fellow naval comrades, Tontada would share valuable insights. Sakazuki would be at sea for some time today. Having not embarked on a voyage in ages, he was unlikely to return soon. Otherwise, if Sakazuki did not undertake several missions, certain pirates might forget his terrifying prowess. He could not afford to neglect his duties as a hardened soldier, even while caring for a few young ones. Fortunately, those children were entrusted to Lucas, who was back from a period of rest. At the harbor of Marineford, a warship slowly set sail, with Sakazuki standing at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his resolute visage as he adjusted his naval cap. "That brat has achieved so much in his year with the Navy. I cannot fall behind," Sakazuki declared as he turned to issue orders for their journey to the New World. Indeed, during the years Sakazuki raised Lucas, he had also recognized his own shortcomings through the lens of this child. His demeanor was excessively stern, to the point of lacking human warmth. He recalled the joyful sight of Lucas playing with the neighbor's young sailor, reminiscent of his own childhood. At that age, he had already taken up arms, donned a yellow cap emblazoned with the word justice, and wore a red jacket that revealed his muscular frame, engaging in battle. Sunshine and joy were surely what defined that youthful phase of life. Sakazuki let out a soft sigh. How he wished for things to be different. Yet he had lived in a harsh environment since childhood, where no one cared for their survival, all due to those accursed pirates. It was during those times that he came to understand certain truths. His hatred for pirates drove him to join the Navy, but after much contemplation, he realized that his role as a naval officer was not merely for vengeance. It was to ensure that more children, who faced similar fates, would no longer wander aimlessly or endure such sorrowful childhoods. As his trajectory gradually shifted, so too did his thoughts. He remained the steadfast soldier, yet his objectives evolved slightly. Initially, his decision to adopt Lucas was significantly influenced by the child's unique devil fruit abilities. However, as he began to comprehend deeper truths, he gradually came to genuinely embrace the boy. Over time, The once fearful young Lucas no longer trembled in his presence. Lucas. Sakazuki inadvertently revealed a smile. The nearby naval officers gazed in astonishment at Admiral Sakazuki, astonished that he could possess such a gentle smile. They recalled the second year after adopting Lucas. On a night when he sat bare-chested, showcasing the rose and cherry blossom tattoos adorning his skin, alongside the sword tattoo on his right arm. Lucas, that young lad, hung on to him, listening intently as he recounted his maritime adventures. Since that year, the two of them, one elder and one youth, began to share a genuine companionship. However, in the third year of Lucas's adoption, he gazed up at Sakazuki while clutching a knife with a red handle that was taller than himself. Sakazuki regarded Lucas in silence. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, he had seldom brought along this old friend. It was surprising that the boy had unearthed it. "Where did you find this?" Sakazuki inquired, kneeling down to affectionately pat Lucas on the head. Normally, given his temperament, he would have slapped the boy for his audacity. But since they had only shared genuine moments together for a few years, Sakazuki restrained himself. "It was right in the compartment beneath the bed. Easy to find," Lucas replied, beaming with joy as he held the knife. "So clever," Sakazuki remarked, ruffling Lucas's hair. He had hidden it away in that compartment. And yet this mischievous little rascal had managed to discover it. "Everyone's name contains Sakazuki, yet how is it that you stand out so remarkably? A tiny little rascal uncovering my treasured weapon." Sakazuki chuckled with pride as he sat in the captain's quarters. "Do you truly desire it?" he asked, facing young Lucas. "Of course. I aspire to become the strongest swordsman in the entire Navy, even in the whole world," Lucas declared. "Well then, once you earn my recognition, I shall gift it to you," Sakazuki replied with satisfaction. The devil fruit of Lucas does not conflict with his identity as a swordsman. Sakazuki dismisses the notion that consuming a devil fruit negates the essence of being a mere swordsman. He is a pragmatic individual. If a devil fruit can enhance the user's strength, why not embrace it? Had his devil fruit not contradicted his identity as a swordsman, he would likely continue to be one. "Kid, if you aspire to be a swordsman, I shall teach you." Through the window, Sakazuki could no longer see Marineford. Although he was no longer a swordsman, his capacity to mentor the young Lucas remained more than sufficient. The Navy Science Unit. Lucas discovered the idol Wanjo. "The utilization of advanced Haki?" Wanjo gazed at Lucas. "Is this what you mean?" Lucas turned his gaze towards Jean Tamaru. Rising to his feet, Jean Tamaru stepped aside, the sea breeze ruffling the red apron around him. With a calm demeanor, he suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a powerful shout, striking out with his palm. Although the great tree stood at a considerable distance, Jean Tamaru unleashed a forceful impact that struck the tree directly. Boom! The tree was instantly hit, breaking apart with a thunderous crash that startled the researchers nearby. "What on earth are you doing, Jean Tamaru?" one of the researchers exclaimed, glaring at him, trembling with fear. He was merely an ordinary researcher, lacking any formidable skills and vulnerable to even the slightest pirate. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped being crushed. It was terrifying. "I apologize, sincerely." Jean Tamaru hurriedly expressed regret, seizing Lucas and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Although he held no fear of these individuals, the thought of being reported to Borsellino upon his return was quite alarming. Once outside the Navy Science Corps, Jean Tamaru turned to Lucas. "Is this the way?" "Indeed. Please teach me, I implore you," Lucas replied earnestly. After careful consideration, he realized that Jean Tamaru was the most available friend to impart knowledge to him. Dr. Vegapunk was occupied with a secret mission and under the direct protection of Borsellino, leaving Jean Tamaru ample time to instruct him. "Absolutely. You can count on me," Jean Tamaru proclaimed, thumping his chest. "However, I expect to treat you to meals during these days, so eat as much as you desire," Lucas declared. "That makes things easier." Jean Tamaru chuckled with delight. Friends should support one another, and he was quite pleased at the prospect of enjoying good food together. As they walked along, they encountered Akin. "I have good news. Did you awaken your observation Haki?" Lucas looked at Akin in surprise. "Indeed. But how did you guess?" Akin asked, perplexed. "Just a wild guess." Lucas waved his hand dismissively and continued following Jean Tamaru. Akin, with his perpetually calm visage, would likely excel at observation Haki in the future. They arrived at the base of a large tree alongside Jean Tamaru. Lucas listened intently as Jean Tamaru recounted his experiences with advanced Haki training. With utmost seriousness, he absorbed the teachings that Jean Tamaru imparted on how to train effectively. After a midday meal, they commenced the training session. Time swiftly passed, and Lucas found himself tending to several young children. However, with Monet's assistance, the burden became considerably lighter. With Monet supervising the little ones during their training, Lucas devoted his daylight hours to honing his advanced Haki skills under Jean Tamaru's guidance. Haki, aside from its fundamental application of hardening, encompasses several other techniques. One such technique is the wrapping method, where the Haki is enveloped around the body like a gaseous shield, enhancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. This technique can also be temporarily applied to projectiles such as arrows and bullets. Next is the external release, a technique demonstrated by Jean Tamaru, whereby Haki is concentrated in the hands or weapons and unleashed as tangible offensive and defensive force. This particular maneuver was previously showcased by Rayleigh de Luffy during the events of 3D2Y. Moreover, in Wano country, there exists their interpretation and nomenclature for this technique. However, as Jean Tamaru was a friend, Lucas did not have the luxury of traveling all the way to Wano to learn it. Additionally, there lies a technique known as internal destruction, which Lucas had yet to fully grasp from the earlier lessons, so he refrained from being overly ambitious about the subsequent techniques. Naturally, there exists another application of Haki, exemplified by General Kong Ming, who employed Haki in conjunction with his feather fan. This integration allows the fan to attain remarkable hardness and sharpness, while its length can be manipulated freely through the use of Haki. After Lucas and others learned to express themselves, they sought the counsel of General Kong Ming. Beneath a grand tree along the coast, the indolent Peachmaru yawned, while Dr. Vegapunk and General Borsalino had yet to return. For the past few days, he had been spending time with Lucas, guiding him in mastering advanced Armament Haki, while managing to mooch off his meals. Such was the bliss of Maru's existence. Rubbing his eyes, he began to feel drowsy. Mastering this technique was not an endeavor to be rushed, as it had taken him years of dedication to perfect. Lucas nodded in understanding, taking a deep breath to focus intently on the essence of Armament Haki. Many years later, in Wano country, someone would teach Luffy the profound intricacies of this technique, referring to it as flowing Armament Haki. Lucas harbored a vague sensation that the flowing armament color, when externalized, manifested as a tangible assault. How did it increasingly resonate as an application of this energy known as armament color? Haki, an innate potential that resides within all humanity, is a power we are born with. This encapsulates the essence of Haki, yet Lucas felt compelled to amend this notion. For many years hence, a cadre of martial manatees hailing from Alabasta would, through relentless training, also come to harness Haki. Haki represents an intrinsic force within all beings inhabiting the world of One Piece, lying dormant within the depths of every creature, awaiting discovery. Can Lucas then comprehend that this power is a unique energy residing within the biological entities of the One Piece universe? The advanced applications of armament color are techniques discovered by predecessors, utilizing this energy termed Haki. The mastery of advanced armament color techniques hinges upon one's proficiency with this energy, essentially determining one's control over it. Lucas struck the great tree with a forceful palm, yet, as expected, he was unable to summon the Haki of armament. Let this be the end for today. Jean Tawan rose from his seat, stretching lazily as the time for a meal approached. Indeed, Lucas nodded in agreement. The year had just turned to 1512, marking the second year of Lucas's service in the Navy. Within a quaint restaurant, before Lucas lay a heap of empty plates, from which he swiftly consumed his meal, chewing a few bites before gulping it down and taking a sip of wine. Lucas, Jean Tamaru, and Monet, along with the other children, were gathered here. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey at sea and will no longer accompany you in your training. Monet, please take good care of the children, Lucas said, followed by Jean Tamaru. Understood. Little Kara, joyfully nibbling on her meat, looked up at her brother Lucas with delight. At last, she would be able to return home. The following day, at the port, Lucas stood upon the naval vessel, one hand resting gently on little Kara's head, waving farewell to Monet and the others on the shore. As a devoted member of the Navy, he held steadfast the principles of justice, fulfilling his duties by ensuring the safe return of a poor little girl to her homeland, allowing her to bask in the warmth of her mother's embrace, a perfectly reasonable act. One would think. On the shore, the children behind Monet waved continuously at Lucas. Oh dear, now that brother Lucas has left, we can relax. One exclaimed. Why are you all so joyful? I am still here. Monet emitted a chilly aura as she scrutinized the group of children. Thinking of slacking off? That is out of the question. Monet remained resolute in remembering Lucas's teachings. A righteous navy must begin instilling values in children from a young age. Sister Monet is the most beautiful. She surely wouldn't treat us cruelly, Sanji remarked, tugging at Monet's hand, his eyes pleading. Meanwhile, Luffy, with a piece of roasted meat in hand, continued to challenge it, as if it were a worthy opponent. What do you all think? Monet scoffed as she observed the children, icy snowflakes forming in her hands. As the temperature plummeted, the children's delightful fantasies were swiftly dashed. In the distance, Kazan, passing by, looked on in astonishment at Monet. Ah, it's that snow fruit user. I hear she is one of Lucas's subordinates. Upon the vast sea, Lucas dismissed Keela and continued his training in advanced Haki. In his conjecture, only by mastering Haki to a certain extent could he project it outward. But is it truly so? Lucas recalled a figure, lost in contemplation. Virgo, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. Had it not been for his intervention, the downfall of the Don Quixote family would not have occurred, and Virgo would not have been apprehended. In that undisturbed timeline, Virgo had long possessed the ability to fully cover himself with Haki. Yet, by the time the narrative commenced, he demonstrated merely a rudimentary technique of hardening. Could it be said that Virgo lacked proficiency in Haki? Impossible. Having been able to envelop himself entirely with Haki many years prior, Virgo's innate talent is undeniably remarkable. There are two possibilities. One is that Virgo mastered advanced Haki but was defeated by Law and Smoker before he could employ it. However, this scenario seems implausible. If he were capable of advanced Haki, he should have utilized it to effortlessly vanquish those two. Therefore, it must be. The second possibility likely falls upon Oda's shoulders. With an abundance of content to illustrate and substantial profits from each chapter, he may have overlooked this detail. Upon reflection, one can discern numerous inconsistencies within the world of One Piece. Such trivial matters would hardly faze Oda. Were Lucas to be a nitpicker, he could lament for 3 days and nights. In Oda's eyes, Virgo may very well be a character excessively ensnared by the plot. With no consideration given to the inclusion of advanced Haki in his characterization, Lucas clenched his fist. Thus, his speculation should be correct. The mastery of advanced Haki correlates with proficiency. There is, however, another theory, albeit rather far-fetched. It suggests that personal comprehension of Haki is purely a matter of talent, akin to Luffy's experience during the Wano arc, where he succeeded after a brief attempt. But this is the real world, not a manga, devoid of authorial intervention. Merely pondering this notion, one might call it idealistic, less charitably. One might deem it authorial favoritism, blatant favoritism at that. Recalling such favoritism, Lucas couldn't help but smile as he thought of a certain little brat. In truth, he harbored no resentment towards Oda's special treatment of Luffy. Instead, he welcomed it. Carla provided Lucas with the name of her hometown island, and as a rear admiral, obtaining a permanent log post was quite within his grasp. After sailing for some time, the warship finally arrived at her homeland. On the shore, under the sun, the silhouettes of 2 adults and a child were cast upon the ground. After days of navigating the seas, Lucas had frequently employed unorthodox methods to alter Carla's habit of incessantly working due to her fear of others. Lucas also breathed a sigh of relief, finally witnessing a smile on the little one's face. "Kella, would you like me to send you a message?" Bucky teased, crouching down and gently pinching Kella's tender little cheeks, playfully splashing her with water. "Sure," Kella exclaimed happily, grasping Bucky's hand, delighted by the antics of this comical uncle. "Let us take you home," Lucas said, ruffling Kella's hair. He was indifferent to whether Kella would eventually encounter members of the Revolutionary Army or even join their ranks. Personally, he held no disdain for the revolutionaries. "Thank you, Brother Lucas," Kella said, holding on to Lucas's left hand and looking up at him. Lucas nodded, leading Kella toward her village. He and Bucky escorted Kella home while the others remained on the shore. "What's wrong, brother?" Kella inquired, puzzled by Lucas's constant glances over his shoulder. "It's nothing," Lucas replied, shaking his head. "Are you reluctant to part with little Kella?" Bucky teased, a grin on his face. "Not at all." Lucas shot Bucky a glare, exasperated. After all, she was merely a child. Bucky shrugged. "The Major is getting flustered. Better keep quiet." After a while, the outline of the village gradually came into view. Nestled at the foot of the distant mountains was a quaint little village, flanked by towering cacti. At the village's edge, a middle-aged man with a beard watched the trio approach. "Is that little Kella?" "Little Kella," the man exclaimed in delight as he recognized the child being escorted by the 2 sailors, unable to believe his eyes. After years of absence, Kella had returned. "Little Kella is back. Kella, your mother needs to come out. Your daughter has been brought back by the Navy." The man excitedly turned and ran down the street, his booming voice soon rousing the entire village. "What did you say?" A wooden door swung open, and a woman in a plaid shirt emerged, her hands trembling with excitement as she grasped the man's arm. "Little Kella has been found and returned by the Navy." You must hurry and see for yourself. I swear it's true, the man urged fervently. Little Kella has returned? The villagers exchanged astonished glances, their hearts racing. It had been several years since little Kella had gone missing, leaving her mother in a state of despair. My child, my child. The mother, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed out to the edge of the village, gazing at the little girl. Indeed, it was Michaela. Tears streamed down her cheeks as mother and daughter embraced, their cries intertwining in a poignant symphony. The villagers looked on with warm hearts at this touching reunion. In the era of great pirates, the return of a missing daughter to her mother was a blessing, all thanks to those two Navy officers. Let us go, let us go. Lucas quickly turned, patting Buggy to urge him to leave. He didn't even take a moment to gently bid farewell to Keela. After such a hard-won reunion, it was best to let them cherish their time together without interruption. Reluctant, are we? Buggy teased, observing Lucas with a mischievous grin. It seemed that even a young man who had risen to the rank of major could feel such attachment. Not at all. Lucas glanced back at the little one before continuing on his way, merely missing a companion to pour drinks. But you are reluctant, Buggy chuckled, bemused by him. Brother Lucas. Lucas turned in confusion to see Keela, holding her mother's hand, calling out to him excitedly. Brother Lucas is reluctant to leave you, Buggy remarked with a grin. You, be quiet. Lucas shot a glare at Buggy, then awaited what the little girl had to say. Brother Lucas. I want to be a just Navy officer like you, Keela exclaimed, her youthful voice striving to be heard above the din, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Very well. I shall wait for you in Marineford. Lucas nodded in response to the little one. If Keela were to join the Navy in the future and become his subordinate, it might indeed be a delightful prospect. However, Lucas, who had initially intended to depart immediately, found himself detained by the villagers, eager to express their gratitude. Keela's mother grasped Lucas with one hand and Buggy with the other, guiding them to her home, insisting on treating them to a meal as a token of her appreciation. That is too kind. There is truly no need for such gestures. We are Navy officers, and this is simply our duty, Lucas said, sitting in the house, watching helplessly as Keela's mother busied herself in the kitchen. How can that be? You saved Keela, which means you saved our family. I must extend my warmest hospitality to express my gratitude, Keela's mother replied, bringing a simple dish to the table. All right then. Lucas nodded, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yet, as he observed Keela's mother, he noted her flawless skin and youthful beauty, which had only been marred by the worry etched into her face from Keela's disappearance. Lucas gazed at the little Keela seated to his left, her petite legs swinging with delight. Following a heartfelt reunion between mother and daughter, Keela now radiated joy. Lucas helplessly patted the little one's head. Keela's mother placed a dish on the table and subsequently brought over some rice. Though the portion was meager, it was evident that there was genuine gratitude in her demeanor. The family's surroundings were quite humble, lacking in wealth. You need not be so courteous, Lucas said, feeling a bit bashful. However, what perplexed him was that Keela's mother suddenly knelt before him. What are you doing? Please, rise. Lucas quickly urged her to stand. As you can see, our village is impoverished, and this is all due to the pirates. In recent years, they have frequently pillaged our village, stealing our money and food. We are utterly helpless, I implore you. You wish for me to eradicate the pirates? I shall assist, it is my duty. Lucas replied as he helped her to her feet, guiding Keela's mother to a chair. No, it is not that. Keela's mother shook her head vehemently, tears welling in her eyes. In this era of great pirates, their menace is worse than ever. A single naval officer, no matter how righteous, cannot eradicate them all. I beg of you, take Keela with you and let her join the Navy. That would bring me peace of mind. The mother gazed at Lucas with hope. Very well. I shall nurture her into an exemplary naval officer, Lucas assured her with a solemn nod. Upon their arrival, he had sensed the surroundings and realized that this island did not possess a naval base. It appeared that in the original narrative, the Sun Pirates had returned Keela to her hometown as part of a trap specifically designed for Tiger by the Navy, and indeed, there was no naval base here. Lucas initially hoped to allow Clara to remain by her mother's side for a few more days. After all, for such a young child, the most effective remedy for psychological issues is the nurturing embrace of a mother. This is the simplest and most potent approach, requiring no expert studies. Maternal love is inherently profound. However, Clara's mother was resolutely intent on hastening her daughter's transfer to the Navy. Lucas had no choice but to devise a compromise. He decided to accompany the mother and daughter to Marineford, where numerous naval families resided in the nearby community. Arranging for Keela and her mother to stay with Monet, and the two little girls seemed prudent, when Monet departed Marineford on a mission. Kella's mother could care for the three young girls, providing some respite for Sakaski. After all, having a multitude of rambunctious children around was quite vexing for him. At times, Sakaski found himself questioning his life choices. He was not merely a caretaker, but rather felt like the headmaster of an orphanage. As the warship slowly departed from the small island, the villagers stood on the shore, waving goodbye to the group with heartfelt gratitude. Kella's mother expressed her appreciation to Lucas. Her emotions palpable. "It's nothing. I happen to have a few little girls that require your care, so it is I who should be thanking you." Lucas responded with a hint of resignation. Perhaps it was due to the infectious nature of those rascals from Luffy's crew. But even the sweet and gentle Sugar and Baby, 5 had been rather mischievous lately. He hoped that Kella's mother, a kind-hearted woman, would manage the little imps without too much trouble. The weather in the Grand Line was peculiar, yet the first half was certainly more temperate than the New World, where the weather changed at a moment's notice. As they left the island, the atmosphere shifted. Snowflakes began to fall gracefully from the sky, illuminated by the sunlight as they danced onto the deck. "How beautiful!" Kella exclaimed, joyfully extending her hands to catch a snowflake, which she gently placed upon Lucas's head. "Such mischief," Lucas remarked, tapping her head lightly as he sat nearby. Kella giggled with delight, clutching at Lucas's clothing. In that moment, she appeared much more cheerful than when he first encountered her. Lucas chuckled as he shaped the snow into a small snowman and placed it in Clara's hands. "Achoo!" Clara sneezed, prompting her mother to hold her tightly. "No, Mama. Clara wants Big Brother to hold her." "Big Brother hug." Clara quickly wriggled free from her mother's embrace. "This little girl." Lucas lightly tapped Clara's head, lifting her up and returning her to her mother's arms. Through the inverted mountain, one could enter the Grand Line, which comprises 7 distinct routes. One must choose a path. Departing from the first island, the compass must be documented to ascertain the magnetic pull of the island, which would then guide the way to the next island along this route. The duration for recording the magnetic pull of each island varies. Some are fleeting, allowing passage overnight, while others may require a year for the magnetic record to stabilize. Red-footed Zepp had recently arrived at the Grand Line from the East Sea, marking his 3rd island visit. The ship of the chef pirate crew anchored at the shore as Zepp disembarked, gazing at the island before him, where snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the earth in white. In his hand, he held a steaming, extraordinarily spicy chicken wing, generously coated with peppers. The fiery red of the wings obscured beneath a vibrant layer of spice. Biting into the wing, Zepp let out a satisfied exclamation, accepting a bottle of liquor from his first mate and gulping down a couple of swigs, standing on the snowy ground of the frigid island. Savoring the spicy chicken wings while sipping on liquor was indeed a great fortune in life. Zepp led his pirate crew into town after they had recently seized a merchant ship, their coffers brimming, and resolved to procure supplies and provisions on the island. However, unlike other pirate crews, Zepp's band valued wealth over life. As he strolled through the streets, Zepp paid little heed to the murmurs of other pirates regarding him. His mind preoccupied with his own thoughts, he was firmly convinced that the fabled all blue existed in this world, and thus, he resolved to embark on a quest within the Grand Line to seek it out. After replenishing their supplies, Zepp and his crew returned to the shore to load their acquisitions onto the ship. "Oh no, it's the Navy," the first mate shouted, pointing towards a distant warship. "What a hassle. Let us move." Zepp was eager to avoid trouble, hastily downing a few more gulps of liquor before signaling for the ship to depart at full speed. "U1T escape." A thunderous voice boomed, followed by the whistling of a cannonball. The enhanced cannonball splashed into the sea near their vessel, its explosion sending a violent shockwave that rocked the ship. The hull trembled violently as Zepp grasped the railing, watching another cannonball hurtle toward them. The power of such artillery was terrifying, leaving them utterly defenseless. "It's over," the first mate exclaimed in horror, collapsing onto the deck. Zepp cast a resigned glance at the crew. "What remains for you besides fear? Even being a pirate is a failure for you." Lucas approached with a moonwalk, casting his gaze upon the man on the deck, and smiled. "Humph." Zepp snorted disdainfully, leaping into the air to deliver a flying kick at the oncoming Lucas. Lucas flipped the knife around, striking at Zepp with the back of the blade while simultaneously activating his amplification. During his training period at Marineford, he had developed his amplification to an impressive 42 times. Strength amplification, 42 times. Lucas's strength surged instantaneously, his arms swelling with muscle, as he delivered a powerful blow that sent Zepp flying. Zepp crashed into a large tree on the shore, breaking it upon impact before colliding with another tree, only then coming to a halt. Snowflakes tumbled down, burying him beneath their weight. Lucas reached the shore when a fierce wave surged towards him. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the beach, while the crew of the Cook pirate gang encountered disastrous misfortune. A cannonball struck directly against their pirate ship, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that obliterated the vessel from the sea. Not even a fragment of wood remained. All the pirates and the entire ship were transformed into an ethereal cloud of dust in an instant. Splinters of wood mingled with crimson hues and snowflakes, gently descending upon the surface of the water. The thin layer of ice was stained a vivid red, resembling a crimson silk draped upon the water's surface. Suddenly, Zeph burst forth from the snowdrift, scattering snowflakes in all directions, and unleashed a powerful kick towards Lucas. Bang! Lucas directly extended his left hand to grasp Zeph's foot. The fellow did not employ the technique he wished to observe. As Sanji's master in the original work, is it possible that he refrained from using that move? Or could it be that the technique was, in fact, an original creation of Sanji's? Alas, what a pity. Lucas struck Zeph fiercely with the back of his knife. A gasp escaped Zeph's lips as he coughed up blood, his body succumbing to the breaking of several bones as he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall of a house in the town. Lucas let out a sigh of relief, thankful that he had restrained some of his strength. Otherwise, Zeph's collision with the villager's dwelling would have tarnished his noble image. However, Zeph leaned against the wall, words unspoken, his clothing soaked in blood, the pain searing through him, causing him to draw a sharp breath. He lifted his gaze to meet that of the young naval officer, a fierce determination igniting within him. The sound of cracking echoed in the air. Lucas stepped onto the snow-covered ground and approached Zeph, casting a disdainful gaze upon the elderly man. "You." Zeph began to speak, but before he could finish, the young man delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Lucas had long since dispelled the enhancement effect, and his opponent had already been dealt with. Thus conserving his energy was prudent. Otherwise, had he truly unleashed a full-force kick upon Zeph in his grievously injured state, Zeph would have been destined to meet Roger. Save your strength. Being in prison will allow you to encounter fellow pirates who share your ambitions. Trust me, prison is quite an agreeable place, where your cellmates possess the most delightful conversations, making it an exceedingly entertaining experience for you. Lucas smirked at Zeph, who glared back in furious indignation. Yet, no matter how menacing his gaze, it was futile, for he lacked the conqueror's haki. Creak. Buggy approached, flanked by a cohort of Marines. They stood silently behind Lucas, awaiting his command to apprehend the notorious pirate Zeph and escort him to prison. Upon issuing the order, Lucas turned away. He admired Zeph's dream of all blue, but admiration does not preclude the necessity of capture. Zeph was not a truly benign pirate. Although animated depictions suggested he robbed without taking lives, his theft was still a crime. For instance, in modern society, if A were to seize all of B's wealth, would A be considered innocent? Absolutely not. He is undeniably guilty. Sanji's culinary skills are currently being refined under the tutelage of numerous esteemed chefs from the Navy, and he possesses his own considerable talent in the culinary arts. His prowess shall not pale in comparison to that of the original narrative. Furthermore, in terms of martial arts, Akainu has enlisted several exemplary Navy personnel skilled in leg techniques to instruct Sanji. The education Sanji receives in every aspect will far surpass that of the original story. Moreover, Lucas wholeheartedly supports Sanji's dream of all blue, having been an avid viewer of One Piece analysis videos in his previous life. He harbors a bold hypothesis regarding all blue in One Piece. However, this conjecture is rather alarming, and it would be wise not to voice it until they are adequately prepared. Ahem, I digress. Lucas cast a glance at Zeph, who was shackled and brought aboard the ship, and thought to himself, "Rest assured, Zeph, your journey to Impel Down will be well taken care of. Sanji is under my watch." The group returned to the warship, and Lucas's gaze shifted to the crimson-stained ice surface across the sea. The enhanced buggy bomb proved its might. With a single shot, a pirate ship was utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants behind. Such formidable weaponry had a significant impact on most pirates. Following preliminary test firings, numerous naval units had begun to employ it. However, the true potency of the buggy bomb was realized when paired with Lucas's amplification abilities, making it the ultimate weapon in its truest sense. If only they had a sharpshooter to complement their efforts. Once he developed his abilities 100-fold, the synergy with the buggy bomb would render him a veritable harbinger of doom. "You bastard." Zeph's eyes, bloodshot with fury, glared at Lucas as he beheld the obliterated pirate vessel. "Silence." Lucas retaliated with a punch to Zeph's face, rendering him unconscious. "All naval personnel, heed my command. Escort the notorious pirate Zeph to Impel Down at full speed, and subsequently, we shall return to Marineford via the designated naval currents. With that, Lucas ordered the ship to turn towards Impel Down. Coughing, Zepp slowly regained consciousness, now bound within the temporary prison of the warship. He faced a young naval rear admiral. Why do you not kill me? Zepp coughed again, glancing at Lucas, noticing that he had received medical attention. For a pirate of your notoriety, it is only fitting that you be confined in the most secure prison available, Lucas replied with a hint of amusement. Rest assured, it is quite a delightful place. Some inmates will vociferously cheer, brimming with enthusiasm. Others will be quiet, engaging in playful games of hide-and-seek with charming little animals. Some will greet you as if you were family, showering you with affection, even wishing to offer you a passionate bite, while others will fill the air with exuberance. The aroma of grilled meats wafting around, and there will be those who dance endlessly, each bursting with energy, joyfully sharing their stories until their last breath. I trust you will find it to your liking, Lucas remarked. Zepp could only stare in disbelief at this man. Was this truly the nature of the Navy? Such a penchant for dark humor? Lucas smiled at Zepp, for he had merely employed a touch of rhetorical flair to recount the circumstances of the five-tiered prison. One could only wonder which level Zepp would be cast into as he was thrust into the city. Lucas entrusted Zepp to the personnel at the advanced city and returned to the warship, having previously located the entrance to level 5. Many of the advanced city staff were already familiar with him. The warship slowly departed from the advanced city, passing through the Gate of Justice and entering the Navy's exclusive current, making its way back to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. At the entrance of Advanced City, a few guards stationed by the gate observed the warship disappearing beyond the Gate of Justice, engaging in hushed conversation. Ah, it seems to be him. The one who discovered level 5. Indeed. Had it not been for his discovery, who knows what chaos would have ensued in Advanced City. However, I heard that several high-ranking officials faced punishment because of this. Shh, keep your voice down. Now, with the loss of level 5, the most disruptive figure, Luffy, has also been taken to Marineford. Lucas sat on the deck, squinting at the surface of the sea. He had severely disrupted the storyline. Nevertheless, Ace would still set sail as a pirate. In fact, Blackbeard still possessed a ticket for the upcoming Marineford War. In the original narrative, Blackbeard intended to capture Luffy as his ticket to that war. However, upon encountering Ace, who was pursuing him, Blackbeard's invitation had failed, leading him to regard Ace as his ticket instead. Thus, in this current timeline, Blackbeard could still utilize Ace as his ticket. Putting Ace aside for the moment, Lucas had recently found it impossible to venture to the East Blue, as he had yet to devise a plan for dealing with that young man. Blackbeard was also not a formidable challenge. The fact that Whitebeard could easily overpower him demonstrated that his devil fruit was not invincible. Therefore, as long as Lucas developed his Haki and devil fruit abilities to a certain extent, Blackbeard could still be dealt with. Accepting the fruit handed to him by Buggy, Lucas began to nibble on it. The East Blue harbored several promising prospects, and he needed to contemplate when to make a journey there. Was the plot utterly distorted? He felt no fear. After all, if one was afraid to alter the narrative, what was the point of traversing worlds? Utilizing the Navy's specialized currents, he swiftly returned to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. The warship docked at the harbor, and Lucas disembarked, followed by Buggy, Akin, and the mother-daughter duo, Kella and her mother. Opposite them, Monet awaited his return with a few little ones. Monet, from now on, Kella and her mother will stay with you. When you leave, could you help look after the girls? Lucas addressed Monet. Great. I'll get to see little Kella again, Monet replied, kneeling down to gently poke Kella's nose. Being a little Marine, are you happy? Yes, because I get to be with big brother Lucas, Kella exclaimed joyfully. Monet felt a pang of disappointment. Shouldn't it be a joy to be with Sister Monet? This little one, so young, already knew to compete with her. How naive. Kid scoffed. You're dreaming. Sanji shook his head. When at dinner, the group exchanged glances at a certain fool who seemed solely focused on eating. Sugar, clutching a small basket, popped a grape into her mouth, huffing. You think you can be with big brother Lucas every day? Dream on. Lucas's brother spends less than a month at home throughout the entire year. Upon his return, Lucas inquired if Baby 5 required assistance. Baby 5 approached Lucas, her head obscured by his naval cap, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Humph. Sugar glared at her, annoyed by yet another sycophant vying for Lucas's affection. Lucas belongs to my sister. Accompanied by a group of children, they returned home, only to find Sakazuki still absent, remaining out in the field. Currently, Sakazuki holds the rank of Vice Admiral, and it is anticipated that he will ascend to Admiral within a few years. Then, the appearance of the three sauces. Particularly the red sauce beckons. In Lucas's eyes, the position of admiral carries both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the elevation of status, which allows for the recruitment of numerous subordinates who share similar aspirations. This facilitates clandestine development. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. One must either protect the celestial dragons in Marineford or remain stationed at Marineford. Thus, Lucas resolves to engage in more endeavors and cultivate new talent while he still possesses a degree of freedom for once he attains the rank of admiral. Such liberties will diminish significantly. Lucas aligns himself with the justice of the Navy rather than that of the celestial dragons. Disagreement with others does not imply that he will overtly express his dissent. After all, the celestial dragons have maintained their dominion over the world for an extensive period, undoubtedly possessing their own hidden cards. In the evening, having procured a considerable amount of ingredients, Lucas learned that Dr. Vegapunk had yet to return and thus invited Sabo to dine with him. Training again tomorrow? Sabo inquired, his mouth full of meat as he glanced at Lucas. Absolutely. Lucas nodded in agreement. As he had not yet received any directives from the higher-ups, it seemed prudent to utilize his free time to practice and enhance his strength. After finishing the meal and bidding Sabo farewell, Lucas returned to the courtyard. That brother is rather peculiar, still wearing a red belly band at such an age. Sugar remarked to the others. Lucas overheard the voices of discussion, standing outside the house to listen. Was that a man? I thought it was a woman, baby, Five said weakly. What kind of woman wears just a red belly band at her age? Kid countered directly. That makes sense. I've heard of a race called giants. Could he be a giant infant? Luffy remarked. Shut up, you foolish glutton. Sanji shot a glare at Luffy. Brother Juntaowan is a man. My instincts are never wrong. Stop the idle chatter, or he might just knock you all out. Kurla looked at the group helplessly, thinking how peculiar they were. Ahem. Lucas entered. Hurry, the girls should return with Monet and Kurla's mother, and the boys need to go to bed. Quickly now. He urged Monet to pick up Sugar. No, I want to sleep with Brother Lucas. Sugar protested, wriggling in Monet's arms. Stop it. Be good. Monet flicked Sugar's forehead lightly as a form of reprimand. Humph. I want to sleep with Lucas. She pouted, still determined. Does Brother Lucas need anything from Baby Five? Baby Five asked, her face slightly flushed as she approached Lucas. Go back home. Right now? Lucas said darkly, pointing towards the door. Only after the women left did his expression lighten somewhat. Aside from Kurla and her mother, these women, both young and old, were far too restless. How outrageous. What are they all scheming? After a while, Lucas finished his bath, dried off, and lay on his bed without closing his eyes. Suddenly, three little ones pounced on him. I want to sleep with Brother Lucas. Get off me. Take this. Feel my kick. Scram. One by one, Lucas kicked the little ones out, leaving them sitting in the yard, looking pitifully at him. Lucas sighed, staring at the trio. Brother Lucas, they called out. Young Luffy, Sanji, and Kid were rather cute, weren't they? Lucas thought, torn as he gazed at the little ones. They stood up, preparing to enter. Good night, Lucas said, slamming the door shut. The night breeze was chilling, leaving the three little ones shivering in the yard. Did you not say that sleeping with Brother Lucas would mean we'd get meat to eat? Luffy looked at Sanji. Kid, why did you have to compete with us? Wasn't it agreed that Brother Lucas would be ours on odd days? Sanji glared angrily at Kid. Huh. Kid looked bewildered at the two. When did we ever agree to that? It is advisable for you to refrain from openly discussing the division of Brother Lucas amongst yourselves, as he has yet to fall into slumber. The three young ones huddled together, rubbing their arms for warmth as they returned to Sakaski's bedroom. Lucas, lying in bed, turned over. In truth, he harbored no qualms about sharing a room with his younger companions. After all, they were merely children, and no disparaging words would be uttered, unless one possessed a peculiar disposition. However, today he had been subjected to the unwelcome advances of several female rascals of varying ages, which left him feeling somewhat irked. As an exemplary young man within the Navy, having attained the rank of Rear Admiral at a tender age, and possessing remarkable strength, he also bore a visage strikingly handsome, reminiscent of the reader's beloved father. With an increasing number of subordinates in the future, he pondered the implications. His exceptional qualities seemed to attract a multitude of female rascals like an irresistible magnet, leaving him in a state of vexation. The following morning, the wooden gate of the courtyard creaked open, and Lucas, drenched in sweat, stepped back inside. The three young ones, having engaged in minimal morning exercise, had already returned. In the kitchen, Sanji, adorned in an apron, emerged with breakfast in hand, spotting Lucas's return. Brother Lucas, come and have your meal, he called. Lucas replied, as they gathered around the table. While savoring Sanji's culinary creations, Lucas could not help but express his admiration. Delicious, delicious. Sanji, your cooking skills are so impressive that I might just recruit you onto my ship, Lucas declared with satisfaction. That's merely flattery. When will you actually take me aboard? Sanji replied, exasperated. Wait until you grow up, Lucas responded, shaking his head. By the time we grow up, you'll likely have children of your own, Luffy interjected. Somewhat discontented, as he too yearned for a taste of adventure at sea. With a series of loud thuds, the three young ones pitifully shielded their heads from the blows. While Sanji and Kid exchanged puzzled glances at Lucas, questioning why he chose to chastise them when it was Luffy who had spoken out of turn. This is known as collective punishment, Lucas explained, taking a sip of his soup. In a moment, I shall venture out for training. Kurla's mother will be bringing Kurla and the others to oversee your training. Should any of you dare to slack off, beware. For I shall not hesitate to give your rear ends a thorough thrashing. We promise to behave. The three young ones quickly responded, looking at Lucas with wide, obedient eyes. Lucas wore an expression that conveyed disbelief. After finishing their meal, he stepped outside and found Jean Tamaru. The two of them sought out a suitable location to commence their training. Meanwhile, Buggy, Monet, and Akin were leading the naval personnel aboard Lucas's ship in a training exercise at another venue. The Navy's duty entailed apprehending pirates and safeguarding the innocent. However, a formidable strength was essential to excel in these endeavors. Beneath the blazing sun, Lucas stood shirtless, his well-defined muscles on display, gripping a long sword tightly. Its blade enveloped in a layer of haki, poised for action. Jean Tamaru approached, raising the double-edged axe resting on his shoulder, also imbued with haki, ready to strike down upon Lucas at any moment. A gust of warm wind swept through, and the two launched into action simultaneously. Lucas continuously engages in combat utilizing the power of Armament Haki, striving to master its control. Consequently, he refrains from employing amplification techniques. In this state, devoid of amplification, Lucas finds himself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of Warpeach Maru. Had he solely relied on his amplification abilities, ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral would not have posed a challenge. Nevertheless, if this pattern persists, with no enhancement to his innate strength, he shall remain stagnant. True prowess lies in excelling across all facets, enabling one to genuinely contend with the elite. After all, his devil fruit is intricately linked to his own strength. Unlike the formidable Logia users such as Kazan, Borsalino, and Sakazuki, it is only through the amplification of his own might that the potency of his enhanced abilities can reach new heights. Ultimately, as his inherent strength escalates, the exponential increase in his amplification will yield increasingly extraordinary results. Boom. Lucas was sent flying by a single strike from Jean Tamaru, his body soaring through the air and crashing into a large tree, snapping it in two. After concluding the day's training, he treated Jean Tamaru to a meal. Once Jean Tamaru departed, Lucas waved goodbye to Monet and the others, saying, "All right, you all can head back now. Major Lucas, is there anything you need help with?" Monet inquired with a mischievous grin, mimicking Baby Five's tone. "Off you go," Lucas urged, shooing them away. "Women only slow down my draw. I refuse to be distracted by female ruffians." As he closed the gate, Lucas cast a playful glance at the three youngsters. "What's wrong?" Sanji asked, looking perplexed at Lucas. "We've been diligently training, you know," Luffy proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips. Sighing, Kid understood that they had been slacking off during the day. Surely, Kurla's mother had informed Lucas. These two, what are they pretending for? No matter what they say, they're bound to face punishment. Don't they realize that yet? Slacking off, Lucas scolded, glaring at the trio and delivering a light smack to each of their heads. "I'm going to find my grandpa," Luffy retorted angrily, glaring at Lucas. "Your grandpa doesn't he want you anymore?" Lucas chuckled mischievously. Just as they instinctively covered their backsides, Lucas couldn't help but laugh, reminiscing about the time he had to dispose of leftover food as a child, only to receive a painful kick from Sakazuki. These little rascals were still undergoing rigorous training. The most memorable instance involved Sanji. When he first arrived, he disdainfully complained about Sakazuki's cooking and, in his ignorance, discarded his meal. Although he didn't encounter a shipwreck and starve, Sanji's backside was indeed left bruised. From that day forth, the mere thought of wasting food would send a shiver of pain through him. It could be said that Sakazuki's strict discipline had instilled a reflexive fear in the three youngsters. Lucas retracted his foot, and the three little ones sighed in relief. Releasing their grip, Lucas raised his foot once more, causing the three little ones to anxiously cover their rears. Ha ha ha, it was simply delightful. Lucas couldn't help but burst into laughter. The three small creatures gazed at him with expressions of utter despair, pleading him to cease the antics. They were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Lucas lashed out with his leg, striking them like a whip on their posteriors. The three little ones yelped in pain and scurried into the house, seeking refuge from him. Do not mistake the gentle demeanor of Kurla's mother as a license to be lazy. Should I hear of your idleness again, prepare yourselves for a beating. Listening to Lucas's admonitions, the trio nodded obediently, terror etched on their faces. Sanji appeared visibly frightened. Indeed, one must heed his words. Could wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Lucas's kicks were considerably less forceful than those of Sakazuki, hardly painful at all. Luffy's remark was startling. Sanji and Kid exchanged wry smiles at this fool. If you cannot articulate wisely, it would be better to remain silent. Lucas is not the fierce sort like Sakazuki. His reprimands are merely procedural. Yet, is it truly wise to express such thoughts, risking Lucas's dignity? Lucas had initially intended to retire to his quarters for a restful slumber. However, Luffy's utterance left him utterly bewildered. Not painful, not irritating. Are you serious? He marveled, impressed as always by Luffy's unique disposition. He finally comprehended why. In the original narrative, Luffy exhibited such tenacity when confronting Kaido. My apologies, Oda. I misunderstood you. It seems Luffy's nature is indeed unyielding. Would you care to experience my latest disciplinary technique for unruly youngsters? Lucas inquired, casting a glance at the trio. Huh. Luffy responded, puzzled. I think not. Sanji and Kid replied apprehensively. Come on, Luffy Thunderbagwa. Lucas exclaimed as he delivered a swift kick, propelling Luffy straight into the bedroom. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he observed Luffy sprawled across the bed, utterly flabbergasted, before retreating to his own quarters to indulge in a well-deserved rest. His spirits had been significantly lifted. Lucas engaged in training with Marineford and Jean Tamaru for an extended period, as their sparring sessions increased in frequency. Coupled with Lucas's growing diligence in his practice, his mastery and intensity of Haki flourished remarkably. Lucas's mastery of Armament Haki has grown increasingly formidable, allowing him to sever foes with a blade that once failed to do so. He understands that once his Armament Haki reaches a certain level of control, he will be able to slice through paper without damaging it. Beneath the blazing sun, the clash between Lucas's sword and the dual-bladed axe of Momo reverberates with a cacophony of metallic friction. Both combatants retreat step by step. Over the course of a month, Lucas's enhancement ability has surged to 44 times its original strength. However, he has yet to master the advanced Armament Haki. Thus, to further hone his skill, Lucas continues to spar with Momo without employing his enhancement abilities. I am quite fatigued from our month-long sparring. Perhaps you should utilize your enhancement abilities just once, Momo suggests, pressing down on Lucas's long sword with his dual-bladed axe, forcing him to retreat. Are you certain you want me to use my enhancement abilities? Lucas inquires. Yes. Unleash it fully. Otherwise, our duel lacks excitement. Momo replies with a grin. Shall I merely activate a fraction of it? Lucas responds with a hint of resignation, pondering Momo's insistence. Enough with the chatter. Unleash your full power. Momo retorts with irritation, swinging his axe vigorously towards Lucas. Very well. Let's see just how formidable my full enhancement abilities can be. Lucas concedes, subsequently augmenting himself with 44 times strength and speed. The combined enhancements should suffice. As Lucas approached Jean Tamaru, the latter's figure became indistinct, prompting Lucas to charge forward, his long blade crashing against Jean Tamaru's axe. Upon impact, an immense force surged through the long blade, propelling Jean Tamaru backward like a fleeting shadow. The axe had already been jolted from his grasp mid-air. With a resounding crash, Jean Tamaru collided with a large tree, splintering it and transforming into a blur that sliced through the training ground, sending the nearby Navy personnel scurrying in fear. He was thrown far back, eventually landing on the ground and rolling for several meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lying on the training field, Jean Tamaru blinked up at the sky, pondering his identity and location. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I foolishly utter that phrase? Although Jean Tamaru's mastery of Haki was formidable, he possessed advanced techniques that Lucas had yet to learn. However, he had never anticipated the astonishing speed that Lucas exhibited after amplifying his abilities. Jean Tamaru didn't even have the chance to unleash his Haki before being launched away. Fortunately, he managed to cover himself with Haki in time, ensuring his protection. Are you all right? Lucas grinned mischievously at Jean Tamaru. Surely, he wouldn't dare to make such peculiar requests again, would he? What do you call that move? Jean Tamaru sat up with eager anticipation, gazing at Lucas. Huh? Lucas replied, puzzled as he regarded Jean Tamaru. It was merely a matter of speed and a full enhancement of strength. Did it require a name? Such a fundamental technique. Indeed. Jean Tamaru looked at Lucas with an expression of incredulity. Are you out of your mind? The power of the devil fruit has reached such an extraordinary level that, solely based on its amplification effects, it is already remarkably strong. You incapacitated the enemy before they could even unleash their special moves. Who needs to practice advanced Haki? Is something wrong with you? Even Jean Tamaru, known for his good-natured demeanor, felt compelled to express his frustration. The basic attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. It was absurd considering how much time he had spent teaching Lucas, adopting the role of a senior mentor. Take your time. It took me years to master this. He had advised. No need to rush. In a few years, you too can achieve this level. Stay focused and do not slack off. Reflecting on his own words filled Jean Tamaru with a sense of sadness. After investing so much time in mentoring Lucas, he realized it had been a fruitless endeavor. Let us end this friendship. Let it be destroyed. How about I treat you tonight? Lucas suggested with a smile. All right. Jean Tamaru quickly got to his feet, brushing off the dust from his red belly pouch, cheerfully resuming his instruction of Lucas. The training ground bore witness to the new recruits, who struggled to contain their laughter. Once the two had walked away, the recruits began to exchange whispers while continuing their exercises. Jean Tamaru is so foolish, he got tricked over a meal. Shoo. The other one is a rear admiral. Let us not speak ill. Oh, understood. The naval officer supervising the training of these individuals could not help but chuckle. Yet he quickly resumed his stern demeanor. Silence. No whispering. All of you, double the weight for your run. Yes. Lucas and Jean Tao returned to the place where they had originally trained, and there, once again, they found themselves alone. Lucas continued to practice beneath the tree, adhering to the training regimen devised by Shinjo. Shinjo sat nearby on a stone. Has Vice Admiral Sakazuki returned? He inquired. Not yet. What of Dr. Vegapunk? Lucas replied while training. Neither. By the way, what was that term you mentioned before? Slacking off? Yes. Without Dr. Vegapunk around, I find it a bit unsettling to be idling. In the distance, Monet's figure gradually emerged, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Lucas and Shinjo turned to look. Is there something you need? Monet exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've awakened my observation haki. Oh, Lucas said, pushing Monet aside. Don't disrupt my training. Monet gazed at Lucas in confusion. Are you solely focused on training? Monet couldn't help but assess herself. She considered herself quite attractive and adorable, yet wondered why she failed to capture his attention. Lucas trained alongside Jean Tamaru for a week, during which Dr. Vegapunk and Kazan returned. On the very next day of their arrival, Sakazuki also made his return. Sakazuki, driven solely by his pent-up frustration, set sail directly for the New World to demonstrate his unwavering resolve to combat piracy. Lucas gazed at the layers of bandages wrapped around Sakazuki's head, along with the plaster encasing his left arm. He could comprehend the fervent determination to combat pirates. Yet as a man destined to be one of the future triumvirate, which pirate crew was he truly intending to confront? His arm had been shattered, after all. Lucas could hardly fathom who, aside from those formidable pirates from the New World, could possibly bring Sakazuki to such a state. Coughing. Sakazuki felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face as he shot a glare at Lucas. Do not inquire too much. It has been quite some time since you last ventured out to sea, has it not? Sakazuki regarded him with an air of authority. Indeed, Lucas nodded in affirmation. I entrust you with the task. You shall set sail tomorrow. Very well, I comprehend, Lucas replied. Lucas nodded, suddenly sensing something amiss. Old Sakazuki, you still haven't revealed which pirate crew you were targeting. You simply changed the subject. How audacious. Aren't you supposed to be training? Sakazuki glared at Lucas in irritation. You little rascal, how could I divulge such embarrassing matters to you? Lucas promptly stood up and made his way toward the door. Sakazuki had taken him in and raised him, never expecting him to utter the words Dad. He regarded Lucas merely as a promising Navy recruit. Their exchanges were typically devoid of endearments, yet Sakazuki maintained the authoritative demeanor of a father. With a single glare, Lucas would instinctively feel a twinge of discomfort. Much like Luffy and the others. Wait, you ought to tell me who did this to you. Once I grow stronger, I'll make them pay. Lucas said with a smile as he reached the door. Humph, boast all you like, but only when you surpass me will it hold any weight. Sakazuki retorted with a scoff. He thought to himself that the little brat certainly had a way with words. However, upon noticing Lucas lingering at the threshold, he sighed in resignation and muttered 3 words. Whitebeard. This. Lucas could never have anticipated that his father would possess the audacity to challenge Whitebeard. What a true hero. Lucas suddenly felt that his impression of Sakazuki from his past life had changed significantly. Look, before the onset of the war on the top, his father was already recklessly confronting Whitebeard. "I'm off to training now, Dad," Lucas said, giving Sakazuki a thumbs up before departing. Sakazuki, bewildered, looked at Lucas and asked, "What do you mean by calling me Dad all the time?" "Yes," Lucas replied. The next day, Lucas learned of the task assigned to him by Sakazuki. Accompanied by Buggy, Monet, and Akin, he departed from Marineford aboard a warship. According to intelligence, Vice Admiral Borsellino had dispatched Rear Admiral Catalu from the G2 Division to investigate the Rising Sun pirates. However, this Catalu, brimming with misplaced confidence, audaciously disregarded Borsellino's orders, taking it upon himself to attack the Sun pirates, ultimately leading to the annihilation of his entire fleet. Meanwhile, the Sun pirates remained unscathed, as Lucas had altered the course of events. The captain of the Sun pirates, Fisher Tiger, had not fallen prey to the trap laid by Rear Admiral Stolo Berry. Thanks to Lucas's intervention, Tiger was alive and thriving, while Stolo Berry had prepared a separate trap on another island, intending to ensnare Tiger. Yet, the narrative had been severely disrupted, and this time, Tiger was not deceived. Expected to perish from the trap due to excessive blood loss, Tiger, who refuses human blood, was now alive and well, leading his crew to raid human trafficking vessels and stand against the celestial dragons. The Navy frequently dispatched forces to confront them, but they were typically defeated. Tiger, while merciful, would merely incapacitate the Navy and depart, never intending to take lives. In stark contrast, his subordinate Arlong was ruthless, eliminating anyone he captured. This time, after deliberation, Sakazuki and Borsellino entrusted the mission to pursue the Sun pirates to two of their subordinate rear admirals. Naturally, Sakazuki assigned Lucas, while Borsellino chose Rear Admiral Stolo Berry. The two warships sailed side by side, heading toward the location where the Sun pirates had been sighted. On the adjacent warship, adorned with a naval cap and cloak, Stolo Berry, sporting a long black beard, made his way to Lucas's vessel with a graceful stride. Lucas gazed at the two blades wielded by his opponent. Stolo Berry, a practitioner of the dual-wielding technique, was once a disciple of the former Navy Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. "Let us deliberate on our strategies," Stolo Berry remarked, directing his gaze towards Lucas. Lucas nodded, and the two entered the captain's quarters, placing the intelligence upon the conference table. Lucas held Fisher Tiger in high regard, admiring the audacity with which he ascended the Red Earth continent and caused an uproar in Mary Geos. The mere act of Tiger creating chaos in Mary Geos and liberating a multitude of slaves, granting them freedom, is sufficient for him to etch his name into the annals of history. The endeavors of Fisher Tiger were fundamentally a rebellion against injustice, symbolizing defiance against the celestial dragons, who are notorious for their proclivity for slave trading. While Lucas esteemed Tiger's courage, he did not condone the actions of those who would emulate him. For it is strength that forms the bedrock of all endeavors. Only with sufficient power can one genuinely oppose tyranny. Thus, Lucas's current mission was to confront Arlong and engage him in battle. Although Tiger's tumultuous actions had elevated his status in the eyes of many, Lucas harbored no apprehension regarding his adversary's strength. In the original narrative, Stolo Berry had led a naval assault against Tiger, inflicting grave wounds that brought him to the brink of death. In a world where overwhelming force can effortlessly dispatch the weak, the fact that Tiger was ensnared merely attests to his strength being only slightly superior to that of Stolo Berry. Of course, the specifics would only be revealed through actual combat. These were merely theoretical conjectures. After deliberating strategies, Lucas invited Stolo Berry to a sparring match. As a former disciple of Zephyr, Lucas was keen to test his mettle against him. Stolo Berry, eager for the opportunity to mentor the young challenger, nodded in agreement. The two stepped outside onto the deck. "Be cautious," Stolo Berry warned, drawing two long blades. "I shall afford you some leniency. Do unleash your full strength." He crossed his twin swords before him, his demeanor serious. He had yet to witness Lucas in action and was uncertain of his capabilities. However, as one of Zephyr's students, he possessed ample confidence in his superiority over Lucas. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old youth, yet to truly reach that age by the calendar. Even though Lucas had rapidly ascended the ranks, he was regarded as a singular talent within the Navy in recent years. Nonetheless, Stolo Berry did not believe that a boy who had not yet fully reached adulthood could possess significant strength. "Please, do exert yourself to the fullest," Lucas replied earnestly. His intention in sparring with Stoloberry was solely to gauge Tiger's strength through this encounter. To him, Stoloberry had become a unit of measurement. Understood. Then let us begin. Stoloberry nodded, charging forth with his adept dual-wielding technique, pressing the attack on Lucas. Lucas gazed intently at his opponent. Since this was a contest to gauge Tiger's strength, he too would exert his utmost effort. He immediately activated a 44-fold enhancement in both power and speed. In an instant, Lucas vanished from sight. Such astonishing speed. Under the perception of his Observation Haki, Stoloberry discerned Lucas racing around him at high velocity. Lucas charged directly at Stoloberry, wielding his blade with precision. Although Stoloberry sensed the impending danger with his keen observation, the swiftness of his opponent was simply overwhelming. Before he could react, Lucas was upon him, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Whoosh! Lucas's blade halted not far in front of Stoloberry, ceasing its advance. A shiver ran down Stoloberry's spine as he gazed in astonishment at his adversary. It was utterly grotesque. Stoloberry found Lucas's fruit abilities to be astonishingly unreasonable, reminding him of a notorious pirate from many years ago. The fruit of Lucas and that person's Momo fruit bear an uncanny resemblance. I concede, such formidable abilities. Stoloberry gazed at Lucas with envy, admiring his extraordinary speed and the immense power that accompanied it. As a dual-wielding swordsman, Stoloberry felt a pang of jealousy. Would you care to give it a try? Lucas inquired with a smile directed at Stoloberry. Are you jesting? How could I possibly test her devil fruit power? Stoloberry chuckled, interpreting Lucas's words as mere banter. Do give it a shot. The enhancement can be shared, Lucas encouraged, gently patting Stoloberry on the shoulder, granting him a 22-fold acceleration. He gestured, indicating that the enhancement had indeed been bestowed upon him. Another jest, I see. Stoloberry chuckled helplessly, turning to return to his warship. Suddenly, whoosh! Boom! Stoloberry's body became completely unmanageable, darting like a shadow and crashing through the railing. With a splash, he plunged into the sea, grasping the rope and returning to his ship, utterly bewildered. Why am I moving so fast? Stoloberry's mind was a blank slate as he looked up at Lucas, who was offering him a towel, sharing the enhancement. Stoloberry recalled Lucas's words, his expression transforming into one of astonishment as he gazed at his companion. Is it truly possible to share? Lucas did not mock his opponent. After all, during his childhood, when he had just developed the ability to share enhancements, even Sakaski had been momentarily bewildered. Thus, one could say that Lucas was a purveyor of buffs and a berserker. Would you like to try it? Lucas inquired with a smile. No, thank you. Stoloberry firmly declined. Following this incident, he realized that such a high-speed sprinting ability was not suited for him. His opponent had gradually trained their speed from a low to a high level, resulting in a neural reflex speed far superior to his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to maintain control at such high velocities. The ability to amplify speed was uniquely theirs, and Stoloberry possessed considerable discernment. While many extolled the prowess of high-speed abilities at a certain threshold, combat required not only physical skill but also reaction time. How much of a speed enhancement did you just share with me? Stoloberry inquired with curiosity. Not too much. Merely a 22-fold increase, Lucas replied with a grin. Stoloberry regarded him with a look of incredulity. A 22-fold speed enhancement is already this swift. How long did it take for his opponent to adapt to a 44-fold increase and match it with corresponding reflexes? They must have endured considerable hardship. Truly remarkable. I now understand how challenging it must have been for you to attain the rank of Rear Admiral at such a young age. Stoloberry admired Lucas. To develop one's abilities to such a formidable level undoubtedly requires immense dedication. I wonder if you will achieve the rank of Admiral before the age of 20. I am genuinely looking forward to it, Stoloberry jested. Lucas harbored serious doubts that this fellow was cursing one of the three major sauces in the future. If he were to become an Admiral before 20, it was not impossible, unless one of the three, yellow sauce, red sauce, or green sauce, encountered some unfortunate incident in the coming years. Ha ha ha, then I shall need to redouble my efforts. Lucas chuckled. However, he privately mused, if something were to happen, let it be that the great ape yellow sauce faces a mishap. According to intelligence reports, the Sun Pirates are currently lingering in the waters near the entrance to the New World. Having traversed Fishman Island, they are preparing to make a move against the Sun Pirates. Throughout this journey, Lucas has also witnessed Stoloberry's valiant spirit. Whenever he spotted a pirate ship, he would leap into action to confront the pirate crew. As for Borsalino, who adeptly navigates the waters, his subordinates were more eager than anyone else upon sighting a pirate. Lucas has come to a newfound understanding of the subordinates of Yellow Ape. The commander leisurely basks in idleness, while his subordinates are increasingly devoted to overtime work. He now comprehends why the neighboring General Guo finds himself in such a dismal plight the more he seeks to evade it. The essence of the subordinates is nothing but betrayal of their commander. Meanwhile, on an island in the South China Sea known as Leighton, things have changed remarkably. The refuse has long since vanished. The island's inhabitants have all enlisted in the Navy, and few dare to bully them. At this moment, a small boat is moored at the shore. A boy with golden hair, followed by a girl, scratches his head in a state of existential doubt as he gazes at this simultaneously familiar yet foreign place. Is this my homeland? Kira muses. Perplexed by the absence of the heaps of metallic refuse, Kira is a close friend of Kid, having grown up together, inseparable in their camaraderie. However, they both fell for a girl named Shilton Drawanica, and Kira, thinking himself clever, paddled alone in pursuit of her, leaving Kid to vent his frustration behind. After a while, Kira found the girl and introduced himself, but alas, he failed to win her heart. Despair washed over Kira as he sat down on the ground after searching the entire island. Kid, you scoundrel, where have you gone? The presence of Lucas, a calamity in itself, has utterly distorted the narrative. The original trajectory should have unfolded as follows. Kira and Shilton would become friends, later reuniting with Kid, forming a trio. They would indulge in curry udon, leaving them covered in sauce, leading to hearty laughter, only for Shilton to become furious and give them a good thrashing, ultimately dismissing them. Consequently, these two best friends would harbor an enduring aversion to udon. Yet now, the situation has shifted. Kid has been taken away, leaving Kira as a lonely wretch. Where's Kid? The girl inquires, shrugging her shoulders. Huh, where are you going? Kira hears her voice, but does not turn back. To find Kid. I shall search for him my entire life. What about me? The girl stomps her foot in frustration. Whatever, Kira retorts with a dismissive scoff. A true friend is my only love. Women merely hinder the speed of my swordplay. You. The girl glares at Kira in anger, yet can only watch him depart. They were merely ordinary friends. Kira's quest to find Kid was one she could not accompany. I know where to find news of Kid. The girl calls out loudly. Oh? Kira turns, intrigued by her words. I've heard that all the people here have joined the Navy at the South Sea Branch 203. You might find news of him there. Upon the girl's words, Kira nodded and continued toward the small boat. Thus began Kira's quest to find Kid. Wait for me. My dear friend, I shall surely find you. Days later, at the Southern Sea Navy Branch 203, several sailors chuckled as they beheld Kira's arrival. You're searching for that rascal Kid, are you? Huh. Unfortunately, you're rather late. He was taken away long ago. What a pity. Ha. Kira stared in bewilderment at the jesters around him. Was his dear friend Kid truly not present? In despair, he sank to the ground, realizing that Kid had been taken to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. You scoundrel, Kid. We had promised to become pirates together. Yet you've gone off to join the Navy. Kira fumed inwardly, pounding his fist against the earth, wishing he could deliver a proper thrashing to Kid. At that moment, a naval colonel emerged, observing the ruckus surrounding the young boy. Colonel, this is Kid's friend, one sailor explained. Oh, the colonel inquired. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Kira's disheveled, unruly golden locks obscuring his eyes. Those messy tresses rival those of that little rascal Kid. The colonel continued. Kid has been taken to Marineford by Rear Admiral Lucas. How about this? I will be heading to Marineford for training tomorrow, and I shall escort you to find Kid. He gently patted Kira's head. Thanks for bringing me to see my brother, but please, do not touch my hair. Kira protested, swatting the colonel's hand away. The colonel chuckled in resignation, recognizing the boy's stubborn temperament was indeed reminiscent of Kid's. Truly, they were kindred spirits. Meanwhile, on an island in the Grand Line, in a town perpetually shrouded in winter, a young Law stood in the yard, donning a cap as he caught a falling snowflake in his hand. The sight of the delicate flake evoked memories of an unforgettable island. Last year, they had been ensnared in Doflamingo's birdcage in the North Sea, and Law's mentor, Corazon, had been gravely injured while attempting to secure the Ope Nomi. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a Navy officer named Lucas, Corazon would have perished that night, and they likely would have fallen into Doflamingo's clutches. Can you tell me about Lucas? Law inquired as he turned to enter the house, gazing expectantly at Corazon. At that moment, Corazon, clad in an apron, was clumsily bustling about in the kitchen, creating a cacophony of pots and pans. Clang, clatter. The pot was clumsily knocked over by him, crashing to the ground and scattering the meal he had labored over for half the day all over the floor. Luo, with a headache, pressed his forehead in exasperation at this fool. Roz and Andy, feeling awkward, gazed at Luo and, unable to contain his own clumsiness, fell to the ground, bursting into laughter. How about we go out to eat and chat while we dine? All right then. Feeling troubled, Luo reluctantly agreed. He secretly resolved to learn how to cook starting tomorrow. Otherwise, Luo Senandi's clumsiness would surely ruin everything, which was quite disheartening. Luo Senandi donned his clothes and helped Luo into a thick cotton coat before locking the door and stepping outside. Delicate snowflakes danced down like beautiful, translucent crystals, blanketing Luo's hat with a thin layer of glistening white snow. Shaking his head, Luo dislodged the snow. After the failed operation to capture Doflamingo in the North Sea, Luo Senandi took Luo away from the North Sea and sought refuge on a secluded island in the Grand Line, where they have lived ever since. Luo, determined, successfully developed the Op no Mi and completely cured himself of his ailment. Luo Senandi had wholly relinquished his identity as a Navy officer, settling here to care for and instruct Luo. He revealed to Luo the hidden truths he had been reluctant to share with Lucas. The Op no Mi that Luo consumed was highly coveted, not only by the celestial dragons behind the world government, but also by Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family. It was said that the one who fully developed the fruit could perform a surgery granting eternal life for others. However, the cruel truth was that the cost of such a procedure was the life of the practitioner. Luo Senandi would never allow Luo to perform such surgeries for the celestial dragons or Doflamingo. In contrast to the original story, where Luo Senandi met his demise at Doflamingo's hands, Luo could only escape in anguish. Now, this outcome felt remarkably fortunate. Inside a restaurant, Luo Senandi ordered several dishes, 2 steaming bowls of soup, and a main course. Luo sat on a chair, swinging his legs and gazing around. Lucas, having wandered the North Sea since childhood, had endured a harrowing experience, nearly falling victim to pirates, only to be rescued by Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Luo Senandi recounted Lucas's story to Luo. He must despise pirates, Luo empathized. His own nation had been abandoned by its royal family, which had exploited a toxic mineral, plunging the entire country into a horrific, hereditary plague. The royals fled, and the other nations harbored deep animosity towards the commoners, refusing them entry, escalating the conflict to the point of seeking the annihilation of his people. Luo's family and friends were slaughtered by those wretches. At that time, he had been consumed by an overwhelming hatred for others. Who could blame him for such feelings? Even as he matured, it was impossible to extinguish that rage. Holding a cigarette, Luo Senandi reminisced about the young figure he once was in Marineford. In the New World, a 3-masted sailing ship glided through the waters. The sea breeze filled the sails, emblazoned with a large red sun emblem. This was the ship of the Sun Pirates. Bang! Tiger's fist struck Arlong on the head. "Why are you hitting me, Captain?" Aaron clutched his head, having merely slain a few lowly creatures. Silence. Teig slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Some humans harbor prejudice against us. Must we stoop to their level? We are not a slaughtering faction. Teig cast a furious glance at Jinbei and Aaron. Jinbei, his subordinate, was relatively easy to educate, but Aaron, no matter how much he preached, the man simply would not change. Princess Otoheim, residing on Fishman Island, aspired to foster harmony between fishmen and humans through peaceful means. Meanwhile, Jinbei, leading his crew, established the Sun Pirates, frequently encountering human traffickers, whom they often executed to liberate the unfortunate souls. This was their form of resistance. However, Teig envisioned a struggle not of outright enmity towards humanity, nor a mindless hatred from the fishmen. He sought to attain equity through strength. Yet, Teig's prowess evidently had not yet reached a level that instilled fear in the celestial dragons. During the tumultuous incident at Marineford, he had stealthily ascended from the red line. Boom, boom, boom. What is happening? Teig swiftly rose, alarmed by the deafening cannon fire, and hurried out of the captain's quarters. The entire ship trembled violently as a cannonball exploded in the distance, causing the vessel to sway uncontrollably. Damn it! Those despicable scoundrels dare to pursue us. Aaron gritted his teeth, glaring at the 2 warships in the distance. Be quiet. Teig shot a glare back at Aaron. This man was utterly impervious to advice. In the distance, Lucas stood before the cannon, observing Buggy as he loaded the cannonball, personally aiming it at the Sun Pirates. With a thunderous roar, the cannon fired, veering wildly off course, sending forth a colossal wave that drenched every member of the Sun Pirates. Meanwhile, on the adjacent warship, Major Stolo Berry silently cast a glance at him. Having accompanied Borsalino for many years, Stolo Berry had long recognized this as yet another minor player in the grand performance. Sighing, Stolo Berry unsheathed his twin blades, standing poised on the deck, awaiting the Sun Pirates' approach. Renowned for their aquatic prowess, they typically submerge themselves, surging toward the warship for a surprise attack. His task was simple: to patiently await the Sun Pirates' advance. Once they boarded the warship, even someone as skilled as Borsalino would have to contribute. "Oh dear, their helmsman is remarkably adept at evasion," Lucas remarked in a tone reminiscent of Borsalino. Buggy could hardly contain his laughter. Another utterance of cow-eye would have made it even more fitting. As Lucas watched the Sun Pirates leap into the water in unison and ignite the cannon, he exclaimed, "Boom!" The shot misfired, and with a muffled sound. Buggy quickly silenced himself, realizing he had lost his composure. Lucas's portrayal was strikingly reminiscent of Major Borsalino. Lucas cast a piercing glance at Bucky before turning his attention to the Sun Pirates. In truth, he harbored his own intentions, aside from Arlong, the brutish fellow who harbored an irrational hatred for humans. The majority of the fishmen were inclined to follow Tiger's lead, refraining from indiscriminately slaughtering humans. The Sun Pirates were originally established to combat injustice and racial discrimination. The disdain exhibited by a minority of humans towards the Sun Pirates can be viewed as a microcosm of the Celestial Dragon's arbitrary oppression of the entire human race, treating individuals as mere slaves at their whim. Ultimately, their goals align. The revolutionaries seek to overthrow the dominion of the Celestial Dragons, who represent the greatest adversaries of the fishmen. This is particularly evident as the Celestial Dragons are the largest purchasers of fishmen annually. It must be noted that, for the most part, the Navy harbors a significant disdain for the Celestial Dragons as well. The reasons for not directly opposing them are manifold. Firstly, the Navy is a force established with funding provided by the world government, which ties them to a financial chain that restricts their actions. Secondly, the Celestial Dragons have maintained their hold for many years, suggesting they possess cards that ensure their regime stability. For instance, Amsama, an enigmatic figure, is likely formidable. Otherwise, Roger would not have called upon the living to bide their time, while those who recklessly charged forward often met with the direst fates, as exemplified by O'Hara. Fishmen, as a race, possess commendable naval combat abilities, and Lucas was keen to recruit some subordinates. Of course, as long as they did not actively seek out the Celestial Dragons, there would be little trouble. Thus, Lucas aimed to collaborate with the fishmen, adopting a strategy akin to that of Pausalino. Boom! A cannonball plummeted into the sea. Alas, it was misfired. Lucas raised his hands in exasperation before delivering a punch that sent the advancing fishman flying. Nevertheless, despite the banter, when it came down to it, a fight was still a fight. Lucas departed from the cannon's position, delivering blow after blow to the merman. Suddenly, a shark man adorned with a blue hat and wielding a massive cleaver ascended. With a fierce glare, Aaron fixed his eyes upon Lucas, charging directly at him, and swung his blade with intent to strike. "Perish, you wretched creature!" Aaron bellowed. Crack! Lucas swiftly drew his blade, cleaving through Aaron's chainsaw with a single stroke. Undeterred, Aaron lunged at Lucas with a fierce bite. Even without his chainsaw, Aaron's very physique served as a formidable weapon. Yet, Lucas possesses a remarkable augmentation of strength, rendering Aaron utterly incapable of matching him. As Aaron turned around, Lucas delivered a swift kick to his face, the foot enveloped in haki, bending the jagged edge of Aaron's nose. "Ah!" Aaron cried out in agony, propelled backward by the force of the blow. "Aaron!" Jinbe bellowed, swiftly pushing aside Stolo Berry, rushing aboard the warship to shield Lucas. At this moment, Jinbe had yet to evolve into the future hero of the sea. He had not fully grasped the teachings of Fisher Tiger. He harbored a lingering resentment towards humanity, albeit he was more receptive to Tiger's wisdom than Aaron. Lucas walked to the left, and Jinbe extended his arms to block his path. "I will not allow you to pass." Jinbe recalled Brother Tiger's words. This time, the confrontation had not escalated violently against humanity. However, Aaron was his comrade, and he could not bear to witness Aaron's demise. "Step aside," Lucas bellowed. The fishmen could forge alliances and collaborate, yet Aaron must perish. "I apologize on behalf of the humans I have slain for him. I can accept the punishment. But you shall not harm my companion," Jinbe asserted firmly, standing resolutely before Lucas. "You scoundrels, you lowly humans." Aaron rose, clutching his face, which bore the imprint of a brutal kick. "Silence," Jinbe admonished, causing Aaron to shrink back in fear. Jinbe had witnessed Lucas's swift assault on Aaron. It was a decisive blow. Even with his current strength, he dared not claim he could effortlessly defeat Aaron, for the man before him possessed formidable power. Aaron glanced at the seemingly fragile female Marine beside him, spitting out his broken teeth. only to reveal new, sharp ones sprouting in their place. Seizing the moment while Jinbei conversed with Lucas, he lunged at the female soldier. Die, you feeble trash. Monet exhibited no fear, even yawning nonchalantly. Suddenly, the deck beneath Aaron's feet was enveloped in layers of snow, the accumulation growing thicker and the temperature plummeting, slowing his movements considerably. Alarmed, Aaron hastily retreated, warily eyeing Monet. Crack. The snow's temperature continued to drop, causing the deck to fracture under the extreme cold. Although Monet possessed the snow fruit, her powers bore a resemblance to Kazan's ice fruit, differing only in their origins. Kazan could instantly freeze objects, while Monet initially summoned only snow. However, through relentless experimentation, she had learned to lower temperatures persistently. To achieve the terrifying prowess of Kazan, Monet needed to exert significantly more effort in her training, resulting in greater physical exhaustion. Now, Monet could manipulate snow to encircle her foes, shatter them with frost, and even utilize the frigid temperatures to freeze bodily fluids. Snow and ice were synonymous with cold. Aaron comprehended the challenge posed by Monet and shifted his gaze towards the red-nosed Navy officer. Oh no, please, don't come any closer. Buggy, terrified, retreated repeatedly. For he had joined the Navy with technical skills, not combat prowess. Humph. Die trash? Aaron charged swiftly at Buggy, biting down fiercely. Buggy grinned, and in an instant, he was splintered apart. Taste my latest invention, the miniature Buggy Ball. Buggy raised his foot, revealing a small hole beneath it, from which a tiny Buggy Ball shot forth towards Aaron. What? Along was struck directly by a miniature bazooka shell, causing him to tumble aside amidst a cloud of black smoke. Fraud. All of them are frauds, he muttered, grappling with the irony of their apparent fragility contrasted by their fierce tenacity. The smoke billowed from his mouth, and his newly grown teeth lay in ruin once more. Meanwhile, Akin gazed in astonishment at the bazooka, realizing that this individual had indeed developed a scaled-down version of the weapon. Coupled with the fragmented fruit, this power was truly formidable. At that moment, Tiger led the fishmen, forcing Staloberry to retreat on the opposing warship. Tiger's overall strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Staloberry in a one-on-one confrontation. Jinbei discerned that the young major before him was unlike other Navy personnel. He bore no significant malice towards the fishmen. The crew aboard this vessel merely sought to incapacitate them, whereas those on the neighboring ship were intent on extermination. We can negotiate, Jinbei called out loudly. Yes, but not at this moment, Lucas replied, vanishing before Jinbei's eyes. What? Jinbei exclaimed, astonished to find the space before him suddenly vacant. Before he could react, Lucas appeared before Along. Who do you deem despicable? Lucas delivered a powerful punch to Along's face, shattering his teeth. You lowly human. Along glared fiercely at Lucas, new teeth sprouting forth as he attempted to bite. Such foul breath. Lucas countered with another punch to Along's mouth, once more obliterating his teeth. Along cried out in agony. His older brother had never struck him with such ferocity. Stop. Jinbei rushed forward, desperate to intervene. Humph. Lucas raised his leg, executing a sidekick that sent Jinbei flying. Just as Along had grown a fresh set of teeth, he found himself confronted by the enormous fist that haunted his psyche. Ah! Along screamed, his teeth shattering once again. This is an egregious affront to the fishmen. Such indignity. Order your brother Tiger to retreat. Lucas tightened his grip around Along's neck, delivering another blow that crushed the hard-earned teeth. Along felt tears welling up. Just kill me already. This is unbearable. Stop glaring at me, Lucas retorted, provoking Along to grow more teeth and struggle to bite him again. Bang! Along's teeth shattered yet again. Brother, please stop. Along is in trouble, Jinbei shouted, drawing Tiger's attention. Get away. Tiger retaliated with a punch, sending Staloberry staggering back as he joined Jinbei on Lucas's ship. Friend, please release Along. We can reach an understanding. Tiger extended his hand and spoke. Just moments ago, while dealing with Staloberry, Tiger had also observed the situation of another vessel. In stark contrast to the other naval forces that were solely intent on their destruction, Lucas merely incapacitated the merman without taking his life. Such individuals are, in fact, the reason why Tej still harbors hope for humanity. At present, Tej has neither sent Keela back home nor fallen into any traps. He continues to believe that there are still many good-hearted individuals among humans. This general appears to harbor goodwill towards the merman. The latter is merely following orders. If there were any genuine intent to harm them, the situation would undoubtedly be far more dire. He scolds me, and I, being somewhat petty and vindictive, cannot help but hold a grudge. Lucas struck Aaron squarely in the face, exclaiming helplessly, "I apologize on his behalf. Let him go, my friend." Tej stepped forward a couple of paces. Bang! Bang! Lucas struck Aaron's head with 2 consecutive punches, his fist enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, leaving Aaron dazed and disoriented. Tiger swiftly retreated, recognizing that Aaron had overstepped his bounds by provoking a kind-hearted rear admiral towards the fishmen. The situation had escalated. "Surrender at once, and we shall confine you and impel down without causing you any harm." Rear Admiral Stolo Berry, seizing this fortuitous moment, felt a surge of excitement. Lucas seized one of the subordinates of Tiger from the Sun Pirates, which made matters considerably simpler. "Drop your weapons," the Navy officers shouted in unison. Taking a deep breath, Tiger commanded, "Lay down your arms." "Brother," Aladdin exclaimed anxiously, eyeing Tiger. If they relinquished their weapons, it would truly spell their doom. "Drop them," Tiger bellowed. For Arlong was still one of their own. Despite his disobedience and excessive cruelty towards humans, Tiger was determined to save his comrade. Crack! Lucas abruptly snapped Aaron's neck, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I apologize. I inadvertently exerted too much force." Lucas gently tossed Aaron's lifeless body aside. Ji-Bei, filled with rage, was about to charge forward and strike Lucas with a punch. "Where is he?" Ji-Bei gazed at the spot where Lucas had vanished, only for Lucas to suddenly materialize behind him, prompting Ji-Bei to swiftly turn and retaliate. Lucas vanished once more, only to reappear behind Ji-Bei, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring. Tiger charged forward as well, yet even he could not match Lucas's remarkable speed. Bang! Lucas delivered a powerful kick that sent Tiger soaring through the air. With a splash, both Tiger and Ji-Bei landed in the ocean, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken concern. They wondered how that scoundrel Arlong had provoked such a formidable human being. One by one, members of the Sun Pirates, resembling dumplings being dropped, were dispatched with ease. They had intended to retaliate, but a massive wave of slashing energy descended upon them, crashing down and stirring up great swells in the water. "We must depart," Tiger shouted, plunging into the depths as he aimed for their pirate ship. Submerged, Ji-Bei cast a reluctant gaze at his elder brother. "Silence. We shall discuss this later." A mere glance from Tiger quelled Ji-Bei's protest. As Tiger reflected, he realized that the commander had harbored murderous intent solely towards Arlong. Throughout the encounter, he had shown restraint towards most of the fishmen, indicating a degree of goodwill. With swift strikes, he had incapacitated both Ji-Bei and himself. Tiger understood that had the commander truly intended to eliminate them, he would have done so long ago. "Let us go. Arlong's animosity towards humans has led him to this fate. He has only himself to blame." Tiger's thoughts wandered to the numerous innocent humans Arlong had slain in secret. Upon returning to the ship, Tiger led his fellow fishmen, skillfully evading cannon fire as they made their escape. He cast a long, contemplative gaze at Lucas aboard the warship, remaining silent. How wonderful it would be if there were more humans like him, exhibiting kindness towards fishmen. Ji-Bei, remember that there are indeed many humans who bear goodwill towards us, and this commander is one of them. Arlong has brought this upon himself. Do not harbor hatred towards him, Tiger advised as he turned to Ji-Bei. "I understand," Ji-Bei nodded, reflecting that had Arlong heeded his brother's counsel, he might have avoided such dire consequences. "Indeed," Tiger affirmed, hoping that one day they could forge alliances with those who possessed goodwill towards fishmen like the one before them. "Why did you kill Arlong?" Stolo Berry glared at Lucas, aware that if Lucas had used Arlong to blackmail Tiger, their mission would have been accomplished long ago. "He is a pirate. Is there a problem with my killing him?" Lucas replied, a sly grin on his face. "You." Stolo Berry was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he was a pirate. If one wished to kill, then so be it. "If you intended to use Arlong to blackmail Tiger." "I didn't hear you," Lucas shrugged nonchalantly. "My apologies." Stolo Berry took a few deep breaths, urging himself to remain calm. "This kid could dispatch you in a heartbeat. You stand no chance against him." Suddenly, Stolo Berry felt a striking resemblance between Lucas and Borsellino. He hardly seemed like a soldier that Akainu would train. He could easily believe that Lucas was a disciple of Borsellino. "No matter, continue the pursuit." Stolaberry released his grip and returned to his vessel. When one's superiors and colleagues resemble a troop of performing apes, despair becomes an inescapable reality. Much like it is for Stolaberry. A week had passed since their last supply run at a nearby naval base, yet they had uncovered no trace of the Sun Pirates, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. From their respective perspectives, both Stolaberry and Lucas were justified in their actions. Stolaberry, indeed a righteous naval officer, sought to eradicate piracy and secure a peaceful existence for ordinary citizens. From a human standpoint, he embodied the essence of justice. His pursuit of the Sun Pirates was merely a matter of duty. As a soldier, he was bound to follow orders, even though, apart from Arlong, the crew had not committed indiscriminate acts of violence against innocents. Meanwhile, Lucas discreetly educated and nurtured Luffy and his companions, subtly instilling his ideologies within them. His ultimate goal was to amass strength and cultivate loyal subordinates within the Navy. When the opportune moment arose, and his power was sufficient to confront Amsama, he would lead the charge against the Celestial Dragons. The Fishmen, adept in aquatic combat, represented a crucial force he required for his cause. He harbored goodwill towards them, allowing some to escape as a means of fostering potential allies. After all, if Old Carp could grant his grandson leniency during the Marineford War, why could he not extend similar mercy to the Fishmen in pursuit of alliances? Both men were justified in their actions. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at this flawed world. Apologies, I seem to have strayed into the wrong narrative. The true blame lies with the Celestial Dragons. Their tyranny is the greatest source of turmoil in this world. On that fateful night, they received intelligence that the Sun Pirates had made an appearance in Dressrosa. In the ship's conference room, Strawberry, brimming with excitement, slammed the report onto the table. He looked eagerly at Lucas and declared, "Let us pursue them to Dressrosa. We shall sink them directly with Buggy's cannon." "Indeed," Lucas replied. Lucas nodded in agreement. It had been many days since the last unpleasant incident, and Strawberry merely attributed Lucas's youthful impetuosity to a simple aversion to pirates. He sulked for a while, but did not hold Lucas accountable. After all, everyone has their moment of youthful recklessness. If impulsiveness were to be measured, then Catalu, who had recklessly attacked the Sun Pirates, would be the most impulsive of all. However, Strawberry remained oblivious to the fact that Lucas had long since formed an alliance with the Sun Pirates. When it came to potential collaboration with the Fishmen, Lucas had never truly considered resorting to violence. According to intelligence, the Sun Pirates were primarily focused on combating human traffickers, and after Arlong's demise, their ranks had grown more unified, obediently following Tiger's lead, with no intention of harming humans. Strawberry, often outperformed by his superior, Kizaru, and overshadowed by his colleagues during missions, faced a dismal fate. Two warships hastened through the night towards Dressrosa, and Strawberry recounted tales of their generation pursuing pirates alongside Lucas. Lamenting that at the age of 31, Paulicelino had been closely associated with Sengoku while he himself had merely followed behind. They had relentlessly combated pirates, gradually rising through the ranks. Suddenly, Strawberry recalled that Lucas's naval career, aside from his assignment to the South Seas, had been remarkably smooth sailing, and he was, in fact, the youngest rear admiral in recent years. A pang of envy struck him. "Dressrosa has arrived," Lucas remarked with a yawn. "Indeed. Let us commence the pursuit of the Sun Pirates," Strawberry exclaimed, waving his hand. "Your warships shall circumnavigate Dressrosa in search of the Sun Pirates' vessel, while I shall lead a team ashore to conduct a search." Upon issuing these orders to Lucas, Strawberry and his team docked the warship and set forth to investigate the Sun Pirates on Dressrosa. "Very well," Lucas commanded, directing the warship to encircle the island in search of the pirate vessel. Lucas navigated his warship around the entirety of Dressrosa, yet he found no sight of the Sun Pirates' vessel, leading him to surmise that they had long since fled. Perched upon the deck, he gazed at the island before him. Dressrosa, having evaded the fate of being ruled by Don Quixote da Flamingo and his family, still remained a realm of love and passion. The name bestowed upon this land by Oda, dress, signifying adornment and decoration, followed by Rosa, the Latin term for rose, evokes a sense of beauty and charm. During the century of blank history, royalty from across the globe sought to vanquish a once great kingdom, deceived alongside the former royal family of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote clan. Under the leadership of a certain man, they triumphed over the great kingdom and subsequently settled in Mariawa, ascending to become celestial dragons. The identity of this man shall remain unmentioned for clarity. With the Don Quixote family's fall, it was inevitable that a new ruling dynasty would emerge, the Riku family. Unlike their predecessors, who had enslaved the little folk, the new king of the Riku family took it upon himself to apologize to the little people, abolishing their enslavement and weaving a legend of fairies to ensure that the little folk would no longer be disturbed. Over the course of many years, the little people of Dressrosa came to coexist peacefully with the inhabitants of the island. Thus, the tale of love and passion in the fairy kingdom was born. Lucas exhaled heavily, awaiting the return of Major General Stalavari, a true workaholic. It must be quite a headache for Borisellino to manage such a subordinate. He summoned the transponder snail to contact Stalavari. We have searched thoroughly and found no trace of the Sun Pirates ships. What about you? Lucas inquired, still catching his breath. We found nothing, but we did encounter a big fish, Stalavari replied. Oh, what kind of big fish? Lucas asked, intrigued. I believe you will find this particularly interesting. It's Katakuri of Big MOM. Stalavari proclaimed, without a hint of modesty. Pfft. Lucas, having just taken a sip of water, spluttered it out. Who? Charlotte Katakuri. Stalavari exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Get back here immediately. Lucas sprang to his feet. How could this man, after so many years in the Navy, be so oblivious to his own strength? I believe the two of us could defeat him, with your speed and my strength. Before Stalavari could respond, he hastily ended the call. Dries Rosa, at the city's edge, a tall man with crimson short hair, muscular build, and long legs stepped out of the city, clenching his fists. Come out, Katakuri called out loudly, halting in his tracks. Katakuri, surrender. Reinforcements are on their way to capture you, Stalavari confidently declared, drawing his twin blades. Though he understood the formidable strength of Katakuri, capable of easily overpowering him with a single hand, Stalavari was nonetheless emboldened by his acquaintance with Lucas's extraordinary prowess, which could justifiably earn him the title of the foremost among the younger generation of the Navy. He was confident that Lucas could indeed contend with Katakuri. Lucas, I extend my gratitude to your entire family. Who are you? Katakuri gazed at the individual before him with a look of perplexity, wondering when such a formidable navy had emerged in the New World. Observing the overwhelming confidence radiating from the stranger, Katakuri regarded him with newfound respect. Yet, why had he never heard of anyone of such caliber among the Navy's elite? I am Stolo Berry, one of Zifa's disciples and a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Stolo Berry declared confidently, his twin swords poised before him. I've never heard of you, Katakuri replied, shaking his head. Within the realm of Stolo Berry's Observation Haki, he had already detected the swiftly approaching Lucas, a smile spreading across his face. However, before he could initiate his attack, he was sent flying by a punch from Katakuri. Katakuri stared coldly at the fallen Stolo Berry, having anticipated the latter's move through his own Observation Haki, prompting him to strike preemptively. Katakuri turned to gaze into the distance. Since Lucas lost contact with Stalavari, he realized that the situation had deteriorated. That fool Stalavari had undoubtedly been discovered by Katakuri. Katakuri is among the few formidable characters in the world of One Piece capable of predicting the immediate future, mercilessly tormenting Luffy. Lucas has long harbored doubts regarding the original work, particularly concerning the battle between Katakuri and Luffy, suspecting that Katakuri may have intentionally held back. After all, Charlotte Linlin, in her moments of madness, has been known to kill her own children, viewing them merely as instruments for her own ambition. The well-being of her offspring is of no concern to her. Katakuri, on the other hand, cherishes his siblings and is reluctant to witness the continuation of such a dire familial situation, hence the possibility of him easing his efforts. Of course, this remains merely a conjecture from him as an avid fan. The augmentation of Lucas was merely a fleeting surge of power. Devoid of mastery over the advanced techniques such as Armament Haki and Observation Haki, confronted with Katakuri, he felt a profound uncertainty. Yet, the blundering Strawberry, without even developing his equipment, recklessly charged towards the boss. He initiated the assault. From a distance, Lucas was about to call for a retreat when he witnessed the clumsy Strawberry dramatically announcing his presence, only to be sent flying. He had initiated the attack, and he had thrown away his life. Damn. The most troubling aspect was that Katakuri had now noticed Lucas. This was a land battle, and Lucas lacked a substantial supply of Baki bombs, a crucial advantage now missing. As he prepared to shout for Strawberry to leave this place, intending to flee himself, Katakuri advanced directly towards him. Lucas silently cursed the fool and swiftly evaded Katakuri's punch. In a flash, Katakuri charged forward, his right arm transforming into a sticky mass, enveloping a trident that spun at an alarming speed. The trident aimed menacingly at Lucas, thrusting with great force. Lucas instantaneously accelerated, entering a state of heightened power. Deftly evading Katakuri's trident, its blade enveloped in Haki, and delivered a formidable slash towards Katakuri. Katakuri foresaw Lucas's assault, yet within his premonition, he could not discern the opponent's strike, akin to the latter's astonishing speed. Katakuri envisioned himself being sent flying. His right arm's machi swiftly spun towards the trident's midsection. causing it to rotate horizontally like a propeller. Clang! It effectively deflected Lucas's blade. Both combatants retreated. Such swiftness, he mused. Indeed, you are remarkably strong, Katakuri remarked with admiration. As a pillar of the Big Mom pirates, what brings you to Dressrosa in the absence of your captain? Lucas questioned sternly. With Big Mom's presence in Whole Cake Island. It suffices, Katakuri replied, raising his trident, his fighting spirit ignited as he gazed at Lucas. You are impressive. Let us engage in battle. Katakuri's eyes remained calm as he observed Lucas vanish from his position. To the left, Katakuri swiftly dodged to the right, evading Lucas's attack, then swung his trident in a thrust. The speed was overwhelming, though he could anticipate his opponent's movements, landing a hit proved elusive. Katakuri calmly assessed that this adversary truly warranted a moment of his attention. With a swift motion, Katakuri pressed one hand against the ground, transforming the terrain beneath Lucas into machi, which rose from all directions, enveloped in haki, encircling him without escape. He has fled. Katakuri foresaw Lucas's actions and preemptively dashed behind a wall of machi, delivering a powerful punch. Simultaneously, Lucas activated a 44-fold amplification of haki, cleaving through the encircling machi wall to create an opening. Katakuri intended to trap him within the confining walls of machi, yet Lucas was able to force his way through. Boom! Katakuri obstructed Lucas's escape with a punch, to which Lucas responded with a blade. With the impact, both were propelled backward at great speed. Bang! They each shattered a massive boulder and rose simultaneously. Lucas hastily released the enhancement of his armament color, a capability that exacts a tremendous toll on one's stamina. As he now faced Katakuri, his primary reliance lay in the augmentation of speed and strength. With these two attributes, he could momentarily engage with Katakuri. The enhancement of the armament color rapidly depletes energy reserves, and when his strength wanes, it signifies his demise. Therefore, he must conserve his most potent abilities for dire circumstances. The expenditure of speed and strength augmentation is considerably less taxing than that of the armament color. Quickly, bring S. Captain Lucas, we are here to assist you. Lucas gazed in astonishment at the group of Marines, who were audaciously clamoring to confront Katakuri. Sure not. Katakuri turned to face the Marines. As a multitude of glutinous rice-like arms emerged behind him, each fist enveloped in haki, swiftly launching towards the approaching foes. Lucas couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. As he instantly dashed to stand before Katakuri, Lucas swiftly maneuvered his body, wielding his blade with rapid precision to deflect the barrage of punches launched by Katakuri, which were crafted from glutinous rice. Katakuri, this is our duel, Lucas bellowed, his voice resonating with fervor. Though he knew he could not prevail, he refused to let his spirit wane. Oh, very well, Katakuri replied with a nod, yet his fists did not relent. He held the utmost respect for worthy adversaries, refraining from engaging the Navy. You all must escort Rear Admiral Stolsbury away, do you understand? Lucas shouted over his shoulder while continuing to block the relentless strikes. Rear Admiral Lucas, we cannot abandon you, the Navy personnel exclaimed, their voices filled with fervor as they drew their swords. Katakuri furrowed his brow, pondering whether these individuals intended to disrupt their duel. At this moment, Lucas personally experienced the bitter taste of betrayal. The crux of the matter was that even if he continued to fight Katakuri, a victor could not be determined. Exhausted of his strength, he would inevitably succumb. These ruffians showed no intention of retreating, leaving him with no option to flee. Run, he commanded, his voice laced with anger. Yes, the Navy personnel, escorting the severely injured Stolsbury, maneuvered around the two and hastened away into the distance. Bang! Despite Lucas's speed, he was struck once under the relentless barrage of Katakuri's numerous colossal fists. Bang! Lucas fell to the ground, clutching his body in pain as he stood up again. Only in moments of tranquility can one harness the power of Observation Haki. Katakuri gazed calmly at Lucas. Lucas gripped the knife, feigning the posture of continuing the fight, poised to flee at any moment. However, Major General, we have come to assist you. In the distance, Baki, accompanied by the Navy, rushed forward, pushing a cannon, with Akin closely trailing behind. Monet, her lower half transforming into a flurry of snowflakes, swiftly approached, her arms swirling as a multitude of snowflakes hurtled towards Katakuri. Each individual snowflake grew increasingly frigid, becoming ever harder, as solid as steel, as they surged towards Katakuri. In the original animation, Monet's technique, heavy snow, blade of flesh, allowed feathers to manifest icy blades, each possessing a sharpness rivaling that of a genuine sword. Monet, hurry back to the ship. Lucas shouted, incessantly reminding himself to remain calm. In an instant, Katakuri transformed into glutinous rice, evading the snow blades by shifting his form, while the relentless barrage of icy blades continued to slice towards Lucas. Lucas swiftly dodged the attack. However, he was a pirate, and I must confront him alongside you. Monet transformed into countless snowflakes, soaring into the sky to evade Katakuri's assault, addressing Lucas. She genuinely yearned to assist him, longing for his attention from the depths of her heart. Back in the North Sea, had it not been for Lucas, she and her sister would have faced an uncertain fate. Go on. This is my duel with Katakuri. Lucas could not express his desire to flee. He could only urge Monet and the others to leave. After all, Monet and her companions were simply not on the same level as Katakuri. Their involvement would be futile and would only tire him further. Understood, we will watch from a distance as you defeat him. Monet nodded and quickly retreated. Upon hearing this, Buggy and Aladdin gazed at Lucas with admiration, no longer intervening. Damn. Lucas nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in frustration. What on earth are you doing? Get back on the ship. He swiftly evaded Katakuri's assault while shouting. It is well known that Sakazuki is a steadfast soldier, so resolute that he would charge at Whitebeard without a second thought. As one of Sakazuki's protege, Lucas could not allow the commander to discover that he had encountered pirates and fled in panic. Otherwise, even if he survived Katakuri's strike, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from Sakazuki upon his return. Lucas felt as though he was possessed by the spirit of the formidable General Gua, lacking the general's prowess but sharing in the experience of betrayal by subordinates. In the distance, his followers gazed at him with adoration, rallying to cheer him on. Katakuri, listening to the cacophony of encouragement, imagined that if he were to face Lucas in a battle of nations, his own devoted fan club, comprised of his siblings, would undoubtedly rally to support him as well. Lucas, prepare yourself. With the transformation of his arms into two powerful rice Gatling guns and harnessing the power of his haki, Katakuri unleashed a barrage of swiftly flying rice bullets, each imbued with the strength of his haki. Lucas swiftly evaded the bullets while retreating. Katakuri pursued closely. Determined to shield his subordinates from the spectacle, he altered his position. As Lucas accelerated, Katakuri's body morphed into a glutinous rice wheel, propelling him in rapid pursuit. In a fleeting moment, the two vanished from the sight of Monet and the others, having surpassed the limits of Monet's observation. Monet, irate, declared, I can still sense them. We must follow. Akin queried, are we still pursuing? Lucas sensed that Monet and others were in hot pursuit, prompting him to accelerate. At the same time, Katakuri quickened his pace as well. Why are we running? Katakuri inquired, his face emerging from the machi wheels, perplexed. Let's find a more secluded place to compete. Lucas replied. Agreed. Katakuri concurred. Meanwhile, the rapidly spinning machi wheels of Katakuri extended two branches, transforming into the appearance of twin Gatling guns, infused with haki, as they relentlessly fired at Lucas. As Lucas sprinted forward, he unleashed a flurry of slashing waves towards Katakuri, harnessing his amplification ability. Each wave instantaneously multiplied into 44 colossal slashing waves. The air reverberated with thunderous roars as the waves relentlessly surged towards Katakuri, who adeptly evaded each oncoming attack. The two combatants swiftly cast aside Monet and others, racing towards the island's edge. The periphery of Dressrosa was encircled by towering rocks, beyond which lay the shoreline where ships were docked. However, the naval vessels were not anchored on this side. Katakuri restored his form and brandished his trident, thrusting it directly at Lucas. Lucas leaned against a colossal boulder, his body swiftly dodging the trident's thrusts. Before he could counterattack, the massive rock behind him transformed into a gigantic glutinous rice dumpling, ensnaring and enveloping him completely. Katakuri, wielding his trident imbued with haki, lunged towards Lucas. Clang! Such formidable haki. Katakuri gazed in astonishment at Lucas's abdominal muscles, which were shrouded in a layer of haki, rendering his trident utterly ineffective. Long before Katakuri ensnared him, Lucas had already activated his haki enhancement. Although his haki was still insufficiently potent, under the influence of a 44-fold amplification, its intensity soared to a terrifying degree. The previous cuts that pierced through Katakuri's glutinous rice wall, fortified with haki, were a testament to this. In his ordinary state, Lucas's haki could scarcely compare to that of Katakuri. Lucas broke free from the glutinous rice dumpling and swiftly struck at Katakuri with a blade. Katakuri, endowed with the foresight of his powers, quickly retreated. He had no choice but to do so, for otherwise, his armament would be compromised, leaving his trident vulnerable to a devastating break. At this moment, Lucas realized that Katakuri had transformed the nearby boulders into glutinous rice dumplings, encircling the two of them layer by layer. Hastily, he dispelled the enhancement of his haki and took a deep breath. He never anticipated that his intention to merely assist Stolosberry would escalate into such a predicament. Lucas found himself with no other option but to engage in battle with Katakuri. His enhanced abilities, under the amplification state, surpassed those of Katakuri. As long as he could defeat his opponent before exhausting his stamina, victory was within his grasp. Lucas instantaneously vanished from his position, brandishing his long blade as he once more employed the enhancement of Haki. Katakuri, possessing the foresight to predict Lucas's trajectory, retreated swiftly. Simultaneously, the colossal walls of glutinous rice encircling the two combatants unleashed dozens of immense fists, each imbued with Haki, launching a relentless barrage of indiscriminate strikes towards Lucas. Lucas found himself completely surrounded, relentlessly wielding his longsword to parry the blows. A punch landed on his abdomen, prompting him to swiftly envelop his body in Haki to shield against the impact. Bracing against a flurry of fists, Lucas, besieged by such overwhelming assault, could only resort to passive defense, unable to advance even a single step. Lucas wielded his longsword, cleaving through a glutinous rice fist, only for another to materialize in its place. Unlike Kizaru, he lacked the swiftness of light, and as an incessant barrage of colossal fists descended upon him, escape became an arduous endeavor, with his path effectively sealed. Lucas continued to slice through the relentless onslaught of glutinous rice fists. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming, and he occasionally took a few blows. Fortunately, bolstered by the enhancement of Haki, he remained unscathed for the time being. Lucas now finds himself in doubt, pondering how. In his previous life, while watching anime, Luffy faced Katakuri, questioning just how much leniency was afforded to him. Now, confronted with his current strength, there is not an ounce of exaggeration to be found. The power exhibited by Katakuri is entirely on a different echelon compared to when he battled Luffy. He has assimilated the surrounding massive rocks, transforming them into layer upon layer of glutinous rice dumplings, effectively preventing any possibility of escape. Moreover, he has unleashed an overwhelming barrage of glutinous rice fists, descending upon him like an unrelenting storm, leaving no room for retreat. Indeed, Katakuri does not exhibit even the slightest trace of leniency. The relentless assault of colossal glutinous fists continues to rain down, and under such formidable force, Lucas can barely withstand the onslaught, for without it, he would surely be toppled. He is determined to fight back. Lucas, in a state of resignation, could only exert all his strength, much to Katakuri's satisfaction. He enhanced his long sword with an augmentation of size. A colossal blade, spanning several meters, materialized in Lucas's hands. Harnessing an astonishing strength of 44 times, he swiftly swung the massive weapon in a wide arc, obliterating Katakuri's glutinous rice fists and the rice wall with ease. What kind of ability is this? Katakuri gazed at Lucas in astonishment before swiftly retreating. Boom! Lucas swung his sword with great vigor, carving a long and deep chasm into the ground. Katakuri had long retreated to a safe distance, watching Lucas in astonishment. He had indeed exerted all his strength, eager to gauge the true prowess of his opponent. To his surprise, he found this extraordinary display to be quite appealing. Katakuri relished the prospect of facing such a formidable adversary. Lucas's sword returned to its original size as he bent over, gasping for breath. Indeed, Katakuri had already anticipated his assault. His stamina was severely depleted. If he continued to fight, Katakuri would undoubtedly overpower him. He must flee. Lucas eliminated all unnecessary enhancements, relying solely on his speed, propelling himself toward the distance in an instant. Katakuri, having finally encountered such a formidable opponent, was unwilling to let him escape. Once more, Katakuri conjured dozens of glutinous rice fists, each imbued with Haki, launching them densely toward Lucas. Despite Lucas's swift movements, he found himself obstructed by an array of fists, rendering him powerless. Katakuri, what is your true intention in coming to Dressrosa? Lucas forcefully redirected the conversation. As the onslaught of fists came to a halt, he finally seized a moment to catch his breath. He glanced around, hoping to discover some local delicacies, but lamented the poverty of the place, finding nothing of note. Katakuri sighed, reflecting on the presence of Charlotte Linlin in the world. He too could have ventured out, yet upon surveying the arena, he found no match that piqued his interest, as he was far superior to those competitors. The fairies held little allure, merely a tribe of diminutive beings. The vibrant dancers on the streets failed to captivate him as well. Katakuri merely strolled about, devoid of any particular thoughts regarding Dressrosa. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Stussy insisted on confronting him. Lucas's expression darkened considerably after Katakuri's explanation. "Strello-berry, you have deceived me." His physical stamina was severely depleted, and Katakuri could consistently anticipate his next move. It could be said that no matter how formidable his Haki enhancement was, it would be futile if he could not land a hit on Katakuri. Once his stamina was exhausted, he would be left defenseless against Katakuri's relentless onslaught. Katakuri, too, was breathing heavily, but in comparison, Lucas was losing stamina at a far greater and faster rate. Moreover, Lucas's endurance paled in comparison to Katakuri's. However, Katakuri merely perceived Lucas as a worthy opponent and remained oblivious to the latter's true condition. Suddenly, Katakuri regarded Lucas with curiosity. In his foresight, he saw Lucas fleeing. How peculiar, he mused, such a powerful individual choosing to retreat instead of engaging in a fair battle. With that, Katakuri brandished his trident and lunged directly at Lucas, intent on intercepting him. Lucas once again harnessed his strength, speed, and the enhancement of his armament color, amplifying the size of his longsword. With the colossal blade, several meters in length, enveloped in armament color, he effortlessly shattered all of Katakuri's machi fists, forcing Katakuri to retreat. Disengaging the enhancements, he retained only the augmentation of speed and, employing the moonwalk technique, surged forth directly. Lucas had already spotted two warships emerging upon the sea at long last. He had evaded Katakuri. Gliding gracefully across the surface, he instantaneously arrived at the ocean's expanse. However, beneath the waves, a colossal creature, so immense it was suffocating, surged upward. Its gaping maw, larger than an island, devouring Lucas in a single gulp before plunging back into the depths, vanishing from sight. How outrageous! Katakuri glared furiously at the water's surface, having finally encountered a worthy adversary with whom he could engage in a thrilling battle. Yet, this contender had been consumed by what appeared to be a sea king. Both were users of devil fruits. Once the sea king submerged, the individual, even if capable of defeating it, would inevitably drown. Katakuri etched the image of that sea king into his memory. Should fate allow him to confront this creature again, he would ensure its demise, seeking vengeance for his formidable rival. Katakuri held great respect for opponents, never contemplating why the other had ventured onto the sea with such grace. Meanwhile, on the distant warship, the recently awakened Strawberry witnessed this devastating scene and collapsed onto the deck, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Yes, I am sorry. It is my fault that you perished." Strawberry chastised himself, blaming his own overzealousness for provoking Charlotte Katakuri. It was entirely his fault. This rising star within the Navy had been extinguished due to his recklessness in the New World. Overwhelmed with self-reproach, Strawberry resolved that upon his return, he would confess his transgressions to Sakazuki, willing to accept any punishment, be it death by magma or otherwise. "I'm so sorry," he repeated, his forehead repeatedly striking the deck in remorse. Monet, engulfed in despair, sank onto the deck, her gaze vacant as she stared at the sea. Memories flooded her mind of Lucas rescuing her and her sister for the first time, imparting knowledge of Haki and the life they shared together. Her thoughts became a haze. Reason abandoned as she contemplated leaping into the ocean to pursue the Sea King. Akin, distressed, watched Monet rush toward the sea. Realizing she had lost her sanity in her grief, he swiftly intervened, shouting at her to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Buggy stood in bewilderment, staring at the ocean. His mind consumed with the thought, it was all over. Lucas, the one who had elevated him, had been devoured by the Sea King, which meant he had now lost his greatest protector. Bucky noticed that Akin had been watching him closely after discovering him, prompting him to quickly conceal his unease. Should he depart from the Navy or remain to assist Lucas in caring for Monet? Akin? No, Lucas's adoptive father was Sakazuki. He still possessed a form of protection. Surrounding him was a shroud of darkness, the air thick with a nauseating stench as Lucas walked in the mouth of the Sea King. Death? A jest. How could he perish? With the aid of the Sea King, he had successfully extricated himself from Katakuri's entanglement. He was more than elated. However, within his perception, this massive creature continued to descend, having long since distanced itself from the ocean's surface, and he realized he would not be returning anytime soon. Lucas pinched his nose, overwhelmed by the putrid odor, as memories of being engulfed surged through his mind. The colossal creature, upon initial assessment, appeared to be even larger than the island itself. It would not be an exaggeration to label it a leviathan of the sea, with a maw brimming with serrated teeth. Most striking, however, was the immense, luminescent lantern-like organ that dangled from its head. How familiar it seemed. In fact, it was one of the few creatures from animation that he could vividly recall. That's right. At long last, Lucas recalled that as a devoted fan, he had diligently watched every single theatrical release. Wasn't that colossal creature from the theatrical film The Heart of Gold? It was referred to as Lord Lantern by the Archimi civilization, having survived against all odds. Lord Lantern, whose enormous physique dwarfed entire islands, had, a century ago, devoured a significant portion of the island that housed the Archimi civilization, leading to its eventual disappearance from the annals of history. On that very portion of the island that was consumed lay the extraordinarily rare metal known as pure gold. In the animation, Luffy and his companions ventured forth in search of this pure gold. Pure gold, a metal pivotal to the plot, was revealed to be present in the ring worn by Olga. It was due to the properties of this pure gold that Olga's ailment was indefinitely postponed. She had not exhibited any symptoms for a century, having lived for over 100 years without any sign of growth. Pure gold, it seems, possesses the remarkable ability to confer longevity. One could argue that this represents yet another betrayal of Eiichiro Oda's narrative framework by the original theatrical storyline. However, for the time traveler, this serves as yet another boon bestowed by the original creation. As Lucas reminisced about the monster's appearance, it was entirely reminiscent of the animated depiction. Given that returning to the shore was currently impossible, he resolved to delve into the bowels of the enemy, exploring ancient ruins, rescuing the little lowly trapped in the darkness, and perhaps acquiring a smidgen of pure gold. What? Is it perilous here? What a jest. Lucas is exceptionally courageous. With a graceful stride, he activated his Observation Haki and ventured into the belly of the Lantern Lord. Simultaneously, he retrieved his snail phone, preparing to establish contact with Monet, Akin, and the others. Unable to connect? Just how deep has this creature submerged? Utilizing his Observation Haki to sense the interior of this colossal being, Lucas proceeded to the first stomach. The Lantern Lord possessed 3 stomachs, each housing an island, with the third stomach being the location of the island containing pure gold. After navigating through the Lantern Lord's body for quite some time, Lucas finally glimpsed a flicker of light ahead, revealing an island in the distance, where several dinosaurs roamed along the shore. What a marvelous place! Meanwhile, above the sea, Katakuri sat on the shore, gazing at the ocean, and finding no other recourse. He decided to leave Dressrosa. In the distance, 2 warships loomed. Monet glared furiously at Stolo Berry, her fists clenched tightly, wishing she could obliterate the scoundrel and preserve him as a snowman specimen for Lucas's burial. Akin hastily intervened, fearing an imminent altercation. Buggy stood by the cannon, his gaze fixed intently on Stolo Berry. The atmosphere was decidedly tense. In the first half of the Grand Line, at Marineford, Sakazuki observed several youngsters training vigorously, a satisfied expression gracing his face. After all this time, how many times has he kicked Luffy? Truly exhilarating. Oh, how responsible. Sakazuki. Borsalino entered, regarding Sakazuki with a questioning look. What is the matter? Sakazuki inquired, puzzled by Borsalino's demeanor. What? Sakazuki listened in shock as Borsalino conveyed the news of events occurring in the New World, which had now reached Marineford. I have commanded their return, Sakazuki. I apologize. Borsalino informed Sakazuki of Lucas's demise. Occasionally, Borsalino would take an interest in Lucas's development, observing this child from the North Sea grow gradually into the current Rear Admiral. Although Lucas harbored thoughts of disdain, their relationship was, in truth, quite amicable. Sakazuki took a deep breath, as a steadfast military man. This was the first time he endeavored to exhibit a gentler side in his interactions with Lucas. He aspired to mold Lucas into a formidable force for the Navy's future. At times, while scrutinizing the commands of the world government, he executed them resolutely, yet deep within, he grappled with persistent doubts carefully concealed from others. He had experienced firsthand the overwhelming power of the Momo Momo no Mi years ago, and now, witnessing Lucas wield an even more extraordinary fruit, he yearned to cultivate the young man with the strength to transform the Navy. Sighing deeply, Sakazuki resumed his stoic demeanor, attributing his tumultuous emotions to his own inadequacies. So be it, Borsalino. You may take the children to your training grounds. I desire solitude. Borsalino escorted the children away, quietly shutting the door behind him, leaving Sakazuki to sit alone in the courtyard. With his left arm in a sling, he sat on the ground, gripping his head with one hand, gritting his teeth as his body trembled. The anguish of losing his adopted son weighed heavily on his heart, allowing him to finally experience the depth of pain. Outside, Borsellino listened to the faint sounds of muffled sobs and sighed deeply as he walked away. It seemed that after the disappearance of Sengoku's adopted son during the operation against the Don Quixote family in the North Sea, Sengoku had maintained his composure. Who could say? Older men often preferred to retreat into solitude and shed tears in private. It's worth noting that the Navy classified Rosanani as missing rather than a defector. After all, most were individuals of repute, and altering the narrative to one of mere disappearance was quite feasible. Meanwhile, beneath the waves in a certain part of the New World, Lucas remained blissfully unaware, eagerly searching for treasures in the elusive century-old lowly within the wondrous belly of the Lantern Master. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return to Marineford, he would soon face the wrath of many. In Lobetown, within the smoke-filled confines of an office, smokers' craving for tobacco intensified. The diminutive Tashiji entered the room, choked by the thick smoke, quickly covering her mouth and nose as she rushed to the window to let in fresh air. How many times must I tell you to smoke less? Why are you indulging more today? This is not good for you. The petite Dasky stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Smoker, who seemed utterly indifferent to her presence. With an exaggerated number of cigarettes dangling from his mouth, he stared vacantly at the navy cloak hanging nearby. Moments ago, he had received news that struck him like a bolt from the blue. The very subordinate who had joyfully shared his promotion to rear admiral with him was now gone, despite their shared rebellious nature. And though his subordinate lacked both his charm and physical prowess, and despite the fact that he had often deceived girls for snacks and pocket money in his childhood, he was still his subordinate. If it were possible, Smoker wished fervently that this was merely an elaborate prank orchestrated by Lucas. He would rather endure a beating from his subordinate than face the grim reality of his demise. Meanwhile, at Lantern Lord No. 1's Gastric Island, Lucas, grilling dinosaur meat, felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. In the Grand Line, in a certain stretch of ocean, a warship was moored alongside a pirate vessel. Tina kicked a pirate down and used her devil fruit ability to ensnare him. Just then, one of her subordinates approached with urgent news. In the New World, at Lantern Lord No. 1's stomach on the island, before Lucas lay a crackling bonfire, the once mighty dinosaur had been reduced to mere bones, its flesh entirely consumed. Lucas reclined upon the sandy beach, contentedly rubbing his belly. The prospect of devouring dinosaur meat without venturing into the small garden was indeed delightful. In the distance, hidden within the forest, the dinosaurs cautiously peered out, their heads emerging in trepidation as they observed this fearsome human. When the stranger had first arrived on the island, they had charged forward, anticipating an easy meal. Yet, in a startling encounter, the human had not even drawn a weapon. With a single punch, he had felled one of their kind. This terrifying spectacle sent the dinosaurs into a panicked retreat, hastily seeking refuge. After an intense battle with Katakuri, Lucas, having traversed with the moonwalk, arrived at this location, his physical strength severely depleted. After consuming some dinosaur meat and taking a brief respite, he managed to rejuvenate a considerable amount of energy. He realized that departing from this place would not be feasible in the immediate future. Thus, he decided to search the island for individuals in need of rescue, including the century-old lowly and the brilliant scientist who had ingeniously invented pure gold. With his observation haki, Lucas scanned the entire island, making his way towards a new discovery. As he navigated through the forest, he soon reached a clearing near a grand tree. At that very moment, beneath the towering tree, a large lizard was incessantly roaring at its branches above. Lucas gazed upwards, amusement dancing in his eyes. Above him, perched upon a great tree, a girl cradled an egg in her arms, making faces at the lizard below. That egg is my dinner. As for the narrative of the Golden Heart, it appears that original content is fraught with even more inconsistencies than the notorious blunders found in Oda's manga. The plot reveals that Lord Lantern possesses 3 stomachs, each harboring a devoured island. The first island remains nameless, the second is similarly unknown, while the innermost island is the one that bears the Arkami civilization. This raises a pertinent question. When Luffy and Olga ventured into Lord Lantern's gastric realm, their first stop was the initial island, where Luffy treated Olga to a meal of dinosaur meat. Olga exclaimed that she had finally tasted it, indicating she had been trapped on the first island all along. Subsequently, Luffy discovered Olga's father in a dinosaur nest on that very island. The father and daughter had been swallowed alongside the Arkami island. However, it is stated that each journey to the next island is met with increasingly potent gastric acids. Therefore, how did these two, who have merely survived for a century relying solely on pure gold, devoid of the 6 forms, physical prowess, or devil fruits, manage to endure? Goodness! The original narrative not only undermines Oda, but also betrays fellow fan authors. How did Olga and her father survive for a century on the first island? This is a glaring plot hole that can only be resolved by the author. If displeased, do not cast stones. Huh? The girl with yellow hair, still holding the egg, gazed in astonishment at the figures below. Dressed in a suit, adorned with a naval cap, and draped in a white cloak, she exclaimed, "How astonishing that someone is here." Olga rubbed her eyes, affirming that this was indeed no dream. She promptly retrieved several stones from her pocket and hurled them at the large lizard below. Yet the creature remained, fixated on the egg she held. "That is my dinner. You shall not reclaim it," she declared, angrily tossing stones at the lizard. "Hey, you handsome brother over there, could you kindly help me chase it away? It's utterly terrifying." Lucas observed the girl in silence, realizing that she must be Olga. However, considering she had lived for hundreds of years, was it truly appropriate for her to address him as brother? Lucas nodded and approached, gazing at the imposing lizard before him. It bore a resemblance to a serpent-like creature, capable of traversing the water's surface. However, in terms of size and various other details, it diverged significantly from the serpent-like lizard. This was beyond the scope of his knowledge. For the time being, he would classify it as a creature from a century ago in the world of One Piece. The lizard paid no heed to Lucas's approach, continuing to roar at the trees above. Lucas gently stroked the lizard's head and gazed up at Olga. "You took its offspring, so it certainly won't leave now. Please assist it. I am willing to share half of my meal with you." Olga looked at him with a pitiful expression. "I've just had my fill." Lucas smiled at her. What if I were to offer you a solid gold piece? Would you be inclined to help me then?" Olga smirked at Lucas, thinking that he was merely a pitiable creature trapped in his predicament, so offering it to him was of little consequence. "I am a righteous sailor. I cannot accept." Lucas shook his head. "Oh." Olga looked at him skeptically, gesturing with her hands. "Would you not want a piece this large? It's even bigger than this egg." "Deal." Lucas nodded. Then with a swift motion, he sent the large lizard flying with a clap of his hands. The great creature let out a roar before turning to flee. "You are quite impressive," Olga remarked as she cradled the egg, slowly descending. "Just average," Lucas shrugged. He believed himself to be rather weak, for true strength was abundant in the world. He did not rush to demand the gold piece, considering its substantial size, which was unattainable at present. By the shoreline, Olga was about to devise a way to prepare the egg for dinner when suddenly, her dinner was gone. Crack! The eggshell shattered, and a tiny lizard head emerged. The young lizard immediately spotted Olga and emitted a friendly sound, nuzzling against her, mistaking her for its mother. "It has taken you as its mother. Will you still eat it?" Lucas chuckled, patting Olga's head. "I will eat it." Olga nodded. "I am quite hungry." "Is that not apparent?" The young lizard looked at Olga with sorrowful eyes, letting out a mournful sound. Olga felt her scalp tighten, exclaiming, "If I don't eat you, you will be very hungry." Lucas took the young lizard from Olga's hands, and the creature gazed at him affectionately, calling out "Daddy." As he observed the lizard nuzzling against him, Lucas felt a sense of unease. It seemed this little fellow was under a significant misconception. However, in this world, a considerable number of animals possess a remarkable understanding of human emotions, often comprehending words spoken by people. He promptly returned the young lizard to Olga, who continued to ponder over the dilemma. Should they roast it or boil it? Which method would be more delectable? Olga turned her head, looking at Lucas with curiosity. Roasting could yield delightful results, while a savory soup from boiling also seemed appealing. Lucas contemplated earnestly. How he longed for Sanji to be present, where an array of sumptuous dishes would be readily available. He reminisced about the first day he had met the culinary genius. Meanwhile, the young lizard, frightened by these two devils, struggled incessantly. Yet, no matter how it wriggled, it was futile. "From now on, I shall name you Elizabeth," Olga sighed for the moment. "I cannot bring myself to decide how to consume you." There seemed to be no way she could bear the thought of harming the little creature. The small being nuzzled affectionately against Olga's face. "Stop bothering me. I'm starving." Olga placed it on the beach, grimacing as she clutched her stomach. "Huh?" Olga turned her head, wondering where that person had gone. In the forest, Lucas followed the direction he sensed, arriving near a dinosaur nest. A dinosaur fixed its gaze upon him and opened its mouth to bite. Snap! Lucas raised his hand and grasped the opponent's head, then delivered a powerful punch to the dinosaur's skull. Boom! With that single strike, the creature was felled, blood spilling across the ground, marking its demise. In the distance, a group of young dinosaurs retreated into a corner of their nest, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at Lucas. Yet, one dinosaur, distinct in appearance and somewhat rough around the edges, did not back away. Please, let Olga enjoy a grand feast of dinosaurs. Lucas chuckled at the sight of the juvenile creatures, then charged into their midst, dispatching one after another with ease. Human? One dinosaur uttered in surprise, staring at Lucas. Are you not? The question left Lucas momentarily speechless. The dinosaur's head was lifted, revealing a plump face within. It turned out to be a man who had donned a crude dinosaur costume to masquerade as one of the nest younglings. Hello. May I ask if you were also swallowed by the Lantern Lord? The man inquired curiously. Indeed, Lucas replied, observing the man in his shoddily crafted disguise, pondering how such a costume could deceive a dinosaur. So, in Oda's tales, are dinosaurs also visually impaired? You're quite impressive. May I take a few of these? The man gestured toward the young dinosaurs. Follow me, let us feast together. Very well. The two proceeded towards the beach. This man was none other than Olga's father, a being from a century ago, and it was he who had invented pure gold. As they walked, the man recounted the tale of how they had arrived in this realm, while also inquiring about Lucas's own journey. Upon exiting the forest, the man beheld a girl seated by the shore, his gaze fixated in astonishment. He had finally caught sight of his beloved daughter. Olga, the father, long trapped in the dinosaur nest and fearful of emerging, had not seen his daughter for quite some time. Humph, Olga scoffed, refusing to look at the wretched man who was her father. If not for the pure gold he had created, her mother would still be alive. Lucas helplessly smiled at the two, pondering how they could appear as if they had not seen each other for centuries, despite being on the same island. The animation team's original work is riddled with numerous bugs. Moments later, by the campfire, Lucas turned the meat as he observed the father and daughter who remained locked in a cold war. Does Olga have some sort of affliction akin to the Southern Sea Emperor's fever? Lucas took the initiative to confront the matter that Olga's father had been reluctant to disclose. How do you know? The uncle asked, astonished as he gazed at Lucas. Olga looked at her father, realizing he had been concealing something from her all along. I have encountered records of such an ailment in books. Lucas lied without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. His knowledge of medicine was non-existent. He merely understood the plot. This illness was deemed incurable a century ago. But in the contemporary world, a single injection suffices for a cure, Lucas explained. Just one injection? The uncle exclaimed with delight, seizing Lucas's arm. Is that true? Indeed. Lucas affirmed with a nod. In that moment, the father and daughter gazed at one another, and a century's worth of misunderstandings was thus resolved. Lucas, holding two dinosaur thighs, wandered off to enjoy his meal, refraining from intruding upon the touching scene between the father and daughter. A young lizard gradually approached him, nuzzling against his head. Lucas, with his mouth stuffed, seemed quite hungry. He tore off a small piece of meat and directly placed it into the mouth of the little lizard. Don't look at me like that. You are quite greedy. Lucas glared at the juvenile lizard. The young reptile devoured the meat and nudged Lucas's leg, raising its head and calling out twice. With his mouth filled with meat, Lucas ran off with his portion. The juvenile lizard chased after him affectionately, rubbing against him and opening its mouth in anticipation of more food. Greedy, Lucas tore off another small piece and placed it into its mouth. When the juvenile lizard looked up again, only 2 bones remained in Lucas's hand. After finishing the meat, Lucas returned to the fire, took a large piece from the rack, and placed it before the juvenile lizard. Hurry up and eat. Eat plenty, so you can grow up and I can taste your flavor. The juvenile lizard gnawed at the meat, looking at him with confusion. Are you a demon? It's so adorable. Why would you eat it? Olga had reconciled with her father, stroking the juvenile lizard's head while glaring at Lucas. Lucas, amused yet exasperated, looked at the century-old lowly and thought back to who had just mentioned this was dinner. How do we get out? The uncle asked Lucas, puzzled. In this age, with a single shot capable of curing ailments, how could they venture out to treat Olga? It's quite simple, Lucas replied with a smile. How splendid. How do we get out? The uncle looked at him with excitement. Very simple. Riddler 4000. The uncle gazed at Lucas in confusion, demanding, so, how do we get out? I understand. The clever Olga instantly grasped Lucas's meaning. The uncle looked bewildered. So what did you comprehend? The uncle, a genius scientist from a century ago, could not decipher the riddles being exchanged. What you desire, is it what I mentioned? Precisely. The two exchanged nods in agreement. The uncle quickly positioned himself in front of his daughter, exclaiming, something is amiss with you two. He desires pure gold. Hearing his daughter's words, the uncle shot her an angry glare. You should have mentioned it sooner. He misunderstood. Pure gold? That's easily said. You startled me. The uncle sat down, his heart racing as an old father, nearly giving him a heart attack. Lucas and Olga exchanged exasperated glances at the uncle, questioning what he was thinking. The elderly man, despite his age, still wished for mischief. Lucas smirked at him. Olga cast a disdainful glance at her father, thinking him rather lecherous. The uncle looked innocently at them. It was you who were being improper first. Is this the script of alchemy? Lucas gazed at the inscription on Olga's attire. Although he was unfamiliar with its meaning, the context of the narrative provided him insight. To his astonishment, as soon as he uttered a word, Olga revealed that they belonged to a bygone era, centuries past. The degree of her candor rivaled that of Wartongmar. He decided to probe further. Once they stepped outside, he advised her to change her garment, ensuring no symbols of alchemy remained. Although pure gold had long vanished from history, a select few were still aware of its existence and coveted it. Furthermore, he cautioned her to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. She must exercise discretion, for they would otherwise face dire consequences from those in power. Lucas's admonition left the father and daughter utterly astonished. Indeed, be cautious with your words when you venture out, Olga cautioned her father. Bang! Lucas slapped Olga on the head and said, I'm referring to you. I merely probed a little, and you revealed everything. Oh, is that so? Olga chuckled. If Lucas's conjecture was correct, the reason Olga was captured by the CP members of the world government in the original storyline was due to her own indiscretion. After all, in the original plot, upon joining the Straw Hat crew, she had initially claimed she would not divulge any information, only to later become possessed by Momonosuke and spill all the secrets. Momonosuke too? You must keep a close watch on her. If necessary, silence her. Lucas glanced at the uncle. It wasn't he that he was too fierce. But both the uncle and Olga lacked any combat prowess. If they let something slip, it would not only spell disaster for them, but Lucas would also find himself in considerable trouble. He distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Sakazuki, dissatisfied with the world government's actions, went to the Gorosei to protest, only to be rebuked with the words, "What are you even worth?" At that time, Sakazuki held the rank of admiral. Given Lucas's current background, it is unlikely that he will be able to maintain his position. However, he is an upright individual, and it is evident that he could never resort to silencing anyone. Understood. The uncle nodded and then anxiously gazed at his daughter. From now on, should she dare to speak out of turn, he would cover her mouth with a shoe. Phew, we've had our fill. Shall we go retrieve the pure gold? Lucas turned his attention to the uncle and Olga. The sea outside is filled with gastric acid. How shall we get across? The uncle looked at Lucas in confusion. It's simple. Lucas wiped his hands and rose to his feet. Here we go again. The riddle master. The uncle gazed at him in bewilderment, wondering if they were expected to swim directly across. The gastric acid of the Lantern Lord is incredibly potent, capable of dissolving wood entirely. Before they've even swum halfway, they would be completely disintegrated. Are you ready? Lucas positioned himself between the two. Ready. Olga looked at him with excitement, eager to learn how they would cross. Ready for what? The uncle inquired, perplexed. Lucas embraced Olga with his right arm and the uncle with his left, leaping into the air with a graceful stride. He soared upward, quite impressive. Olga gazed at Lucas in astonishment. Well, it can be considered flying. Lucas chuckled. On Lucas's shoulder, the little claws of a juvenile lizard clung fearfully to his collar. Uncle, you're quite heavy. Perhaps it's time for you to lose some weight, Lucas remarked, observing the uncle's plump figure. Well, I can't help it, the uncle replied helplessly as he donned the guise of a young dinosaur daily, squatting in his nest and consuming meat. Let's accelerate, Lucas declared, immediately engaging a 15-fold increase in speed. He propelled himself forward, his velocity escalating rapidly. This is exhilarating, Olga shouted with excitement, relishing the roaring winds generated by their swift ascent through the air. I feel dizzy, the uncle murmured, his head swirling. Aha. Lucas laughed, darting towards the second stomach of Lantern Man. He had intentionally moderated his speed to accommodate these ordinary individuals. Otherwise, he would have performed a pirate version of the Yellow Flash. But he has blue hair. It should be the Blue Flash. Following Olga's directions, Lucas navigated through the second stomach and surged into the third, where he beheld an island in the distance. The light emitted from Lantern Man's lantern penetrated into the stomach. But in comparison to the brighter worlds of the first two stomachs, the illumination in the third was somewhat diminished. The glow appeared slightly dim, resembling a starry night sky at first glance. Lucas landed on the island, gently placing Uncle and Olga down. Let's do it again. That was exhilarating, Olga exclaimed, gripping Lucas's pant leg with enthusiasm. Lucas, feeling a headache coming on, gazed at the century-old lowly, wondering if she truly wished to go through it once more. Did she not notice that Uncle had retreated to the side, heaving? Is Uncle all right? Lucas inquired as he approached. No. Ugh. Lucas looked towards Olga, signaling her. Shall we go again? Will it be the same when we leave? Olga replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lucas remained silent. Was this fellow truly in sound mind? Once the elder had recuperated somewhat, they proceeded together towards the secret location where he had concealed the pure gold. The elder had hidden the gold in a place fraught with mechanisms, all of which he had meticulously designed himself, thus ensuring a seamless passage. Before entering, he had deactivated the archery traps. He resolved their misunderstandings and promised to aid in the healing of his daughter afterward. The elder willingly entrusted the pure gold to Lucas. The first challenge involved a musical performance. Only by playing the correct melody on the peacock instrument could they gain entry. Although the sheet music was incomplete, the elder effortlessly played through it in one go. A passageway leading to the next level materialized before them. They soon arrived at the edge of a precipice. With another cliff looming opposite, the elder swiftly located a hidden mechanism of his own, pressing it delicately to unveil a bridge extending to the other side. Remarkable. Lucas chuckled. It felt as though they had unlocked a cheat code to traverse through the challenges effortlessly. On the opposite side stood a triceratops. The elder declared, I shall handle this. Lucas advanced, his white cloak billowing in the breeze, as the triceratops let out a deep roar, charging at him with its formidable horns. Lucas enveloped his fist in haki, observing the triceratops charging towards him. With a swift motion, he struck, penetrating the creature's most formidable defense with a single blow. As he withdrew his hand, the triceratops collapsed with a resounding thud. Impressive. Olga gazed at Lucas with admiration. Had she or her father possessed such strength, the tragic events of the past might not have unfolded, and her mother would still be alive. Let us go. We can feast on dinosaur meat later. Lucas nudged the triceratops aside, clearing the path. It's all bones, Olga remarked disdainfully. Yet there is still plenty of meat, the elder replied. Then let us make a hearty bone broth. A splendid idea. Proceeding to the next challenge, they discovered a stone platform adorned with a key. The elder promptly seized the key. Ahead loomed a large, gaping crocodile mechanism, concealing a door embellished with numerous false keyholes and one genuine keyhole. Inserting the incorrect key would result in a punishing electric shock. The elder confidently inserted the key into the correct slot. With a rumble, a passageway leading downward materialized, and the elder led Lucas into the depths. After traversing a stretch, they stumbled upon an underground chamber filled with various ores and the elder's research materials. Before the elder lay a container housing a substantial piece of pure gold. That's rather excessive, Lucas remarked, shaking his head. I have a plan, just wait a moment. The elder replied, fetching a tool and preparing to shatter the container. Wait, Lucas exclaimed, alarmed. He recalled the tale where the nefarious pirate uncovered pure gold, exposing it to the air, which triggered a violent reaction from Lantern Master due to the blinding radiance reflecting off the stomach wall. Rest assured, I have conducted my research. Such rays cannot penetrate most materials, and we are surrounded by rock, the elder explained with a grin. Although pure gold could halt physical growth in exchange for an unusual longevity, the effects of the rays were indeed terrifying, yet far from capable of penetrating such thick terrain. The elder smashed the container, retrieving the gold, and employing professional tools to carve out a fist-sized chunk. Is this acceptable? He inquired, presenting the golden piece to Lucas. Olga possessed a small fragment of pure gold within her ring, making the cutting process seem trivial for the elder. Could you divide it into even smaller pieces? Lucas gestured, indicating sizes smaller than her ring. Certainly, the elder agreed, continuing to slice. After a while, the elder handed several smaller pieces of pure gold to Lucas, along with the original fist-sized chunk. Wrap it in cloth. As long as you prevent the light from escaping, there will be no issues, the elder instructed. Understood. Lucas, after speaking, wrapped everything in cloth. He intended to fashion a ring or a necklace from the small pieces of pure gold, embedding them within. Human nature is inherently selfish, and he was no exception. Though one's ideals may soar to great heights, the allure of immortality was a temptation he could not resist. Departing from this place with Olga and the uncle, he resolved to leave the remaining pure gold buried here. Taking too much would only increase the risk of exposure. Lucas understood that human hearts are the most inscrutable. He could not share all the gold with everyone, as each additional person represented a heightened risk of discovery. Trust was a scarce commodity. As they passed by, Lucas dragged along the triceratops. A glutton never overlooked any opportunity, not even that of a triceratops. The trio emerged, prepared to rest for a while. How do we get out of here? The uncle inquired with curiosity. Of course, we fly out. Olga replied joyfully. By the way, is there a pot for making bone broth? Lucas glanced at the two. You're not serious. After hundreds of years, the pot must be rusted. The uncle looked at him helplessly, clearly longing for that bone broth. Isn't that a bit excessive? He lamented. Ah, never mind. Without Sanji's bone broth, it won't feel authentic. Lucas suddenly recalled his culinary skills were rather subpar. After resting for a moment, Lucas placed an arm around the uncle and the other around Olga. They stepped lightly, retracing their steps. For him, the way out was quite simple. Return the same way they came, back to the mouth of Lantern Lord, and then cleave it open with a swift stroke. Faster, Lucas. You're amazing, Olga exclaimed excitedly as he held her close. Lucas looked helplessly at the father and daughter before him. One was terrified beyond measure, while the other reveled in seeking thrills. As they approached the mouth of the Lantern Master, Lucas turned to Olga. You are clutching my neck. I am poised to draw my blade, he remarked. Oh no. Not at all. I simply enjoy holding you like this, Olga chuckled mischievously. How audacious of this century-old lowly to covet my form. Lucas, in a state of resignation, chose to ignore his opponent and unleashed a force multiplied by 44, enveloping his foot in Armament Haki. He delivered a powerful kick to the oversized teeth of Lantern Lord. The enormous teeth, larger than a human, were dislodged with a single strike, and after dispatching one, Lucas proceeded to target the next. On the surface of the sea, Lantern Lord suddenly let out a pained roar, hastily opening his mouth as Lucas dashed out with the grace of a moonwalk. A century prior, during a quarrel with her father, Olga had attempted to discard a ring of pure gold by the shore, its radiant gleam attracting Lantern Lord, who subsequently swallowed them whole. In the original narrative, Lantern Lord was drawn to the commotion caused by Luffy's crew contending with that pirate group over Olga. As the pure gold ring soared into the sky, capturing Lantern Lord's attention. Now, devoid of any display of pure gold, Lantern Lord remained indifferent to their presence. Lucas gazed out at the boundless sea, uncertain of where the lantern-bearing figure had drifted, with not even an island in sight. The amplification effect was to be dismissed, lest he exhaust himself in the search for land. He lifted the hand holding Olga slightly, his gaze fixed on the permanent log pose resting on his wrist. This was the log pose guiding him to Dressrosa. As long as he maintained his course in that direction, he would be fine. Although his knowledge of navigation was limited to the basics, he possessed several permanent log poses. Embracing the two of them and feeling the sea breeze, Lucas continued his journey across the vast ocean. After basking under the sun for a while, the erratic weather of this new world unexpectedly turned, and heavy snow began to fall. Lucas quickened his pace, having just remarked on the biting cold when heavy rain began to pour. Ah, damn. Hiss. It's so cold. Olga tightly embraced Lucas. Brother Lucas, aren't you tired? Do you wish to drown? Well, I can swim. Shut up. I'm only 18. Do not call me brother. Raising his hand, Lucas glanced at the direction of the permanent pointer and promptly corrected their course, nearly veering off in the bizarre circumstances of this new world. After a while, the weather shifted once more, this time scorching hot. It's so hot. Olga, nestled against Lucas, squirmed slightly. Be careful. If you fall, I won't be responsible. There's a sea monster lurking beneath. Startled, Olga clung to him even tighter, remaining utterly still. Below the three of them, a massive shadow swiftly passed by. You're so formidable, yet you can't even defeat a sea monster? Is it because you can't swim? You old hag of 200 years, be silent. You, insult me again. Olga's face flushed crimson, glaring angrily at Lucas. Lucas disregarded Olga, his gaze fixed on a distant, unfamiliar island. With keen observation, he discerned the presence of individuals upon its shores. Quickening his pace, he approached the island, gently setting down the uncle, and then continued, Release me. Humph. Lucas was utterly speechless with this individual. He seized her collar and forcefully pulled Olga down, placing her on the ground. Let us go. I'll take you to see a doctor. I'm not sick. No. You are unwell, both physically and mentally. You dare to insult me. The elder man looked on helplessly at the bickering pair. Upon arriving in town, Lucas sought out a physician. Fortunately, this doctor possessed a remedy for the emperor's fever. After administering an injection to Olga, her ailment was effectively cured. As the trio walked along the road, Lucas retrieved 2 stacks of belly from his clothing and handed them to the elder. This is for your living expenses, consider it a token of my goodwill. I inquired earlier, and it seems this place is under the protection of the Whitebeard. You should not encounter any difficulties. However, I still advise you to contemplate leaving the New World after a while. Whether now or in the future, the new world is fraught with instability, Lucas remarked. Are you leaving? Olga looked up at the tall figure, cradling the young lizard in her arms. I must return to find my subordinates. I am a naval officer and cannot linger. Farewell. Lucas ruffled Olga's hair and turned to leave. Indeed, as he stated, although Whitebeard treated the common folk under his influence with kindness, it could not obscure the chaotic reality of the new world. Currently, various factions are embroiled in conflict, and it would take many years before the Four Emperors structure is formally established. In the years to come, the severely impacted Zifa would also stray from his path, opting to annihilate the new world in a bid to eradicate the strongest pirates in existence. The common people of the new world are not few in number, and Zifa has succumbed to madness. Each year, countless pirates surge into the new world, and in the years that follow, the ambitious Blackbeard will betray his comrades to seize the darkness fruit, plotting the war of the summit. Although the summit does not occur within the new world, the ensuing series of reactions will ultimately plunge the world into an era of turmoil. Lucas purchased a vessel and set sail towards Dressrosa. Several days later, he arrived at the shores of Dressrosa. Lucas sailed around the area, yet he did not encounter a single warship. Bloop bloop, moshi moshi. This is Lucas. Come to Dressrosa to fetch me. I have returned. The transponder snail, mimicking Monet's likeness, emitted a delighted shriek. Lucas wore a perplexed expression, questioning the severity of the situation. You are not dead? Monet exclaimed in astonishment. I am on my way. The call was abruptly terminated by Monet, leaving Lucas gazing at the phone with a bewildered look. What could she possibly mean by saying he was not dead? Lucas did not comprehend Monet's words at all. As he approached the island and had yet to enter Dressrosa, his transponder snail began to ring once more. What is it? Lucas gazed at the transponder snail. It was Sakaski. Thank goodness you're alive. Hurry back. I'll join you for a drink. I'm not going anywhere, Sakaski concluded before severing the connection. What on earth? Did they think I was dead? What a jest. I, Lucas, possess an extraordinary vitality. After taking just a few steps, the transponder snail rang again. Upon seeing Smoker, Lucas remarked, and shortly thereafter, the communication intensified. The transponder snail was nearly overwhelmed with calls. Lucas entered Dressrosa, reluctantly stowing away his phone. He found a restaurant, and just as his meal was served, a small figure swiftly dashed by, snatching the plate from his table. Damn it! Lucas paid no heed to the legends of fairies. He immediately accelerated to a staggering speed of 44 times, swiftly intercepting his adversary and reclaiming his lunch. Speak. How would you like me to handle you? Let me go? You big bully. The diminutive figure, with a pert little nose, an exceedingly petite stature, round blue eyes, and a head full of curls, was suspended by Lucas's 2 fingers. Her attire a charming pink dress. This little creature from the folk struggled against the table, her lips pouting in defiance. How dare you seize me? I shall not back down, she exclaimed, flailing her tiny hands in an attempt to pinch Lucas's hand. Oh, calluses everywhere. Humph, release me at once. I will return your food. Lucas gazed incredulously at the other party's futile struggles, revealing that adorable little tail. Are you hungry? He teased, observing the other with playful amusement. Fortunately, he was alone in this restaurant, lest he provoke the ire of the locals. Well, are you going to return the food to me? I would be immensely grateful. Several minutes later, a stack of plates stood beside Lucas, while the diminutive girl of the little folk was engaged in a fierce battle with a plate of fried noodles. You certainly eat a lot, the girl with golden locks exclaimed, her mouth stuffed with a strand of noodles as she gazed at Lucas in astonishment. Lucas treated her to a delightful lunch. Given our significant disparity in physique, it is quite natural that our appetites differ greatly. Lucas swiftly polished off the food from his plate and accepted 2 additional servings from the chef. Well, impressive. Your capacity is several times greater than mine. You must possess remarkable strength, the owner remarked, especially envious of Lucas's flat stomach. It's just average. Lucas continued to slurp his noodles. Bring me another grilled fish. Certainly. The petite girl looked at him, half amused and half bewildered. Are you certain you are not of giant lineage? Clearing his throat, Lucas inquired, What is your name? The girl replied, Rachel. And you, towering figure? Lucas, he answered. Lucas intended to take a 2-day respite in Dressrosa, patiently awaiting the arrival of his subordinates. Primarily, he yearned to explore and revel in the beauty of the nation he had rescued. The prosperity or poverty of a nation does not necessarily dictate the happiness of its people, although this land had lost the subjugation of the dwarfs. leading to a significant economic decline. Its inhabitants found themselves living in a state of greater contentment than under the tyrannical reign of Doflamingo. Despite their financial struggles, they continued to strive diligently for this nation. Though modest in size, fostered harmonious relationships among its people, seldom exhibiting the stark hierarchies reminiscent of the Kingdom of Goa. Lucas accepted the roasted fish handed to him by his boss, grasping it in his hand as he stepped out of the restaurant, preparing to meander about. "Why are you following me?" Lucas glanced down at the little one trailing at his feet. "I see you're quite generous. How about this? I will be your guide. And you treat me to dinner." Rachel hopped around him incessantly. "I've heard the arena in Dressrosa is quite famous. Lead the way." Upon finishing his statement, Lucas crouched down, extending his hand for the little one to climb aboard. "Let us go. To dinner." Rachel scrambled onto Lucas's shoulder. Following Rachel's directions, Lucas made his way to the arena. No, that's the spectator entrance. This is the contestant's path. You're going the wrong way, you clumsy one." Rachel couldn't help but chuckle. "Who told you I was here to watch? I'm here to compete, all right?" Lucas grinned mischievously. He couldn't possibly spend days wandering about without indulging his urge to engage in a few matches. "Really? Just you?" Rachel looked at Lucas skeptically. This naval officer, so gluttonous, clearly appeared to be a mere glutton. "Doubting me?" Lucas approached the registration area with the little one in tow. Under the rule of the Liku clan, the arena was not characterized by brutal contests, but rather by controlled skirmishes. In this regard, it was decidedly preferable to the bloodshed orchestrated by Doflamingo. Lucas registered and entered the waiting lounge for the competition. Although the matches these days were merely routine, the lounge was still bustling with numerous competitors. After a brief wait, it was his turn. Lucas followed the staff towards the dueling platform. Raquel had already taken her place in the spectators area to watch his match. The diminutive race possessed remarkable speed, and given the current amiable atmosphere in Dressrosa towards their kind, she faced little peril. In fact, it felt more like a leisurely stroll in her own backyard. Lucas arrived at the dueling platform. Contemplating the days ahead, he decided to engage in some lighthearted fun. The audience welcomed the Navy's participation with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, a towering figure, over 8 meters tall, strode in, his physique a testament to immense strength. Wielding a hefty spiked club, in the world of One Piece, most giants typically stand around 20 meters tall. Thus, this adult, measuring only 8 meters, did not belong to the giant race. It merely reflected the norms of this realm. "Friend, you might as well forfeit. I fear I may crush you with a single blow," the behemoth chuckled, towering over Lucas. "It's never too late to concede if you find yourself unable to win." Lucas responded with a smile. "If you're afraid, just admit defeat," the giant nodded sagely. As the announcer declared the commencement of the match, the giant sprang into action, swinging his spiked club directly at Lucas with tremendous force. Lucas retreated, and the spot where he once stood was instantly transformed into a massive crater. How formidable! The burly giant, gripping his heavy mace, raised it again with great effort, preparing to strike. "Surrender, my friend. We are not of the same caliber." The giant began, but his raised mace came to a halt. Where was his opponent? Possessing immense strength, yet his reflexes were painfully sluggish. Lucas's voice echoed from behind him. "What?" The giant, now hearing the sound, slowly turned to face Lucas, who stood behind him. "Even if your speed is remarkable, it will not allow you to surpass me." The giant raised his mace once more, ready to bring it down again. "Spear." Lucas directed his index finger towards the enormous spiked mace, channeling all his strength into that singular digit, delivering a strike with the precision of a lightning flash from his hardened fingertip. Simultaneously, in a bid for added security, Lucas enhanced himself with a 44-fold increase in power and skin defense. As the mace descended with tremendous force, the audience had already shielded their eyes, and the host was on the verge of calling for a cessation. Lucas's fingers flickered swiftly, puncturing the heavy mace repeatedly until it resembled a hornet's nest. Remarkable. The hefty opponent stared in disbelief at his ruined weapon, then glanced at Lucas, discarding the mace aside. "I concede." He then gave Lucas a thumbs up. With the match concluded, Lucas vacated the dueling platform and settled in the competitor's viewing area for a while. "You are exceptionally strong. What purpose does your presence here serve?" Rachel gazed at him, perplexed. This individual was extraordinarily formidable, capable of rendering a mace useless with mere finger movements. He hadn't even drawn his sword. One wondered if their swordsman, Cyrus, could possibly defeat him. "Sure." Lucas gestured for silence, turning his attention back to the dueling platform. At that moment, a merman with crimson skin and sharp, angler-like horns on his head approached. "Ah, a merman. How splendid it would be to have him as my subordinate," Lucas remarked with a smile. "Why?" Rachel inquired, puzzled. "Because I cannot swim," Lucas chuckled. "Imagine having several merman crew members. The advantages would be plentiful. Mermen or mermaids can inquire about directions from fish in the sea. How enticing is that? They surpass navigators in skill. Mermen excel in aquatic combat, compensating for many deficiencies of naval vessels. Although mermen possess the greatest advantage in water, the majority of their physical capabilities, strength, and speed are superior compared to many humans. Though this applies only to most. Their unarmed combat skills are commendable as well. In essence, Lucas believed that the merman race held great potential. He contemplated recruiting some mermen for his ship. As he watched the mermen swiftly dispatch an opponent, Lucas nodded in satisfaction. This angler merman exhibited impressive strength. After observing the matches for a while, Lucas stifled a yawn when he heard his name being called. Presenting Rear Admiral Lucas and angler merman Zachary. Lucas stepped onto the dueling platform, gazing at the merman before him. With his crimson skin and a hat perched atop his head, Zachary clenched his fists and offered Lucas a friendly nod. "Please give it your all in this battle. I've been watching you for a while," Zachary said with a smile. "You might find it challenging," Lucas replied, returning the grin. It seemed this merman harbored a certain friendliness towards humans, at least not akin to Aaron's aggressive demeanor. Threatening with words like, "I'll crush you, brat. Begin." Whoosh. In an instant, both combatants vanished from their initial positions, reappearing in the center as they simultaneously delivered swift kicks. Crack. Their legs collided in a fierce exchange. "Impressive speed," Zachary exclaimed, acknowledging Lucas's prowess. As a merman, he was exceptionally skilled in combat, with speed, reflexes, and strength far superior to the average human, even outmatching certain long-limbed tribes. Yet, to his astonishment, Lucas was able to keep pace with each of his rapid movements, effortlessly countering every kick and punch. The two continued their high-speed dance on the dueling platform, relentlessly launching strikes at one another. Zachary relied on his bodily speed, while Lucas employed swift maneuvers, requiring no augmentation to contend with the merman. Previously, he had playfully wielded a large club against the hulking brute, but now, facing Lucas, Zachary inquired with curiosity, "You previously utilized a single finger against the giant. Now you're employing kicks against me. What is your primary combat style?" As he posed the question, he aimed a kick at Lucas. Crack. Lucas effortlessly blocked his leg and patted the blade hanging at his waist. It was evident that I am a swordsman. Typically, while idling in Marineford, when Sanji practiced his kicks, Lucas would watch from the sidelines, occasionally joining in when boredom struck. With so many professionals around, Lucas also picked up a bit of kicking technique. When Zachary threw a punch at Lucas, he deftly parried the blow with his own fist. Lucas played for a while and effortlessly defeated Zachary. If this individual possessed the ability to perceive the color of emotions, he could easily overpower a kin. Lucas sought to recruit a merman onto his warship, envisioning this fishman as the beginning of a larger cadre of marine soldiers. Departing from the arena, he observed the competition for a while, but found no other contenders worthy of his attention aside from the merman. In the arena's lounge, they encountered a bronze statue inscribed with the name of Cyrus. Regrettably, Lucas had arrived a tad too late. During his inquiries in this land, he learned that Princess Scarlet of Dressrosa had long since passed away. Naturally, Lucas dismissed the news of Scarlet's demise as mere fabrication. The king of Liku, in an effort to secure Scarlet's marriage to Cyrus while also tending to Cyrus's sentiments, had concocted the falsehood of her death, allowing Scarlet and Cyrus to reside together in a quaint cottage amidst a field of flowers. What weighed most heavily on Cyrus's conscience? He was tormented by the belief that he had taken a life, branding himself as a sinner. Nonsense. In this era of grand piracy, it is absurd to dwell on such trivialities. In his youth, Cyrus had avenged the murder of a friend by slaying the perpetrator. Is there truly a need for such moral quandaries in this age of piracy? Sakazuki, in his childhood, had already wielded a blade against nefarious foes. Prior to joining the Navy, he too had undoubtedly vanquished villains, yet he still became a naval officer. Lucas believes that the issue lies solely with Oda. Oftentimes, Oda's portrayal of characters is excessively idealistic, insisting that an individual must remain consistent in their ideals, even in the face of tragedy, such as the death of a friend. In the later stages, Oda has even resorted to using this overly idealized notion to depict Luffy as foolishly impulsive in order to advance the narrative. To return to the main subject, The death of Scarlet symbolizes that Gilgamesh has long since retreated into seclusion alongside her. The arena no longer witnesses the presence of this formidable warrior, which is a matter of regret for Lucas. After all, Gilgamesh managed to endure punishment even on one leg, while carrying an additional burden, yet he still managed to defeat Diamante, who was one of Doflamingo's top subordinates. Remarkably, he did this without consuming a devil fruit. Lacking a renowned mentor and emerging from a humble background, relying solely on his sword to vanquish his foe, Lucas is genuinely impressed. If the Navy were composed entirely of such valiant warriors, proclaiming daily their guilt and intent to slay pirates for redemption, it would significantly enhance the safety of ordinary lives in a short span of time. It is such a waste to remain cooped up at home, lamenting one's guilt, whilst picking flowers with one's daughter. Stepping out of the arena, Lucas gazed at the sky, contemplating a meal. Halt. At that moment, Zachary, the fishman, approached, fixing his gaze upon Lucas. What brings you here? Lucas turned, intrigued by this individual. If he were to join the Navy, he would be warmly welcomed. Let us engage in battle once more. As a swordsman, you should take up your weapon and fight me. Zachary pointed at the long sword hanging from Lucas's waist. His eyes filled with a fierce determination. Please, you are rather weak, scoffed the diminutive girl from the little people perched on Lucas's shoulder. Casting a disparaging look at the fishman. Let us fight again. This time I shall not be careless, Zachary declared, clenching his fists as he stared intently at Lucas. As a swordsman, it is only through engaging with one's weapon that one shows respect to their adversary. Enough. At that moment, a human woman approached, grasping Zachary's arm. Let go of me. I demand a fair fight with him. Zachary pushed away his girlfriend, proclaiming, a fair fight? Lucas gazed helplessly at the foolish merman before him. Initially, he could have easily vanquished his opponent without drawing his blade. If this were a fair fight, would he not have to reduce this friend to mere fish paste? The young man, rather unattractive in appearance, had somehow managed to win the affection of a beautiful human wife. Must he tempt fate so recklessly? Do you truly wish for me to unsheath my sword and engage you in combat? Lucas regarded Zachary with skepticism, wondering if his brother was in his right mind. Indeed, Zachary nodded affirmatively, tapping the sharp horn atop his head, declaring, I possess 2 more pointed horns, and I am unafraid of you. With that, he vigorously struck his formidable teeth, exclaiming, I also have these sharp teeth. I have yet to unleash my true strength. Lucas cast a glance at Zachary's girlfriend, with her slender form and golden hair, and suddenly recalled something. Could this fellow possibly be the father of Derlinger? No. Lucas quickly dispelled that notion. According to the established narrative, Derlinger was adopted by the Don Quixote family as an infant, likely before Don Quixote's arrival in the New World. Derlinger's true father was someone else entirely, not the pugnacious merman before him. It is rare, yet not unheard of, for a pairing of humans and fishmen to exist, where both sides willingly embrace one another. However, during his previous encounter with Don Quixote, Lucas had failed to locate Derlinger. It is quite possible that his presence triggered a butterfly effect, causing Doflamingo and his associates to divert from their intended path and, consequently, not adopt Derlinger. Alternatively, when Lucas first arrived in this world, a multitude of chain reactions may have already transpired, altering the trajectory of Derlinger's fate. As it stands, Derlinger's whereabouts remain unknown. Has he been adopted, or is he wandering aimlessly? The truth is unclear. Ultimately, Lucas acquiesced to the request of the fishman from Doyu. A few individuals gathered in an open space not far from a field, ready to engage in another contest. In truth, he was quite impressed by the fishman's physical prowess and status. He sought opportunities to draw him closer to his ship, hoping that with the fishman's assistance, he could recruit more fishermen subordinates. In this world reminiscent of Japanese manga, possessing extraordinary strength is of paramount importance. However, it is equally true that most spirited Japanese narratives emphasize the significance of teamwork. Those who aspire to achieve greatness invariably require the support of many. The endeavors that Lucas aspires to undertake in the future cannot be accomplished solely by his own hand. To vanquish formidable adversaries, one must contend with the extensive powers that often lurk behind them. This necessitates a loyal cadre of followers. Zachary and Lucas found themselves in the midst of an open space, while in the distance, the diminutive spectator Rachel, belonging to the little folk, alongside the human girlfriend of the fishman, observed intently. After a day of toil, an elderly man curiously regarded the pair, seated beneath a tree, awaiting the unfolding drama. The fishman appeared quite menacing, leading the elder to muse about the perilous nature of the naval figure before him. He then passed his fan to the woman beside him. He cannot prevail, the woman remarked, shaking her head, for she had heard tales of Lucas effortlessly defeating her boyfriend. Indeed, he stands no chance. The elder agreed with a nod. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. Lucas drew the long knife from his waist, the twilight glow of the setting sun reflecting upon its blade. As he raised the weapon, glimmers of cold light danced along the intricate patterns etched into the steel. Commence. A youthful voice, seemingly diminutive, resonated from afar. It belonged to the little humanoid. Upon hearing this, both individuals sprang into action. Whoosh! In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving the old man beneath the tree utterly bewildered. Goodness, this young man is remarkably swift. Zachary materialized before Lucas, the sharp tip of his horn aimed directly at him. Lucas swiftly approached Zachary from behind, observing the latter's delayed reaction. How should he defeat him? A single strike would not suffice, for Zachary was neither a pirate nor a criminal. He could not resort to the tactics of a certain nation that, upon realizing a difference in kind, would tremble and fire in fear. A punch that sent him crashing to the ground. No, that would only earn him the reproach of this simpleton for lacking respect for his opponent. If he intended to recruit Zachary as his subordinate, he needed to compel surrender in the most astounding manner. An idea sparked. Lucas watched with delight as Zachary charged at him, easily evading the attack. With that, he swung his blade. He stood against the setting sun, while Zachary rushed towards him, illuminated by the twilight. Lucas unleashed a formidable slash, sending forth a wave of cutting energy amplified by a staggering factor of 44. The colossal wave skimmed past Zachary, cleaving a massive boulder behind him in twain. How powerful! Zachary gazed in astonishment at the slicing wave, aware that it had been deftly controlled by his opponent, sparing him from harm. Yet, even now, Zachary remained rooted in place, engulfed by the overwhelming impact of that immense cutting wave. Lucas now unleashed a powerful strike, the resulting wave of his slash visibly extending to approximately 8 meters in its normal state. The magnitude at 44 times that size is truly terrifying. Fortunately, Lucas intentionally avoided the field and the few individuals beneath the trees. Zachary lowered his gaze to the ground, where a horrifying chasm had grazed by, a testament to the prowess of a grand swordsman. Unable to calm his turbulent thoughts, he crouched down, tracing the torn earth left in the wake of the strike. The shock resonated within him, defying description in mere words. As he listened to the sounds around him, he lifted his gaze to behold the silhouette emerging from the twilight. Such strength at such a young age, what heights will this individual reach in the future? The potential is boundless. Lucas exuded an aura of strength, silently gazing down upon Zachary. Deep within, he was acutely aware of his own formidable prowess. Take, for instance, his bout with Katakuri. He possessed two notable shortcomings. Firstly, his observation haki paled in comparison to Katakuri's, falling short of the ability to foresee his opponent's fleeting movements. No matter how relentless his assaults, he would find himself striking at nothing but empty air, as Katakuri adeptly evaded his blows. Secondly, his most potent capabilities were only accessible in an augmented state. Yet maintaining such a high level of enhancement rapidly drained his stamina. His energy waned far quicker than that of others engaged in a standard battle, and when his strength was depleted, it would signal his retreat. However, Zachary remained oblivious to these nuances. In his eyes, Lucas was an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Shall we share a meal together? Lucas extended his hand, a warm smile gracing his features as he regarded Zachary. Yes, absolutely, Zachary exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped Lucas's hand and rose to his feet. The prospect of dining with such a formidable swordsman filled Zachary's heart with exhilaration. Lucas and Zachary waved to the two individuals across from them, who promptly approached. The four of them set off towards the city, eager to find a place to dine. Meanwhile, the elderly man seated beneath the tree appeared utterly bewildered, having witnessed a slash of such magnitude. In a certain inn in Dressrosa, the following day, Lucas awakened, picked up his sword, and ventured out in search of a restaurant. He had dined with a fisherman the previous day, and they had become acquainted. However, he felt a twinge of regret as the fisherman intended to return to Fishman Island with his girlfriend. Their time together had been too brief for Lucas to extend an invitation to join the Navy. Seated in the restaurant, Lucas savored his breakfast while contemplating how to persuade the fisherman to stay. In this world, certain races, often subjected to discrimination by humans, possessed considerable strength. This was largely due to the fact that the ruling class of the world government consisted of the celestial dragons. Furthermore, races such as the Long-Arm tribe, long-legged tribe. And fishmen generally exhibited superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary humans, particularly among the enlisted soldiers. The prowess of the giant race is beyond question. Nevertheless, it is true that the majority of the most formidable individuals are still humans. After all, when compared to those peculiar races, humans are seen as ordinary. Yet many are anything but. Big Mom is extraordinary, having inadvertently defeated a giant in her youth. Kaido is no ordinary being, and Whitebeard, with his colossal stature, defies the norm. Take Lucas himself, for instance. As a child, he appeared quite slender and short, yet he grew to over 3 meters in height, leaving his former idol, a basketball superstar, in awe. Lucas sat in his seat, observing the rapidly approaching little folk in the distance. The little folk resided in Greenit, while Rickhell obediently perched on the table before him, eagerly taking a bite of the rice from the bowl he had pushed towards her. "Do you not produce anything?" Lucas inquired, his curiosity piqued by the little creature. Although the little folk were no longer oppressed as slaves due to the rule of King Riku, their incessant antics, running amok and pilfering weapons in the name of a fairy's legend, seemed rather excessive. The commoners of Dressrosa lived harmoniously alongside the royalty, enjoying a semblance of happiness. Yet their lives were far from affluent. There was no justification for providing them with sustenance merely based on a ridiculous legend. "I offer you food out of pity, but that does not grant you the right to steal, especially from those who toil under harsh conditions," he reiterated, recalling how he had apprehended this little rascal the previous day. The moral compass of individuals in the world of pirates often appeared gravely skewed. Rickhell gazed at Lucas, feeling embarrassed. This was indeed a delicate subject to address. She yearned to assert confidently that they were making efforts to produce. Yet the sheer number of fairies stealing in the streets suggested otherwise. "Are you truly producing anything?" Lucas gestured towards the restaurant's interior, slurping on his noodles. "As for customers, it seems to be just the two of us." Rickhell surveyed the room, stating, "Incorrect, it is only one, as you have not paid." Lucas lightly tapped her head with his finger. "The people of this country are not affluent. They owe you nothing," Lucas remarked, fixing his gaze on Rickhell. "Long ago, the Don Quixote family ruled this nation, enslaving you. However, the majority of those you steal from on the streets are ordinary folk. They are not the Don Quixotes, they are impoverished. If you steal from them, how will they survive?" "I am sorry." Rickhell looked at Lucas with a sense of injustice, realizing that this Navy officer was indeed a paragon of righteousness. "Yet," she continued, "we truly do not have an abundance of food. The king permits us to." Before she could finish, Lucas shot her a stern glance. "Under the rule of the Don Quixotes, your labor directly enriched Dressrosa. Yet, now that you are free, you cannot sustain yourselves? That is preposterous. Go out onto the streets and ask around. If one day King Riku's reign comes to an end, will they still allow you to continue your thievery?" After finishing his meal, Lucas settled the bill and stepped outside. Rachel promptly followed him, leaping onto his shoulder. She discerned the demeanor of the naval officer and feared that some reckless members of the little folk might attempt to pilfer from him, risking their own demise. "What should we do then?" "Strive to produce and labor. If you exert even half the effort you currently employ in thievery towards honest work, you would not find yourselves resorting to theft in the streets. You can assist civilians in their tasks and earn wages. This is the essence of harmonious coexistence. Reliance on the charity of others is not a sustainable path to survival." Lucas's words are heartfelt. In his youth, he endured the harshest times of hunger and suffering. Had he not succumbed to temptation and divulged the powers of his devil fruit to a pirate crew, he would have been welcomed by many, enjoying ample meals and escaping the torment of the elements. However, had he crossed paths with Akainu again, he would not have lived to tell the tale. As Oldgor remarked, he stumbled upon fortune, blessed by the god of wealth, only to have those who lost their money curse at his doorstep that very night. Survival cannot be pursued without a sense of morality. Upon arriving at the arena, Lucas found no trace of the merman over the next 2 days, indicating that he had departed from Dressrosa. Consequently, the arena lost much of its allure. Aside from the absence of the merman, the fighters present over these 2 days were no match for him. Even Akin could easily overpower them. "Where do you plan to go today?" asked Rickhell, perched on Lucas's shoulder, her curiosity piqued. "What other famous spots does Dressrosa have? I can take you there." Minutes later, they set off. Lucas stood on the renowned Lover's Street in Dressrosa, where couples in the throes of romance were abundant. Lucas gazed incredulously at the diminutive figure beside him. He was single, and it seemed rather excessive for him to be brought to such a heart-wrenching locale. "I am single. Why would you bring me here to pierce my heart?" Lucas shot a glare at Rachel. How can someone as handsome as you possibly be single? Rachel exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she looked at Lucas, marveling at his sheer obliviousness. Lucas hastily turned away from this sorrowful place. What does it mean to be an unwavering straight man? It is a jest. He is quite adept at flirting, after all. This is merely a matter of prioritizing one's career, contemplating romantic pursuits only when the world is stable. Well, he does indeed possess the qualities of a steadfast straight man. Now, only 2 renowned locations remain for exploration. One is the palace. The palace? Such a mundane destination. The flower fields? Cyrus. There exists a possibility of encountering Cyrus. How intriguing. Lucas urged Raquel to accompany him to the flower fields. Along the way, they encountered street performers dancing, yet compared to the spirited female sailors of the Navy, they seemed rather unremarkable. What is the point of coming to the flower fields when you don't even have a girlfriend? Raquel questioned him, puzzled. Mind your own business, he retorted. Lucas cast a glance at her, scanning the surroundings and strolling about. In the distance, a towering figure emerged, pushing a small cart on which sat a little girl. Cyrus. Rachel gazed in astonishment at the man afar, the once hero of the Dressrosa Coliseum, boasting an incredible record of 3,000 victories without a single defeat. For years, his presence had been absent from the arena of Dressrosa. Cyrus halted his push on the cart and turned around, regarding the scene behind him with curiosity. A Navy officer, accompanied by a diminutive figure. Odison, who are they? The young Rebecca, her pink hair tousled by the gentle breeze, clung to the cart, gazing inquisitively at the approaching figures. A Navy officer and a little person. Cyrus smiled at his daughter, gently ruffling her hair with his gloved hand, provoking a delightful giggle from the young Rebecca. Cyrus never imagined that he, along with his wife and daughter, living in seclusion amidst the flower fields, would be discovered by outsiders. He could only hope that they would keep this secret. The joy of their simple family life was more than enough for him. Rachel hurriedly approached while Lucas sauntered at a leisurely pace. Greetings, hero of the arena, Cyrus, Lucas said with a smile. Indeed, it was a surprise to encounter him here. Hello, Navy officer. Might I trouble you for a favor? Cyrus scratched his head, deep in thought. You mean to keep it a secret? Precisely. No problem. Cyrus sighed in relief, sensing that the man was accommodating. I won't speak of it either. Rachel chimed in, playfully teasing the adorable Rebecca from atop the cart. So this is Cyrus's daughter. She is utterly adorable. Shall we have a friendly contest? Lucas proposed, his eyes fixed on Cyrus. He yearned to gauge the true extent of Cyrus's formidable strength. Had it not been for the fact that his subordinates would be arriving by warship in the afternoon, he would have been reluctant to leave. He longed for an in-depth conversation with Cyrus, perhaps even persuading him to join the Navy or the Dressrosa Guard. With the rampant piracy of the Great Pirate Era, such prowess should not go to waste against the pirates. Cyrus glanced at Lucas, hesitating momentarily. How about this? My sword is not with me, but I invite you to my home for a meal, and we can spar in the afternoon instead, Cyrus suggested. Given that the other party agreed to keep his seclusion a secret, he felt that a meal was the least he could offer. Very well, then, I shall intrude, Lucas said with a smile. After finishing their meal and concluding their contest, it was just the right moment for him to depart on the naval vessel. If only time could linger a little longer. However, having just met, it would be rather unrealistic to directly invite one another to join the Navy. As he strolled slowly towards Cyrus's home, traversing the flower fields, Lucas held a flower in his hand, playfully teasing the adorable young Rebecca. How charming she was. Lucas gazed at young Rebecca's smile, which was far more delightful than the mischievous antics of the children at his own home. Even Sugar and the other girls seemed to have caught the playful spirit from Luffy and the others, exhibiting a hint of mischief themselves. It was merely a fleeting glance. Those who adored cute little ones should seek a partner to start a family of their own, teased Rachel. You do talk a lot. Lucas shot her a glare, as if a guide were mocking a tourist intent on losing their job. In the distance, at the heart of the flower field, a quaint little house appeared, with smoke gently rising from its chimney. A beautiful woman, her waist adorned with an apron, stood at the door, greeting Cyrus. As Cyrus approached, the woman joyfully leaped into his embrace. Lucas felt as though a dagger, gifted by an elderly couple, had pierced his heart, causing him profound anguish. He pondered what he could possibly seek from Cyrus in his idle moments. Meanwhile, Riki leisurely perched atop young Rebecca, who joyfully clutched Lucas's naval cloak, exclaiming, Big brother. So handsome. Lucas smiled gently, tenderly tousling her hair. At Cyrus's invitation, he stepped into the house. Lucas sat at the table, sharing a drink with Cyrus while Scarlet served them their meal. It was evident that Cyrus's wife, Scarlet, bore a striking resemblance to their young daughter, Rebecca. This lifestyle was undeniably serene, instilling a sense of tranquility in Lucas. He expressed his admiration for Cyrus's way of life, a carefree existence amidst the flower fields, picking blooms, savoring romantic moments with his wife, and playing with their lovely daughter, Rebecca. It has indeed been a long time since I wielded a sword. I find great contentment in my current life. Cyrus nodded in agreement. However, Lucas inquired, have you ever contemplated how long this peace in our country can endure? Cyrus, perplexed, gazed at Lucas. To him, the reign of King Liko ensured a peaceful coexistence among the populace, and the common folk lived in safety. Where, then, would any external disturbance arise? Lucas shook his head. Indeed, he had captured the Don Quixote family, thus preemptively salvaging the nation. However, let us not forget that the chaos in the New World is far from over. The equilibrium of the four emperors has yet to be established, and the various factions are in a relentless struggle, vying for territory. With the absence of Don Quixote da Flamingo's protection, this nation now lacks any presence capable of deterring those formidable pirates. Cyrus is indeed powerful, yet at best, he could vanquish a pirate of Diamante's caliber. However, there are countless individuals who could easily overpower Cyrus. The Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the Kaido pirates are just a few examples. Moreover, the New World is not limited to these three factions. There may well be other exceptionally gifted pirates lurking, as the factions contend for dominance. The departure of Doflamingo inevitably invites other pirate crews to stir trouble or seize territory here. Of course, if the area could be safeguarded by Whitebeard, it would certainly be a favorable outcome. Yet, Lucas would certainly not express it in such a manner. Analyzing the situation in the New World for Cyrus, Lucas observed his countenance. In truth, there exists a viable approach. Lucas could propose to be transferred to the New World from the naval headquarters. As long as he does not encounter certain formidable individuals, he would be capable of managing most situations and safeguarding this place. However, this course of action hinges on Cyrus's willingness to cooperate. Cyrus, glancing at his adorable daughter who was playfully entangled with Scarlet, found himself in a state of indecision. He comprehended the naval officer's intent. The latter could indeed relocate himself here, with the Navy stationed to protect this nation. Yet, what sacrifices would they have to make? After all, the naval presence in the New World is still quite limited. Most troubling to him was the certainty that he would have to accompany the officer. It seems this naval officer has heard of his reputation and has deliberately sought him out. Lucas casually mentioned that he would be willing to offer protection to this place if Cyrus agreed, as it could be considered a valuable asset in terms of combat strength. However, if Cyrus declined, it was of little consequence. His own strength had not reached the level where he could demand the other party to join the Navy. The New World was rife with formidable adversaries, and he held a keen interest in this region. In the flower field, Lucas and Cyrus stood on opposite sides. Ultimately, Cyrus did not wish to alter his current way of life. He chose to continue his secluded existence in the flower field with his family. Nonetheless, he obtained Lucas's snail phone number, intending to reach out should he encounter insurmountable invaders in Dressrosa. As a naval officer, Lucas has demonstrated commendable diligence. He had previously intervened to save Dressrosa indirectly. Given the inherently weak naval presence in the New World, this region does not fall under their protective jurisdiction. It is not feasible for him to safeguard this area perpetually. Engaging in a contest to gauge the opponent's strength, he would subsequently depart from this nation. The two adversaries drew their blades, as a gentle breeze swept through the flower fields, and they both sprang into action simultaneously. Kyrus lunged at Lucas with a swift sword strike. With a whoosh, both adeptly evaded each other's attacks, their weapons slicing through the air with a resonant sound. Lucas swiftly pivoted, unleashing a slash of energy directly at Cyrus. Cyrus evaded the strike with remarkable agility, then lunged once more towards Lucas. The two once again crossed paths, narrowly avoiding each other's assaults. Lucas gazed at Cyrus in surprise. In his previous life, he had observed Cyrus's life card, noting that the section for might was blank. Cyrus lacked an understanding of dominance, yet he repeatedly evaded Lucas's attacks. Truly, he was a formidable figure, undefeated in 3,000 battles at the Dressrosa Coliseum. Remarkably, he could dodge Lucas's strikes purely through his swordsmanship and instinct. Impressive. You are indeed formidable, Lucas remarked as he retreated, narrowly avoiding Cyrus's blade. You are quite strong as well. I cannot believe I have not landed a blow on you, Cyrus exclaimed, astonished as he had failed to strike Lucas even once. Not even grazing his weapon. That is because I possess Kinbunshiku, Lucas declared, and in an instant, he employed the shave technique to appear behind Cyrus, delivering a swift slash. Clang! Cyrus swiftly pivoted, parrying Lucas's strike with his sword. The moment Lucas had utilized shave to reach his rear, he had heard the sound of his opponent landing on the ground. Although fleeting, Cyrus's reflexes and speed were remarkable. This was the essence of being undefeated in 3,000 battles, relying solely on swordsmanship, without the need for dominance or fruit abilities. Through sheer experience and countless encounters, his body had learned to react and defend against numerous attacks. Indeed, Lucas smiled with satisfaction. If Cyrus were to master dominance, how formidable he would become. Surely, it would elevate him to a whole new level, wouldn't it? Lucas once again employed his vanishing technique, and subsequently, he began to utilize it in rapid succession. Swiftly appearing beside Cyrus, relentlessly striking, Cyrus attempted to parry the onslaught with great speed, yet his opponent was simply too swift. After a brief struggle, he could no longer withstand the barrage. Bang! Lucas swiftly sheathed his sword, delivering a powerful kick to Cyrus, sending him staggering backward. Cyrus, taken aback, gazed at Lucas in disbelief. The speed at which this individual moved was extraordinary, almost inhuman, unprecedented in his experience. I concede, Cyrus remarked, sheathing his sword, experiencing the sensation of defeat for the first time in many years. You are formidable. However, the arena of Dressrosa is too confined. This world is vast, teeming with many strong individuals, and there is much to learn. You have the potential to grow even stronger, Lucas replied as he sheathed his blade. His rapid succession of techniques earlier had not been particularly challenging. It merely required an increase in strength and speed. Of course, the most critical factor remained the expenditure of stamina. At the entrance, young Rebecca, who had been fervently cheering for her beloved father, witnessed his defeat and puffed out her cheeks, glaring at Lucas with her wide, captivating eyes. "You bad brother. You shouldn't have beaten my daddy, you meanie," Rebecca exclaimed, looking up at the approaching Lucas as she voiced her displeasure. Ha. Lucas bid farewell to the diminutive folk in the family of Curacao. Making his way to the dock at the shores of Dressrosa, he imparted the concept of Haki and the methods of its cultivation to Curacao, harboring the hope that the latter could unlock this formidable power. In the world of One Piece, Haki possesses an air of mystique. It is, in essence, a latent energy residing within every human being. Theoretically, it is a gift inherent to all, with its potency increasing in accordance with one's physical strength. However, there exist individuals of considerable might who remain unable to manifest it, illustrating a recurring theme in Oda's narrative. Even if you possess strength as a supporting character, I may choose to diminish your potential. A warship gradually approached, coming to a halt beside the dock. Lucas greeted his subordinates aboard the ship with a smile. Upon returning to the vessel, he observed a few individuals on deck. Monet, with her flowing sea-green hair dancing in the ocean breeze, fixed her gaze upon Lucas. Struggling to hold back tears, she bit her lip and leaped into his embrace. "Oh, I'm so glad you're alive," she exclaimed. "Stop," Lucas thought, bemused, as he felt her tightly clutching him. He understood her emotions, yet he was puzzled by the sudden absence of tears and the joy radiating from her. As she playfully nuzzled against him, it seemed she was taking advantage of the moment in a rather suspect manner. Lucas leaned against Monet, pushing with all his might. Yet Monet, with a mischievous grin, refused to let go. The first step in successfully charming his superior had been achieved. "Please release me. I understand your excitement. But do consider your image." Lucas managed to pry Monet's small hand away, pushing this little troublemaker aside, finally exhaling in relief. "You're still alive, of course, that brings joy," Monet exclaimed, her cheeks slightly flushed with delight. "What a fortunate turn of events, hooray." Lucas nearly choked on his own astonishment. "Such audacity. You expressed joy at my survival? It is clear you are merely seizing the opportunity to take advantage of me." "Oh, how enviable," one of the sailors murmured from behind, echoing the sentiment. Indeed. Another sailor fervently nodded in agreement. "I suddenly wish to feign death just once." General Lucas is exceedingly fortunate, as he is constantly pursued by a beautiful naval officer. They too yearn for a captivating woman to hatch schemes against them. Akin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lucas was still alive. "By the way, General, Admiral Sakaski has requested your prompt return to Marineford, as he intends to prepare a life card for you, to prevent any further incidents of this nature." Ahem. Lucas cleared his throat lightly and nodded. "Let us return," he said. Indeed, Lucas returned to the captain's quarters and seated himself upon a chair. Initially, He had been rather apathetic about the creation of life cards. However, upon finding himself within the belly of Lantern Lord, where the signals were woefully inadequate for communicating with the outside world, he came to understand the significance of the life card. At the very least, it served to inform others that he was still alive. What if he were to die? In that case, all that would remain would be the announcement of his demise, which holds no value for the deceased. Let the heavens take note, if they so wish. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door, prompting Lucas to take a sip of water. Come in, he called. Monet entered, closing the door behind him, and took a seat in the chair opposite Lucas. Resting his arms on the table and propping his chin on his hands, gazing at Lucas with admiration. Is there something you need? Lucas inquired. I merely wish to see you, Monet replied, his eyes lingering on Lucas's chest, clearly pleased with what he observed. Lucas followed Monet's gaze towards his own. This scoundrel. Stand up. Who permitted you to sit without the officer's consent? Lucas slammed his hand on the table, startling Monet, who quickly rose to his feet and pushed in his chair. Leave now and run around the battleship with weights. Only stop when it's time for a meal. What? Please. No. Monet's pleas echoed through the room. Hurry up. As an exemplary naval officer, physical strength is of utmost importance. Lucas cast a piercing glance at Monet, who promptly exited the room. Ah, this ironclad man. Monet mused, realizing that her covert intentions towards Major Lucas had not been successful. What a fool. Lucas observed Monet as she closed the door behind her. There are far too many formidable adversaries in this world. Instead of diligently striving to enhance his own strength, she dared to harbor ulterior motives against him. How outrageous. Power holds immense significance in this realm. He currently concealed a stash of pure gold, yet he had no immediate plans to utilize it. Eventually, he intended to hide the pure gold away, ideally positioning himself in the first half of the Grand Line or at some branch in the New World. This would allow him to gather more exceptional subordinates while pursuing his own ambitions. He would wait a few more years before employing the pure gold. After all, from last year until now, he sensed a slight growth in his physique. Through the introduction by Olga's father, he learned that pure gold is a substance that, when exposed to certain rays, halts physical growth indefinitely, thereby facilitating a form of immortality. When his body reached its peak, he would then make use of the pure gold. At that juncture, he would rely on it to maintain his physical prowess while simultaneously advancing in swordsmanship and fruit abilities, ensuring his strength continued to evolve. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, having bid farewell to Curacao, he returned to the little people's village of Greenbit, where Raquel observed a clearing that their kin had discovered on the island. Before Lucas departed, he bestowed upon her a sum of money for her journey. With these funds, Raquel procured a selection of seeds to bring back to her community. The tribe intended to cultivate crops in this new land. Finding a patch of arable land on this island proved to be a formidable challenge, and the tribe members also needed to construct numerous traps to safeguard their fields from the encroaching wild beasts. Lucas's words resonated profoundly with the tribe, as they recognized the wisdom in his sentiments. After all, if their sustenance were to be seized, their lives would undoubtedly become arduous. Consequently, the tribe members began to focus their efforts on agriculture, a practice they had seldom engaged in before. Tomorrow, a delegation would journey to Pankasad to confer with King Liku, proposing to assist the common folk with their labor, thereby acquiring skills while earning a modest income. They resolved to abandon their previous ways of foraging for wild fruits and pilfering food to sustain themselves. Rachel, come here. I wish to introduce you to a young man. Beckoned a regal figure adorned with a crown and wielding a scepter. He was Rachel's father, the king of the diminutive folk. Behind him, a young man named Gonchao beheld Rachel with admiration, exclaiming, "What a beauty!" The diminutive folk, also known as the Dongtada tribe, may have been subject to translation discrepancies. This king had but one exquisite daughter, and he aspired to unite her with the young man, Gonchao. Years hence, a princess named Mangshwali would emerge from this union. As Lucas's warship departed from Dressrosa, it approached the Red Earth continent. A pirate ship, freshly arrived in the New World, docked alongside the warship, and Lucas's silhouette flickered swiftly upon the deck of the pirate vessel. In a matter of moments, the pirates aboard found themselves at the mercy of their own blades, collapsing one by one upon the deck. Blood stained the planks as Lucas seized the pirate captain, his grip tightening, rendering the pirate's face a deep crimson. "Major, we have found 5 merfolk bound aboard this ship," Monet reported to Lucas as he emerged. "What is their condition?" Lucas inquired. "One appears to have fainted from fear, while the others are unharmed," Monet replied. "Very well, rescue them all," Lucas commanded. Following his directive, Monet entered the ship's hold and began liberating the captured merfolk, 3 females and 2 males. Lucas gazed at the pirate with a peculiar expression. While he could comprehend the presence of the 3 mermaids, the 2 men perplexed him. This pirate captain certainly had a foul mouth. Bah! Regardless of his crude speech, Lucas had an aversion to such despicable acts of human trafficking. With a swift motion, he snapped the scoundrel's neck with a decisive crack. Lucas cast aside his adversary onto the deck, seizing all the pirate's provisions, resources, and wealth. Upon concluding his command, he returned to the warship. Understood. The Navy personnel responded promptly, proceeding to transport crates of supplies aboard the vessel. Once the task was completed, the crew reboarded, and Lucas unleashed a series of slashing waves, sinking the pirate ship. "Major, that is the Sun Pirates," exclaimed the lookout from the observation deck. "Oh." Lucas turned his gaze toward the sea. In the distance, the ship of the Sun Pirates approached slowly. On board the Sun Pirates vessel, Tiger stood at the bow, with Jinbei following closely behind. Phew, those pirates were vanquished by the Navy. And the 5 merfolk are safe. Jinbei sighed in relief as he observed the 5 merfolk on the warship. They had actually returned to Fishman Island long ago, having drifted at sea for a while after their encounter with Lucas. Reflecting on their experience, they concluded that if such a young major could effortlessly defeat them, the Navy posed a significant threat. Ultimately, they decided to return to Fishman Island, where the entire Sun Pirates crew now safeguarded the island, assisting the residents of Ryugu Kingdom in its protection. Previously, that pirate crew had been innocuously purchasing goods on Fishman Island, subsequently enjoying coffee at the Merfolk CAF. Such pirates, who brought bountiful resources to Fishman Island and caused no trouble, were welcomed. Little did they know, these cunning individuals seized the opportunity to injure several of their people and abducted 3 CAF servers. They even ruthlessly captured 2 male merfolk as hostages during their escape. While they excelled in combat, rescuing hostages was not their forte, which ultimately led them to this very place. "Let us return. They have been saved," Tiger said, giving a slight nod to Lucas across the way. It seemed that this naval major harbored a considerable goodwill toward Fishman Island. The Sun Pirates ship altered its course, opting not to provoke Lucas further and swiftly departed the area. After all, as a member of the Navy, Lucas could not openly converse with pirates who were sought by the world government. Tiger cast a glance at Lucas, hoping that he could one day become a leading figure within the Navy, which might ultimately benefit Fishman Island. "Major, they have fled too far," Buggy exclaimed. "Indeed. It is quite distant. We cannot pursue them now," Lucas responded with satisfaction. "Then we shall not chase after them." Lucas entered the cabin and gazed upon the 5 mermaids. After conversing with a few of them, he learned the harrowing tale of their abduction by pirates. The short-haired mermaid with a light green hue stirred awake. "What time is it?" she asked, her confusion evident. "And where is this place?" Lucas regarded her thoughtfully, recalling that this mermaid had supposedly displayed an exaggerated expression of terror when she was abducted at the Mermaid CF, causing her to faint. However, she was not named Cammy. She had been unconscious from Fishman Island all the way to the New World, a true marvel. "It's nearly evening," Lucas reassured her. "You are in the New World, and you have been rescued. I intend to escort you back to Fishman Island, where you will be safe." "Oh no," the light green-haired mermaid exclaimed, frantically clutching her hair. The others in the room looked on in disbelief. Surely, one should not express such fear after being saved. What a foolish reaction. "My daughter is waiting for me at home. I haven't returned to prepare her lunch since noon. What am I to do?" She wrung her hands in a panic. "Your daughter must be capable of cooking as well," Lucas responded, exasperated. "But she is only 8. The light green-haired mermaid cried. "Pirates heading to the New World can coat their ships at Sabaody Archipelago. Similarly, those in the New World wishing to return to the first half of the Grand Line can also coat their vessels at various island towns surrounding the Red Line beneath Marineford. The intricate, twisted roots of the red trees extend not only through the deep oceans from Sabaody Archipelago, but also grow sparsely at the very edge of the New World's entrance. Though fewer in number compared to Sabaody, they still suffice for some to coat their ships en route to Fishman Island. The coating is made from the roots of the Yalkimaran red tree, which secretes natural resin through respiration. This resin expands in the air, forming bubbles. Those who coat their ships apply these bubbles, creating a remarkable barrier that allows vessels to withstand immense underwater pressure. Of course, one need not delve into the physics of anime. The warship, now coated, descended into the depths, heading towards Fishman Island. As the vessel sank slowly, the light outside dimmed, and the number of fish swimming nearby increased. "How beautiful," Monet remarked, standing at the edge of the ship, gazing at the marine life above. They look so delectable. A Navy officer swallowed hard, eyeing the plump fish outside. Grilled fish, pan-fried fish, deep-fried fish, steamed fish, fish soup, sashimi. Various delectable preparations danced in his mind, making his mouth water. Be quiet. Lucas slapped the fool on the head, for behind him were 5 merfolk. The inhabitants of Fishman Island, whether they be fishmen or mermaids, do not consume fish. At most, they indulge in shellfish. Only that rascal, Xiaoba, will one day open a small octopus ball shop. To discuss the delightful taste of fish meat in the presence of mermaids is utterly excessive. Clearly, you. Before the Navy could finish his words, another slap resounded upon his head. Lucas shot him a glare, causing the fool to refrain from speaking carelessly. Indeed, Lucas was quite fond of fish, yet he refrained from making any reckless remarks. As the warship descended deeper into the ocean, the surrounding luminosity diminished gradually and occasionally. Enormous creatures would glide past the vessel at a short distance. The naval ship was equipped with searchlights. Lucas commanded his subordinates to illuminate the surroundings with the searchlights, gazing into the depths of the sea as they continued their journey towards Fishman Island. The voyage proceeded smoothly, with no encounters with the colossal octopus monster. And the aquatic creatures beneath the waves did not assail them, swimming leisurely instead. Ultimately, they arrived at Fishman Island. Well, I have brought you to your destination. Lucas addressed the merfolk behind him. Major, would you like to take a moment to rest on Fishman Island? We would be delighted to treat you to coffee as a token of our gratitude, a mermaid suggested. Very well. But we can only linger here for a day at most, Lucas replied with a smile. It was a perfect opportunity for him to explore Fishman Island as well. There were 2 ways to enter Fishman Island, a forceful intrusion or through the grand entrance. They opted for the latter, engaging in a brief exchange with the sentinels at the gate before gaining entry. The internal layout of Fishman Island was peculiar, featuring areas where humans could breathe normally, devoid of seawater and filled instead with fresh air. Conversely, there were sections exclusively inhabited by fishmen and merfolk, wherein the structures were submerged in water. The warship docked at the shore, and as Lucas disembarked, several mermaids adorned with shimmering bubbles floated gracefully behind him. Lucas turned his head to glance at the ship of the Sun Pirates docked nearby. In his perception, the crew of the Sun Pirates was still engaged in dealing with the pirates who had taken advantage of their absence from Fishman Island to cause trouble. It seemed that Fishman Island remained under the protection of the Sun Pirates, not yet falling within the guardianship of Whitebeard. Please, follow us, invited a mermaid with soft pink hair as she floated closer. All right, let's go. Monet stepped forward, grasping the outstretched hand of the mermaid. I apologize, but my child has probably been hungry at home for quite some time. I must return immediately. I am truly grateful for your assistance, but I regret that I cannot entertain you further, said the light, green-haired mermaid, casting an apologetic glance at Lucas before hastily making her way home. Lucas nodded in acknowledgement and followed the mermaid along the streets of Fishman Island. As they walked, various types of fishmen and mermaids were visible all around. Naturally, there were also numerous pirates on the streets. However, with the alliance between the Sun Pirates and the Ryugu Kingdom, some of the less formidable pirates dared not stir trouble. Although Lucas serves in the Navy, he refrains from openly apprehending individuals on the streets, as Fishman Island currently enjoys a commendable income thanks to these pirates. He plans to deal with them once they leave the island. As he strolled along, Lucas heard a voice and curiously glanced in that direction. In the distance, in a square, a mermaid stood at the center, passionately delivering a speech while holding a stack of forms. You all go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Lucas parted ways with them and approached, leaning against the wall to listen to the address given by Princess Odoheim. Even though our skin colors differ and our appearances vary, we cannot wait for the day when humanity will understand us. We must take the initiative to reach out and learn about them. As Lucas listened to the speech, he pondered the profound truth that Fishman Island was situated 10,000 meters beneath the surface, representing a vast chasm in understanding between their kind and humanity. However, the true architects of this divide were not the pirates, but rather the ruling celestial dragons. Princess Odoheim's aspirations were indeed commendable. She envisioned a harmonious coexistence between the inhabitants of Fishman Island and the human race on the surface. Yet, she overlooked a critical reality. Even the humans residing above were suffering under the tyranny imposed by the celestial dragons. In non-member nations of the world government, some individuals were conscripted to the kingdom of Flevance, enduring daily hunger and hardship, subjected to brutal lashings as they labored on bridge constructions. Meanwhile, member nations of the world government dutifully paid their tribute in celestial gold each year. How could the aristocracy and royalty relinquish their opulent lifestyles? Rather than sacrificing their privileges, they would opt to increase taxes, extracting wealth from the common folk to fulfill their obligations to the celestial treasury in the member nations. The plight of the commoners was dire, except for a few enlightened kingdoms, as the ruling elite wielded the military might of the world government. Lucas stifled a yawn, shifted his posture, and continued to listen to Princess Odoheim's speech. Coexisting peacefully with humanity is a commendable starting point. However, even if the celestial dragon who eventually visits Fishman Island is moved by Princess Odoheim and sincerely repents, he remains merely an ordinary celestial dragon, not a member of the Gorosei or Emu. Such a figure lacks the authority to influence the decisions of the world government. Most celestial dragons would still perpetrate their oppression against Fishman Island, as they wield the power of force. After all, might makes right. There are many gentle and kind-hearted humans on land, and we must strive to bring our kingdom under the same sun they inhabit. Princess Odoheim exclaimed, holding a form aloft. Alas, the majority of gentle humans do not possess strength. At that moment, Tiger approached and glanced at Lucas. Indeed, Lucas nodded in agreement. Why kill Arlong? Tiger inquired. If I were to slay every fishman and mermaid present here, would you hate me? Yes. Then that settles it. Tiger sighed in resignation. Indeed, many Marines had perished at Arlong's hands. He had previously advised Arlong against killing those Marines, but Arlong never heeded his counsel, indiscriminately slaughtering them whenever they crossed his path. When they occasionally went ashore for supplies, the foul-tempered Arlong would express disdain for the ordinary humans, wishing to annihilate them. Arlong vociferously condemned the people on land as a base race. Deep down, Tiger understood that Arlong's demise was not unjust. Thank you for saving those few mermaids. I truly appreciate your previous act of mercy. Tiger expressed his gratitude earnestly. It's nothing, except for a handful of extreme individuals among you. Most are merely striving to improve their dismal circumstances, Lucas replied, crossing his arms and unexpectedly accepting a cup of coffee from Tiger. Thank you. Lucas took a sip. I have a favor to ask of you. Please, do tell, Tiger nodded. Could you help me find some strong fishermen to join my ship? No problem. Tej readily agreed. Lucas was a kind-hearted Marine from Fishman Island, and such Marines were a rare treasure. Moreover, if they could facilitate the inclusion of fishmen into the Navy, it would enhance their mutual interactions and gradually mend the relationship between humans and Fishman Island. Tej's thoughts aligned with Lucas's. They could coexist amicably, but only if both parties possessed sufficient strength to subdue those who remained defiant. They both disapproved of Princess Odoheim's approach, which unilaterally advocated for the fishmen to relocate to the surface, neglecting the omnipotent celestial dragons who wielded the might of the world government. Her views were overly idealistic. Princess Odoheim resided in the luxurious Upper Sea Palace, sheltered from hardship and accompanied by guards. She had not taken the time to comprehend the global dynamics, instead naively envisioning a transition for the residents to the surface. Such leaders, marked by excessive idealism, are either charlatans or those who may lead a nation into the abyss. Let us go and converse, Tej suggested, casting a glance at Princess Odoheim before leading the way to a tavern. Lucas gazed at the empty coffee cup in his hand, still preferring the allure of alcohol, and hastily followed suit. In the center of the square, Princess Odoheim stood, passionately delivering her speech while waving the registration forms in her hand. She cast a glance at the departing Tiger, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. Tiger's return had alleviated some pressure on the soldiers of Fishman Island. At least, the island felt somewhat safer than before. However, during their previous encounter, it became evident that Tiger remained opposed to her notion of relocating the island's inhabitants to the surface. The Navy? Princess Odoheim regarded the young man with surprise, as she seemed to recall having seen his news in the papers. He was the rear admiral who had captured the Don Quixote family and was fervently advocating for new artillery within the Navy. Odoheim had initially intended to engage in conversation with this admiral, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. Surrounded by a throng of people, she found it impossible to pursue him. How wonderful it would be if more residents of Fishman Island and an increasing number of humans could come to mutual understanding. Odoheim mused. Alas, if everyone could grasp one another's perspectives, perhaps the Earth of the past would not have endured wars well into the 21st century, where conflicts over mere oil led the United States to embroil numerous nations in strife. Understanding? Did the neighboring Hokage comprehend? With their chakra, they escalated from familial wars to village conflicts, culminating in several ninja world wars, followed by battles against the terrorist organization Akatsuki and the 5 great shinobi villages. Mere understanding alone will never suffice to bring an end to war. Lucas and Tiger entered a tavern, indulging in drinks and engaging in conversation. When shall we depart? Since you can assist us in locating some Fishman soldiers, let us return in 5 days, Lucas remarked. After all, leaving Fishman Island would soon lead them back to Mariawa, which lay not far from the Sabaody archipelago. He was in no rush. Very well, Tiger nodded, marking this as their initial collaboration between Fishman Island and Rear Admiral Lucas. What is your perspective on the issues between Fishman Island and humanity? Tiger inquired, as he was not fond of overly idealistic individuals. It was not the human civilians on land who harbored animosity towards Fishman Island. The celestial dragons, being the foremost aristocrats in the world, wielded control over the world government. They reveled in the acquisition of slaves. Following them were certain nobles from various nations who also delighted in the purchase of enslaved individuals. Their wealth allowed them to procure fishermen or mermaid slaves, thus giving rise to the population of traffickers. Indeed, Tiger nodded. Over the years, he had traversed the seas with the Sun Pirates. Now, he truly comprehended who his adversaries were. Lucas cast a glance at the server nearby. Apart from him and Tiger, only the latter remained in the tavern. No worries, he is under my command. Indeed, for the inhabitants of Fishman Island to coexist peacefully with humans, it was imperative to enhance their military might, for strength is the ultimate truth. After conversing with Tiger, Lucas departed from the tavern. Despite the lengthy discourse, the crux of the matter lay in the collaboration established between them. Tiger would assist in gathering capable fishmen from Fishman Island who harbored no significant grievances against humans. Subsequently, Lucas would select a portion of these fishmen to join his fleet, forming the inaugural Fishman Navy. Naturally, they also deliberated on certain issues. It would be prudent for the Fishman Navy to avoid areas such as the Chambord archipelago, where celestial dragons were most prevalent, as their notorious character was well understood by all. Before Lucas had attained a certain level of strength, he preferred to avoid seeking trouble. As he meandered along his path, he meticulously noted the pirates he encountered. Although these pirates were not particularly formidable, he resolved that once they ventured outside, he would apprehend them as necessary. Upon arriving at the Mermaid CAF, Lucas stepped inside to find a number of pirates sipping coffee and indulging in pastries, while mermaid attendants engaged in casual conversation with the patrons. The ambience somewhat resembled that of a maid CAF from his previous life. However, akin to the maid CAFs, it was rather disappointing, as the interaction was merely conversational. What puzzled Lucas was the absence of the mermaids he had rescued, as well as his subordinates. Where had they gone? After enjoying a brief drink, where could they possibly have vanished to? Surely, he should not have to engage his observation haki even during his leisure time. This being his first visit to the Mermaid CAF, Lucas curiously surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, the interior decor was not the overly embarrassing shade of pink he had often heard about regarding maid CFS. It was somewhat acceptable. He had frequently heard tales of maid CAFs in his previous life, but upon viewing videos, most featured that rather daunting pink decor, which frankly deterred him from entering. Here, although the interior was adorned in a rather outrageous purple hue, it was, in any case, less shame-inducing than the pink tones. Welcome. What can I get for you? Handsome Navy officer? At that moment, a mermaid beauty with short, light purple hair approached him, playfully linking her arms around his, and inquired warmly. Lucas wore a puzzled expression, sensing something brushing against his arm. Wasn't this merely a casual conversation? This was excessive. I cannot pin down anymore. Major Lucas? In a private room. A mermaid peeked her head out, glanced at him, and hurried over to shoo away the enchanting mermaid. She guided Lucas into the private chamber, being one of the mermaids he had rescued. Lucas paused outside the private room, gazing at the swaying curtains adorned with youthful illustrations. Should he truly enter? Surely. It couldn't be anything inappropriate. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Miss Mermaid inquired, sighing in relief. Lucas reassured himself that the presence of everyone inside indicated a respectable gathering, genuinely engaged in sipping coffee. Following Miss Mermaid, he lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Why did you arrive so late? Did you get lost? Monet, holding a cup of coffee, took a sip and turned to Lucas. The milk mixed in her cup clung to the corner of her mouth, and after licking it away, she regarded Lucas with curiosity. I merely wandered for a bit. Lucas replied, waving his hand dismissively as he approached the 2 rows of sofas. Lost. He chuckled. He had merely enjoyed a drink and strolled around. After all, He was no socialite. With a sudden motion, Monet pushed Akin aside, patting the sofa beside her and beckoning Lucas. Come sit here. All right, then I shall sit here. Lucas nodded and settled onto the opposite sofa, beside a mermaid. While the mermaid might playfully tease, Monet was another matter entirely. Her boldness and audacity were daunting to this naive young man, who blushed at the mere sight of a girl. After sipping coffee and engaging in light conversation with the mermaids, Lucas found the coffee in his cup, devoid of sugar and milk, to be unexpectedly delightful, fragrant, and almost revealing. Is there anything to eat? He inquired, as the mermaid beside him, laughing and about to slyly pull his arm, paused to hear his request for food. What had sparked his appetite? We have an abundance of delicacies, cakes and fruits from the sea. What would you like? The mermaid presented a menu before Lucas. Let me take a look, he said, accepting the menu and flipping through its pages. The offerings were categorized into 3 types: cakes, fruits, and shellfish. Indeed, Lucas should not have held high hopes for this place. Seaweed caramel, seaweed mixed with shellfish, kelp and shellfish porridge, cold seaweed salad, crispy seaweed, coral grass salad, heart-shaped sea cabbage, seaweed-flavored cake, kelp crisps, seaweed egg tarts, soft shellfish bread. Lucas's mind was consumed with thoughts of seaweed, kelp, and various aquatic plants. Consuming such a plethora of these items surely risked exceeding his iodine intake. 2 bowls of kelp and shellfish porridge and 2 servings of soft shellfish bread should suffice, he said with resignation. He was feeling somewhat famished since arriving at Fishman Island. He had not tasted a morsel of meat and was genuinely starving. Perhaps I should nibble on something to tide me over. Certainly. The mermaid waitress cheerfully noted his order and left the private dining room. She was delighted to be preparing dinner for the dashing naval officer. Will you be satisfied? Buggy asked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Since his arrival, he had perused the menu and found it utterly unappetizing, having only sipped a few mouthfuls of coffee. Both Buggy and Akin shared Lucas's sentiment. They longed to leave and return to the warship, where they could indulge in a hearty meal free from fishmen or mermaids. Well, let's at least sample the flavors, Lucas said with a hint of resignation. In truth, he harbored no aversion to seafood. He genuinely enjoyed fish. However, the menu was replete with seaweed and aquatic plants, making him feel as though he had transformed into a vegetarian fish. By the way, our proprietor, Madame Sharif, has heard of your heroic deeds and is eager to meet you to express her gratitude, remarked the mermaid with soft pink curls as she shifted closer to Lucas. Meanwhile, Monet sat across from him, gripping her coffee cup, and gulped it down in one go, glaring at the mermaid with palpable irritation. Oh no, she's getting closer again. How enviable. Lucas took a sip of his coffee, deliberately ignoring the foolish woman opposite him, and turned his attention to the mermaid on his left. Madame Sharif's divinations are indeed remarkably accurate. Indeed, the mermaid affirmed as she entered with the food, placing it before Lucas while gently pushing the pink-haired mermaid aside. Ah, Lucas mumbled, his mouth full of soft shellfish bread, nodding in agreement. Yes, let us meet Madame Sharif shortly, he said, finishing the bread and soon emptying his bowl of porridge. I feel rather indifferent. Is that acceptable? The mermaid playfully hooked her arm around Lucas's. Shall we? Enough of this. Let us go meet Madame Sharif, Lucas replied, extricating his arm. Very well. The mermaid maidens departed from their seats, escorting Lucas to seek out Lady Charlie. Meanwhile, Monet was left behind, enviously gazing at the enchanting mermaid, her hands clenched tightly, biting her clothing, tears of frustration escaping her eyes. It was all her fault for being so hasty last time. Now, Brother Lucas was deliberately avoiding her. Oh, how disheartening. As the group exited the mermaid CAF, they arrived at a door adorned with a plaque inscribed in golden letters, SHYRLY. This was, in truth, the name of Lady Charlie. The room was situated just behind the mermaid CAF. The mermaid maidens opened the door, ushering Lucas and the others inside. Ah, it's Lucas, exclaimed Lady Charlie, who was seated within. Please come in. I am exceedingly grateful to you all. It's nothing, Lucas replied, lifting his gaze. However, he was taken aback. He had anticipated the mermaid maiden's warmth, yet he was utterly unprepared for this overwhelming reception. The beauties of Fishman Island adorned themselves so fashionably? The 2 eye-catching attributes. Lady Charlie was not wearing a bra. How surprising. What left him utterly speechless was the fact that her collar was open, dear me fortunately. He considered himself a gentleman. As Lucas conversed with Lady Charlie, he occasionally glanced at the crystal ball set aside for divination. This crystal ball was indeed large, pure, and perfectly round. It was the very object Lady Charlie had used to foresee the advent of the age of pirates and to prophesy the birth of the White Star. Undoubtedly, there were numerous prophecies foretold by Lady Charlie. However, Lucas gazed intently at the crystal ball and at Madame Shayley. To him, Madame Shayley seemed little more than a mere user of the crystal. The true prophetic power likely resided within the orb itself. After all, in the original narrative, Madame Shayley had foretold the destruction of Fishman Island by Luffy, yet she had not foreseen the entirety of events. This clearly indicated a lack of mastery in her craft. In his conjecture, the tale unfolded as follows. The Straw Hat crew ultimately discovered Laugh Tale, only to find that the legendary One Piece was not a treasure in the traditional sense, but rather a profound truth. They uncovered the secrets of the Void Century and obtained ancient weapons. With the assistance of various factions, Luffy personally obliterated Mariewa. The ancient weapons could indeed annihilate Mariewa, and consequently, Fishman Island, situated beneath it, also faced devastation. However, the narrative was far from simplistic. Eradicating the celestial dragons and destroying Mariewa would unify the world, which constitutes one of the significances of the One Piece. This unity parallels the attainment of all blue. Additionally, Luffy succeeded in relocating the inhabitants of Fishman Island to the surface, rendering their former home obsolete. With the disappearance of Mariewa, Fishman Island would inevitably cease to exist. Of course, this was merely Lucas's rough speculation based on his observations from a previous life. However, it was irrefutable that, in due time, the people of Fishman Island would undoubtedly inhabit the surface. Thus, their island would lose its purpose. Madame Shayley had only glimpsed a trivial fragment of the future and failed to perceive Luffy's role in salvaging their destiny. Her lack of skill led her to hastily proclaim the rumor that Luffy would destroy Fishman Island. Consequently, Lucas held little interest in Madame Shayley's divinations. The figure of Lucas was reflected in the crystal ball, which emitted a faint glimmer. The people in the room all turned their gaze towards the divination crystal. Lucas curiously gazed at the crystal ball, pondering what trivial information it might reveal. The light within the crystal orb twisted and contorted, yet no images emerged. After a few flickers, it fell silent. Lucas stared in disbelief at Lady Shayley, wondering if it had malfunctioned. Was the future beyond sight? Lady Shayley looked at Lucas with astonishment, then turned her gaze back to the crystal ball. Occasionally, when special individuals approached, it would automatically unveil a glimpse of the future, an automatic prophecy. However, to her surprise, the crystal ball was unable to discern the future of this human rear admiral before her. "Quick, bring it here," she urged anxiously to the mermaid across from her. The mermaid carefully cradled the crystal ball and slowly extended it to Lady Shayley. With both hands placed reverently before the orb, Lady Shayley fixated her gaze upon it. Gradually, the crystal ball emanated a brilliant light, casting a soft lavender glow. 5 minutes elapsed, yet she received no feedback from the orb. Half an hour passed, and Lucas yawned, glancing at the crystal ball, which still displayed no imagery. The tension etched on Lady Shayley's face indicated that the crystal ball remained unresponsive, merely glowing. Had the local prophecy tool encountered an external virus, leading to a code collapse? An hour later, Lady Shayley set the crystal ball aside and regarded Lucas with a serious expression. As someone who frequently engaged in divination, she often found it effortless to uncover the answers she sought. Yet today was peculiarly strange. No matter how she attempted to divine information about Lucas or any aspect of his future, she received no response. The orb seemed entirely dysfunctional. She could readily foresee the birth of White Star and the tumult caused by the oceanic beings many years ago. Yet, before her now stood this admiral, and she could glean nothing. Such gravity. "Have you foreseen something of great significance?" Lucas inquired with a smile. Alas, Lady Shayley shook her head in resignation. "I cannot divine anything concerning you." "Oh, is that so?" "Ha ha." Lucas laughed, looking at her. "I am not superstitious. Perhaps the crystal ball refrains from revealing insights to the non-believers." Lady Shayley regarded him with a resigned smile. What an absurd notion, being non-superstitious and yet seeking prophecy. As Lucas and his companions departed, Madame Shayley bid them farewell with a visage steeped in sorrow. Watching their receding figures, she once again grasped her crystal ball. Yet divination eluded her. Although she had heard from others of their benevolence towards the mermaid, the events that transpired left her utterly perplexed, tinged with a hint of trepidation. In the past, her auguries would unfailingly unveil the truths she sought. Now, however, no glimpse of the future could she discern regarding this young man. Even if his fate were to meet a tragic end, the crystal ball would at least reveal that Lucas was doomed, yet it remained silent. Its lack of feedback instilled a sense of fear in her, who had long relied on divination. What manner of individual would this young general become? And would he continue to harbor goodwill towards Fishman Island? After all, she believed that people could change, and only through divination could she find solace. What was she pondering? At that moment, a mermaid with short, light green hair approached, cradling a small mermaid girl. "Oh, it's little Kaimi," Sherry exclaimed, playfully teasing the child in the mermaid's embrace before turning her attention back to her. "The naval officer who saved you today. I could glean nothing about him from my divination. I cannot discern whether that is a blessing or a curse," Madame Sherry lamented. "Unknowns are often preferable to augury. Perhaps the future is brimming with excitement and hope," the light green-haired mermaid replied with a smile. Indeed, Sherry nodded in agreement, comforted by the gentle expression of her companion. She had foreseen many ominous events, such as the advent of the Great Pirate Era and the passing of the former king of Fishman Island. In due time, she would also prophesy the demise of Whitebeard. It could be said that her predictions were predominantly bleak. Glancing at her crystal ball, she mused that perhaps the things beyond her foresight might indeed be filled with hope. In the depths of night, the mermaid CAF closed its doors. Sherry secured the windows and remained alone in her abode, clutching her crystal ball. A lingering sense of unease compelled her to attempt a divination concerning those close to Lucas. She decided to begin with Miss Monet. The crystal ball emanated a glow as she commenced her augury, and moments later, Madame Sherry wore a look of exasperation. She had glimpsed Monet's future, yet to her dismay, it was filled with trivialities that failed to capture her interest. She saw numerous scenes, Monet chasing after Lucas. Seeking to take advantage, Monet suddenly sprinting towards Lucas from behind, again with intentions of gain. Take advantage, take advantage. This obsession with Monet's intentions consumed Sherry's thoughts. What on earth was this? Logically, Monet, being in close proximity to Lucas, should have been able to perceive some semblance of imagery related to him. Yet, to her dismay, there was not a shred of substance. Instead, she was inundated with scenes of pursuit from women towards men, alongside glimpses of their future interactions. Lady Sharif wiped the cold sweat from her brow, deciding against further observation. She feared that continued scrutiny might lead her to witness scenes not suitable for younger audiences. Lucas is indeed a formidable individual. Whenever there is any valuable information to be gleaned, even if she attempts to divine it indirectly through Monet, she perceives nothing at all. Lady Sharif took a moment to rest and recalled the two subordinates accompanying Lucas, Akin and Baki. Well, it seems she should focus her efforts on these two. Lady Sharif began her divination with Akin. After a prolonged period, she found